Fun, noise, and loud music permeated the atmosphere of the nightclub, where the dancing crowd was crowded together. Mr. Yan was approached by his friends, persistently suggesting that he drink some more and continue the evening's raucous celebration. With a mocking smirk, the unpleasant middle-aged man reminded the girl of her buddy's beating, to which he received a cold denial of the connection. Flattering words flew from the lips of the flirtatious maiden, who compared her former suitor to the powerful Mr. Yang, not in favor of the former. Pride overwhelmed the smug rich man as he listed the many gifts and expensive purses he had bought for his companion. The young lady laughed, trying to stop her generous patron's boastful speeches about the many offerings. The supremacy felt by the frumpy gentleman humiliating poor Han Hao for not being allowed to even touch the girl's hand. An unknown young man broke through the guards and managed to overpower the guards of the elite establishment with a few blows. Accusations of stupidity and threats of imminent death were shouted out by the angry visitor, addressing them to the dumbfounded Yang Huo. A ringing silence instantly reigned in the club as the curious gazes of the patrons turned toward the source of the noise. Lazily and with undisguised irritation, the rich man reacted to the appearance of the familiar troublemaker, noting his repeat visit. It was payback time for past humiliations, the young man reminded the haughty gentleman, clenching his fists in anticipation of a fight. The fragrance of night roses hovered in the five-star hotel at 2 in the morning as a panting Han Hao caught his breath after the conflict. Studying in a mediocre institution instead of a prestigious university was a hapless young man where his goddess had also enrolled. All homework and coursework beloved became the concern of a young man in love, eager to win the favor of a cold beauty. Every morning at the same time, the devoted admirer delivered his favorite breakfast to the door of the dormitory of his chosen one. After much effort managed to persistent admirer to get the girl's consent to a joint walk, which gave hope in his heart. Trembling with excitement, the shy suitor did not dare to even touch his beloved's fingers, worshiping her every gesture. Even this little thing, the cold beauty deprived her admirer of by defiantly withdrawing her hand at his timid attempt to touch her. Keeping her distance was demanded by the haughty damsel, declaring her unapproachability and the need to keep her hands to herself. The disappointed Han Hao bitterly pondered his unenviable fate as he planned to save up money for his beloved's upcoming birthday. The branded handbag was a dream of a student in love to present to his beloved, naively hoping to win her heart with a luxurious gift. At work, the young man accidentally overheard a conversation where his beloved coquettishly reproached Mr. Yang for excessive haste of action. Thoughts of someone else's raucous revelry flashed through the young man's mind, not foreshadowing the soon discovery of the bitter truth. A shocking sight appeared before Han Hao's eyes, his chosen woman in the company of a hideous elderly man. The overheard words about the rich man's deep crush on the girl struck the lurking observer to the core. The shameless touching of his beloved's body and the old man's intrusive advances made the blood boil in the young man's veins. At first, the deceived admirer did not recognize his lady of the heart, but the subsequent recognition threw him into the deepest shock. In a fit of rage, the student stormed into the hotel room, demanding an explanation for the outrage going on between Zheng Jiajia and the rich man. Surprise and indignation were expressed by the girl, questioning the reasons for the sudden appearance of an inappropriate admirer at such an intimate moment. Grabbing the confused beauty's hand, the agitated Han Hao insisted on leaving immediately, ignoring her protests and resistance. A lightning-fast kick to the stomach was delivered by the enraged Mr. Yang, preventing the impudent youth from stealing away his dear companion. From the force of the blow, the body of the hapless hero flew back a few meters, hitting the hard wall with a thud. After colliding with the wall, the exhausted young man collapsed to the floor, temporarily losing the ability to resist his assailant. Demonstrating his superiority, the powerful man approached his defeated opponent and arrogantly placed his foot on his face. Insultingly calling the young man a puppy, the enraged rich man inquired as to the reasons for his appearance and hinted at possible unfortunate consequences. After boldly declaring his relationship with the girl, the brave student redirected the question to his elderly rival, calling the latter an old man. Turning to his embarrassed companion, the wealthy gentleman demanded clarification about the ownership of her heart and feelings. Without a shadow of a doubt, the beauty declared her eternal devotion to Mr. Yang, crushing the hopes of the young man in love to dust. Hearing the cruel words from his beloved's mouth, the shocked Han Hao couldn't believe the reality of the nightmare. The humiliated fan was treated to a scene where the smug rival touched his ex and offered him a drink, oblivious to the loser. Complete loneliness was felt by the abandoned young man, left alone with his broken heart in an empty hotel corridor. Clenching his fist in impotent rage, the young man realized his utter powerlessness in the face of his rival's wealth and influence. Unable to contain his emotions, the adult student burst into tears like a schoolboy confronted for the first time with the cruel injustice of a loving relationship. A vow of vengeance is taken by a deluded lover, calling the couple who betrayed him freaks who deserve to be punished for the pain they caused. After his work shift, the unhappy young man wandered home, dragging his feet from the fatigue and mental desolation that haunted him. Reflections on the unfairness of the world order filled Hanhao's tormented mind, aggravating his already heavy morale. The sudden rush of water from above, as if poured from a bucket, completed the picture of the hapless student's complete life fiasco. Some woman's shrill cries about blindness and aimless night walks only added to the depressed state of the drenched lad. The voice of an elderly man suddenly sounded behind me, courteously noticing the dejected state of the wet and unhappy young passerby. The offer to cleanse karma for just 100 yuan came from a mysterious elder posing as a specialist in attracting good luck. The drenched student's mind flashed to a beggar who had chosen a good time to beg for money from a depressed passerby. Honestly admitting to having only 10 yuan, the distressed young man did not expect a positive reaction to his modest financial situation. An unexpected discount was offered by a mysterious old man, taking the last of the young man's money with a puzzled expression on his wrinkled face. A chill ran through Hanhao's body as the strangely smiling elder placed his wrinkled hand on the unsuspecting lad's neck. Unusual veins with a mysterious yellow cast began to appear on the shocked young man's neck, foreshadowing incredible changes. A strange yellow-colored glow gradually enveloped the stunned student's entire body, enveloping him in a mysterious aura. Hanhao was surprised to notice how his wounds began to heal right before his eyes, and his body was filled with an unprecedented surge of strength. The question about the identity of the strange benefactor remained unanswered, as the mysterious old man promptly disappeared from sight. Suddenly, a strange notification about the wearer, immortality points, and the world of mortal men appeared in the young man's mind, reminiscent of a game window. Someone's unknown voice, calling itself the Immortal System, mentioned the Dragon Eye and mockingly characterized the guy as just another loser. The young man was completely confused, not understanding the source of the mysterious sounds and voices that suddenly appeared in his head. The unidentified interlocutor expressed annoyance at the old man's choice, to which the irate student sharply demanded an explanation of what was happening. The mysterious creature arrogantly hinted at its superiority, emphasizing the mortal nature of the confused interlocutor. Thoughts of a grand prank flashed through the shocked mind of the guy, not believing in the reality of the events taking place. Introducing himself to the mortal system, the alien animal-like creature explained about the symbiosis that had developed between them, offering an abbreviated address. Hanhao was in a state of complete incomprehension, trying in vain to realize who he was communicating with in his tormented mind. The unknowing creature grudgingly expressed the futility of fusion, demanding that the unwanted bond with the unsuitable host be dissolved immediately. A serious warning sounded from the system, hinting at the fatal consequences of separation for an inexperienced human host. Mockingly, the strange creature remarked on the young man's panicked reaction to even simple jokes, emphasizing his weakness and unpreparedness. Indifference to the personality of the creature was expressed by a guy depressed by life circumstances, to which he received a rebuke for not understanding the value of immortality. The system condescendingly agreed to break the rules given the carrier's youth, promising to demonstrate its amazing capabilities. The first skill engaged by the mysterious creature was Mystic Wind, meant to show the incredible power of symbiosis. Such was the power of the summoned vortex that the human body was thrown a considerable distance away, hiding casual observers from view. The next trick was a demonstration of the lightness of the clouds, when an invisible force lifted the astonished young man high above the ground. The real shock was experienced by neighbors on the balconies who witnessed the incredible steaming of a human body in the evening air. The final chord in demonstrating the possibilities of symbiosis was the impressive lightning charge caused by the mysterious system. The shattering of a neighbor's window was proof of the destructive power of lightning caused by the creature's incredible abilities. After the aerial adventure, the young man's body was gently returned to solid ground by an unknown force. The experience seemed so incredible that the young man seriously considered the possibility of a realistic dream or hallucination. The creature proudly inquired about the impression of the demonstration of its power, receiving in return total disbelief from the shocked host. Confidence in their abilities was expressed by the system of immortals, claiming that what was shown was only the beginning, and the real wonders would be revealed through self-improvement. The lust for revenge against Mr. Yang and the betrayed girl overwhelmed Han Hao's heart, demanding fair retribution for both wrongdoers. The strange creature snorted contemptuously, calling the mortal youth a loser, incapable of even the simplest revenge against his enemies. The unexpected gift was a rookie set with a mission to defeat Mr. Yang and make him kneel for the reward of immortality. Rabbit ears as an entry-level accessory was suggested by the system to the guy, explaining their ability to increase agility and physical strength. Outrage was expressed by a normal guy, not wanting to wear an embarrassing girly accessory and become the object of everyone's ridicule. The immortal system responded with a cold reminder of the humiliation he had experienced, urging him to turn on his brain and use all available means. Determination filled the young man, accepting the need to show his abusers how wrong they were in their assessment of his capabilities. Returning to the ill-fated club with newfound strength, the young man was determined to avenge all the wrongs done to him. The smug Mr. Yang, who had not expected a serious confrontation from a despised rival, greeted the returning young man mockingly. Angry demands to shut his mouth were shouted out by the enraged Han Hao, not hiding his disgust for the arrogant rich man. The pompous man smugly declared that he would admit defeat if a single hair fell from his head for the entire evening. The rich man's bodyguards expressed their readiness to protect the boss, intending to quickly deal with the impudent intruder. Suddenly, the guards were stopped by Han Hao's decisive gesture, asking for a second's reprieve before the inevitable fight. Everyone present watched in bewilderment as the young man clutched the strange pink girly accessory in his hands, preparing for something. Slowly and carefully, the young man placed the rabbit ears on his head, showing unusual determination before the fight. Inner resistance had to be overcome by the guy feeling his manhood being denigrated by the ridiculous headgear. Deafening laughter was the sight of the rich man making an insulting joke about his opponent's unconventional preferences. The countdown of the immortal system began, warning the host to prepare for the action ahead. Many visitors of the institution took the strange guy for an ordinary pervert, not realizing the hidden power of the magical accessory. Taunts about the loser flew from all sides, strengthening the insulted young man's determination to prove everyone wrong in their judgments. Even the former lover could not understand the strange actions of his former admirer, considering his behavior as another manifestation of stupidity. As the countdown ended, the transformed Han Hao swiftly lunged at his assailants, displaying incredible movement speed. Astonishment froze on the faces of the bodyguards, facing an opponent with supernatural powers for the first time. Incredible agility allowed the young man to literally walk through the guards, leaving no time for any defensive reaction. In a matter of seconds, the professional guards' faces turned into a bloody mess from the enemy's precise and lightning-fast blows. Before they could strike back, the sturdy men fell to their knees before the suddenly strengthened foe. A sudden fear gripped Mr. Yang as he witnessed the unexpected defeat of his guards at the hands of the despised young man. Puzzlement was reflected on Mr. Yang's face when he asked the young man about the reasons for such a rapid increase in strength and combat prowess. Han Hao was reluctant to reveal the secret of his transformation, preferring to immediately take decisive action against the offender. A precisely timed fist strike landed on the arrogant man's face, causing him to stagger from the unexpected force. Only half a minute remained before the magic item's effects were complete, requiring the young man to make the most of that time. Angry words came out of the angry guy's mouth about how having money doesn't give you the right to do whatever you want in this world. Emotions overwhelmed the offended student, whose cries of the powerlessness of money over real justice shook the walls of the luxurious establishment. With each passing second, the blows became more precise and painful, accompanied by angry speeches about the injustice of financial superiority. The face of the once self-assured rich man, unable to defend himself against a suddenly stronger opponent, was battered beyond recognition. The humiliating demand to kneel down and call the winner daddy came from the mouth of a triumphant Han Hao, reveling in revenge. In desperation, the defeated man offered all his money just to stop the painful beatings and avoid further humiliation. In a stern tone, the guy ordered the offender not to move, intending to take the compensation himself, not trusting the words of the loser. In a businesslike manner, the young man asked for the password to his bank card, calling the amount being taken away as compensation for the treatment of his injuries. In a weak voice, the battered gentleman reported that there was no password, claiming that simply swiping the card to make the payment was sufficient. Doubts tormented the inexperienced fellow as to the truthfulness of the words of the defeated enemy about the method of using the bank card. Zheng Jijia's heart shook from the overwhelming emotions as she watched the incredible transformation of the former loser into a formidable winner. Han Hao looked at his former lover with a fleeting but completely indifferent gaze, showing a complete absence of his former feelings. After receiving the money, the winner simply turned around and left the establishment without saying a word to the shocked witnesses of his triumph. The club staff watched with undisguised shock at the unexpected turn of events and the change of power unfolding before their eyes. In a quick motion, an unfamiliar club employee pulled out his phone and informed someone about the incident with their high-profile client. In a panic, the staff reported the incident with the boy to their superiors, unable to explain how such a thing could have happened. In a calm tone, the head ordered to find out everything about the impertinent young man, but to act quietly, without drawing unnecessary attention to the incident. With undisguised interest, the bearded man pondered the identity of such a brave man who had risked crossing the path of his organization. Returning from the scene of triumph, the winner heard the system congratulate him on the successful completion of the mission and the promise of an additional gift. As a reward, the young man received the Hausa technique, a spiritual practice to further develop physical strength and improve his body. Han Hao's inquisitive mind was curious, asking the system about the significance of the previously mentioned human level in the hierarchy of powers. The alien creature patiently agreed to explain the basics of the immortal world and its hierarchy to the ignorant newcomer. A detailed description of the levels of immortals, from superhuman to absolute enlightenment, sounded from the system, opening up new horizons. From the initial to the highest stage divides each of the levels of development, the creature explained, emphasizing the complexity and multifaceted nature of the path to true power. Confidence in his own invincibility was expressed by the young man, considering himself already cool enough even at the beginning of his superhuman journey. A stern warning followed from the system, reminding them that without constant practice, their ears would not save them from mortal danger. An arrogant exclamation escaped Han Hao's mouth, unwilling to believe in the possibility of parting with his life with his newfound strength. Secretly, the guy was being followed by underlings following an earlier order from his boss to keep a low profile. The next day, a young man sat in his humble dormitory, still in disbelief of his sudden wealth. The student mentally calculated the amount received, assuming that there were at least 20 to 30,000 yen in the wallet. Among the banknotes, there was a strange pill which attracted the guy's attention with its unusual appearance and origin. Han Hao looked at the mysterious object with curiosity, puzzled about its purpose and safety of use. The unusual appearance of the pill made the young man question its usual medical origin and purpose. An unexpected knock on the door interrupted the young man's musings as someone's female voice inquired about his presence. The young man was surprised to recognize the voice of Moitza, his old childhood friend, who had suddenly appeared on his doorstep. Swinging the door open, Han Hao greeted his longtime pal in a friendly manner, not expecting her sudden visit. The beauty's bright purple hair reminded him of plans to go out on the town, which the young man had completely forgotten about. The bewilderment was reflected on the young man's face as he tried to remember where and why he should go with the girl. A reminder of the birthday and the earlier promise of a walk came from Moitza's lips, upset at his friend's forgetfulness. Not wanting to disappoint his girlfriend, the newly rich man lied about his long-thought-out plans for a treat, determined to capitalize on his sudden wealth. Impatiently reminded the beauty of the need to move out, excitedly anticipating the promised holiday outing. The boy nodded in agreement, suggesting we go for a walk immediately, hiding his confusion at the sudden plans. Near the luxurious restaurant, the girl exclaimed enthusiastically, not believing that her childhood friend had brought her to the most expensive establishment in the city. Concern about his friend's finances was expressed by the sensitive Moitza, reminding him to save up for a gift for another girl. Briefly reported the young man about the breakup with his former girlfriend, explaining the decision to invite his childhood friend to a restaurant with the freed-up funds. Shock experienced purple-haired beauty, having heard the unexpected news about the breakup of the relationship of his longtime admirer. Hope sparked in the heart of a girl who had secretly been in love with her childhood friend for a long time, and thought this was her chance. Looking at the menu of an elite restaurant, the young man was confused, not understanding the meaning of the exquisite names of dishes. Hanhao made an impromptu order, pointing out random items on the obscure menu to the waiter, trying not to give away his inexperience. The companion excused herself for a second, apologizing to her friend and heading towards the restroom. The accidental collision was between the girl and an unfamiliar tipsy man heading to his table. A splash of wine stained the expensive suit, prompting a violent reaction from the injured man, who called Moitza a clumsy fool. The embarrassed girl apologized sincerely, but the angry man continued to insist on the astronomical cost of the ruined suit. Suddenly, the behavior of a drunken gentleman who noticed the attractiveness of a random abuser with an unusual hair color changed. Roughly pinning the girl to himself, the drunken man tried to drag the beauty to his table, ignoring her resistance. With a lightning-fast movement, Hanhao grabbed the offender's arm, ready to defend his friend's honor against the stranger's encroachment. In a calm tone, the guy offered to solve the property damage problem through the dry cleaners, insisting on leaving his companion alone. The drunken man responded arrogantly, inquiring about the availability of the sum of 1,000 yuan from the girl's self-assured defender. Angrily, Hanhao shouted out a counteroffer to pay as much as 100,000 for floor cloths, showing his financial superiority. The drunken gentleman slyly remarked on the young man's apparent insolvency, offering to take his girlfriend as compensation. An ironic smile appeared on the young man's face as he clarified his opponent's desire for money from him. Mockingly, he offered Hanhao 20 yuan for the laundry, adding that he was willing to increase the amount if necessary. The tipsy man felt insulted, accusing the guy of bullying and calling him a nasty asshole. Grabbing the girl firmly by the arm, the angry gentleman began to roughly drag her towards the exit, ignoring her resistance. Outrage was expressed by the aggressor, accusing the young couple of publicly embarrassing his person in front of other visitors. Resolutely, the young man demanded that his friend be released immediately, warning of the inevitable consequences of disobedience. Instantly, the bodyguards of the rich abuser rose from their seats, ready to intercede for their employer at the slightest signal. The rich man smugly promised a generous reward to anyone who would teach the impertinent youth who dared to defy him. The guards obligingly assured him of their readiness to carry out the errand in the best possible manner, anticipating an easy massacre of the young man. With feigned nonchalance, Hanhao offered to see how his opponent would sing in the next minute, hiding his growing unease. The mental appeal to the system came from an anxious guy, counting only on its help in an unequal confrontation. An unexpected secret mission activation message sounded from a system that prohibited the use of attack abilities for 3 hours. Bewilderment gripped the young man who had heard of some secret mission at the most inopportune moment. The bitter realization of utter helplessness came to the young man, who had counted solely on the support of his newfound strength. The decisive order to apprehend the insolent man was given by a self-confident rich man, confident of his total impunity and superiority. Hanhao turned to the system in despair, reproaching it for yet another betrayal at a crucial moment when all hope was in it. An unexpected offer came from the strange creature, a 100-fold increase in physical abilities for a short 3 minutes. Justified bewilderment was expressed by the guy, not understanding the benefit of increased strength without the ability to perform attacking actions. The young man realized the hopelessness of the situation as he saw a group of trained bodyguards in front of him, ready for merciless reprisal. The brutal order to beat the defiant young man was given by a gloating man who would not allow even the thought of possible defeat. Intense thoughts of a strange strength boost of 100 times without the right to attack kept the resourceful Hanhao at bay. A sudden epiphany visited the guy as he realized how to use the enhanced abilities without breaking the ban on attacking. The resourceful student turned loudly to the main offender, suggesting to the boss to deal one-on-one, bypassing the bodyguards. With mockery, those present reacted to the impertinent proposal, unanimously deciding that the young man had had enough of life. Silence reigned in the hall when suddenly the figure of the real boss, a mysterious old man, appeared behind the backs of the bodyguards. With a lightning-fast finger movement, the old man touched the bodyguards, causing them to instantly collapse to the floor, displaying incredible strength. Astonishment swept over Hanhao, who could not believe his eyes at the sight of such an incredible display of the strange elder's power. In his mind, he marveled at the incredible strength of the old man, who was able to kill even his own subordinates with a single touch. The favorable coincidence was noted by a resourceful guy who instantly appreciated the new turn of the situation. The boss exclaimed indignantly, rebuking the insolent man for being uncultured and arbitrary in his choice of opponent for the fight. A warning about Master Zhang, a former Special Forces officer, was shouted out by one of the visitors, predicting the young man's imminent demise at the hands of a professional. Concerned, Moitza whispered to her childhood friend about the need for caution in the face of a dangerous adversary. The master boastfully proclaimed his unrivaled strength, emphasizing the lack of a man in the city capable of surviving his blow. Han Hao mockingly pitied the elderly master, mockingly offering a 20 for a cab to travel and expand his horizons. The hope of not miscalculating his actions flashed through the mind of the young man, dreaming only of reaching the bank safely. The angry master rushed at the impudent upstart, intending to give him a deadly lesson in martial arts. At the sight of a fist flying into his face, tense from the master's concentrated energy, the young man instinctively prepared to defend himself. With a protective gesture, the frightened boy covered his eyes, waiting for the inevitable painful clash with the experienced fighter. With a crunch, the old man's masterful blow landed on the motionless young man, seeming to prejudge the outcome of the fight. Instead of the expected fall of the victim, there was the crunch of breaking bones in the hand of an overconfident master attacking an impregnable target. A piercing scream burst out from the old man's chest, feeling unbearable pain from the collision with the enemy's unknowable defense. The force of the recoil threw the master's body back a few meters, landing on his back with a thud. Surprised, the winner remarked on his unexpected victory, admitting his doubts about his ability to withstand such a blow. An epiphany visited the young man, realizing that the enhancement applied not only to attack, but also to defense, allowing him to deal damage passively. Out loud, Han Hao reasoned over the words of the system, realizing now that the real effect of the ability was to reflect any damage. With tears in her eyes, a worried Moitza ran up to her friend, fearing for his life in the face of a dangerous foe. The triumphant guy confidently turned to his recent assailant, offering him to experience the mysterious technique of the winner. There was an instant change in demeanor from the cocky man hastily apologizing and admitting his guilt in the wine incident. Ruthlessly, Han Hao reminded Han Hao of the girl's recent insults and threats against him, not letting the offender get away with it. Out of unspeakable fear, the unfortunate man experienced a physiological reaction, wetting his pants in the face of unknown danger. The owner of the establishment, named Li Yang, suddenly appeared, politely offering the young man some privacy for a private conversation. The cautious young man replied with a refusal, mindful of the temporary ban on attacking and not wanting to cause further trouble. Citing busyness and many things to do, the resourceful fellow promised to visit the establishment next time to talk to the man in charge. When trying to leave the restaurant, Han Hao's way was blocked by determined security guards, unwilling to let the surprising guest go. Boldly, the victorious master turned to the guards, reminding them of his impressive show of strength and advising them not to block the path. Liang politely but firmly remarked on the uniqueness of the young man's technique, emphasizing that refusing an elder in their city was tantamount to an insult. Going up to the floor, the young man repented in his heart, realizing that his excessive boasting might have gotten him into more trouble. Anxious thoughts of the upcoming 2 hours until the end of the secret mission tormented Han Hao, looking for a way out of the dangerous situation. The owner of the establishment was waiting for the young man in the office, offering to wait for the end of the poker game before beginning an important conversation. Uncomplainingly, the cautious fellow took the offered place on the couch. Determined not to provoke a conflict with a powerful adversary, the unexpected suggestion to use the X-ray vision amulet came from a system wanting to assess the old man's level of development. Without delay, Han Hao activated the offered item to determine the level of danger emanating from the mysterious host. The analysis revealed information about Li Tianhao, a top human-level bearer who was constantly ready to fight. Gloomy forebodings seized the young man, who realized the old man's superiority and the impossibility of confronting such an experienced opponent. The need for a new plan of action was realized by a concerned guy who found himself in a potentially deadly situation. Next to the elder was his granddaughter, chiding her grandfather for breaking his promise to give in the game and another winnings. With a nonchalant look, Li Tianhao explained the reason for the victory to the relaxed granddaughter who was counting on indulgences from her grandfather. Offensively remarked the girl about the obvious breach of promise by the old man, who did not want to admit his own guilt in what had happened. Good-natured laughter accompanied the elder's response, explaining his actions as a desire to teach his granddaughter an important life lesson. Han Hao's sudden intervention interrupted the family idyll when he boldly remarked to the old man about the harm of alcohol and existing problems. The young man provocatively inquired as to the reasons for this neglect of his own health, alluding to the boredom of life. Lightning turned the embittered gaze of those present toward the impertinent fellow who had broken the peaceful atmosphere of the conversation. The girl reacted indignantly at the disrespectful attitude towards her grandfather, hinting at the unfortunate consequences of such insolence. With a commanding voice, the old man ordered his granddaughter Xiao Shuang to sit down, intending to personally deal with the unexpected insult. Han Hao's main task for himself was to maintain calm and composure in the face of potentially deadly danger. The young man took a determined step forward, intending to rise from his seat to continue his conversation with the elder. Instantly, the angry old man approached the insolent man, addressing him with a deceptively friendly tone that concealed the danger. Unmistakable rage was reflected on Li Tianhao's face, demanding a repetition of the impertinent words thrown by the unreasonable youth. An incredible pressure was felt by the shocked Han Hao, physically unable to even rise from his chair under the old man's powerful strength. With a menacing calmness, Li Tianhao turned to the paralyzed youth, offering to repeat the recently spoken offensive words. An optimistic message from the system cheered the lad up. Noting that the old man surpassed him by only 2 stages of development, with a cheeky tone, Han Hao stated the reasons for the old man's addiction to alcohol, attributing them to his inability to surpass the human-level realm. The astonished master inquired about the source of such precise information about his personal level of development, not hiding his surprise. Suddenly, the pressure holding the young man in place disappeared, allowing him to move freely again in the presence of the elder. Through the timely use of X-ray vision, the young man was able to see the true state of the powerful opponent. Continuing to surprise his interlocutor, the young man mentioned the nagging pains in the old man's chest when it rained, preventing him from moving on to the next level. Utter confusion was reflected on the elder's face, unable to realize how the stranger had so accurately counted his secret ailments. Anxiously, Li Tianhao inquired about the origin of the mysterious guest with such unusual knowledge of his condition. The resourceful Han Hao replied evasively, alluding to his own quest for immortality and the necessity of keeping secrets. The old man's granddaughter intervened indignantly, not wanting to tolerate the stranger's impertinent speeches against her respected grandfather. Threateningly, the temperamental girl declared her intention to physically teach the insolent man a lesson to make him speak respectfully. Unexpectedly to everyone present, the young man confidently claimed to know the cure for the elder's agonizing ailment. With undisguised interest, the old man inquired if the stranger was willing to reveal his cards and share valuable information. Inwardly pulling himself together, the young man prepared to share the information he supposedly had about treating the mysterious disease. Despite his inner turmoil, Han Hao maintained an outward calm as he began his account of the elder's mysterious ailment. In the young man's thoughts sounded the system's offer to help for an impressive sum of 15,000 immortality points, which of course he did not have. Without hesitation, the desperate guy agreed to a deal with the system, asking for the necessary information as soon as possible. According to the clues he received, Han Hao spoke of an old male illness that was not amenable to simple treatments. Convincingly, the young man mentioned a wound healing orb that could solve the problem for 30 coins, but was unavailable to ordinary people. The resourceful fellow noted with regret the difficulty of cure by ordinary methods, skillfully bringing the conversation to the only solution. Han Hao repeated almost verbatim the information from the system about the healing properties of the orb, which could cure the old man of a painful illness. Xiao Shuang cried out joyfully, begging the stranger to take them to this miracle ball to cure their beloved grandfather. Categorically stated the cunning young man's impossibility of escorting, asking for 3 days to retrieve the orb available only to him. After some thought, Li Tianhao agreed to wait, noting the great favor on the stranger's part if he was telling the truth. Kindly, the elder turned to the young man, suddenly calling him his friend after hearing the promise. With sincere gratitude, the old man expressed his desire to thank the fellow for future help in solving a perennial problem. According to the elder, the young man's unexpected visit was mainly to resolve an earlier conflict at the restaurant. With a decisive gesture, the master ordered the insolent culprit of the wine conflict to sit down, expecting his unquestioning obedience. The elder's indignant shouts fell upon the man who had arbitrarily begun to sit down without direct instruction to do so. Calmly, Han Hao clarified that the instruction applied solely to him, not the wine-stained man. Demonstrably, the young man lowered himself into the offered chair, showing his respect for the owner of the establishment. The disgraced gentleman's face contorted with weeping as he realized the gravity of the situation and the possible consequences of his behavior. In a short, commanding tone, the old man ordered the troublemaker to stand up first before making a final judgment. Displeasure was reflected on the face of the culprit when he heard of the resolution of the conflict by handing over his villa to the impertinent young man. In return for compensation in the form of luxurious real estate, Han Hao, out of respect for the elder, promised to stop physically assaulting the offender. Panicked objections sprinkled from a man unwilling to part with an expensive villa for such a minor, in his opinion, misdemeanor. An invisible pressure began to be exerted by Li Tinhao on his recalcitrant subordinate, demonstrating the seriousness of the demands and the inevitability of their fulfillment. The broken-looking man looked away, reluctantly expressing his agreement to the set terms of the real estate transfer. After leaving the restaurant, Han Hao excitedly informed his companion about the villa that had suddenly appeared, still not believing his own luck. The invitation to visit the new dwelling came from the happy owner of the property, who wanted to show off the luxury to his companion. Suspicions of deception and flight were voiced by the shrewd Xiao Shuang, not fully trusting the stranger's promises of miraculous healing. The confidence of not being able to hide from the all-seeing eye of their family was shared by a master who monitors every corner of his hometown. A successfully completed mission brought Han Hao a well-deserved 10 points of immortality, bringing him closer to the cherished goal of obtaining a healing orb. Mathematical calculations were made by the young man, realizing the need for 10 more points to acquire the balloon promised to the elder. A warning about the difficulty of earning immortality points was expressed by the system, to which the careless young man responded by temporarily postponing the problem. The only desire of the guy exhausted by the events was a good rest, necessary after such an adventure-filled day. Upon entering his own room, an unpleasant surprise awaited Han Hao, catching a complete mess in the previously neat dwelling. Thoughts of burglars instantly flashed through the young man's mind as he discovered the scattered belongings and the signs of an apparent intrusion in his absence. A telephone call suddenly interrupted the young man's anxious musings about the cause of the disorder in the room. Moitza's worried voice came through the receiver as the concerned guy immediately inquired about the incident from his friend. In panic, the girl screamed about the upside-down dwelling, asking for advice on how to proceed in such a dangerous situation. Han Hao said soothingly, asking his friend not to worry and to remain calm despite the intrusion. Immediate help was promised by the faithful friend, about to run to the bewildered girl to support her in her time of need. The next morning, the gilded luxury villa obtained as compensation was the temporary home of yesterday's robbery victims. With care, Moitsu prepared breakfast for the sleepy guy, trying to thank him for his timely help in a difficult situation. Sleepily yawning, Han Hao couldn't understand anything yet, gradually coming out of a deep sleep in the luxurious surroundings. The young man said his morning wish affably, wondering about the quality of his friend's sleep after last night's emergency move. Uncertainty about the correctness of their actions was expressed by the girl, confessing the unfamiliar sensations of living in such a luxurious dwelling. Han Hao confidently declared the legitimacy of his stay in the villa, emphasizing his right to invite whomever he saw fit. Fears for his girlfriend's safety tormented the young man. Although he had not been personally robbed, it was unknown if the intruders would return again. With slight embarrassment, the young man inquired about the reasons for the girl's constant stares, worrying about possible changes in his appearance. A sudden reminder of the upcoming reunion came from Moitza's lips, changing the topic of conversation to the upcoming event. Han Hao expressed his reluctance to attend the meeting, inquiring about his girlfriend's plans for the event. The sense of responsibility of the former head of the class did not allow the girl to miss an important event for her classmates. The caring decision to accompany his friend was made by the young man, explaining it was to ensure her safety under the current circumstances. Surprise at the change in the character of her childhood friend did not leave the mind of the violet-haired beauty who observed his unusual behavior. The next day, former classmates gathered at Color Karaoke Bar to reminisce about their school years and share news. Enthusiastic compliments were showered on Shuxiqi, who impressed everyone present with her beautiful rendition of the song. Mocking suggestions to sing a song about unrequited love descended on Han Hao from former classmates who remembered his past suffering. Changes in the guy's behavior were noticed by attentive classmates, noting how much more modest he became compared to the past. A classmate spoke out harshly, believing the young man was to blame for his own problems and deserved his current suffering. Painful memories of an unrequited crush in high school came over the girl, who asked not to mention this shameful episode. A drunken classmate offered to take revenge on Han Hao's abusers, not realizing the inappropriateness of his drunken interference. A young man sat alone, immersed in his phone, and avoiding socializing with his former study mates. Unexpectedly, a guy approached and inquired about Han Hao's reason for seclusion, trying to involve him in the general merriment. The invitation to join the company to share experiences came from a former classmate who was hiding his true intentions. Perplexed, Han Hao wondered what kind of experience he was supposed to share with the now unfamiliar people. Mockingly clarified the guy in the blue suit about the value of a cuckold's negative experience, supposedly being able to keep others from making similar mistakes. To the ears of the humiliated young man came insulting comments about his private life and the rich old man who had repulsed the girl. The young man's patience broke when he sharply demanded that his former comrade shut his mouth and stop bullying. A secret desire to teach a long, unloved classmate a lesson flared up in the thoughts of a guy in a blue suit who saw the right moment for realization. The insulting offer of a job as a janitor came from an insolent interlocutor, emphasizing Han Hao's financial problems. A threatening warning to leave his space was uttered by the angry young man, promising unpleasant consequences if the conversation continued. Mockingly, a former classmate asked about his willingness to fight, reminding him of his many friends who could be supportive in a conflict. Caringly, Moitse intervened, trying to calm her childhood friend and convince her not to raise her voice at her former classmate. Suddenly, another girl intervened in the impending conflict, changing the dynamics of the impending quarrel with her sudden appearance. Shichi's dazzling beauty literally made men lose their heads as the irresistible beauty approached the disputants. A provocative question of regret was asked by Han Hao's girlfriend, recalling his refusal to date her back in his high school days. Indifferently turning away, the guy coldly remarked on the lack of reasons for regret, showing complete indifference to former feelings. Disbelief was reflected on Shichi's face, having never received such indifferent answers from men who were used to admiring her. With her gaze, the girl noticed something extremely surprising to her, causing her expression to change. Moiki's gentle nuzzle against Han Hao did not escape the beauty's attentive gaze, instantly assessing the situation in a new way. Arrogantly turning around, Shuqi loudly announced the boredom of those present, using a contrived excuse to leave after what she had seen. A classmate in a blue suit insistently blocked the girl's path, smugly inquiring about the direction of her sudden departure. Without a word, the beauty tried to leave, but suddenly bumped shoulders with an unfamiliar man on the way out of the room. Abruptly, the irritated girl turned to the stranger, rudely questioning his inability to look under his feet when walking. The lightning-fast movement of the stranger's hands grabbed the defiant beauty by the throat, instantly shifting the balance of power in the unexpected confrontation. The angry man hissed menacingly, demanding to repeat the insulting words if the girl had the courage to do so. Amidst the general commotion, Han Hao noticed an incoming call from an unknown number, which distracted him from observing what was happening. There was a strange phrase on the phone about the ins and outs of love, ending with a grim warning of a path to dissipation. Because of the loud music and shouting in the establishment, the young man asked to speak louder, unable to make out the words of the mysterious interlocutor. Unexpectedly, Li Tianhao's voice came through the phone, reminding him of the past 3 days and inquiring about the progress of the promised matter. Panic gripped Han Hao, completely forgetting his promise, and wondering how the elder had gotten his phone number. Soothingly, the lad assured the powerful interlocutor of a nearly completed case, asking him not to worry about the outcome. At the same time, on the street outside the establishment, the relationship with a persistent classmate in a blue suit continued to be clarified. A battered young man, victim of the stranger's sudden aggression, lay lifelessly on the ground. The perpetrator of the beating turned out to be the same man that the arrogant Shu Qiqi had encountered earlier, on her way out. The aggressor complained indignantly about the behavior of the girl who crashed into him and dared to call him a rude word. Introducing himself as Fei Lun, the man demanded the classmates present to judge who was right in the conflict that had arisen. A tense lull prevailed at the karaoke bar, where the graduation party was definitely spoiled by an unexpected incident. The terrified guests sat in complete silence, fearful of attracting the attention of an aggressive stranger with their actions or words. The horrible man holding Shi Qiqi smugly remarked that even her friends recognized the beauty's wrongness with their silence. Continuing his conversation with the master on the phone, Han Hao was surprised to learn of the elder's presence somewhere downstairs near the establishment. The troubled fellow realized the complexity of the upcoming situation, anticipating imminent trouble when he met the impatient elder. Threateningly looming, Fei approached the young man, provocatively inquiring as to his reasons for standing up and possible objections. Confusedly turning around, Han Hao sincerely did not understand what was happening behind him, questioning the identity of the stranger and admitting to being startled by the sight of him. The boy mentally compared the formidable man with an overseas monster, amazed by his intimidating appearance and aggressive behavior. Growing irritation was reflected on the taller man's face, demanding an explanation of how dare the stranger just call him that. Anxiety gripped Han Hao, who noticed his former classmate in the hands of an aggressive stranger and realized the danger of the situation. Frightened whispers from classmates echoed around the room, noting the strange man's intimidating appearance and unpleasant aura. The big man began to shout from his growing anger, demanding an explanation for the words the terrified visitors had just used to characterize him. A death threat was shouted by the enraged man, swinging at the boy and preparing to deliver a crushing blow. The aggressor's massive boot flashed through the air, rushing towards the face of the frozen Han Hao with frightening speed. The girls' warning shouts broke the tense silence as they saw the danger approaching their classmate. The big man was surprised to find his victim absent from his former position when his foot split only empty air at the point of intended impact. Complete bewilderment was reflected on the attacker's face, not understanding how it was possible to dodge his lightning-fast attack. After successfully avoiding the blow, Han Hao mockingly promised the aggressor a return gift, showing unexpected confidence in his abilities. Mockingly, the young man advised to open his eyes when throwing punches, emphasizing the unprofessionalism of the clumsy attacker. A crushing blow fell upon his opponent, pressing his face straight into the ground to the amazed gasps of the onlookers. Han Hao's words about the really ugly appearance of the defeated aggressor were a final insult. A notification from the system confirmed a significant increase in the young man's strength, many times greater than that of a normal human. In a state of shock were all the classmates who witnessed the incredible transformation of a once weak boy into an invincible fighter. Disbelief at what was happening was reflected on the face of the freed Shuqi, who didn't recognize her former unremarkable classmate in the confident victor. The timely appearance of the master was accompanied by his admiring commentary on the marvelous sight before his eyes. With undisguised interest, the elder turned to the young man, noting his outstanding abilities and potential. The long-awaited wound healing ball was finally handed over to Han Hao in the hands of an impatient old man who had long dreamed of a miraculous cure. Prudently, the lad offered to check the artifact's authenticity if the wizard had any doubts about its effectiveness. The old man resolutely refused additional checks, considering doubts only a nuisance and an unnecessary waste of precious time. Without delay, Li Tinhao began to consume the magic ball, gratefully accepting the miraculous remedy from the young man. An instantaneous increase in internal energy was felt by the elder as the healing power of the artifact began to spread through his body. The old man noted with undisguised pleasure the pleasant lightness that filled his body after the application of the rare remedy. The healed master expressed his sincere gratitude, promising to always help the honest young man who had not deceived his expectations. The ominous promise of continued conflict was hissed by the elder's subordinate, holding a grudge against Han Hao and planning future revenge. Aggressively, the aggrieved opponent shouted threats of revenge from his boss, promising that the blow would not go unpunished. Perplexed, Li Tinhao inquired about the identity of the impertinent opponent, expressing threats against his friend. A pitiful sob burst from the subordinate's chest, protesting the insulting treatment and derogatory nicknames. In a rage, the defeated opponent spat out his accumulated irritation, calling the elder a half-dead old man and lamenting his humiliation. The vow to deal with everyone present was shouted out by the enraged Fei Lun, mentioning his own name as a guarantee that the threat would be carried out. When attempting to strike the elder, the owner of the establishment didn't even dignify his attacker with a glance, showing complete disregard for the danger. Virtuously, Li Tinhao stopped his opponent's powerful punch with just 2 fingers, showing a tremendous difference in skill level. Without the slightest strain, the old man held the fist of the angry man as if stopping the movement of a weightless feather. Fei Lun stared in disbelief at the miracle taking place, unable to comprehend how the elderly man had neutralized his strike with such ease. In an icy tone, the elder delivered a message for the aggressor boss, threatening mass murder if the young friend was harmed. With poorly concealed fury, recommended Li Tianhao to get away while his benevolent mood still persisted. Intuitively sensing the proximity of death, Fei Lun hurriedly retreated, fearing the fatal consequences of further confrontation. The elder said goodbye tactfully, promising not to interfere with the youth's fun and admonishing the young man to take care of himself from potential dangers. Han Hao mentally noted the incredible speed of the healing orb, secretly wishing he could try it out on himself if he had immortality points. As if out of nowhere, someone appeared in front of the young man, addressing him in a friendly brogue with unexpected familiarity. The confession of past bullying came from the former abuser, genuinely admiring Han Hao's current behavior. A generous gift in the form of a diamond VIP card of the family SPA salon was offered by a repentant classmate as a reconciliation. Han Hao accepted the unexpected gift with undisguised delight, pondering the pleasant privileges that had suddenly opened up before him. An additional invitation to dinner anytime followed from a classmate, seeking to make amends for past guilt to a former victim. No sooner had the young man thanked for his generosity than a sudden kiss from the beautiful Shi Qiqi made him freeze in amazement. Frozen in shock was a guy in a blue suit, not expecting such an open display of feelings from an inaccessible beauty. General amazement swept over the classmates, not believing the drastic change in the status of the former loser taking place before their eyes. Surprised comments about the rapid development of the relationship were echoing around the room, from the shocked witnesses to the unexpected scene. A blush of embarrassment flooded the face of the seated Moitza, who was watching the scene between her friend and the beautiful classmate in confusion. Swiftly jumping aside, the shocked Han Hao indignantly demanded an explanation for such strange and unexpected behavior. The beauty firmly asserted her claim on the young man, declaring him her man and promising to return for him one day. The confused Han Hao didn't know how to react to the sudden passion of the girl who had recently ignored him. A wise remark from the system reminded the young man of the connection between strength and attractiveness, emphasizing the dependence of human attention on power. With a chuckle, Han Hao parried Han Hao's accusation of yet another attempt by the system to bend him toward self-development, claiming complete satisfaction with his current situation. Carefully, the young man suggested to his friend Moitza that she go home, citing the late hour and the need for rest. Painful surprise pierced the beauty's heart as she realized that the guy was completely ignoring her recent signs of attention. A bitter residue of unpleasant emotions remained in the girl after the eventful evening, marring the impressions of the reunion. In the luxurious office, the mysterious boss commented gloatingly on the situation, anticipating that he would be able to keep his hands clean in resolving the conflict. Confirmation from the bearded subordinate sounded willing to continue to observe and find out the origin of the mysterious young man. The next morning, a curious childhood friend inquired about Han Hao's plans, noticing his packing and readiness to go out. Calmly, the young man explained about his upcoming meeting with his mother, miscalculating not to expect him for dinner because of his scheduled errands. Disappointment gripped Moitza, reminding him of the breakfast specially prepared for him that would remain untouched. The complexity of the job situation and the promise to only go out with her boyfriend flashed through the girl's mind, unsure of how to proceed. A huge airport building with numerous terminals greeted Han Hao, who had arrived for an important meeting. Someone's familiar voice called the boy's name, making him turn around to look for the source of the sound. Aunt Shui and the girl Wang Xiqin cheerfully greeted Han Hao, marking the long separation with the phrase of many years and winters. In an apologetic tone, the woman explained the reason for her concern, mentioning the need to take her young companion along for the journey. The young man gallantly offered to help with the luggage, showing courtesy and respect for the arriving guests. A sharp refusal came from the haughty Wang, who spoke disparagingly of the lad's country clothes, unworthy to touch her things. The girl's mother reacted lightning fast, grabbing her daughter by the arm and rebuking her for her inappropriate tone of voice with her host. The rebuke about the special organization of the meeting came from a mother demanding that her daughter not spoil the first impression with her behavior. The daughter protested loudly against her mother's plans, declaring her unwillingness to seek suitors and her lack of interest in meeting. Embarrassed, Aunt Shui explained her daughter's character, asking the young man not to take her harshness to heart and show understanding. The awkward situation was diffused by Han Hao with a good-natured laugh, agreeing with the characterization of the girl's complex character. During the cab ride, the guy hospitably offered the guests a place to stay in his house for a few days. The prudent young man mentioned a pre-booked restaurant for an evening visit in the afternoon. Van asked Van doubtfully about having enough room in the house, mentioning the many things she had brought and her reluctance to sleep on the couch. In a stern tone, the aunt addressed her daughter, hinting at the need to stop inappropriate behavior in the presence of her host. The unpleasant residue of the situation caused Han Hao to remember his mother's long-standing plans to match him with this unpleasant girl. A glimmer of hope flashed through the boy's mind. Perhaps mutual antipathy would help dissuade his relatives from the idea of bringing them together. Suddenly, a notice appeared in the young man's mind to activate a secret mission, to fall in love with an arrogant girl for a reward of 30 immortality points. Utter bewilderment gripped Han Hao at the thought of an almost impossible task that seemed completely unrealistic even in theory. Above the head of the interlocutor suddenly materialized sympathy counter, visible only to the young man and showing the need to score 100 points. Upon arriving at the luxurious home recently received as a gift, the young man anxiously awaited the reaction of his guests. The aunt noted with undisguised admiration the wealth of the young man's father, suggesting the family origin of the luxurious property. Wang Shiqin commented wryly on the situation, accusing the landlord of renting and unwilling to admit to not owning the property. Anxiously, Han Hao noticed the drop in the girl's attitude indicators occurring even without any action on his part. The host hospitably invited the guests to sit down and drink water, trying to create a comfortable atmosphere for conversation. Cunningly invited the young man to sit next to her and her daughter, continuing the realization of her matchmaking plans. Upon making contact with the couch, the lad was horrified to discover a further drop in sympathy points, suspecting a setup on his aunt's part. Under the far-fetched pretext of looking for something important in the suitcase, Aunt Shu announced that she needed to temporarily leave. Saying goodbye, the woman recommended the young people to continue communicating, promising to return soon and creating an artificial opportunity for rapprochement. Deliberately organizing the young people's seclusion, the aunt tactfully withdrew, hoping for a romantic spark between them. There was an awkward pause between the potential partners, making the atmosphere more and more tense with each second of silence. In panic, the guy watched the inexorable fall of attitude indicators, not understanding the reasons for the negative dynamics with no apparent action. Puzzled, Han Hao pondered on the strangeness of the situation, where absolute inaction on his part was causing such a negative reaction. The need to urgently rectify the situation and regain his points was realized by the young man, feverishly searching for a suitable strategy. Trying to smile at the girl seemed like the least risky move for the guy to make contact and rectify the situation. The move was a catastrophic failure, causing an extremely negative reaction and plunging the sympathy meter to a negative -50. The girl thought with disgust about the pervert sitting across from her, looking at her and smiling, mentally vowing never to show any sympathy for him. Han Hao realized the complete failure of his tactics, remembering the numerous pickup videos he had watched, which had proved useless. In despair, the young man searched for a way to remedy the hopeless situation, realizing that it was urgent to find the key to the heart of the unapproachable beauty. A sudden epiphany visited the guy, who remembered a universal way of saving communication with girls in the most hopeless situations. Han Hao inquired hopefully about Shikin's preference for pets, mentioning cats and dogs as possible options. The girl answered the question indifferently, reluctantly admitting her sympathy for dogs at the lack of real interest in the conversation. In a desperate attempt to impress, the guy started imitating a dog's bark, hoping that it would elicit a positive reaction from his interlocutor. A heavy silence descended on the room after Han Hao's inappropriate antics, increasing the awkwardness of the situation to unbearable limits. The dramatic drop in attitude to the critical -100 mark was accompanied by a sharp outburst from the girl calling the guy a nasty type. Outwardly, Han Hao tried his best to remain calm, though inwardly he was deeply hurt by the unfair insults of his capricious interlocutor. The system's warning about the riskiness of the current behavior made the young man think of a safer strategy to avoid further losses. With bewilderment pondered the guy about the discrepancy between reality and pickup video lessons, where such behavior brought completely different results. The realization of the futility of trying to remedy the situation on their own prompted Han Hao to decide to enlist outside help. On the phone, the desperate young man asked Mr. Li for a small favor, hoping for the support of an influential acquaintance. With feigned nonchalance, the boy informed his aunt of the cab call, hiding the prepared surprise until the last moment. Carefully mentioned the host's reluctance to torture his guests with a cab ride, hinting at a prepared transportation alternative. Han Hao spectacularly presented a luxury limousine with a private driver, specially ordered for the comfortable transportation of guests. An alert driver met the guests at the open door of the car, inviting them to sit down to the wine already poured into glasses. With undisguised admiration, commented the friend's mother on the scope of the organized meeting, impressed by the level of hospitality. Inside the limousine, Wang's attitude improved by 50 points when she thought of the young man's effort to impress. Elegantly, the host offered to taste the exquisite wine with a soft aftertaste, demonstrating his knowledge of wine etiquette. Aunt Zhu was sincerely surprised by the young man's wine knowledge, unaware of the young man's refined tastes. Another 20 points improvement in her daughter's attitude, though mentally she doubted the longevity of such an impressive pretense. Hanhao pondered sarcastically about the female nature, noting the contradiction between words and thoughts, and remembering the time spent on preparation. As they approached the luxurious establishment, the young man reassured guests about the high cost, suggesting that they not worry about the financial side. The girl took a keen interest in a sick dog, struggling to get around near where the limousine was arriving. After exiting the luxury car, the company was met by a waiter in impeccable uniform, ready to escort them to their table. An unexpected obstacle was the requirement to show a membership card, voiced by a representative of the prestigious institution. Hanhao gratefully remembered his former classmate who had given him a VIP card, without which a visit here would be impossible. When checking his pockets, the lad was horrified to discover the absence of a necessary membership card left at home in other clothes. Wang commented sarcastically on the situation, accusing the young man of breaking comedy and failing to deliver what he promised. Desperate attempts to make excuses and an offer to send the driver for the card were met with a flat refusal from the adamant waiter. A persistent guy expressed his willingness to purchase a new card, but was stopped by information about the invitation system for membership. Arrogantly, Hanhao demanded to summon the management of the establishment, claiming personal acquaintance with the boss and hoping to solve the problem. The employee reacted insultingly, calling the visitors beggars and claiming the boss was busy with more important matters. With understanding, the aunt offered to change the establishment, but the stubborn Hanhao refused, declaring his intention to bring the conflict to a resolution. A threatening warning of security intervention in the event of violent behavior was uttered by an employee unwilling to budge from the rules. Sturdy bodyguards materialized next to the conflicting parties, unequivocally demonstrating their readiness for physical action. Confidently, Hanhao asked everyone to step back, stating his intention to personally resolve the problem without interference. The order to immediately eject the annoying visitors was given by an irate employee, addressing it to the establishment's determined security guards. An additional insult was hurled at a defenseless dog, which an arrogant employee called a mongrel, inquiring about its appearance. The cruelty was shown by a heartless worker who decided to kick the poor animal, which was struggling to move on its sick paws. Wang's mouth opened wide with shock, not expecting such blatant cruelty in a prestigious establishment to a defenseless creature. The resourceful Hanhao instantly assessed the situation, remembering the girl's love for dogs and anticipating further developments. The guy made a decisive forward motion with his foot, putting the limb in the aggressive worker's trajectory. A footstep orchestrated by Hanhao caused the brazen employee to lose his balance, preventing the animal from being mistreated. With tender care, the young man turned to the employee, reminding him to take good care of the cute puppy. The ice of distrust in Wang's heart began to melt, and her attitude toward the animal advocate grew to 81 points, getting closer to her cherished goal. The heated faces of the bodyguards were spread by Hanhao's precise blows, who had unexpectedly displayed his hand-to-hand combat skills. In addition to defeating the aggressors, the caring guy managed to save the defenseless dog from possible injury and fright. The boss of the place suddenly appeared and inquired about the reasons for the noise, asking if there were anyone willing to part with their lives. With an apologetic look, Hanhao turned around at the voice, expressing regret for the disturbance and unintentional noise caused. To the surprise of those present, the guy's former classmate turned out to be the boss of a prestigious establishment, who invited the guests to have tea. Hanhao explained the situation politely, mentioning the initial desire for food and the staff's surly attitude. The owner sternly reprimanded the negligent staff, ordering them to immediately prepare the best VIP room for the sibling. With sincere apologies, the guy in the blue suit addressed the guests, offering to make himself at home and promising to pay all expenses. Additionally instructed boss Hanhao to take care of the stray dog, noting that the animal was not to blame for the former owner's irresponsibility. A classmate who had no plans to acquire a four-legged pet as a result of the conflict was slightly confused. Wang's sympathy for the animal advocate grew rapidly, reaching 89 points and approaching the coveted task completion mark. Han Hao noted with satisfaction the pleasant atmosphere of the establishment, despite the initial trouble at the entrance. The girl nodded in agreement, confirming her pleasant impressions of the interior and atmosphere of the prestigious restaurant. The guy's image played out in a completely different color in the eyes of Van, who had almost completely fallen in love with the recent vile type. Disbelief in her own feelings was felt by the girl, unable to explain such a rapid change of attitude toward the young man. An encouraging message from the system noted the proximity of the finish line, reminding you to score just 1 point to complete the mission. The exquisite wine was offered to drink by the attentive host, receiving the unanimous consent of all present, including a recent adversary. An unexpected message on the phone shocked Han Hao, instantly changing his mood and interrupting his pleasant evening. The horrible news of his childhood friend's kidnapping with the demand to arrive at the cove within 30 minutes made the guy go cold with fear. Han Hao made the forced decision to leave the company, apologizing for having to leave immediately for urgent business. The aunt and daughter were left in utter bewilderment, not understanding the reasons for the sudden disappearance of their hospitable host. A worried young man came swiftly through the doors of the restaurant, wasting no precious minutes in explaining himself. Hurriedly, the guy made his way to the hangar mentioned in the message, where his girlfriend was supposedly being held. Upon entering inside the dark room, the first thing Han Hao did was to start scrutinizing his surroundings. A loud call filled the hangar space as the young man began to call out to his friend Moitza, hoping for a response. Mixed feelings of surprise and anxiety swept over the girl, hearing her friend's voice in such a dangerous place. Encouraging words of salvation were shouted out by Han Hao, trying to calm his frightened friend and give her hope. Warning movements of the head began to be made by the bound girl, silently trying to warn her friend of the danger at hand. He intuitively felt someone's presence behind him, making all his muscles tense in anticipation of an attack. A mysterious stranger made an unexpected attack, aiming a knife at the unsuspecting savior's back. Upon recognizing his attacker, Han Hao mockingly called him an underhanded cripple, recalling his opponent's previous defeat. Self-confidently, Fei Lun announced his careful preparation for the new meeting, hinting at special preparations. With a frantic gesture, the kidnapper licked the blade of the knife, demonstrating mental instability and intimidating his opponent. Han Hao turned around defiantly to the aggressor, expressing doubt in the latter's ability to do him any harm. A sideways maneuver was made by the enemy, accompanying the movement with a cryptic question about the unexpected turn of events. Contemptuously calling the big man a dumbass, the young man reacted with restraint to the primitive attempts at intimidation. An unexpected attack was attempted by the massive opponent, but Han Hao stopped the stabbing blow with surprising ease. The young man gripped the blade with his palm, sacrificing the skin of his hand to prevent more serious damage from the blow. Sudden surprise was reflected on the boy's face as he felt the strange effect of coming into contact with the unusual weapon. The incomprehension of what was happening overwhelmed Han Hao, who noticed the unusual properties of the knife that distinguished it from ordinary weapons. With triumph, Fei Lun revealed the secret of his advantage, calling the knife an immortal fighter created for such opponents. An eerie red energy emanated from the sinister blade, indicating its supernatural origin and special properties. In a panic, the guy realized the absorption of spiritual strength and energy by the mysterious weapon, depriving him of his usual advantages. An emergency advice from the system came from Han Hao, recommending the immediate use of house techniques to counter. To the young man's relief, the energy stopped draining after applying the suggested technique, confirming the correctness of the chosen strategy. A rebuke for negligence in training came from the system, emphasizing that with proper diligence, such a toy could do no harm. The resourceful Han Hao chose a clever tactic of pretense, feigning severe weakening and loss of strength from the effects of the special knife. Triumphant taunts rained down from the cocky big man, gloating over the end of humiliation and the defeat of a strong opponent. The cunning fellow continued to give a convincing performance, portraying intolerable suffering and utter helplessness. The bound friend watched the confrontation with growing concern, genuinely worried about the outcome of the unequal battle. Gloating anticipation was expressed by Fei Lun as he waited for his opponent's strength to be completely depleted before delivering the fatal blow. Sadistic threats of slow torture were addressed by the kidnapper to the frightened girl, unaware of the approaching danger. Silently sneaking up behind the cocky enemy, Han Hao mockingly inquired about who exactly he was going to torture. Genuine shock was reflected on Fei Lun's face, unable to understand how the exhausted victim was able to regain the ability to move. Panicked, the big man demanded the precious knife back, mentioning his boss's inevitable revenge for the loss of his favorite weapon. Han Hao laughed ironically, pointing out the absurdity of the situation. It was the kidnapper who should fear the boss's wrath for losing a valuable item. A desperate attempt to save the situation was made by the bewildered opponent, offering to return the knife and forget all mutual offenses. Absolute indifference to reconciliation was shown by the young man, executing a powerful leap with a leg kick at the helpless aggressor. In flight, Han Hao shouted his disdain for his opponent's foolish insults, delivering a crushing blow that rendered him unconscious. After his victory, the young man rushed to his bound friend, who tearfully confessed her fear for his life. The rescuer affectionately reassured the frightened girl, assuring her of the end of all dangers and suggesting that she leave the ominous place immediately. Through unsolicited tears of relief, Moitze agreed with her friend, rejoicing at the safe conclusion of a terrible adventure. Paralyzed by the blow, Fei Lun unsuccessfully tried to utter a word, remaining a helpless witness to his defeat. In the safety of the home walls, the distraught friend fervently thanked her savior for today's deliverance from danger. With noticeable displeasure, Wang Shiqin watched the scene, rebuking the guy for unceremoniously leaving without a word of explanation. Righteous anger was expressed by the offended girl, emphasizing the need for an explanation before suddenly disappearing from the restaurant. With horror, Han Hao realized the complete obliviousness of his important guests, left at the restaurant without any explanation. Anxiously glancing at the invisible love meter, the guy noticed with despair the decreasing numbers indicating mission failure. The young man pondered in panic about the pointlessly wasted time and ways to recover the lost sympathy points of the capricious girl. An incredible discovery struck Han Hao when he saw the maximum 100 love points on the counter against all odds. A triumphant congratulation on the successful completion of the mission materialized in front of the guy's eyes, bringing 30 immortality points and 3 new items. Persistent questions about the reasons for the sudden disappearance continued to be asked by Wang, demanding detailed explanations for the strange behavior. With loving eyes, the girl looked at her ideal chosen one, confident in the birth of a real, deep feeling. Growing irritation encompassed Van at the lad's inability to provide a coherent explanation for his sudden absence. Puzzled, the two girls simultaneously inquired about each other's identity, creating an awkward situation for a mutual acquaintance. Getting lost in the many questions, Han Hao, with his head spinning, tried to explain that both girls were his friends. It was shrewd of Van to note that the limousine and expensive restaurant seemed to be a show of special attention, hinting at an expectation of recognition from the guy. Han Hao froze in confusion, hearing the direct question and not knowing how to explain the true situation without hurting the feelings of his interlocutor. Auntie's timely appearance diffused the tense situation when she inquired about the return of the suddenly disappeared master. Diplomatically, the lad explained his hospitality with the long-standing friendship of their mothers, skillfully avoiding the slippery subject of personal preferences. Van exclaimed in anger, resenting such a cold and formal explanation of the special attention to her person. Aunt Shu asked with motherly concern the reason for her daughter's violent reaction to a seemingly innocuous explanation. The resourceful young man sighed to himself with relief, rejoicing at the temporary resolution of an awkward situation due to a fortunate coincidence. The magnificent, radiant business center was bathed in sunlight, reflecting off the glass surfaces of the modern building. Carefully, Han Hao explained the need to buy new clothes for his purple-haired friend because of the incident that happened to her. The boy's attentive eye noted an unusual gathering of people, suggestive of some special event. With childlike delight, Moitze drew her friend's attention to the large stone games taking place in the center of the room. Instantly, friends figured out what was going on, identifying the event as a traditional stone games festival attracting many participants. The legality of such an event caused the girl to doubt, but Han Hao confidently confirmed the legality of the action taking place. The guy explained the essence of the risky investment game, where participants try to guess the presence of valuable jade in a rough stone. Additionally, Han Hao noted that even in today's world, there is no technology to accurately determine the contents of a stone without destroying it. The young man philosophically remarked about the possibility of getting rich or losing everything instantly, emphasizing the gambling nature of this entertainment. The system hinted meaningfully at the guy's special abilities that exceeded the detection technology available to mankind. With an inner smile, Han Hao realized his advantage due to the system greatly increasing the chances of success in this game. By activating the amulet of X-ray vision, the lucky owner of supernatural abilities was able to look inside the opaque stones. With the help of miraculous power, the young man discovered that the actual amount of jade under the hard shell of the stones was much less than expected. The seller addressed the potential buyers in a friendly manner, offering to purchase any of the stones on offer. Intuitively, Moitza reached for one of the exhibits, drawing Han Hao's attention to the object that interested her. With naive enthusiasm, the girl pointed to a conspicuous green piece, suggesting the high value of the chosen stone. Immediately, the wily seller reacted to the buyer's remark, confirming the value of the find and explaining the origin of the green hue. Thanks to his special abilities, the guy exposed the deception. Inside the stones, there was no real jade, replaced by cheap fakes. Shrewdly, Han Hao pointed out the strangeness of different weight stones of the same size, hinting at possible manipulation of the contents. Irritatedly, the salesman demanded an end to unwarranted speculation, insisting on a specific answer of buy or refuse. Unexpectedly, the young man agreed to the purchase, but categorically rejected the stone chosen by his girlfriend, with good reasons. Scanning the samples presented with his X-ray vision, Han Hao methodically searched for the most valuable specimen among the many fakes. With a confident motion, the young man took the stone he liked, announcing his choice with the undisguised calm of a knowledgeable man. The salesman with protruding teeth grinned mockingly, hinting at the buyer's financial ineptitude and inappropriate presence. Han Hao philosophically remarked about the fairness of the price, which would only be determined after the stone was opened and its true contents discovered. Immediately, the determined buyer went to a specialist who could saw the purchased stone and reveal its secret. An anticipatory smile played on the guy's lips, knowing exactly what surprise lurked inside the unremarkable-looking mineral. The enthusiastic shouts of the crowd filled the room as the stone inside revealed a high-grade jade of impressive value. Moitza marveled at her friend's incredible luck, genuinely pleased at his success in such a risky venture. Suddenly, a full-figured man intervened in the discussion, offering 200,000 for the treasure he had just discovered. Confused was the young man, who had no idea of the real market value of his lucky find. Another participant energetically broke into the haggling, claiming that the minimum value of such a stone is at least 500,000. The full gentleman hastily agreed to the sum quoted, claiming that this was the figure he had originally intended to offer. After completing the transaction and receiving the money, Han Hao politely thanked the stranger for helping him determine a fair price. The young gentleman respectfully commented on the shrewdness of the fellow who had taken the risk of buying the stone, despite the seller's dubious reputation. The young man modestly explained his success by simple luck and good intuition, without revealing the true source of his advantage. Friendly suggested the gentleman try his luck again, pointing out the presence of several promising stones among the specimens on display. Resolutely refusing the offer, Han Hao continued his own search, wanting to personally choose his next acquisition. Carefully considering the available options, the guy was convinced of the truth of the words of the gentleman about the presence of really valuable specimens. Among the many stones, the young man's gaze was attracted by a special specimen that seemed to stand out among the others. Instantly evaluating the inner contents with his abilities, Han Hao determined the minimum value of the find to be 2 million. The young man politely addressed the pretty saleswoman, expressing his desire to buy a particularly attractive sample. Suddenly, the same gentleman intervened, calling the saleswoman his friend and offering to saw the previously purchased stone first. An anticipatory smile lit up Han Hao's face, mentally calculating the future profit of 2 million from the incredibly good deal. After cutting the stone, the amazed crowd of onlookers erupted into enthusiastic discussions, trying to determine the value of the discovered treasure. Bidding between potential buyers began rapidly, one of whom immediately offered 2,300,000 for the find. Without hesitation, the satisfied fellow agreed to sell the stone for the offered sum, rejoicing at the unexpected enrichment. The shocking twist was the gentleman's claim of his right to sell the stone, as he was supposedly the one who owned the find. A just indignation was expressed by Han Hao, demanding an explanation as to why the man who called the stone his own had not paid for it and went straight to the sawyer. Han Hao shrewdly unraveled the dishonest scheme, indignantly pointing out that if the stone was empty, he would pay, but if it was valuable, another owner would be declared. Moral condemnation was expressed by the guy, questioning the possibility of being such a low-grade person and using such schemes to cheat. With feigned incomprehension, the rogue replied, hastily referring to the need to attend the auction and offering to entertain himself further. The merciless laughter of the surrounding audience spread throughout the auditorium as they began to mock the idiot who had fallen for the obvious ruse. The deceived young man was in a silent rage, cursing the situation he had gotten himself into because of his own carelessness. Resolutely, Han Hao declared about the return game, hinting that he would rather play with the cheater on his own turf today. Loudly, the organizer announced the start of the auction, urging participants to take their seats for the upcoming bidding. Formally notified by the employee that a deposit of 2 million yuan was required to participate in a prestigious auction. Puzzled, the lad pondered the strange demand for such a huge sum, beyond his current financial means. Optimistically, Han Hao assured his girlfriend of a quick solution to the problem, hinting at some sort of plan of action to overcome the obstacle. The employee reacted incredulously to the words about a minute case, doubting the possibility of receiving a substantial sum so quickly. Tense anticipation reigned among the onlookers at the sound of the stone being cut, and especially excited by the buyer, who was counting on a lucrative find. Disappointment ended the proceedings when the presenter announced that there was no valuable content, which seemed incredible for the scheme. Philosophically, the disappointed man remarked about his third failed stone, recognizing perhaps his own unsuitability for such games. Han Hao spoke imperiously to the gathered crowd, demanding that they disperse and allow him to demonstrate something important. The general surprise was caused by the appearance of a guy with a huge bag of stones, which he demanded to saw every single one of them. Stunned onlookers froze at the sight of a young man with such an impressive number of potentially valuable stones. Mocking shouts erupted from the crowd, comparing the young man's behavior to shopping at a vegetable market instead of serious jade trading. Someone in the audience commented wryly on the stupidity of the rich, reminding us that if getting rich were so easy, there would be a lot more rich people. An unexpected twist was the discovery of jade in the first stone brought by the cocky fellow, silencing the complaining man. Repeated success accompanied Han Hao when the second stone also revealed valuable contents, disproving the theories of chance. An incredible pattern emerged when a high-quality precious jade was found in every stone brought by the guy. The shocked spectators did not hide their amazement, asking about the origin of the mysterious young man with an incredible flair for valuable stones. Like an experienced auctioneer, Han Hao addressed the crowd, offering the freshly sawed jade halves to the highest bidder. Businessmen commented with envy on the ease with which the guy extracted and immediately sold what they had been killing for years. Despite the envy, there were those willing to purchase valuable goods, shouting their agreement to buy unique finds. Kindly, Han Hao asked the potential buyers to take their time and approach one by one, organizing an impromptu trading post. Han Hao's account was replenished with a substantial amount of money, prompting her friend's legitimate question about the method of identifying valuable stones. A strange man with a monobrow ran up to the successful young man enthusiastically, recognizing him as a true master and begging for mentorship. Delicately, the lad evaded immediate advice, politely asking first to be released from the enthusiastic stranger's tight grip. In a mysterious tone, Han Hao spoke of his unique method that required a special skill to discern the life force of the stone. The young man added philosophically about the need to feel the flow of air and the subtle energy of life in a seemingly ordinary mineral. In the middle of the explanation, the guy interrupted, hinting at the importance of stillness when sensing special energy flows. The sly Han Hao laughed slyly, concluding his pseudo-scientific explanation by mentioning the secrecy of the method not available to the general public. Practical reminded Moitze of the original purpose of their visit, wondering why they had deviated from their plan to attend the auction. Enigmatically replied the guy that had already explained the purpose of their coming, leaving her friend in slight bewilderment. In a luxurious boutique, the generous Han Hao offered the generous Han Hao to his companion to choose any clothes she liked, showing generosity. After a short fitting, the girl came out of the fitting room in her new outfits, chosen according to her taste and preferences. The young man's mouth literally dropped open in amazement at the transformation of his longtime acquaintance. In an elegant dress, perfectly emphasizing her figure, her childhood friend looked stunningly beautiful, surprising even a close friend. Han Hao responded to Moiki's transformation with a sincere compliment, insisting on buying a dress that suited her particularly well. The unexpected realization of her friend's true beauty caused the guy to feel slightly ashamed of his previous inattention to her appearance. The young man mentally noted how much his silly girl from his childhood had grown and changed into a charming girl. A philosophical reflection on excessive intimacy preventing one from noticing real beauty in time flashed through the boy's mind. Confidently, Han Hao approached the auction worker, signaling his willingness to make the required deposit for bidding. Toward the event's finale, the last two guests entered the auction room as the presenters announced the final three lots. Han Hao and Moitza appeared elegantly, announcing their return and their intention to assess whether the lots on offer were worth the money spent. The elegantly dressed newcomers took their seats with impeccable grace, attracting the attention of the rest of the auctioneers. Officially announced by the host of lot number 131 with a starting price of 500,000, beginning the final series of bidding. Confidentially, a gentleman in a white suit approached Master Wu after receiving negative feedback about the proposed stone and advice to forget about it. A cheeky young Han Hao asked a provocative question, wondering the reason for the silence and doubting his competence. Professionally, the guy pointed out a significant flaw in the proposed stone, a large crack and rough texture threatening to split. Genuine astonishment was reflected on the face of the impudent man in the white suit, shocked by the stranger's unexpected special knowledge. The host loudly announced the next lot number 251 with a starting price of 800,000, continuing the dynamic auction. In muffled whispers, participants shared the opinion that nothing worthwhile was on offer this year, advising that they should only focus on the final stone. Unexpectedly, Han Hao raised his hand, loudly announcing his price of 10 million for the unremarkable-looking lot. Snide comments about a madman spending huge sums of money on a worthless gem echoed around the room from the more experienced participants. After the transaction was finalized, the confident buyer stated his desire to immediately saw the acquisition through in the presence of all the bidders. With mounting tension, the audience watched the process of sawing the unsightly cobblestone, intrigued by the buyer's strange choice. Opening the stone suddenly revealed a perfectly pure ice jade without the slightest impurities, causing those present to hold their breath. The bidders were in complete shock, wondering where the stranger got such accurate information and suspecting a planned deception. The auction night was coming to its logical conclusion when the host announced the final lot, 378 with a starting price of 2 million. Instantly, the bids for the coveted item began to rise. 2 million, 2.4 million, 2.6 million, demonstrating the high interest of the participants. In a quiet whisper, the master informed his ward of the favorability of any price below 8 million, hinting at the true value of the lot. Han Hao decisively entered the fray, offering 3.5 million at once and seizing the initiative from the other bidders. With undisguised irritation, the white-suited impudent commented on the stranger's interference, doubting his knowledge of the real cost. The unyielding young man persisted, raising his bid to 4.2 million when the other bidders settled on lot number 69. A formal warning was sounded by the presenter, pointing out that the participants' assets had exceeded the amount and recommending that they stop. Han Hao froze in genuine bewilderment, not understanding how such a situation could have arisen with his financial capabilities. A persistent question was asked by a young man about the possibility of continued participation upon proving the sufficiency of his assets to secure a bid. Frankly, the guy confessed his rookie status, explaining coming in with a small amount of money as a pure desire to have fun. As a guarantee of solvency, the young man mentioned a house belonging to him worth over 100 million, offering to verify this information. Han Hao emotionally stated that it was unacceptable to be dishonored in front of the girl he loved, emphasizing his life credo of always getting what he wanted. Moitza was greatly embarrassed at the sudden public confession, hearing herself called her favorite girl in front of the entire audience. The arrogant bastard thought to himself about his rival's rural origins, wondering about the source of his sudden wealth. Excitedly, the master reported the important information about the young man's amazing ability to unmistakably choose jade stones from his men.
After a brief meeting, the presenter apologized for the delay, confirming the validity of Han Hao's 4.2 million offer.
With ostentatious impatience, the guy declared it a waste of time, repeating his life credo of always getting what you want. The shocking offer was made by a determined Han Hao, naming an astronomical sum of 100 million for the coveted stone. The auction participants froze in a complete daze, literally swallowing their tongues at the unexpected turn of events. In a voice trembling with excitement, the presenter repeated the incredible sum of 100 million, trying to realize what was happening. Suddenly, another bidder outbid him, offering 100.5 million, creating unprecedented tension in the auction room. Alarmed, the master grabbed his ward by the arm, hissing at the recklessness and lack of such money to cover the bet. Without hesitation, Han Hao realized that the insolent brat was trying to humiliate him, but he firmly decided not to let it happen. Continuing his skillful bluffing game, the young man called his opponent a sting and raised the bet to 120 million, increasing the pressure. With surprising speed, the stakes between the two stubborn rivals began to rise. 125, 140 million. Startling the subdued viewers. Defiantly, the competitor asked Han Hao's opinion of the new 150 million bet, considering the victory already his. Strategically, the wily fellow deflated, smiling at something known only to himself and conceding the exorbitant bid. Smugly reminded the white-suited winner of his rival's recent boast of getting everything he wants while savoring his triumph. Han Hao pretended to acknowledge the strength of the Lord, explaining the need to yield to such a powerful opponent. Deftly coaxed the lucky loser to open the stone in front of everyone, to publicly savor the moment of triumph. Without a shadow of a doubt, the self-assured gentleman agreed to saw the acquisition, unaware of the trap prepared for him. A premonition of deception suddenly seized the victor, but it was too late. The trap was slammed around the gullible victim. Tensely followed the process of sawing, anticipating the dramatic denouement of the expensive adventure. By the end of the procedure, the faces of the spectators were contorted with surprise and shock when the result was completely unexpected by most. Toward the end of the annual auction, which proved to be extraordinarily interesting, the organizers announced the end of the event. With feigned regret, Han Hao noted the prospect of the stone, tactfully reminding him that the Lord had no one to blame but himself. In an uncontrollable rage, the loser accused the guy of deliberate deception and carefully planned shenanigans from the beginning. The cunning young man skillfully portrayed bewilderment, asking about the impossibility of knowing in advance the contents of the opaque stone. As a token of supposed gratitude, Han Hao decided to give away one of his stones, demonstrating the supposed magnanimity of the victor. Philosophically noting the pointlessness of the feud, the guy emphasized the lack of offense, masking his carefully planned move. In handing over the stone, the experienced hands of the young man passed the object with unwavering confidence in future events. In an unexpected move, the huge skier knocked the jewel out of the hapless recipient's hands, creating a new twist in the drama. With theatrical regret, Han Hao commented on the falling and shattering of a stone, worth at least 100 million, intensifying the effect. Sarcastically reminded the gloating victor of the Lord's love of jade, pointing to the shards scattered on the floor for his enjoyment. The young man emphasized with special pleasure the irony of the situation, where his opponent was begging to get a useless stone for 360,000. Completely losing his temper, the infuriated gentleman called Han Hao a nasty freak, emphasizing the unprecedented humiliation. In a desperate attempt to regain control, the distraught opponent took some sort of pill, clearly affecting his condition. With a sharp jerk, a distraught man in a white suit rushed forward, intending to physically assault the offender. Alarmed, Moitza shouted to her friend to beware, seeing the approaching danger before Han Hao himself. Turning around at the scream, the young man was astonished to see something so frightening that it scared even him. The light-haired opponent's lightning attack was met by a well-timed block, protecting the guy from the unexpected blow. The powerful force of the blow was felt by Han Hao, realizing that such power clearly surpassed human capabilities and indicated immortality. Promptly, the system commented on the strange phenomenon, explaining the effect of the life energy pill instantly concentrating all of a person's power. Madness reflected in the eyes of the distraught gentleman, vowing not to rest until he had killed the offender who dared to humiliate him. Boldly, Moitza intervened in the dangerous situation, asking the aggressor why he had reacted so inadequately to what had happened. Concerned, Han Hao tried to shield the girl from danger, begging her to move away to safety because of the seriousness of the threat. The purple-haired friend resolutely ignored the warning, blaming her attacker for the initial deception and shamelessness. Deprived of the gift of speech, the gentleman froze before the unexpected accusation, finding no argument to refute the just words. Suddenly fascinated by the beauty of the interceding girl, the aggressor felt the anger give way to other, unexpected emotions. Literally falling to his knees, the assailant lost control of his senses, transformed by the sudden admiration of the beautiful stranger. After recovering from the blow, Han Hao warily warned his friend to move away from the inadequate man. An interesting observation was made by the system about the discontinuation of the pill due to a sudden crush on a girl radically altering the aggressor's state of mind. Tactical advice came from the system. Use the girl as a shield before which the attacker is rendered powerless by his feelings. Hanhao categorically rejected any risk to Moitse, declaring that the slightest danger to his girlfriend was unacceptable. Militantly, the lad announced the time for entertainment, hinting at his readiness for active action against the enemy. In the background, a persistent salesman continued to tout his wares, emphasizing the superior quality of the stones on offer. The merchant philosophized about the importance of testing one's luck, unaware of the coming troubles of his business. A sudden blow to the head interrupted the salesman's eloquence, silencing him half-heartedly. Perplexed, the battered gentleman inquired about the reasons for the seller's strange condition, creating a new round of conflict. Officials from the Jade Sellers Association approached the scene of the incident, expressing suspicion of fraud. A male victim came forward as a witness and confirmed the deception. The 3 stones purchased turned out to be completely empty inside. Comically added a man with a monobrow about an open heart chakra that didn't help him discern the truth, which definitively incriminated the salesman. The firm's representatives were completely perplexed, not understanding the reference to chakras in the context of a fraud investigation. An alarm bell interrupted the bearded boss's business, informing him that the stone games were being curtailed due to sudden problems. A detailed report pointed to a certain fellow Hantao as the cause of all the trouble that had ruined the well-established scheme. The chief organizer could hardly believe that once again the same young man had interfered in his affairs, causing trouble. A fit of rage swept over Wang Banshan, indignant at the audacity of the stranger who dared to interfere with his plans and business. Hanhao felt an undisguised pride as he realized the effectiveness of the lesson he had taught to everyone involved in the dishonest scheme. With a mysterious look, Moitse remembered something important that happened during the auction, preparing to share her discovery. An unexpected memory visited Moitse of the moment when the guy publicly called her his girlfriend during the auction. Hanhao asked in genuine bewilderment, not remembering the words at all and wanting to clarify what he was talking about. The young man mistakenly assumed that the girl would remember wanting to take the jade for herself the next time she visited the auction. Practically, the guy offered to work something out about it the next time they walked together, unknowingly confirming their future meetings. Moise noted his words about their future together with special trepidation, giving them a deep romantic meaning. Hanhao's phone rang with a sudden trill, interrupting the beginning intimate conversation between the young men. After a short conversation, the young man reported a call from his aunt notifying him of an early departure due to the displeasure of a cranky daughter. Insistently, the confused girl returned to the interrupted topic, reminding him that the guy had just talked about something important. A sudden insight visited Hanhao, ostensibly remembering a really important matter that required immediate attention. Dramatically, the young man approached his friend, placing his hands on her shoulders, creating an atmosphere of serious recognition. Solemnly warned the lad of the extreme importance of the moment, insisting on a positive answer from the worried girl. Moitse was confused to the extreme, not imagining the content of the upcoming question, but expecting something personal and meaningful. An unexpected twist was a request to look at a term paper, instantly ruining the romantic mood of the moment. Hanhao prosaically explained his request with the approaching first day of school and the complete lack of prepared assignments. With instant recognition, Moitse reacted to her childhood friend's typical attitude towards study duties, returning to her familiar role. Without hesitation, the girl agreed to help her friend, automatically assuming the role of the more responsible of the pair. Students piled up outside the modern Tsinghua University, preparing for the first day of school after vacation. With a pink, girly briefcase, Hanhao marched around the campus, attracting everyone's attention with his unusual accessory. Quiet whispers and surprised looks accompanied the young man down the hallway, commenting on the man's strange choice to wear such an item. With care, she offered to take Moitse's backpack, realizing the awkwardness of the situation and wanting to spare her friend from ridicule. Nobly, the guy refused, reminding her of the homework help and considering it his duty to help his girlfriend now. The sudden appearance of a luxury sports car interrupted the conversations of the students, who instantly shifted their attention. With curiosity, the guys tried to look at the owner of the luxury car, assuming the appearance of a particularly important person. A former classmate from the reunion said hello to the couple, climbing out of the expensive car with a casual smile. The interlocutors expressed surprise at the increased frequency of their meetings, noting the strange coincidence that brings them together lately. The sudden danger was noticed by the attentive Han Hao, instantly reacting to the approaching threat with his keen eyesight. With a decisive move, the young man pulled his former classmate aside, shouting a warning of danger. A second sports car swept by at breakneck speed, nearly hitting the standing people with its reckless maneuver. A second car collided with a classmate's car with a hard impact, damaging the expensive vehicle. The insolent driver of the second car insultingly called the victim's car a bucket, disingenuously apologizing and claiming a parking space. Zhao Yang exclaimed indignantly, demanding an explanation from Yan Bin regarding the outrageous behavior and property damage. With absolute indifference, the inadequate fellow replied that nothing special had happened. It was just Zhao Yang preventing him from taking his desired position. Disdainfully, Yan Bin continued his insults, comparing his opponent's car to a bucket and declaring it unsuitable to even be matched with his luxury car. Angrily, Zhao Yan threatened physical violence, to which he received a mocking reply about lacking the spirit for real action. Han Hao intuitively felt that not interfering in this situation would not end well for his acquaintance. The young man diplomatically addressed the instigator of the conflict, pointing at the pink briefcase crushed by the car and asking him to move away. Indeed, the cute pink accessory ended up partially crushed by the wheel of an expensive car, complicating the situation. Yan Bin replied cheekily, suggesting that the guy move the car himself if he needed that stupid briefcase so badly. Unexpectedly, Han Hao calmly agreed to the proposal, causing his opponent to let his guard down for a second. Without warning, the guy swung his foot, intending to physically move the car to the surprise of everyone present. With a crushing blow, the young man moved the luxury sports car, showing incredible strength to the amazement of witnesses. After a successful maneuver, easily pulled out Han Hao's pressed backpack, returning it to its rightful owner. Suddenly, the guy theatrically fell to the ground, playing the victim of an attack and drawing the attention of others. The resourceful young man shouted loudly about the rich aggressor hurting the poor student, completely changing the perception of the situation. With full understanding of what was happening, Zhao Yang noted Yan Bin's attempt to feign victimhood, giving him free rein. With discreet signals, Han Hao let his comrades know to watch the situation carefully. The friends were confused, not knowing whether they should intervene in such an ambiguous confrontation. Han Hao showed his acting skills as he continued to loudly accuse the major of terrorizing, smashing his car, and beating up innocents. Confusedly, Yan Bin tried to stop the flow of accusations, demanding to let him go and stop shouting, not understanding what was happening. Han Hao's friends promptly began filming the incident on cameras, creating an evidence base for future proceedings. It was with satisfaction that the company realized the perfection of the setup situation, giving them the opportunity to legally pursue a claim against the instigator. Yan Bin, who realized the setup, shouted out indignantly, accusing his opponents of foul play and manipulation. Han Hao philosophically remarked on the principle of living with the wolves, howling at the wolves, emphasizing the need for a special language for the dregs of society. Threateningly, the major reminded his influential father on the school board and his ties to the rector, advising him not to anger such a powerful adversary. Han Hao reacted with undisguised sarcasm at the mention of an entire board member, showing a complete lack of fear. The guy swung his leg fearfully, intending to kick the insolent man in the face and show the seriousness of his intentions. The young man, businesslike, demanded money for medical treatment and car repairs, threatening to distribute the compromising video throughout the university. The chairman of the meeting solemnly summarized the results, expressing the hope that what had happened would serve as a good lesson for all students. In a full university council chamber resembling a courtroom, participants and witnesses to the conflict gathered to resolve the situation. Officially announced the rector to punish student Han Hao through expulsion for damaging property and seriously injuring another student. Desperately, the defendant tried to justify himself by pointing out the obviousness of the initial aggression on Yan Bin's part that caused the conflict. With defiance, Han Hao asked Han Hao about the evidence of the alleged beating, not hiding his skepticism of the accusations. Importantly, one of the men emphasized his personal acquaintance with the victim, describing him as a decent and obedient student. Another member of the commission entered the conversation supportively, rhetorically questioning the impossibility of such noble man's unworthy behavior. Board member Yang Tianxing, with a goatee, irritably parried, pointing to the hospitalization of the victim as sufficient proof of guilt. Roughly interrupted the guy's speech one of the members of the commission, wondering why he stood up without proper authorization. Convincingly, Han Hao outlined the sequence of events, mentioning Yangbin's initial aggression and his threats of ties to the board. The unexpected trump card was the announcement that there was video evidence the guy was willing to show the commission. There was a wave of whispers among the students present, expressing interest in obtaining a copy of the expository video. Authoritatively, the rector declared that the accused had violated not only discipline, but also the rules of the university, adding the charge of slander. Desperately trying to defend himself, the young man pointed out the discriminatory treatment of the ordinary poor student compared to the rich, categorically warned the board member of the possibility of more serious consequences than mere expulsion for continuing the nonsense. Fearlessly, Han Hao continued the confrontation, declaring his unwillingness to learn under such incompetent administrators. Suddenly, other students supported the guy, accusing the rector of abusing power and harassing students. The managers, who did not expect such a solidarity reaction of the student body in defense of the accused, were confusedly silent. Concerned, the rector noted the possibility of trouble due to angry students, beginning to look for a compromise. In the midst of the tension, another person appeared, apologizing for being late and wondering what was going on. Li Tianhao walked in with dignity, curious about the reasons for the conflict and looking for a competent narrator. The rector obsequiously invited the influential gentleman to pass, promising to personally outline the entire situation in detail. Somewhat confused, the leader began the story, citing the difficulty of recounting events amidst the growing noise. Skillfully, Han Hao continued to provoke the student body, realizing the benefit of mass support in the current situation. Decisively, the managers interrupted the growing mess, announcing the end of the ceremony and asking the guy to linger. With inner relief, the young man realized that the situation would probably resolve itself positively for him due to unforeseen circumstances. Li Tianhao inquired curiously about the young man's identity, calling him a stubborn boy with a smile. Han Hao laughed contagiously upon hearing such a characterization from a familiar elder, releasing the tension of the situation. In the tense atmosphere of the rector's office, there was a categorical demand for a public apology from the guy with the threat of recognizing the whole mess as his setup. A veiled threat about the multitude of leverage that could turn a young man's life into a nerve-wracking mess came from an angry administrator. Unwaveringly, Han Hao stood his ground, declaring that the punishment was deserved and that there was no reason to apologize. With sadistic pleasure, Yan Tianxing offered to personally take care of accustoming the stroppy student, hinting at unpleasant methods. Discreetly, the young man activated the X-ray vision amulet, gaining important information about the arrogant manager's personality. After analyzing the findings, it became clear why the man was so bold. He appeared to be a skilled fighter with considerable experience. Han Hao shrewdly noted the administration's true purpose, the original search for an excuse to expel Zhao Yang because of a business conflict. The young man logically continued with the thought that because of the interference and failure of the original plan, they were now trying to get even with him. Carefully, Li Tianhao watched the developments in the study, not interfering but carefully analyzing the situation. Predictable accusations of defamation and demands for proof came from Ian's father, desperate to salvage the situation. With psychological acumen, Han Hao parried, pointing to his opponent's outstandingly surprised face as obvious evidence. Losing his composure, the man called his interlocutor a milksop, preparing to swing his palm for physical force. Resolutely refusing to tolerate such behavior, Han Hao instantly resorted to his unusual abilities. The young man chose to intervene minimally, simply stopping the enraged man's flying blow at him with his hand. Ironically, the young man inquired ironically about the reasons for the weakness of the blow, jokingly inquiring about his attacker's morning diet and age. Bewilderment gripped the man at the sight of the uselessness of his stone fist, which did no harm to his young opponent. Han Hao moved to action, resolutely grabbing Yang Tianxing's arm and displaying his physical superiority. With a professional move, the young man twisted his opponent's arm, putting him in a humiliating and painful position. With feigned regret, the boy apologized for the overreaction, hypocritically expressing hope for his uncle's well-being after the painful capture. In impotent rage, the man called the young man a real bastard, threatening immediate physical violence. With a lightning-fast movement, Yan Tianxing guided his hand towards the guy's face, applying some special technique with incredible speed. Han Hao received a timely warning from the system about the enemy's use of internal force that required countering with house techniques. With a dose of irony, the lad turned to his system, reproaching it for its belated warning of grave danger. The young man was a hair's breadth away from devastating impact when his opponent's internal force almost reached its target. At the last moment, the guy applied the house technique he had mastered, successfully deflecting a potentially fatal blow. Utter amazement swept over the attacker, unable to understand how his crushing power had been dispersed by a mere youth. The manager collapsed to the floor, so strong was the reflected blow of his own technique. The master watched with undisguised satisfaction at the success of his young comrade in a difficult confrontation. Han Hao exhaled in relief, realizing that his timely reaction had saved him from the potentially dangerous consequences of the blow. Sarcastically, the system commented on the possible consequences, mentioning the small scratches from the deadly blow. A joking remark about the little exam and the credit received came from the system, pleased with the actions of his ward. The rector mocked his defeated colleague, mocking the tough man's inability to handle even the youngster. Resolutely, Han Hao turned to the administrative head, warning of his turn to answer for the abuses. Direct accusations of using office for personal matters came from a guy alluding to public knowledge. Panicked, the rector began to justify himself, categorically denying the accusations and demanding to be removed from the office immediately. Li Tenhao's unexpected intervention interrupted the escalating conflict as he pounded on the table, drawing the attention of those present. The elder inquired imperiously about the reasons for the tantrum, instantly calming the heated atmosphere. The rector turned obligingly to the influential guest, asking him to ignore the insignificant student's rampage. In a strange way, the head began to justify his non-involvement in the misuse of funds and the sale of budget seats. Han Hao noted with surprise that he was only referring to the savings on student meals, not such serious violations. In complete panic, the rector tried to explain himself to the potential investor, begging to hear his side of the story. Abruptly, the master cut short the excuses, thanking the young man for preventing him from investing in a corrupt institution. Straightforwardly, Li Tenhao stated the value of the information he received, saving him from ignorance and loss. Without further ado, the influential guest left the office, leaving those present in shock at what had happened. Han Hao felt absolute satisfaction at the work he had done and the successful demonstration of his abilities in front of the master. On his return home, the lad complained of extreme fatigue, exaggeratingly claiming to be exhausted to the point of death. The system ironically reminded me of the ward's actual pastime, consisting mostly of eating and idleness. He waved the young man away carelessly, glad that he didn't need to attend the university after today's events. Strictly reminded the alien creature of the main task, the search for immortality, rebuking his lack of practice. Persistently recommended the system to hone the house technique as a fundamental practice for immortality seekers. Realizing the fairness of the remarks, the guy immediately began to concentrate the energy in his hands, following the instructions. As a result of the effort, an impressive energy ball materialized between the young man's palms, demonstrating the success of the endeavor. Corrective guidance was given by the system, recommending to make the energy circulate throughout the body for better effect. With his eyes closed, Han Hao tried his best to concentrate on performing the complicated energy circulation exercise. As if coming out of a trance, the young man suddenly woke up, completely disoriented and not understanding what had happened. The lad was surprised to find the dawn had come, realizing that he had unnoticeably spent the entire night in meditation. Han Hao noticed a pleasant feeling of increased strength as he analyzed the changes in his own body after the night's practice. Reflecting on the need for constant training, the young man thought about the real value of the system in such a labor-intensive process. Immediately, the alien symbiote clarified the limitations of House's techniques to the human level, reminding him to purchase further practices for immortality points. The severity of the chosen path was realized by the guy, imagining the long road of searching for immortality with all the necessary techniques and items. Motivatingly reminded the system of the main goal, the achievement of immortality, for which it is worth making a significant effort. With slight irony, Han Hao remarked that practicing was not for the sake of absolute enlightenment or high spiritual goals. The simple desire to freely create stuff without worries and restrictions called the guy his true motivation for self-improvement. To his own amazement, the novice practitioner managed to rise into the air, levitating above the floor with his enhanced strength. During this amazing experiment, the young man noticed an unexpected guest who came to him at such an early hour. Venerable Master Li Tenhao appeared to be an early visitor, watching his young ward's accomplishments with interest. Han Hao looked at the old man's happy face with curiosity, wondering why he had come so unexpectedly. Straightforwardly, the old man inquired about the young man's practice, suggesting a transition to a new level above human. The guy modestly admitted to maintaining a superhuman level, denying achieving elevation to the next stage. Han Hao politely clarified the purpose of the visit, inquiring about the honorable guest's specific business or desires. Reluctantly, the elder reported the resolution of yesterday's problem and the dismissal of the corrupt rector. Satisfactorily informed the master of the possibility of returning to classes, restoring the students' rights. While outwardly expressing gratitude, the young man was inwardly frustrated at the prospect of returning to the study routine. Additionally, the visitor mentioned the strange incident with Yang Tianxing, moving on to an important topic of conversation. With fatherly concern, the master warned caution, suggesting that help be sought if necessary. After listening carefully to the advice, the lad promised to exercise great caution in future situations. In the luxurious office, boss Wang Banchen was irritably explaining to a subordinate the purpose of testing the strange guy's abilities. Humiliatingly, Yang Tianxing apologized to his boss, emphasizing the extraordinary strength of his young opponent. Disdainfully refused to listen to the explanation of the arrogant leader, not believing in the possibility of superiority of a minor over an experienced fighter. Confused, the subordinate reported on the incredible opponent who had managed to completely neutralize his best move. The man insistently asked his boss to stand up for him, reminding him of his son's beating and the impossibility of enduring such humiliation. Inhaling cigarette smoke, the chief was thoughtfully silent, unable to find the right words to respond to such an unusual situation. For the incident at the Stone Games in the Pillory, in the opinion of the manager, it was time for the guy to pay all the bills. The subordinate inquired in surprise about the lost pill, assuming it had originally been in the young man's possession. Wang Bancheng confirmed that the guy had indeed taken away the value from one of the top couriers, after which a thorough search of the house yielded no results. His son's life was entrusted by the angry gentleman to one of Kelly's top hitmen, warning him not to mention his name in the case. With a full understanding of the task, the subordinate assured the boss of the immediate start of the operation without requiring further instructions. When Han Hao received a call from Moiki's girlfriend, he immediately answered interestedly, waiting for news. Surprised, the girl reported about her reinstatement to the university, admitting that she hadn't heard anything about the expulsion due to a board member's illness. After explaining that it was already late to go to the educational institution, the guy postponed his visit to the university until the next day. The wily student decided to pretend ignorance of the situation and show up tomorrow, planning an extra day off after the unusual expulsion. Entering the cafe, the young man instantly felt the stares of the visitors, scrutinizing his every move. Every gesture, every word seemed to be analyzed by invisible observers, creating an unpleasant feeling of surveillance. After concluding his phone conversation with the girl with an agreement to meet in the evening, Han Hao felt the tension building up. At the establishment, he ordered an unusual drink, lemonade without lemon, to which he received a strangely quick consent from the employee. The day seemed to be going perfectly. No university, no worries, but the strange looks of visitors spoiled the overall picture. The unpleasant feeling that he was being watched grew stronger by the minute, forcing the young man to be on guard. Among the visitors stood out a particularly suspicious individual whose gaze followed his every move too blatantly. Trying not to attract attention, the guy kept his outer calm, carefully analyzing the threatening situation. Behind the counter, an employee held out the prepared lemonade to Han Hao, waiting for the customer to take the drink in his hands. Unexpectedly, the guy abruptly stopped his hand in front of the glass, as if noticing something unusual. The attentive customer pointed out with suspicion the lack of questions about sweetener or additives, like honey, to the drink. Han Hao's eyes widened at the question of the store worker's authenticity when he noticed the bound girl behind the counter. The pseudo-employee's strange bracelet on his wrist began flashing red, giving away his true intentions. Lightning fast, the dagger that flew out of his sleeve went straight for the guy's face, aiming for the vital points. Thanks to his honed reaction, Han Hao managed to dodge, and the deadly weapon flew past without causing any harm. With annoyance, the assassin recognized the ineffectiveness of his disguise, wondering at his victim's suspiciousness. The young man shrewdly explained that the strange color of the lemonade immediately aroused suspicion, differing significantly from the normal shade of the drink. Out of the corner of his eye, the boy noticed another suspicious person holding a newspaper upside down in a hurry, giving away his lack of involvement with the usual visitors. Suspicion was heightened by the strange behavior of the other visitors, one endlessly devouring free sugar and another in gray garb looking extremely suspicious. With a challenge, Han Hao inquired about the true purpose of their visit, directly pointing out the likely coordination of the stranger's actions. Recognizing the pointlessness of further disguise after being unmasked, John Doe decided to reveal his cards. The strangers introduced themselves as the Gold, Wood, Water, and Fire Brothers, revealing their affiliation with the mysterious grouping. The fiery brother coldly reported the order for the young man's life, cynically promising a quick and cheerful end to the affair, at least for the executors. Hanao took the information about the order on his own life with disbelief, genuinely surprised at this turn of events. Perplexed about the reasons for such drastic measures, the young man emphasized his weakness and harmlessness, denying the possibility of posing a serious threat. In the face of mortal danger, the guy asked to reveal the name of the customer, wanting to know the real reason for his death. Citing professional ethics, the brothers refused to reveal the client's identity, honoring the mercenary code. Unexpectedly aggressively, Hanhao demanded Hanhao to immediately reveal the boss's name, changing his behavior tactics. With a sneer, the fiery brother reacted to the naive demand, doubting the possibility of such information. Suddenly, the Earth Brother let slip about Grandmaster Wu, giving out the name of the customer against professional rules. Hearing the familiar name, the guy strained his memory, trying to recall where this mysterious Mr. Wu had been mentioned before. Without distraction, the pink-haired fiery brother reminded the victim of the inevitability of the death hour that had come today. Continuing the pretend game, Hanhao begged for mercy, giving the impression of helplessness and fear. Shrewdly, one of the brothers remarked on the playfulness of the behavior, pointing out the victim's unusual physical fitness for the average person. Threateningly, the mercenary declared to deprive his victim of any chance of survival, displaying an impressive number of shurikens. The weapon flying toward the guy failed to reveal his superior acting skills, supporting the image of a weak victim. Skillfully dodging attacks, the young man mockingly pointed at the downed aim of his attacker as he continued to play the part. Unexpectedly, the Fire Brother revealed his lack of intent to hit the target, hinting at a different attack strategy. Belatedly, Hanhao realized the danger of the situation, pondering the true meaning of the unusual tactic. A sudden realization came to the young man. All the weapons were meant to completely encircle him, creating a death trap. The guy was in a desperate situation, restricted in his movements by a multitude of deadly objects, where a step to the left or right meant immediate death.
The Wooden Brother proudly reputed his high-quality craft superglue used in the operation.
To Hanhao's horror, in addition to being surrounded by weapons, his feet were firmly glued to the floor, completely depriving him of the ability to maneuver. The golden-haired brother ominously promised to douse the guy with alcohol, and the green-haired one added a threat to set the victim on fire with his fireballs. Threateningly, Gold offered to take the blow from him, clearly intending to complete the deadly combination. The four brothers watched anxiously as the situation unfolded, while Hanhao noticed the strange colognes approaching him. After mentally evaluating the combined attack, the experienced young man decided to take off his shoes, remembering that he had gotten out of more difficult situations. After freeing himself from his shoes, the lad made an unexpectedly high and decisive leap, taking his opponents by surprise. Mockingly, Hanhao advised Hanhao to also take care of the ceiling next time when organizing a trap, showing superiority. The attackers watched in amazement at the victim's superhuman abilities, not believing that such a high jump was possible by an ordinary person. Boldly, the young man turned to the confused brothers, wondering the reason for their stupor and offering to hold something. With an unexpected maneuver, Hanhao redirected the bottles originally intended for him towards the attackers, changing the balance of power. With menace, the Golden One began to say something about impending retribution, not noticing the changed circumstances. A strange smell and heat made him turn around, revealing his pants burning in the back, the result of an unfortunate turn of events. Desperately, the brothers shouted at the need to throw fireballs, calling the owner an idiot for creating a dangerous situation. Suddenly, Hanhao reported a recollection regarding Mr. Wu's identity, changing the topic of conversation. Demonstrating the weapon, the guy inquired about its affiliation, provoking a reaction from his opponents. With amazement, one of the brothers recognized the subject as a missing immortal fighter, perplexed at the way the young man had obtained it. Hanhao answered evasively about the origin of the weapon, deliberately leaving the question open for thought. With a determined look, the guy began to concentrate, preparing a technique unknown to his opponents. Thanks to a mysterious force, all the objects pointed in his direction began to fly apart, creating space. The resulting empty space allowed the young man to move from defense to offense, preparing to strike back. With a magnetic force, Han Hao drew all the weapons to himself, preparing to use them against their former owners. Real horror was reflected on the face of the pink-haired opponent, who realized the catastrophic nature of the situation. Helplessly watching the myriad of his own weapons pointed against him, the experienced fighter didn't know how to react. From the tension of the moment, the clothes on the pink-haired man began to tear, exposing an unexpected truth. To everyone's amazement, under the mask of a guy was a girl who had been skillfully disguising her true nature all this time. Calmly, Han Hao reported his long-standing knowledge of this fact, noting the unconvincing nature of masquerading as a man. In utter shock, the three brothers opened their mouths, recognizing their companion's feminine nature for the first time. Han Hao was surprised to realize his brother's ignorance of their companion's gender, adding a new level of complexity to the situation. Stubbornly, the girl declared the prematurity of celebrating victory, not considering the current situation to be terminal. Decisively, the pink-haired woman announced her intention to detain the guy, ordering the others to contact the mysterious gentleman immediately. By the time she finished her sentence, the brothers were gone, showing their rapid retreat. From afar came their voices about the reliability of a particular house as a shelter, revealing the direction of escape. Desperate tears showed in the eyes of the abandoned pink-haired girl, who realized the betrayal of her companions. Suddenly materializing behind his rival's back, Han Hao inquired as to the reason for her confidence in surviving without his permission. With eyes wet with tears, the girl slowly turned around, coming face to face with her would-be executioner. Concerned about their sister's plight, the three brothers decide to return to her aid, warning her of danger of an unknown nature. Desperate pleas for rescue, cried the girl to her brothers, relying on their protection at the critical moment. With annoyance, Han Hao commented on the soap opera being played out, immediately proceeding to use house techniques to complete the farce. A powerful explosion followed the activation of the technique, literally throwing the four opponents out of the room in a single blow. The problem of complete lack of clothes was complained about by a girl in an extremely humiliating position after the blast attack. One of the brothers gallantly shared his outfit, carefully sheltering his sister from view in such a vulnerable state. Immediately, Han Hao reported the robbery on Trade Street to the police, asking for the prompt arrival of law enforcement. Additionally, the young man noted the absence of weapons from the robbers he had subdued, pointing out the destruction caused to the store. Reporter Sho Budui approached the scene with professional interest, offering an interview about defeating the criminals. Han Hao inquired incredulously about his choice of interviewee, surprised at the attention to his person. When explaining to the reporter about the need for the photo, the young man agreed to be photographed without giving much thought to the procedure. The only request was made by the photographer, to make the shot as beautiful as possible, hoping for a representative image. Contrary to expectations, the photo in the local newspaper presented Han Hao as a real freak, distorting his natural features. The boss slapped the newspaper news column with fury, expressing his displeasure at the development. Reflecting on the appearance of a person who dared to oppose even their lord in the city, Wang Banshan spoke up, not hiding his worry. Writing off the incident as luck, Yang Tianxing emphasized the randomness of saving the kid this time, denying his real strength. For the first time, the subordinate expressed the thought of the guy's possible affiliation with Mr. Wu's men, revising his initial assessment. Ending his fruitless musings, the boss let the subordinate go for the day, putting off solving the problem for the future. With a dissatisfied sk, Yang Tianxing expressed his disappointment at the unresolved issue, leaving the boss's office. The next day, a grateful Zhao Yang decided to treat the guy who had protected him to a delicious meal, remembering the incident in the parking lot. Han Hao's classmate expressed his sincere gratitude, recalling the risk of expulsion and finding it difficult to choose a worthy thank you. Hinting at the interesting proposal, the interlocutor asked about the young man's attitude to the topic of running his own business. A specific proposal for the division of duties was voiced by Zhao. On his side, the money; on Han Hao's side, the management of Color Karaoke Bar. The young man showed undisguised interest in the proposal, noting the convenient location of the institution near the university with good transportation accessibility. Practically assessing the great potential of the business, Han Hao expressed his willingness in principle to agree to the proposed terms. A classmate came in delighted at the positive response, confirming that his brother's choice for a business partnership was the right one. An agreement on the distribution of further formalities concluded a productive business meeting between the two budding businessmen. After a sumptuous dinner, Han Hao headed home, feeling his stomach rumbling from overeating. Blissfully stretched out on the bed, The boy enjoyed the feeling of satiety after a delicious meal.
A stern reminder from the system to practice was accompanied by a task to pump House's technique to level 2 instead of idle rest.
Han Hao jokingly commented on the system's offer as a bribe, pretending to be an honest person who didn't do such tasks. A realization quickly came to the guy about the impossibility of obtaining immortality points without effort, causing him to reconsider his attitude towards the practice. At his first attempt to practice, the young man literally instantly began to fall asleep before he could even focus on the technique. Waking up from an unexpected dream, the confused practitioner couldn't understand what was happening around him, disoriented by the sudden transition. Han Hao was perplexed by a strange pattern. Every attempt to practice immediately ended in deep sleep. The laconic explanation from the alien symbiote was to point out that the young man was too weak to fully practice. A sudden phone call interrupted the guy's musings, demanding that he shift his attention to the outside world. With curiosity, Han Hao replied to his classmate, curious about the reason for the unexpected call and the events that had happened. An insistent request for immediate arrival was made by Zhao Yang, mentioning an important matter that required the presence of a friend. The young man was mentally surprised at the haste and brevity of the conversation, not understanding the reasons for such urgency in karaoke bar matters. Han Hao made the decision to go to his comrade for clarification, assuming the seriousness of the situation. The clinking of broken glass echoed behind the guy, though no one visible was there, creating an atmosphere of mystery and danger. Instantly turning around, the puzzled Han Hao tried to comprehend the strange events happening in his house. Solemnly, Yang Tianxing pointed out to his master the appearance of the very kid who was the subject of their search. At the sight of the unpleasant individuals, the young man's facial expression changed instantly, reflecting growing irritation and wariness. Looking closely at the old man, the guy focused on his elongated face first, sizing up his opponent. After careful examination, Han Hao mentally compared the stranger to a survivor on a deserted island in the middle of the sea, noting his haggard appearance. With confidence, the manager introduced his companion as a famous master, whose one movement had already silenced the boy. Sarcastically, the lad inquired about the reasons for the old man's drive, suspecting an attempt to imprison him for offending the feelings of the dying. With disbelief, the master asked the young man about his awareness, surprised at the lack of response to a known individual. Excited whispers swept through the audience as they recognized the famous Zhan Bai, a guest who often appeared on TV. After the public identification, the white-haired man suggested that the guy kneel down and admit his mistakes, expecting proper respect. Disrespectfully, Han Hao characterized the old man as a wandering cheat, defiantly refusing to acknowledge his celebrity and importance. A momentary tension took over the old man's body, expressing extreme irritation at hearing the insulting words. With fury, the elderly master expressed his hatred for those who spoke of him in such a manner, despising verbal bravery without real skill. The old man smugly continued his tirade of invincibility, emphasizing the unworthiness of all previous critics to even approach his level. Han Hao analytically evaluated his grandfather's actions, noting the power of his jerk, surpassing even the previous opponent from the mansion. Thanks to his honed reaction, the guy managed to dodge the flying fist, demonstrating his own considerable abilities. The old man arrogantly chided his young opponent for failing to take a punch, despite the advantage of youth and fitness. In order to create distance with a dangerous opponent, Han Hao deliberately jumped back while assessing the situation. Despite the old man's powerful kick on the ground, the young man still managed to dodge, showing excellent reactions. An additional bounce back was made by the guy, increasing the safe distance and buying time to think about strategy. Zhan Bai expressed sincere bewilderment at the young man's ability to dodge the blow, believing it to be an impossible coincidence. With joyful surprise, Han Hao realized the manifestation of the results of his practice, noting a significant improvement in his technical ability. The guy commented on the situation enthusiastically, expressing his opinion on the elderly master's lack of strength, deliberately provoking him. The master responded to the provocation with a remark about underestimation due to age, hinting at the hidden capabilities of an experienced fighter. A mysterious, non-contact point-piercing technique was used by the old man, causing the opponent's internal organs to agonize in intangible pain. Alarmed, the lad felt his body numb and his breathing labored, realizing the seriousness of the technique used against him. The old man smugly commented on the situation, rebuking the young man for being overconfident and underestimating his opponent before his imminent end. Han Hao put all his strength into maintaining control over his numb body, refusing to give up in the face of danger. With a sneer, Yang Tianxing turned to the paralyzed youth, curious about his opinion on the awesomeness of the technique used. To finally humiliate his opponent, the manager swung for a slap, laughing at the defenselessness of his recent assailant. At the critical moment, Han Hao activated his house technique, mobilizing the last resources of his body to defend himself. Thanks to a well-timed application of technique, the guy was able to stop the blow with a single finger, shocking the overconfident opponent. For successfully completing the mission to bring the technique to level 2, the system rewarded the young man with 30 immortality points, marking his progress. A fortunate coincidence was noted by the system between the planned mission and the forced use of equipment in a combat situation. With a threat, Han Hao asked his assailant about the need to keep his arm, hinting at the possibility of losing it if he resisted further. Through the worst of the pain, Ian confirmed the potential need for the limb, effectively agreeing to the surrender. In complete panic, Zhao Yang ran towards the scene, mentally repeating "Capets, capets," anticipating disaster. The young man asked the employee about the reasons for the lack of information about his brother's arrival, to which he received an answer that he was still at the door. Zhao found his named brother on the spot, instantly assessing the situation as another dangerous mess involving him. Excitedly, he warned his friend of the old man's status as a great master and teacher, advising him to leave the city immediately for his own safety. Carefully, Zhao mentioned the prepared car at the back door, offering a way to quickly retreat from the danger zone. Absolute incomprehension was expressed by Han Hao regarding the necessity of escape, believing his capabilities to be sufficient to solve any problems. Effortlessly, the cocky young man defeated both opponents, confirming the superiority of his combat skills. Zhao noticed with amazement the defeated opponents lying right at his feet, not believing what was happening. The comrade expressed his sincere admiration for Han Hao's amazing abilities and coolness, not hiding his pride in his friendship with him. The winner pragmatically inquired about the original reason for the challenge, returning to the original purpose of the meeting after the conflict was resolved. Evasively, the comrade replied that there was another reason for the invitation, hinting at some mystery. Impatiently, the lad inquired about additional problems, anticipating more difficulties. Trustingly, Zhao Yang confessed his father's prohibition against divulging information, but after what he had seen, he considered Han Hao his only hope. A dramatic pause was sustained by the agitated young man before revealing the true reason for the meeting, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. In an emotional outburst, he shouted out a plea to save his father, not hiding his desperation and hope for help. Han Hao jokingly agreed to help Daddy's little boy, masking his seriousness at the request with a slight sneer. Anxiously, Zhao narrated about his father's mortal enemy named Cheng Ye, who had returned for revenge. Though the origins of the feud remained unknown to the son, his father had driven the enemy out of the city several years earlier, setting the stage for the conflict. In a tragic twist, the enemy has returned as the head of a group of hitmen set on reprisal against a longtime assailant. The last days of his father's life turned into a nightmare of insomnia and starvation, and during the investigation, Yang Tianxing's plans were accidentally revealed. With sudden understanding, Han Hao inquired about the call's connection to the story, realizing the incurrence of a debt of gratitude. Without hesitation, the young man promised to help, without thinking about the consequences of such a serious promise. Contrary to expectations, the former classmate sank into thoughtfulness, clearly doubting something important. Tactfully, Zhao expressed his doubts not about his friend's strength, but about the magnitude of the threat of an entire squad of professional assassins. Han Hao impatiently interrupted the discussion, demanding specific directions instead of idle talk. The friends raced along the night road in a cool sports car, getting closer to their destination with each passing minute. On the way, Zhao Yang suggested his friends stay at his place due to the remoteness of the country house, clarifying the lack of evening plans. Han Hao readily confirmed his lack of other commitments, though he was inwardly worried about his friend left home alone. To assuage his conscience, the boy decided to contact Moitze by phone to warn him of his absence. Han Hao said hello, introducing himself to the girl at the beginning of the phone call. With a slight sadness in her voice, Moitze inquired about her friend's plans to not return home tonight. Carefully, the young man explained his motives for calling with concern for her, deeming it necessary to warn her of his absence. Zhao Yan jokingly inquired about the couple's cohabitation, noticing his friend's unusual concern for the girl. Immediately, Han Hao dismissed such innuendos, advising his comrade to keep his eyes on the road instead of making inappropriate assumptions. The lad watched the Zhang family's huge estate with admiration upon arrival, gradually realizing the extent of his comrade's wealth. Han Hao expressed sincere surprise at the size of the residence, explaining the suburban location of such an imposing estate. Immediately upon arrival, Zhao summoned his father to meet the potential savior of the family. With wary interest, the older man inquired about the identity of the stranger his son had brought to the family estate. Proudly presented his friend's son as an extremely strong ally who could help resolve the situation. The host politely greeted the guest, recognizing him as the same little classmate mentioned earlier. While expressing his gratitude for his good intentions, the elderly gentleman still doubted the young man's ability to handle such a serious problem. Han Hao politely inquired about the possibility of sleeping overnight, expressing concern about causing inconvenience. Hospitably invited the father of the family to stay, though he warned of the dangers expected that evening. Skeptical thoughts ran through the owner's mind about the uselessness of a small child in securing a home. Curiosity led the lad to inquire about what was going on in the house, noticing unusual activity and preparations. Workers were scurrying everywhere, bringing in strange boxes and installing unknown equipment in different parts of the mansion. Patiently, the head of the household explained about the installation of cameras throughout the house and the installation of an enhanced security system. Soothing words were spoken by the son to his father about the sufficiency of existing measures and the possible absence of a threat from the enemy. With a careful eye, Han Hao surveyed the area around him, assessing the surroundings and potential vulnerabilities. In a mental dialogue with the system, the guy inquired about the availability of funds against professional hitmen. From the options offered by the system, the young man had to choose between a shadow catcher's rack and a disposable scroll with a similar function. Han Hao logically reasoned in favor of a reusable rack, perplexed at having to choose between a permanent and a disposable item. Disappointing news was reported by the system about the high cost of the rack, 100 points over the young man's current balance. A sarcastic remark about choosing to be an idiot rang from the system, eliciting a protest from a guy uninvolved in such a decision. With a creak in his heart, Han Hao purchased a one-time scroll for 30 points, painfully parting with his accumulated bonuses. Immediately, the thrifty young man began using the acquisition, carefully laying out the scroll for activation. With a wave of magical energy, the activated object began to expand, spreading its effect to the entire manor. The guy's amazing sensitivity appeared to every movement in the house, guaranteeing instant detection of any intruder. Despite his heightened vigilance, fatigue took its toll, and a sweet sleep seemed the sensible solution to the young defender. In the middle of the night, strange sounds disturbed Han Hao's sensitive hearing, forcing his consciousness back to reality. With a sudden movement, the young man woke up, interrupting his interesting dream and instantly switching to alert mode. Instant confirmation was given to the alarm, contact was made, unknown persons were approaching the house with obviously unfriendly intentions. The vigilant guard was surprised to discover the enemy's unusual tactics, digging under the house instead of the expected frontal assault. The calculating nature of the enemies was astounding. The tunnel was heading directly under the security room where the father of the family was, and the criminals were almost at their target. Han Hao rushed to his aid, mentally promising to teach the little freaks a lesson and show them where the crayfish were. The security room was right on the mark, and the guy had a hunch that he had shown up just in time to prevent an impending crime. The dramatic invasion was marked by the arrival of the protector, loudly warning of the danger and his willingness to help. In an absolutely peaceful atmosphere, caught the young man, father of the family, engaged in a very specific case, looking at women's bodies on the computer monitor. An awkward silence filled the space between the unexpected co-conspirators of the delicate situation, unsure how to react. Han Hao was shocked at this kind of pastime of an elderly man, completely out of keeping with the seriousness of the situation. The confusion was caused by the absence of the assassins, who, according to the young man's calculations, should have already entered the room. The guy mentally reproached the killers in unprofessionalism, assuming that they had arranged a smoke break instead of hard work. The owner of the house inquired with an incomprehensible look about the reasons for such a late visit of the young guest to his private space. Embarrassed, Han Hao explained his intrusion by being overly vigilant, apologizing for the inconvenience and discreetly moving away from the awkward situation. The explanation for his vigil was shared by a man who feared the sudden appearance of hitmen at any moment. Han Hao broke the stunning news, assuring the landlord of the already accomplished mercenary infiltration. The man was skeptical, assuming that the young man was simply frightened in an unfamiliar environment. With a logical argument about the inevitable capture of the intrusion by security cameras, the landlord tried to refute the warning. Patiently, the guy explained the reason for the invisibility on the cameras. The opponents were right below them, underground. A tense silence filled the room as everyone listened for possible sounds of digging, but heard nothing. Suddenly, the doors behind the guy opened to reveal assassins who appeared from a completely different place than they were expected to come from. The dramatic announcement of the death hour came from invading assassins intent on accomplishing their mission. Han Hao expressed sincere bewilderment at the tactics of the professional mercenaries who had chosen the front entrance instead of digging. His father reacted fatalistically to the appearance of enemies, noting the predictability of such a development. The ominous promise of taking a dog's life came from Chang Ye, who had finally achieved his perennial goal. With an unexpected accusation of perverted thoughts about his wife, the father of the Zhang family replied, rebuking his opponent for being shameless. With growing interest, the young man watched the altercation turn a deadly confrontation into a domestic drama. A passionate love story between himself and Zhang's wife was narrated by Chang Ye, accusing her husband of forcibly separating the lovers. The longing lover poetically described the separation, claiming an indelible memory with every cell of his body. The landlord categorically denied the rival's version, accusing him of stalking and harassing a woman who loves only her lawful husband. A timely video call from Nancy, Zhang's wife, suddenly interrupted the verbal altercation, demanding that the request be accepted. With a carefree look, the wife inquired about her husband's dream, in between reporting the money spent and requesting an additional transfer. The justification for excessive spending was the mention of numerous new products that require immediate purchase because of their exclusivity. Chang Ye gently addressed the woman on the screen, using the romantic nickname Plump Orange and reminding her of her earlier vow. With utter bewilderment, Nancy reacted to the address, pointing out the mistake in the name and denying any acquaintance with the speaker. Real tears streamed down the face of a rejected man who couldn't believe the name change of a once-beloved woman and her complete oblivion of her past. Delicately, Han Hao pointed out the inconsistency of what was happening with the previously told legend, trying to make sense of the complicated situation. Desperately, Chang Ye tried to shift the blame for the change in the woman onto her husband, refusing to believe in natural oblivion. The accusation of magically affecting his wife's memory was made by an infuriated, spurned lover who found no other explanation for what had happened. With a lightning-fast movement, the emotionally unstable opponent bared his weapon, threatening the head of the family with his blades. The blades, thrown in a fit of rage, luckily missed their target, hitting the opposite surface and causing no damage. Han Hao put up a shield of sorts as a defense, rebuking his opponent for completely ignoring his presence. Disdainfully, the assailant inquired about the young man's identity, advising him to get out before he got hurt in the crossfire. With a reminder of the 2 instances of suffering due to Chang Ye's fault, Han Hao parried, alluding to the previous clashes. The aggressor impatiently interrupted the meaningless, in his opinion, conversation, ordering the fool to leave immediately. With a mysterious smile, the young man reflected on the 30 points of immortality spent on this insignificant opponent, considering it excessive. Chang Ye made a fatal mistake when he ordered the mercenaries to attack after an insulting remark about annoying life. At the leader's command, the mercenary ninjas began to use shurikens, ready to kill anyone in their path indiscriminately. Carefully covering the head of the household, Han Hao warned caution, preparing to neutralize the attack. Using the house's learned techniques, the young man effectively blocked the flying weapon, creating an invisible barrier of defense. With a threat, the defender warned of his intention to bring all his weapons back, preparing to counterattack. Magically reflected all the blades, flying backwards directly at the stunned assassins. Chang Ye was in a real state of shock, mentally analyzing what had happened and deciding to immediately retreat in the face of the unknown threat. The head of the household commented triumphantly on the attempted escape, immediately calling for guards to finish the operation. Unexpectedly, Han Hao, the father of the Han Hao family, stopped his impulse, cryptically reminding him of the necessity of everything in its own time. It was perplexing to hear such advice from a man certain of the end of the threat after the fleeing of his opponents. When retreating, the killers decided to use a prearranged tunnel that provided a safe exit. Without the slightest hesitation, all the mercenaries jumped into the underground passage, confident in the successful completion of the retreat operation. Hun Hao rushed after the fleeing bandits, ironically wondering about their plans to escape in such a predictable direction. A specially calculated violent jump was made by the young man, causing a localized earthquake at the tunnel entrance point. With a deafening crack, the asphalt split just out where the digging had taken place, dropping tons of earth on the heads of those fleeing. The father of the family watched with great shock at the young guest's incredible abilities beyond all expectations. Practically, Han Hao explained his tactics, preferring to deal with all the enemies at once rather than one by one. Under the pile of rocks were all the mercenaries, unable to continue resistance or escape attempts. The man noted with surprise that none of the opponents were able to get out of the ground after the collapse. Excitedly, Zhao Yang came running in after the tangible earthquake, worried about his father's well-being and the situation in the house. The guards arrived late when the danger had already passed thanks to the effective actions of the young defender. Boundless gratitude was expressed by the head of the family to the guy who saved his life from a deadly threat. Practically, Han Hao suggested that the captured assassins be left to the master of the house for further proceedings. The next morning, the awakened guy was in for an amazing surprise that completely changed his ideas about gratitude. With deep gratitude, the head of the family announced the decision to make a gift to the young man in gratitude for his rescue. The sacred tree's mysterious properties of bringing good fortune at the expense of others were explained by the host, refraining from asserting other uses. With some skepticism, the boy took the gift in his hands, pondering the value of such a strange trinket. The system responded indignantly to the ward's doubts, reassuring him of its honesty and insisting that he accept the gift. Common sense told Han Hao to take the gift anyway, even with its potential uselessness. Friendly Zhao Yan offered to give the guest a ride back to the city in his car, showing hospitality to the end. The classmate noticed with surprise the sudden disappearance of everyone around him, including his recent savior. In utter confusion, Han Hao found himself in an unknown place, not realizing how he had gotten there. While trying to orient himself, the young man received an explanation from the system about a special place to concentrate and practice. The insidious plan was revealed by the system, mentioning the inability to leave the place without gaining a new ability. Accusations of showing off and willingness to go to any lengths were voiced by the boy, annoyed by the new turn of events. With no choice, the young man decided to sit down and start using house techniques to progress, submitting to the demands of the system. Han Hao expressed his disappointment at the lack of visible effect of the stick he had received, which had no effect on his practice. With sudden insight, the alien remembered the spiritual component, pointing out the many vile encumbrances in the practitioner's soul. The inversely proportional relationship between the amount of spiritual encumbrance and the effectiveness of the magic tree was explained by the system. It would take a whole month for a normal practitioner to perfect and cleanse the soul of negative ballast. The guy trapped in the pit screamed in rage, accusing the system of meanness and deliberate framing. An amazing change occurred after 3 days of intensive practice, when a bright yellow radiation began to emanate from the young man. Han Hao had been in deep concentration all this time, achieving a change in the color of his aura to a deep yellow. The system noted with disbelief the possibility of mastering a technique without a magic tree in such a short 3-day period. The young man was truly proud of himself for mastering such a complex spiritual practice so quickly against the expectations of the system. On the way to Li Tianhao's house, the young man noted the connection between wealth and remoteness of residence, observing only forested expanses around him. The master welcomed the long-awaited guest cordially, expressing satisfaction at his arrival. With sincere gratitude, Han Hao turned to his host for the hospitality shown during their previous meeting. The gentleman politely inquired about the guest's familiarity with his granddaughter Xiao Shuang, hoping for a positive answer. A detailed explanation of the granddaughter's parentage was given by the master, clarifying their relationship and previous encounters. He instantly remembered the insolent girl he had crossed paths with earlier, feeling no particular joy from the new meeting. Han Hao was instructed to call the 2 girls by the master, who was about to prepare tea for the guests. While moving down the corridor, the guy's attention was caught by the open door of one of the rooms. Believing to find his friend there, the young man entered the room without knocking, confident that his guess was correct. To his great embarrassment, instead of the expected girlfriend, Han Hao found his master's granddaughter changing clothes at an extremely awkward moment. Instantly, Han Hao realized his fatal mistake, entering the ajar door without knocking or warning. A bright blush flooded the face of the girl, who found herself in an extremely uncomfortable position in front of the stranger. A feverish apology began to be uttered by the embarrassed young man, hoping to smooth over the awkwardness of the situation. The girl threw a heavy vase that could seriously harm the troublemaker, but luckily missed. Unexpectedly, Moitzi met the boy in the hallway, surprised to comment on his quick arrival at the manor. Concern for her friend was expressed by the girl, mentioning numerous unanswered calls over several days. A vague explanation about the long trip was offered by Han Hao, avoiding the details of his 3-day absence. Xiao Shuang's sudden shout from the room interrupted their conversation, making both of them wary. Moitzi reacted curiously to the noise, assuming its source to be the recent victim of an awkward situation. The suggestion to go in and check out the cause of the screaming came from a concerned girl, unaware of her friend's recent embarrassment. Defending himself in advance, Han Hao emphasized his innocence of any potential problem with his master's granddaughter. Absolute emptiness met them in the room, completely inconsistent with the expected picture of a screaming girl. An intuitive sense of impropriety about what was happening gripped Han Hao, making him suspect something amiss. The young man snapped out of his seat, beginning to guess the real reason for the oddity. An anxious guy ran out onto the balcony, trying to locate the whereabouts of the missing girl. Peering into the darkness of the night, Han Hao tried to discern any moving silhouette, but to no avail. With an indignant exclamation, the young man reacted to the improbability of what was happening, not wanting to believe what had happened. The silhouette of a stranger flashed in the distance, carrying the helpless body of his master's granddaughter in his arms, moving away from the manor. Tensely, the friends gazed into the vague outline of the man in the robe, trying to memorize any features for identification. Without thinking, Han Hao jumped off the balcony, intending to chase down the kidnapper and save the innocent victim. With growing concern, Moitzi watched her friend's dangerous leap from a height, worried for his safety. Following the jumping lad, the girl shouted a warning of caution, begging him to take care in the dangerous pursuit. Persistently pursuing the kidnapper, the young man angrily questioned the audacity of the kidnapping right in front of the owners of the house. On the run, Han Hao warned Han Hao of the pointlessness of trying to escape, showing confidence in his superiority. To the great surprise of the pursuer, the kidnapper suddenly stopped running and turned around to face the pursuer, accepting the challenge. With a mockery, Han Hao inquired about his opponent's physical stamina, noticing his heavy breathing after running. The kidnapper's fatigue was revealed by his intermittent, heavy breathing, audible even from a few meters away. The ultimatum for the girl's return came from a confident young man, implying unpleasant consequences for refusal. In response, the kidnapper only shook his finger negatively, making clear his unwillingness to submit to his pursuer's demands. With a cautionary note, the guy turned to the stubborn opponent, pointing out the lack of chances in the upcoming confrontation. Anticipating the fight, Han Hao promised to try out his new ability on the uncooperative kidnapper. A bright yellow light resembling fire began to blaze from the young man's hand, demonstrating the activation of an unknown power. With the ability he had just mastered, Han Hao decided to take the nearest tree as an improvised weapon. There was an incredible lightness in his hands as he lifted the huge trunk, as if it weighed nothing. Without the slightest effort, the young man held the giant tree, shocking even an experienced opponent with his sight. With undisguised surprise, the kidnapper reacted to the show of strength, recognizing in his opponent a seeker of immortality. An ironic greeting came from Han Hao to his opponent, who confirmed his awareness of spiritual practices. With a sudden throw, the guy decided to test his opponent's reaction by hurling the giant tree in his direction. Lightning flew the wood projectile towards the stranger, threatening serious consequences on impact. The kidnapper asked indignantly about the reasons for the intrusion of an outsider into the family's affairs, not understanding the young man's motivation. Han Hao's sense of friendship and loyalty came as an explanation, refusing to stand idly by and watch the injustice. The stranger promised retribution in a threatening tone, irritated by the unexpected resistance of a bystander. A fearless challenge was issued by a young man, arming himself with 2 trees and offering to try and straighten him out. With the expectation of strategic advantage, Han Hao hurled both projectiles, creating a distraction to get closer. The stranger watched carefully as the improvised throwing projectiles approached, waiting for the right moment to react. As if teleported, the enemy suddenly disappeared from the trajectory of the flying trees, displaying incredible speed. A puzzled exclamation escaped the young man, who had lost sight of the elusive kidnapper and his victim. Han Hao rushed after the fugitive, unwilling to lose sight of such an important trail in the dangerous chase. A flash of insight visited the young man when a spontaneous plan of action formed in his mind at the sight of a certain detail. A distinctive mantle flashed on the horizon, giving away the location of the rapidly slipping foe. A huge cobblestone chose the young pursuer for his next attack, intent on stopping the fugitive at all costs. The powerful impact against the ground was reminiscent of a meteorite falling as Han Hao dropped a stone towards the target. The young man warned of the mortal danger of his throw, which the enemy miraculously managed to dodge. Han Hao offered one last chance to return the girl amicably, pointing out the hopelessness of the kidnapper's situation. Stubborn unwillingness to submit was demonstrated by the mysterious opponent, refusing to compromise even in a hopeless situation. Frightening streams of purple smoke began to erupt from the stranger's sleeve, indicating the use of some sort of black magic. Han Hao looked puzzled at the incomprehensible phenomenon, not understanding the nature of the magical substance that had appeared. Mockingly, the guy commented on trying to hide in the smoke, doubting the effectiveness of such a primitive tactic. Once again, the young man gave chase, shouting demands to stop at the stubborn kidnapper. Through the violet mist, Han Hao tried to see any trace of the fleeing enemy. Intuitively sensing movement behind him, the guy instantly determined the direction of the intended attack. A lightning-fast kick of his foot struck the young man at the supposed location of the enemy, triumphantly announcing his discovery. To his great disappointment, instead of an opponent, Han Hao found only an abandoned robe, indicating another deception. Confusion gripped the young man, not realizing the disappearance of his opponent after the desire to fight in the strangely abandoned robe. With a casual movement of his foot, Han Hao touched something tangible lying right on the ground beside him. As he looked down, the lad was surprised to see the object he had touched in search of his missing opponent. The elder's granddaughter lay motionless on the grass, as if abandoned by her captor for lack of use. The young man turned anxiously to the motionless girl, trying to bring her to consciousness with careful movements. After carefully examining Xiaoshuang, Han Hao anxiously assumed a loss of consciousness or other serious condition. The young man was faced with the dilemma of continuing the chase, leaning toward helping the victim because of her poor condition. The sudden revelation greatly embarrassed the guy, forcing him to reassess his assessment of the situation in a completely different light. A disturbing symptom was the complete numbness of Han Hao's own body, which had lost the ability to move after coming into contact with the purple mist. In utter confusion, the young man mentally questioned what was happening, not understanding the reasons for the sudden paralysis. An urgent warning from the system cleared things up. The strange smoke was not at all what it initially appeared to be. Behind the clouds of fog lurked a huge number of poisonous gnats, paralyzing the victim with their bites and poisoning the body. With a triumphant note in his voice, the invisible captor announced the young man's loss since his imprudent intrusion into the poison cloud. The dead look of the enemy, who did not look like a living man, completed the ghastly picture as he reproached the lad for his indiscretion. Han Hao reacted with an angry question about the ultimate purpose of all these actions, trying to understand the motives of the strange kidnapper. With an inhuman tone, the stranger denied having any special purpose, making one think of senseless cruelty as the only motive. With a ruthless gesture, his opponent grabbed the unconscious girl by the hair, showing complete disregard for other people's suffering. The monstrous intention to give the old man the corpse of his granddaughter was narrated by the kidnapper, revealing the true reason for his actions: revenge. For the first time in his life, Han Hao found himself in such a desperate situation, barely holding back tears at the realization of his own powerlessness. With a devilish laugh, the madman recounted plans for an agonizing and long death for the girl, intending to use the worst means known to him. The story of the older brother, the only heir to the poisonous insect charms killed by Mr. Li, was told by the kidnapper as a backstory for his revenge. The image of his older brother flashed in his childhood memories, answering questions about the power of poisonous insects and finding his own direction. Wise words about the need to find one's unique path were often repeated by the older brother, believing in the special destiny of the younger one. The tragic news of her brother's death turned the family's pride to ashes, leaving the child alone with an unbearable loss. A shock to the child's psyche was the news of the death of his favorite brother, forever changing the life path of the child. A little boy plunged into mad despair, experiencing the death of the dearest person and losing his bearings in life. The lack of his own accomplishments in life pushed the orphaned child to seek the very direction his dead brother spoke of. The decisive step was a visit to the cave with the lair of the mate of poisonous insects, which determined the further fate and transformation of the Mad Avenger. The bloody wounds of the madman were infiltrated by poisonous insects, introducing the scent of their womb and providing complete control over the swarm. An ancient family's sinister charms, inaccessible to anyone for generations, have fallen under the power of a vengeance-obsessed man. After unbearable, desperate agony, the survivor was still able to master the most brutal and ferocious power, turning into a monster. The victim's helplessness was compounded by the paralysis of the senses caused by the venom of tiny insects, rendering it impossible to even hear what was happening. Anxious thoughts about his own condition filled Han Hao's mind, unable to feel his body and doubting even keeping himself alive. In desperation, the guy mentally called out to the system, begging for a response at this critical moment. Ready to burst with tension, the young man continued to mentally shout, hoping for a response from his faithful helper in a moment of mortal danger. With sadistic interest, the creepy kidnapper studied the young girl in his arms, savoring her defenselessness and anticipating revenge. A satisfied smile distorted the features of the madman, realizing the perfect readiness of his plan to come to fruition. Han Hao was in the closed world of his paralysis, cut off from the outside world by insect poison and his own helplessness. Desperate attempts to contact the system did not stop the guy, putting the last of his strength into mental appeals for help. With the hope of a miracle, the young man continued to beg for a response from at least one creature capable of hearing him in this state. Suddenly, amidst the mental darkness, Han Hao discerned a strange glow that appeared as if from nowhere. The alien sarcastically commented on the impossibility of his disappearance, calling his ward an idiot for such doubts. Loyalty to his last breath, the strange creature promised, assuring an unbreakable bond even in the face of death. Specific instructions for speeding up the circulation of energy and releasing House's power were provided by the symbiote, pointing the way to salvation. Across the forest floor, the attacker dragged the girl's body mercilessly, dragging her by the hair and continuing to abuse his defenseless victim. A strange, delicious smell suddenly caught the kidnapper's attention, causing him to sniff at the unexpected flavor. The insect manager was surprised to find that the appetizing smell was coming from the paralyzed guy, contrary to expectations showing signs of activity. A sarcastic question about liking the smell of insect barbecue rang out from Han Hao, indicating a change in the balance of power. The proof of the words were the actual fried insects around the young man, demonstrating the effectiveness of the house's internal fire. The enemy reacted with disbelief at the awakening of the intended victim, not expecting such a development. The ominous cracking of wood behind him was heard by the kidnapper, heralding a new round of dangerous confrontation. Solemnly, Han Hao announced his successful release, wondering about the enemy's future plans in the face of the changed situation. The option to let the victims live was offered by the guy, giving a chance to resolve the conflict without further bloodshed. A threatening warning of consequences sounded from the kidnapper, unwilling to give up his plans for revenge. The coming of the hour of death for the lad was announced by the madman, causing only laughter in the confident young man. With cliché fatigue, Han Hao remarked on often hearing such threats from a variety of opponents. A provocative invitation to approach was thrown by the young man to his opponent, showing full confidence in his own superiority. To the lad's surprise, there was only emptiness in front of him, the cunning opponent once again choosing flight over direct confrontation. Han Hao shouted a scornful assessment of the enemy spirit at the fleeing man, promising an imminent attack and retribution. For advantage in the chase, the young man activated an amulet of X-ray vision, expanding his search capabilities in the forest thicket. Thanks to the magic item, the path of the fleeing enemy was clearly revealed in the depths of the forest, making the chase inevitably successful. A silhouette flashed in the distance, entering some house, which drew the particular attention of the pursuer, intent on ending the dangerous game. Cautiously, the lad approached the entrance to the mysterious room, anticipating the decisive battle. With certainty, Han Hao determined the exact location of his granddaughter's kidnapper, thanks to the activated amulet. With a powerful push of his legs, the young man made an impressive leap, instantly covering the distance to the high balcony. Landing with feline grace, the determined stalker prepared for the final confrontation. Inner confidence and complete control of the situation was felt by the guy, unaware of the trap being prepared. With a sharp movement, Han Hao swung open the doors of the second floor, bursting into the enemy's lair without the slightest fear. A surprise question about the method of discovering the secret hideout came from the kidnapper, clearly not expecting such a quick pursuit. With a contemptuous note in his voice, the young man noted the meaninglessness of this information, emphasizing the lack of escape routes. With a threatening kneading of his fist, Han Hao warned his opponent of the coming retribution for all the atrocities he had committed. Suddenly, a strange web appeared on the guy's body, appearing as if out of thin air and entangling his limbs. The momentarily restraining effect of the web robbed the young man of his ability to move, turning him into a helpless statue. The terrifying realization of the trap came to Han Hao too late, when the opportunity to resist was already lost. With growing horror, the boy felt his body numb, realizing that the web contained a potent poison. A sinister smile contorted the face of his adversary, laughing at another victim caught in his skillful net. The specially prepared surprise was gloatingly reported by the kidnapper, confessing to deliberately luring the young man into the prepared trap. The advanced preparation of the surprise was emphasized by the sinister host, enjoying the look of horror on the face of his captured victim. Hordes of various insects and snakes rushed towards the immobilized guy from all sides, eager to lash out with venomous stings. In passing, the kidnapper remarked about the original purpose of the trap for Old Man Lee, expressing weariness at the change of plans. The insect master noted with bewilderment the encounter with many immortality seekers, of which only Han Hao stood out as being particularly arrogant. On the necessity of tempering the mind for a true seeker of immortality, reasoned the opponent, wondering at the reckless behavior of the young rival. In an attempted chokehold, the guy desperately demanded to be released, calling his opponent a freak despite the latter's clear superiority. With an incredible effort of will, Han Hao was able to partially overcome the paralysis, raising his arm in defiance of the effects of the strongest poison. An unexpected pinch from a seemingly immobilized victim caused the kidnapper to cry out in pain, momentarily distracting him from his plan. After the momentary success, his strength finally left the young man, causing him to collapse to the floor in front of his triumphant opponent. With cold cruelty, the kidnapper announced the death sentence, emphasizing the irreversible spread of the poison through the victim's body. The villain taught a life lesson about the inadmissibility of overestimating one's own strength to the half-paralyzed young man, calling him a stranger. Han Hao, who was facing such a dangerous opponent for the first time, began to realize the full seriousness and hopelessness of the situation. The guy's astonishing audacity was noted by the irritated kidnapper, spitting directly in the face of the immobilized victim as a sign of contempt. Suddenly, a familiar voice calling out Han Hao's name made everyone on the stage freeze in surprise. The young man was relieved to recognize the voice of Mr. Lee, whose appearance completely changed the entire balance of power in a critical situation. A panicked thought flashed through the insect spellcaster's mind of the incredibly quick discovery of their hideout, realizing the unpreparedness to do battle with the powerful elder. The villain looked anxiously at the unconscious granddaughter, realizing the impossibility of carrying away a valuable trophy under the current circumstances. An unexpected insight visited the kidnapper as an idea formed in his mind that could change the unfortunate course of events. With a lightning-fast movement, the warlock created a small wound on his finger, releasing blood for some mysterious ritual. With a sudden movement, the kidnapper grabbed the defenseless girl's face, preparing the next stage of his sinister plan. Right into the victim's mouth, the villain poured fresh blood from the wound on his finger, performing some sort of gruesome ritual. With overwhelming rage, Han Hao shouted at the kidnapper, demanding that he immediately stop bullying the innocent girl. Helplessly, the paralyzed youth watched his opponent's actions, not understanding the true purpose of the bloody ritual. Amidst thoughts of imminent death came the system's reassuring assurance that it was impossible to die in its presence. Han Hao's body lay unconscious, but the spark of life still lingered in him, giving him hope of salvation. The extreme danger of the situation was noted by the system, offering a choice between salvation at the cost of losing supernatural abilities or death. In the young man's memory recalled vivid pictures of happy childhood, filled with greenery and the joy of carefree days. Every summer, ripe fruit from the neighbor's plum tree dangled seductively over the fence, beckoning the local children. Because of his tall stature, the hopes of all the kids in the neighborhood focused on little Han Hao, the only one able to reach the treat. The constant attention of peers hanging around the plum miner gave the boy a sense of his own exceptionalism. In plucking the neighbor's fruit was the whole superpower of the future seeker of immortality, which seemed then an incredible gift. Throughout junior high school, brilliant grades and teacher-favorite status only bolstered the young prodigy's self-esteem. The numerous red flowers for excellent marks, which confirmed the specialness of little Han Hao, turned into a special pride. The impossibility of being ordinary was firmly realized by the young man, finding plenty of evidence of his uniqueness among his peers. About potential superpowers and saving the world dreamed of a teenager, sincerely believing in his great destiny. These were the colors that Han Hao painted his own future, not allowing himself to think about the mediocrity of his fate. During the award ceremony, a cruel blow of fate fell on the guy when it turned out that the organizers had mixed up the papers. Instead of the expected first place, the disappointed young man received only a consolation prize that shattered his illusions about his own exceptionalism. The first real encounter with the bitterness of defeat was remembered by Han Hao forever, changing his perception of the world and himself. With painful clarity, the guy realized his inconsistency with the criteria of the winner, but for a long time could not accept this truth. After much deliberation, the young man accepted the inescapable reality of his ordinariness, the absence of any supernatural abilities. Han Hao was resigned to the prospect of spending his life as an ordinary person, unless something incredible happened that changed fate. With insistence, the system reminded us of the criticality of the choice between preserving life at the cost of losing ability and the risky alternative. After diving into childhood memories, the boy thought deeply, weighing the significance of the proposed choice. Han Hao came to a decisive rejection of the system's offer, unwilling to return to an ordinary life without supernatural abilities. The strange beast reacted with amazement at such a categorical answer, suggesting that he should still consider the decision more carefully. A philosophical comparison between first place and the consolation prize was made by the young man, emphasizing the huge difference between these achievements. The lack of choice in the past and its presence in the present was pointed out by Han Hao, firmly asserting the right to make his own decision. The system inquired with surprise about the young man's intention to lay hands on himself, which the guy categorically denied, calling himself a real fighter. The strange beast showed genuine amazement, wondering about the source of the information about the hidden intentions and background of the proposal. Han Hao made an insightful observation about the illogicality of choosing between ordinariness and death, pointing out the obvious decision of any sentient being. With an approving smile, the system confirmed the correctness of the guess, warning of the difficulty of the unnamed second option. The details of the critical situation were revealed by the system, explaining the need to use energy to expel the insect venom, contained only by House's technique. The painfulness of the process and the need for considerably more strength than usual was warned about by the symbiote, without hiding the risks. With an optimistic outlook, the system noted that successfully overcoming the ordeal would not only keep the guy alive, but would greatly strengthen him. The possibility of taking any external form to communicate was mentioned by the creature, assuring the immateriality of its appearance. With light humor, the system even suggested the form of a girl, jokingly fearing the young man's heart stopping from such a transformation. The alien returned to a serious tone, wondering about the finality of his ward's decision before beginning the risky procedure. With a carefree look, Han Hao assured in full confidence, not expecting any problems with the chosen option. A direct question about willingness to die to preserve superpowers was asked by the symbiote, testing the young man's resolve before the dangerous test. With philosophical calmness, the guy replied, comparing his situation to the TV characters and noting the importance of not being afraid. Han Hao came to a new understanding of his own nature, suggesting that his singularity transcended previous perceptions. A reminder of the reasons for the current plight was provided by the system, pointing to arrogance and underestimation of the enemy. The young man agreed with the admission of partial underestimation, emphasizing his rejection of the position of a weakling and the fact of gradual maturation. An unexpected question about the system's status was asked by Han Hao, wondering if it was indeed the strongest among the immortal systems. An ambitious statement about becoming the strongest seeker of immortality and a real star was made by the young man, showing confidence in success. With undisguised joy, the alien comrade accepted such ambitious plans of the guy, seeing in them a reflection of his own hopes. The symbiote called for the immediate start of the test, reminding them to act instead of long conversations. Han Hao cried out in unbearable pain, convinced of the truth of the system's warnings about the tortuousness of the process. With the realization of the need for patience, the guy focused on the circulation of energy, realizing it was the only chance for salvation. Energy began to materialize in the young man's tense hands, concentrating for the upcoming fight against the poison. With utmost concentration, Han Hao tried to flush out all the poison accumulated in his body, mobilizing all the internal reserves. An unexpected help was a gifted old stick that suddenly began to glow, revealing hidden magical properties. With magical grace, the magic stick began to float in the air, actively helping the young man to establish proper energy circulation in his exhausted body. Thanks to the enhanced energy flow, all the poisonous insects successfully left the guy's body, releasing him from the deadly threat. After cleansing his body, Han Hao suddenly found himself waking up in a soft bed, far away from the scene of the deadly battle. Confused, the young man stood up and tried in vain to understand the events that had taken place and his mysterious transfer to safety. At the foot of the bed, the boy noticed his childhood friend sleeping, faithfully awaiting his awakening during the long hours of sleeplessness. With a welcoming smile, Mr. Li turned to the awakened young man, expressing his joy at his friend's long-awaited awakening after a dangerous adventure. Exhausted by the long wait, Moitse dozed off right at the patient's bedside, unable to wait for the moment when consciousness returned to her childhood friend. Suddenly awakened, the violet-haired girl began to pester her comrade with questions about her well-being, not hiding her joy. The alarming news about Xiao Shuang's condition marred the moment of the meeting. The medics still hadn't determined the cause of the ailment, leaving the time of awakening unknown. A bitter sense of guilt swept over Han Hao, realizing his own responsibility for the current sorry state of both girls after the unfortunate encounter. The painful regrets of underestimating the enemy tormented the soul of the young man, who realized the possibility of a completely different outcome with a more cautious approach. In a soothing tone, the elder dismissed the young man's self-accusations, reminding him of the noble reason for the trouble, the rescue of an innocent girl. A sudden epiphany visited the student, who remembered the last amulet of X-ray vision, which could clarify the true condition of the victim. The results of the magical examination shocked those present. The unconscious girl was found to be wearing traces of special charms of enchantment that required immediate attention. The dangerous nature of sinister sorcery lay in the unbreakable bond between the spellcaster and the victim, threatening instant death if forcibly separated. Righteous anger seized Han Hao at the thought of the vile kidnapper using such despicable methods to achieve his vile goals. Resolutely clenching his fist, the irritated young man promised to paint his offender's face well the next time they met, not hiding his rage. The mysterious pill could partially neutralize the effects of the charms, but the full effect was not guaranteed, leaving the girl unconscious. Remembering the important information, the brave young man mentioned the known limitation of charm magic, only being able to act on one object at a time. A logical battle plan suggestion sounded from the savvy Han Hao: change the target of the enchantment to automatically release the innocent victim from the destructive charms. Interrupting the discussion with a firm gesture, the girl's grandfather called for immediate action, dismissing further conversation as a waste of precious time. A reasonable division of duties was suggested by the elder, instructing Han Hao's friend to stay at home to look after the unconscious victim for the duration of her absence. Straining his memory, the inquisitive lad shared a vague recollection of the kidnapper's words regarding revenge for his brother. With undisguised bitterness, recalled the master of the old days of his enormous influence, inevitably gave rise to a lot of envious people. The story of the confrontation with the sorcerer Xuan Hong revealed new details. Not possessing outstanding power, the sorcerer posed a serious threat with his unusual abilities. A tragic delay marred the elder's past. The news of the insidious poisoning came too late when Xiao Shuang's parents were already at death's door. Inexorable retribution caught up with the perpetrator of the tragedy. Having learned about the contract nature of the murder, the angry Mr. Li did not have any ceremony with the corrupt charmer. The lightning-fast reprisal against the murderer of the girl's parents was accomplished in one crushing blow, which became a just retribution for the atrocity committed. Tired of endless intrigues and conflicts, the weary elder decided to retire from business, striving with all his heart for a simple, quiet life away from danger. The noble desire to secure a peaceful existence for his granddaughter was overshadowed by a new threat, in the face of which indulgence no longer had any place. A practical suggestion to start the search from the road where the enemy had fled came from the determined Han Hao, eager to find the evil sorcerer as soon as possible. With a rebuke for slowness, the old man asked about the appearance of the pursuing villain, seeking a more accurate description for an effective search. The young man described in detail the appearance of the enemy, who looked like an old floor cloth, with a thin, pale face, as if he were a completely desiccated man. On the playground, kids were having fun, enthusiastically playing with an animator in the costume of a funny teddy bear under the bright sunlight. A strange action occurred at the conclusion of the performance. The participants began to remove their masquerade costumes in front of the hushed audience. The unpleasant discovery made the children recoil. Under the removed mask was a complete stranger with a frightening expression on his face. Frightened witnesses told of a suspicious animator who demanded that someone contact all available brothers immediately. The subordinates reacted impatiently, wanting to personally solve the problem without involving outsiders in such a sensitive matter. A sudden message appeared on the phone screen, announcing Mr. Lee's urgent request for help in a critical situation. The supervisor shouted angrily at the distracted employee, resenting his insolence in looking at his phone during an important conversation. The boss harshly criticized the useless employee whose daily activities caused only irritation, ordering him to clean up immediately. Joyfully, the man responded to Mr. Lee's phone call for help, expressing his full willingness to support an old acquaintance. Sincerely, the man was glad that his longtime comrade still remembered his brothers, ordering the men to be sent to help immediately. Pleasant memories came over the older man, making him nostalgic for the glory days of past joint operations. Satisfyingly, Master Lee remarked that there was only a little bit of time left to wait before meeting up with his faithful comrades from earlier. Han Hao pondered skeptically about the strange search method, simple phone calls without any complicated strategy or plan. Important information was reported by those involved in the search. The enemy was last seen entering this neighborhood. The young man involuntarily admired the impressive connections of his companion, able to mobilize an entire network with a single call. Concerned, the elder noted that without accurate apartment data, we would have to check each dwelling individually. Suddenly, an unusual detail, presumably capable of obviating the need for total inspection, caught the guy's attention. The window was a horrifying sight, literally swarming with a variety of insects of all sizes and shapes. The disgusting cluster of arthropods consisted of a variety of creatures, from wriggling scolopendras to poisonous beetles. The very same kidnapper was in the room, deep in meditation to restore C's life energy. Suddenly, the warlock felt a strange change in the atmosphere as his heightened senses detected the approach of danger. The door of the shelter opened abruptly, revealing two uninvited guests, an old master and his young companion. Surprised, the sorcerer stood up, admitting to his elder the surprise of discovering his secret lair so quickly. Han Hao squeamishly noted the disgusting condition of the dwelling, not hiding his disgust at the abominable cluster of insects around it. The kidnapper was sincerely amazed at the sight of the living young man, whom he had thought dead from the deadly poison of his insects. Mockingly, the young man replied, confirming the obvious fact of his presence in front of his stunned opponent. Smugly, the sorcerer declared the impossibility of harming him even in the face of two determined opponents, ominously warned the insect wizard of the deadly connection between his life and the existence of the enchanted girl. Threateningly, the kidnapper demanded the elder to kill the companion, or else he would immediately take the life of his precious granddaughter. Under the threat of immediate reprisal against his granddaughter, the villain demanded that the old man begin to carry out his cruel order. Ignoring the ominous threats, Han Hao resolutely walked towards his opponent with unwavering determination in his eyes. The apparent disregard for the deadly warnings puzzled the kidnapper, who did not understand the strange behavior of the fearless young man. With a voice breaking with rage, the madman asked why the elder was delaying in killing the boy, risking his granddaughter's life. Master Lee remained in absolute stillness, carefully analyzing the situation without a single visible display of emotion. Between scathing taunts, the warlock inquired about the young man's intentions, doubting the sufficiency of his spiritual power. After a lengthy rant from his opponent, the young man clenched his fist, unleashing a crushing blow on his offender. With unprecedented force, the enraged fighter drove his fist into the smug face of the stunned insect sorcerer. The mighty blow shattered the stone shards of the wall as the enemy's body crashed into the hard surface with a rumble. Through clenched teeth, the furious Han Hao muttered the accusation of twaddle, not hiding his disgust for the cowardly enemy. Only mean games and low intrigues were limited, in the young man's opinion, to the pathetic abilities of the arrogant opponent. The crushing collision created an impressive hole in the wall, a testament to the fighter's increased power. In a perplexed tone, the wizard turned to the unperturbed elder, sincerely not understanding his strange calmness. There was a warning in the master's icy voice of immediate retribution at the slightest attempt to harm his granddaughter. The kidnapper responded to the threats with a mocking laugh, believing his position to be completely invulnerable to his enemies. Out of the arrogant sorcerer's mouth came a question about the naivety of his opponents believing his plan had completely unraveled. In an instant, the warlock released thousands of poisonous insects from his sleeves, filling the space with a buzzing cloud. Increased vigilance was called for by a concerned elder to his young companion in the face of an impending threat. The deadly swarm was advancing from all sides, filling every inch of space with their hideous bodies. Without delay, the experienced master activated his spiritual energy, preparing to repel the massive insect attack. Streams of fire energy met the elder's approaching bugs, creating a protective barrier around the fighting men. With undisguised admiration, watched the young fighter at the skill of his older comrade, amazed at the power of his technique. With a sudden movement of his hand, Han Hao stopped his companion, noticing a dangerous anomaly amidst the chaos of the ongoing battle. The vigilant young man focused his attention on the strange pink smoke drifting across the floor, recognizing the hidden trap. In the gloating notes of the kidnapper's voice was the certainty of imminent victory over opponents without shelter. The sorcerer called the remaining insects to a new attack, intending to finally break the resistance of the recalcitrant enemies. Instead of fear, Han Hao's words were filled with a firm resolve to face the threat, denying the very thought of fleeing. With a brief outline of the strategic plan, the young man turned to the master, asking him to step back for safety. In full concentration, the young immortality seeker activated his newly acquired ability to lift weights. A bright yellow light illuminated the palms of a focused fighter preparing a powerful counterattack against the enemy. The intention to use the reverse house technique on the maximum area was announced by Han Hao, preparing to neutralize the insects. With the power of his growing skill, the young man created an impenetrable energy dome that captivated the helpless bugs inside. With astonishing dexterity, the immortality seeker manipulated the captured insects using concentrated energy. In a powerful final throw, Han Hao sent a cluster of captured bugs straight into their master's face, turning the weapon against the creator. With a haughty grin, the warlock noted the futility of the young man's efforts, while expressing curiosity at the possible interesting consequences. The sudden turn of events stunned the sorcerer as his own bugs suddenly turned on their master. The horrifying sight was an assault of insects literally swallowing the body and chest of their former lord. In the fall, the hapless mage shattered several vases behind him, creating additional chaos in the room. Among the shards of broken crockery, a disembodied human skull and bones glowed eerily white, revealing the sorcerer's dark secrets. In a shocked voice, the elder uttered his revelation about the madman who used spells on living people for his own monstrous purposes. The unbearable weight of the enchanted insects was complained about by the defeated enemy, who lost the ability to move after the attack. In desperate bewilderment, the sorcerer questioned the reasons for the disobedience of his faithful servants, who suddenly refused to follow orders. Han Hao looked carefully around the ominous room, noting the presence of numerous magical charms everywhere. With a direct question, the young man turned to the defeated enemy, demanding the location of the binding charms. Through a painful laugh, the presumptuous warlock declared the impossibility of removing his magical bindings that guaranteed his safety. The continued connection with the girl was indicated by the kidnapper, emphasizing the impossibility of harming him without fatal consequences for the victim. Han Hao confidently assumed the presence of binding charms among the poisonous ones, scrutinizing the scattered magical artifacts. The defeated sorcerer replied defiantly, offering the young man to experience the effects of the spell for himself if he didn't believe his words. The suicidal experiment was instigated by the wily mage of his opponent, cynically noting his lack of reason to fear death.
In a shocked tone, the master asked the boy's intentions, not believing his willingness to take such a crazy risk to save his granddaughter.
From the guilt, the elder tried to free the young companion, offering to put the responsibility of the decision on his shoulders. With genuine bewilderment, Han Hao reacted to the master's concern, clearly not understanding the reasons for such concern for his actions. A simple solution was reported by a savvy young man: feed the enemy his own enchantments, turning the sinister magic against the creator. The sorcerer froze in a state of deep shock, realizing the ingenious simplicity of the plan his young opponent had thought of. With a calm tone, Han Hao assured that he had come fully prepared this time, making any explanations from his opponent unnecessary. With a decisive movement, The young man pushed the magic spell directly into the protesting sorcerer's mouth, giving him no chance to resist. In a hoarse voice, the mage tried to object, pointing out the futility of the attempt because of the insects already filling his insides. An important detail was suddenly recalled by the attentive Han Hao, interrupting his own actions with a thoughtful expression. Grateful for the reminder, the lad explained the need to give the antidote to activate the charms, continuing his cunning plan. A determined young man prepared for the infusion of energy to neutralize the poison, nonchalantly communicating his next actions. In a panicked tone, the deceiver begged for mercy, confessing his lie and begging not to continue the dangerous neutralization procedure. Desperate cries for mercy burst from the lips of the sorcerer, who realized the inevitability of retribution for his atrocities to the determined young man. After the procedure was completed, a violent shiver engulfed the body of the opponent, reacting to the powerful effects of the magic turned against him. To check his results, Han Hao contacted the friend left to look after the elder's unconscious granddaughter. With undisguised joy in his voice, the young man inquired about the girl's condition, hoping to hear the long-awaited good news. The elderly master was immensely relieved to learn of the safe outcome of a dangerous adventure for his beloved granddaughter. Barely crossing the threshold of the house, the excited elder called out loudly to Xiaoshuang, unable to contain his impatience. Awakening from her magical sleep, the young beauty greeted her grandfather with a happy smile, expressing her joy at the long-awaited meeting. There was relief in the old man's shaky voice as he emphasized the importance of her well-being above all else. In between, Han Hao remarked that although they had brought the enemy with them just in case, the most important thing was to restore the girl's health. With gratitude, the master turned to his granddaughter, pointing out the full merit of the lad in her miraculous rescue from magical captivity. The beautiful girl blushed with embarrassment when she learned of the young man's decisive role in saving her from the terrible charms. The young man resorted to denying the need for gratitude, involuntarily recalling an embarrassing cross-dressing situation in the past. Turning aside in embarrassment, Xiaoshuang quietly spoke words of gratitude to her unexpected savior. The willingness to continue looking after the convalescent girl was announced to Mojka, motioning for the others to go about their business. In solemn words, the elder expressed his eternal gratitude for the kindness shown to his granddaughter in her hour of need. In farewell, the modest young man waved away the high evaluation of his actions, calling the accomplished feat an ordinary trifle. A strange excitement gripped Xiaoshuang's heart as she realized the budding feelings for her brave savior. Han Hao lay blissfully at home, enjoying the feeling of cleanliness after a long-awaited shower after his adventures. On the surface of the table, a lonely glass of water, which appeared as if from nowhere, caught the guy's attention. With gratitude to fate, the young man noted the timely appearance of the drink, which coincided perfectly with the sudden thirst. A few drops of water next to the glass, hinting at someone's presence, caused the attentive fellow to be wary. The shrewd Han Hao drew the logical conclusion about the absence of the household in recent days, ruling out the natural occurrence of water. A reasonable suspicion of the presence of an intruder in the house was arrived at by a vigilant lad assessing the strange circumstances. Despite his misgivings, the young man resolutely brought the glass to his lips, quenching his thirst with the potentially dangerous liquid. With a frightening clinking sound, the empty glass shattered, falling from the young man's weakened fingers after the strange drinking. An inexplicable feeling of dizziness swept over Han Hao, not understanding the reason for the sudden change in his condition. The boy collapsed to the floor without strength, losing control over his own body under the influence of the unknown substance. The ominous figure of a stranger appeared in the semi-darkness of the room, laughing gloatingly at the young man's helpless condition. From his last strength, the weakened young man inquired about the identity of the mysterious alien who had invaded his dwelling. The uninvited guest only smiled enigmatically in response to the question, reveling in the helplessness of his victim at the critical moment. With a triumphant look, the stranger introduced himself as Xuan Ai, the brother of the kidnapped Xuan Xiao, revealing the motives behind his intrusion. Through the growing pain, Han Hao noticed that the family with the surname Xuan had really been causing trouble lately. With cold clarity, the warlock explained their affiliation with the Scarlet Mother's clan, demanding information about their brother under threat of death. The lad expressed surprise at the directness of the threat, despite his precarious position in the face of the enemy. The cause of the ailment was revealed by the evil magician, revealing the secret of enchanted crabs added to a seemingly harmless glass of water. With sadistic pleasure, the charmer described the coming symptoms of poisoning, the agonizing bloating of the victim's stomach, and unbearable pain. Excruciating pain in the stomach began to be felt by the young man, gradually realizing the effect of the insidious poison on his body. With a devilish laugh, the villain demonstrated a bell that could activate magical crabs and increase their size inside the victim. The warlock described the gruesome details of the impending death, anticipating the creatures tearing the victim from the inside out, and inquired about the fear experienced. Unexpectedly, Han Hao began to rise, irritatedly demanding his opponent to stop ringing the annoying bell. The lad noted with surprising calmness that the situation was much simpler than he had originally imagined. With a powerful punch to the stomach, the young man denied the effects of the charms, causing the warlock to bend in half from the unexpected counterattack. In utter bewilderment, the sect representative exclaimed about the strange behavior of his magic crabs, not understanding the reason for the failure. With a triumphant note, Han Hao explained his instantaneous guess about the suspicious glass, preventing poisoning. His prudence was reported by a resourceful young man, confessing his total refusal to drink suspicious water. Schwenner called his opponent's joy premature, hinting at other, more serious troubles in the near future. In a threatening tone, the villain promised to make the young man personally experience the pain of losing a loved one as revenge. With genuine bewilderment, Han Hao reacted to the threat, not understanding what kind of lover he was talking about in his bachelor life. A sudden epiphany visited the boy at the memory of a childhood friend potentially targeted by a vengeful sorcerer. Gloatingly, the opponent confirmed the young man's kidnapping guess, enjoying the confusion and worry on his face. Through deliberate denial, the sorcerer tried to conceal the captive's whereabouts, certain of the inaccessibility of this information. With a decisive move, Han Hao snatched the phone from the villain, revealing a message that the kidnapping mission had been successfully completed. Thanks to the data from the phone, determined the clever young man's whereabouts of his friend, immediately rushing to her rescue. While running, the worried rescuer feverishly pondered on a possible strategy to act and intimidate the kidnappers with a phone call. In utter confusion, the boy tried to orient himself on the terrain, determining the shortest route to the place of supposed confinement. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the roar of a sports car's engine, rushing at a maddening speed, as if the driver was rushing to the other side of the world. In the midst of his musings, a strange incident unfolding just a few meters away from him caught the young man's attention. A small child froze in the path of the rushing sports car, not realizing the mortal danger of his position on the roadway. With all his legs, Han Hao rushed to the rescue, instantly realizing that he physically did not have time to reach the scene of the possible tragedy. As if out of nowhere, a brave girl appeared in front of the car, covering the child with her body from the impending danger. With remarkable selflessness, the stranger prepared to take the blow, risking her own life to save the little man. There was a surprising determination in the girl's gaze, clearly preparing for some extraordinary action at a critical moment. With a powerful leg kick, the fearless savior threw the car into the air, demonstrating incredible physical strength and precise calculation. Han Hao froze in utter amazement, witnessing the incredible occurrence and not trusting his own eyes at the miracle he had seen. Unbelievably high flew up an expensive sports car, as if it were a toy, thanks to the incredible force of the blow of the brave girl. After landing on the roof, the upside-down car door opened, letting the enraged and shocked driver out. The stunned owner of the wrecked car stepped onto the pavement, barely realizing what had happened to his expensive vehicle. With undisguised indignation, the driver addressed the girl, rudely inquiring about her sudden appearance on the road in front of his car. The unexpected recognition was the last sentence of the motorist who identified the Chu family's daughter in the stranger and demanded compensation. The girl froze in utter bewilderment, not understanding why she suddenly had to compensate after saving the child. With a threatening innuendo, the plucky savior offered to hit the offender with her right hand if he really wanted compensation. Han Hao watched the unusual couple with undisguised interest, clearly standing out from the crowd of ordinary passers-by with their abilities. The young man reminded himself of the critical lack of time, focusing on the primary task of rescuing his friend and searching for Xuan Nan. As if by a dictate of fate, the name he was looking for, sounding in the middle of a street conflict very close to him, came to his ears. The intrepid girl turned to the driver with an implicit threat, warning of serious consequences at the slightest touch. The original purpose of finding the abuser who kidnapped her brother was mentioned by the stranger, revealing the true reason for her appearance. With a decisive step, Han Hao approached the disputants, suddenly placing his hand on the driver's shoulder with a mysterious smile on his face. In a quiet but full of hidden threat, the young man asked if he was the one the nervous interlocutor had been looking for all this time. Confused, Nan turned around, not immediately recognizing the stranger who had suddenly intervened in the street confrontation. The irritated clan member tried to move in for a lightning attack, but his opponent managed to deftly bounce away, avoiding the blow. With arrogant bravado, Nan introduced himself to the strongest of the Scarlet Mother clan, clearly overestimating his own combat capabilities. Arrogantly remarked to the overconfident opponent that they were at least a century too late for a surprise attack, expressing contempt. Straightforwardly, Han Hao demanded information on the whereabouts of his kidnapped girlfriend, threatening immediate physical violence for refusal. With a mysterious smirk, the clan member replied about the inaccessible place where his organization's prisoner was now. On the basis of a casual phrase about a recent departure from home, the shrewd young man drew the logical conclusion that the enemy had returned. Han Hao shared his guess about his friend's imprisonment in a private brothel, watching carefully the reaction of his unexpected interlocutor. With a nervous laugh, he tried to hide his confusion, caught off guard by his opponent, ineptly masking the accuracy of the assumption. Behind the fake denial, the confused clan member tried to hide the truth, unaware of his outstanding behavior. By his characteristic reaction, Han Hao instantly discerned his interlocutor's lie, convinced that his own guess about the location was correct. In an attempt to save face, Nan stated the inaccessibility of asylum information to all but members of the Scarlet Mother clan. With an ironic chuckle, the resourceful young man demonstrated the enemy's cell phone with a recorded delivery address, shattering the myth of secrecy. In a state of deep shock, the clan representative exclaimed about the breach of their organization's confidentiality, unable to believe his eyes. With a sarcastic offer to taste the fist of the new information age, Han Hao turned to his methodically obsolete opponent. With a powerful punch to the face, the young man silenced the self-proclaimed strongest member of the clan, interrupting the flow of boastful speeches. With a contemptuous comment, the winner noted the discrepancy between bragging and the real weakness of his opponent falling from the backstabbing. The girl who was watching the event expressed her sincere gratitude, promising never to forget the kindness shown by the young man. The intention to definitely repay for the help was announced by the stranger, bidding farewell until the soon meeting with the amazing defender of justice. Han Hao pondered with philosophical wonder at the amusing coincidence that allowed him to help the girl while pursuing his own goal. Without knowing the mysterious girl's name, Han Hao decided not to attach much importance to this encounter, mentally switching to the main task at hand. Over the phone, the young man informed Mr. Li of his intention to deal with the Scarlet Mother clan without putting off the dangerous matter. A successful disguise was the delivery man's uniform, worn by the resourceful fellow to infiltrate the supposed lair of the enemies. Han Hao was met at the entrance to the forest thicket by a stranger, suspiciously inquiring as to the purpose of the casual visitor's visit to such a secluded place. The convincing legend of delivering a package for Mr. Xuan Q was presented by the young man, skillfully playing the role of an ordinary delivery service courier. With unexpected readiness, the suspicious stranger agreed to escort the delivery man, not suspecting a trick in the simple request. Two men, one of whom was unaware of his companion's true intentions, started down the narrow forest path. The imposing structure was pointed out by the conductor, confirming the correct destination for the intended delivery of the package. With skillfully played joy, the imaginary courier reacted to the sight of the big house, hiding his true feelings behind a mask of professionalism. With cautious steps, Han Hao entered the suspiciously quiet dwelling, keeping vigilant for every movement in the potential trap. With the traditional delivery man's greeting, the young man tried to lure his host into contact, loudly announcing his professional visit. Suddenly, strange branches began to sprout from the ground, surrounding the intruder and creating an insurmountable vegetative barrier. In complete bewilderment, the young man froze in front of the unnatural natural phenomenon, not understanding the origin of the mysterious plants. Instinctively, the perceptive young man sensed someone's presence, instantly switching from surprise to alertness. Behind his back, the very guide was revealed to be the wanted Xuan Ku, who was masterfully hiding his true identity. With undisguised contempt, the master of the house inquired of the audacity of the stranger who had dared to appear in person in a forbidden place. The strange absence of people in such a huge dwelling was noticed by the observant Han Hao, showing his attention to detail. Regarding the quality of his disguise, the worried young man inquired, marveling at his adversary's shrewdness in unmasking him. Ku warned the uninvited guest about making a deadly mistake, savoring the moment of intellectual superiority over his opponent. The peculiarity of delivery only through the post office was pointed out by the host, revealing a critical error in the legend of the self-appointed parcel deliverer. After the proud statement, there was an awkward silence, emphasizing the absurdity of the situation and the unconvincing nature of the host's explanation. With a sincere admission of his lack of knowledge of the infrastructure, Han Hao responded unexpectedly, showing honesty. The fearless young man resolutely declared his true intention to deal with the clan, discarding the useless disguise. With a sarcastic invitation to find a friend on his own, the clan member replied, instantly disappearing from the sight of the puzzled guest. In the blink of an eye, the insidious opponent dissolved into thin air, using an unknown technique to suddenly disappear. Han Hao looked around in utter confusion, trying to figure out the direction of the housemaster's sudden disappearance. With an important warning, the system addressed its master, urging him to pay attention to what was happening at his feet. A wide variety of venomous creatures, from snakes to disgusting insects, were gathering around the young man's feet. Instantly, the resourceful fighter activated his power of turning light into heavy, using the energy against the creeping threat. Under the influence of the powerful technique, all the attacking creatures died, unable to withstand the pressure of the concentrated spiritual energy. Turning back found Han Hao an even larger horde of enemies, now attacking from the opposite direction. From small mosquitoes to large venomous creatures represented the diversity of the attacking army, crawling out of every crevice of the house. Without delay, the experienced young man applied the house technique with maximum energy circulation, creating a deadly barrier for the insects. Instantly, all the attacking creatures were burned in the flames of concentrated spiritual power, turning into harmless ashes on the floor. With unwavering determination, the young immortality seeker continued on his way, opening the next doors in search of his kidnapped friend. An ominous purple smoke appeared from behind the threshold, slowly filling the space around it and heralding a new danger. In Ku's triumphant laughter, he could hear the certainty of a carefully prepared trap slammed behind the back of a careless guest. With triumphant superiority, warned his opponent of the deadly effects of their clan's powerful charms, counting down the last seconds of the young man's life. A cunning plan to lure him into a special room was bragged about by Ku, confident of the success of his devious trap for a gullible adversary. In premature confidence, the villain pondered the ease of deceiving and killing the lad, unaware of his fatal error in assessing the situation. With unconcealed shock, the turned-around opponent found an unharmed Han Hao standing right in front of him in defiance of all the deadly enchantments. The young man noted with mocking reproach his opponent's habit of muttering to himself, making his words completely unintelligible to others. The stunned Ku exclaimed in utter amazement, unable to understand how the victim had managed to remain unharmed after coming into contact with the deadly smoke. Taking advantage of the enemy's confusion, Han Hao jumped lightning fast, preparing a powerful strike to finally resolve the lingering conflict. With devastating force, the young man's shoe slammed right into the face of the stunned opponent, leaving him no chance to defend himself. Under the impact of the crushing blow, the warlock collapsed to the ground, temporarily losing the ability to further resist. Han Hao demanded information about his friend's whereabouts in a demanding tone, hovering over his defeated opponent with a threatening look. The stricken sorcerer lay in complete silence, making the young man wonder if he had overdone the force of his sudden blow. Suddenly, a group of 5 clan members emerged behind the victor's back, silently surrounding him in the classic tactic of numerical superiority. With contemptuous interest, their leader inquired about the identity of the underdog who dared to invade the sacred territory of their organization. Slowly, the vigilant young man turned his head, assessing the new threat behind him and calculating his options for further action. A horrifying sight presented itself to Han Hao's eyes. His girlfriend was being violently held down by one of the opponents, twisting her arms violently. A wave of uncontrollable rage swept over the young man at the sight of his loved one being bullied, clouding his sanity with righteous anger. In a commanding voice, the leader of the group ordered to activate the battle spell, preparing a massive attack against the lone but dangerous opponent. A huge cloud of various insects rose into the air, heading in a deadly stream straight for the unwavering young man. With mocking disdain, Han Hao inquired about the monotony of their combat arsenal, reduced only to releasing bugs for a lifetime. Immediately, the experienced fighter activated the reverse technique to repel the impending threat, creating a powerful energy shield. As a result of skillful maneuvering, the insects have changed the direction of their flight, collapsing now upon their own hosts in an ironic denouement. Under the unexpected attack of their own weapons, the opponents instantly let go of the girl, trying to defend themselves against the treacherous creatures. With a victorious smirk, Han Hao noted the impossibility of being deceived by the same trick repeatedly, demonstrating his increased wisdom. Genuine surprise was reflected on Mojika's face, not expecting such a quick and efficient resolution to a dangerous situation. With genuine concern, the young man rushed to his liberated friend, anxiously inquiring about her well-being after her ordeal. Swiftly, the girl threw herself into the arms of her savior, expressing her gratitude in the most sincere and emotional way possible. Mois whispered her thanks in a quiet, appreciative whisper, clinging even tighter to her brave protector. With insidious purpose, the girl used the secret ring on her hand, imperceptibly wounding the gullible young man during close contact. Han Hao froze in utter confusion, not understanding the meaning of what was happening and the sudden pain of contact with the man he trusted. Behind her mask of gratitude, Mojis hid a sinister smile of betrayal, enjoying the successful completion of a devious plan. Precisely according to the planned scenario, events unfolded, originally planned by the cunning conspirators with amazing foresight. In a commanding tone, the girl addressed the lying opponents, demanding that they get up immediately and stop the useless pretense. At the sham captive's command, the clan members instantly jumped to their feet, ready to carry out their true leader's new orders. A shocking revelation shook Han Hao's mind. It was not his girlfriend at all, but a skillful doppelganger who had masterfully played the act. For the transformation, the trickster used a special bug mask, giving her the unique ability to change her appearance at will. The confused subordinates asked their leader about the further fate of the prisoner, expecting specific instructions in the situation. Beneath the mask of feigned malaise, Han Hao hid a triumphant smile, fully aware of the true state of affairs in this dangerous game. With inner satisfaction, the young man realized that House's technique had imbued every cell in his body, rendering ordinary poisons completely useless. An intentionally vague statement shared by the shrewd fellow with his enemies, hinting at the initial suspiciousness of the whole thing. The pink-haired clan leader froze in a state of deep shock, unable to understand the reasons for the failure of her flawless plan. With disbelief, the girl expressed her doubts about what was happening, insisting that immobilization was inevitable after the application of their deadly poison. A strategic decision was made by the resourceful young man, counting on a possible connection with his girlfriend while pretending a successful poisoning. Han Hao showed excellent acting, suddenly falling senseless and convincingly portraying the victim of the insidious poison. With involuntary respect, one of the subordinates noted the impressive resilience of the guy who had lasted much longer than the previous victims. The invaders unceremoniously carried the unconscious body of the young man to the room where his kidnapped friend was already in a magical sleep. Instantly, Han Hao jumped to his feet as soon as he was alone, feeling superior to his opponent's expectations. With anxious impatience, the young man tried to wake the motionless Moita, desperately urging her back to consciousness from her magical captivity. The need to acquire an amulet of X-ray vision was announced by the system, assigning a price of 5 immortality points for the critical artifact. In annoyance at the mercantilism, Han Hao pointed out the inappropriateness of financial matters at such a dangerous moment, suggesting that the calculations be postponed. With shameless insolence, the system raised the price to 50 points, taking advantage of the desperate plight of its confused user. The shocked young man expressed genuine amazement at the enormous difference in the assigned price, not understanding the reasons for such a jump. A detailed explanation was provided by the system about the rare sleeping beauty charms that only a person with a heart filled with love is able to cast. The amazing simplicity of the removal of charms was told by the system, revealing the classic method of awakening through the kiss of a truly loving person. With another display of commercial acumen, offered the system a love amulet at a discount of only 200 points instead of the initial 20. In apparent indignation, Han Hao accused his system of unprincipled profiteering, amazed at the shamelessness of its pricing policy. The suspicious activity was closely watched by the clan members, led by the leader, quickly revealing the pretenses of the supposedly poisoned captive. With an unpleasant realization, the young man realized that he had somewhat overplayed his role as a poison victim, attracting the unwanted attention of his vigilant kidnappers. Puzzled, Ku pondered the captive's strange immunity to their usually fail-safe poison, considering possible reasons for the failure. A puzzled assistant began the search for a stronger poisonous substance, eager to correct the unexpected failure of the previous attempt. Han Hao feverishly calculated the possible escape routes from the dangerous trap, realizing the criticality of every second spent on thinking. The ringleader reacted with defiant menace to the captive's intent to escape, expressing skepticism about the chances of a successful escape. The resourceful young man came to a radical solution, creating an emergency exit by a powerful blow into the wall, easily breaking through the solid barrier. With a defiant farewell, Han Hao left the dangerous place, carrying his precious friend in his arms and not hiding the satisfaction of a successful escape. The clan head was literally tearing up in impotent rage, watching her prey slip away and instantly going into a frenzy. The deadly needles were hurled by the enraged girl towards the fugitives, anticipating an imminent hit on the defenseless target. Instinctively turning around, the vigilant young man noticed the approaching shells, lightning quickly assessing the trajectory of their flight. With incredible agility, Han Hao managed to avoid all 3 deadly needles, taking herself and her friend out of harm's way. In an unexpected turn of events, while dodging danger, the young man accidentally touched his sleeping girlfriend's lips in an unintentional kiss. With an angry shout, the clan leader ordered her subordinates to immediately capture the daring fugitive, preventing him from disappearing. The savvy Han Hao found an impressive stack of firewood in front of him, instantly turning a fortuitous find into a strategic advantage. In a matter of seconds, a cunning plan formed in the young man's mind, utilizing the surrounding objects for a brilliant escape. Having successfully escaped the trap, the young man was relieved to realize that the mountains must be nearby, pointing the way to salvation. A brilliant idea was realized by a resourceful fugitive, setting fire to stacked firewood and cutting off the pursuer's chance of pursuit. At the most inopportune moment, a panting Ku came running in with a new batch of poison, unaware of the drastic change in the situation. The sorcerer with the most dangerous explosive poison in his hands froze in utter bewilderment, looking around in vain for the disappeared prisoner. A clumsy subordinate tripped over the stone, releasing the vessel with its deadly contents from his trembling hands at the critical moment. The clan members froze in anticipation of imminent disaster, fully aware of the devastating consequences of a broken vessel. To her savior's delight, Majis began to slowly awaken, slowly coming out of her deep magical sleep after the kiss. The girl looked around with undisguised confusion, not understanding her whereabouts in the events that had taken place. With a sudden realization, Han Hao froze, realizing the deeper meaning behind the successful awakening. Only falling in love could make his kiss effective. With genuine concern, the awakened beauty wondered if she had caused her savior any more trouble. The young man rejected the very possibility of trouble with a soothing tone, imagining everything that was happening as an ordinary walk together. With a grateful smile, the girl responded to the concern, wondering about the true background of the strange circumstances of their journey. On the stolen car, the happy fugitives raced away from danger, leaving behind the blazing house of the Scarlet Mother clan. In the rays of the setting sun, the young people enjoyed the safe conclusion of the dangerous adventure, thanking fate for the rescue. Under the scorching sun, Han Hao carried out the garbage, feeling literally melting from the unbearable summer heat after all the adventures. With a reminder of duty, the system turned to the young man, demanding that he perform tasks as payment for his assistance.
The lad grudgingly affirmed the necessity of keeping his obligations, though he sincerely considered his salvation the result of his own efforts.
The blissful return home under the cool air conditioning was dreamt of by the heat-weary Han Hao, struggling to cover the last meters of the journey. After 3 days of hard work, the young man proudly announced that he had paid off all his debts and earned 30 points. A well-deserved rest was planned by the tired young man, anticipating a whole day of serene lying on the bed without any obligations. A sudden call disrupted the plans by an alarmed Zhang Yang, demanding immediate arrival at the karaoke bar because of the serious problems that had arisen. Without bothering to explain, Comrade Han Hao hurriedly hung up the phone, leaving him in complete ignorance as to the nature of the problem. The young man pondered with undisguised irritation about the possible reasons for the urgent call, not wanting to leave the cozy house. The system was approached by a lazy guy asking for quick transportation, getting turned down by an alien friend due to lack of points. Han Hao found solace in philosophizing about the benefits of walking for youth and health, trying to look positively at the need to move around in the heat. An agitated fellow was found outside the karaoke bar complaining about the opening of a competing establishment and the mass exodus of their regular customers. With unconcealed disappointment, the young man reacted to the supposed emergency, believing that he had been summoned for a really serious matter. In defense of his anxiety, Zhang Yang assured his friend of the real seriousness of the problem, hinting at the deeper context of what was going on. The importance of the esteemed guest's visit to the VIP room was announced by the anxious manager, emphasizing the significance of the event for the establishment. Han Hao critically evaluated the quality of soundproofing, easily distinguishing every note of the song sounding in the neighboring rooms of the institution. With professional attention, the young man noted the special sadness in the performance of songs by the visitors of the lower floor, capturing the emotional subtext. From the next room came the sounds of the merry song, Baron Chick Beautiful, contrasting strangely with the sounds of the performers sobbing. In an imperious tone, some man forbade the singers to cry, demanding a demonstration of exceptionally cheerful mood in spite of their condition. To the merciless merriment forced the rude girls, reminding them of the purpose of their presence and demanding active participation in spite of their tears. Under the blatant threats of a company of men, the unfortunate singers tried to perform something, barely holding back sobs of fear and humiliation. The red-haired employee approached the manager with a business question about the contract, receiving an evasive answer about future cooperation. The employee announced her intention to leave, seeing no need for further attendance in the absence of business matters. The manager persistently urged the female employee to continue the meeting, appealing to her status as an investor as a valid argument. With an ominous hint of the evening to come, the man reacted to the girl's resistance, promising ample time to realize the plans. With a decisive blow, the worker threw away the hand extended to her, physically demonstrating her unwillingness to make any contact with the intrusive stalker. In a categorical form, forbade the girl to even think about touching, clearly expressing her position on unwanted actions. With a rebuke of ingratitude, the manager turned to the resisting girl, reminding her of the considerable financial investment in her career. The employee cold-bloodedly parried the accusation, pointing out that there were no requests for attachments and demanding that we keep our distance in communication. The brazen man moved to direct physical force, squeezing the girl's shoulders and demonstrating the superiority of his strength over her desires. In crude terms, the manager accused the female employee of feigned innocence, referring to the duplicity of all showbiz workers. With unconcealed threat, demanded the aggressor to follow him, leaving the girl no choice in the current dangerous situation. In silent agreement, the other visitors to the VIP room watched the unfolding humiliation of the employee without intervening in the conflict. The man dragged his victim to a secluded toilet, expecting complete impunity for further actions away from witnesses. To direct threats of force, the enraged stalker moved on, finally discarding the mask of civility in his intentions. The red-haired girl froze in full realization of the criticality of the situation, realizing the hopelessness of the situation without outside help. An unexpected rescue was the sudden opening of the door, disrupting the aggressor's plans and introducing a new element to the unfolding of events. With a philosophical question about the discrepancy between upbeat song and tears, an entrant addressed the audience, drawing everyone's attention. Han Hao appeared in the role of an unexpected singing teacher, offering his services to teach the proper execution of cheerful compositions. With undisguised irritation, the boys present reacted to the appearance of the stranger, wondering about the origin of the small one and the reason for his admission. The young man diffused the situation with a joke about the unfulfilled opportunity to demonstrate his vocal talents, despite the tense situation. The knife glinted threateningly in the green-haired boy's hand, warning of the serious consequences of unwanted interference. The insolent fellows were unprepared for a lightning attack when Han Hao simply pushed their foreheads together without any further conversation. The legal status of the establishment was recalled by a determined young man, emphasizing the categorical prohibition of any violence on the bar premises. The state of the intimidated girls worried the sudden protector, forcing him to ascertain their relative well-being. One of the singers pointed with a trembling hand toward the restroom, trying through tears to explain the criticality of the situation. The situation was instantly assessed by the perceptive Han Hao, realizing the need for immediate intervention without delay. The door locked from the inside blocked the young man's path, demanding an immediate, unconventional solution for entry. Physical strength helped the determined rescuer easily break down the barrier without wasting precious time on complicated manipulations. The manager was actively harassing the frightened employee in a confined space. Such was the shocking scene before the entrance eyes. The red-haired girl trembled with unbearable fear, mentally begging for a miraculous rescue in a hopeless situation. Outrage and shock came over Han Hao at the sight of what was happening, though outwardly he tried to remain relatively calm. A self-righteous question about the reasons for the boy's intrusion came from the manager's mouth, clearly underestimating the seriousness of his position. The language of action chose the angry defender over words, completely consumed by righteous anger for humiliating an innocent girl. The rogue appealed to his high status in between attempts at intimidation, warning of the unreasonableness of conflict with a powerful man. The resisting man was dragged out of the restroom by Han Hao with a determined tug, ignoring all threats and empty warnings. Desperate attempts at bribery were made by the terrified manager, offering any sum of money in exchange for freedom and safety. A powerful kick of his foot reinforced the young man's refusal of the bribe, demonstrating the inflexibility of his moral principles in the face of temptation. The obnoxious man began to repent through groans of pain, admitting guilt and begging for leniency for his person. The need to apologize to the victim was emphasized by the noble rescuer, channeling the offender's remorse in the right direction. The red-haired beauty's cheeks flushed softly at the unexpected compliment of her brave protector at a difficult moment. The cowardly aggressor shouted a forced apology, obviously feeling no sincere remorse for his actions. The manager rushed for the exit with all his legs, preferring an ignominious flight to continuing an unpleasant and potentially dangerous conversation. Cowardly threats were shouted by the punished offender, withdrawing and promising terrible vengeance on his sudden adversary. Han Hao noted the lack of educational efforts with slight regret as he assessed the degree of remorse of the fleeing scoundrel. The rescued worker exhaled in obvious relief, thanking her unexpected savior sincerely for his timely intervention. Anxious thoughts still troubled the girl, despite the joy of release, marring the moment of long-awaited tranquility. Curiosity as to the identity of the noble rescuer was shown by the beauty, wondering at the name of the man who had come to the rescue so timely. Han Hao said his name with undisguised joy, suddenly mentioning his status as the owner of the karaoke bar. A thoughtful offer to escort the girl upstairs for a rest came from an attentive young man displaying true gentlemanliness. The workday for the rest of the girls was declared over by the caring young man, allowing all of the victims to go home. The horror of the ordeal was still reflected on the faces of the two singers, dutifully accepting the offer to finish early. Surprise swept over Zhang Yang, unexpectedly finding his girlfriend Liu Ming among the participants in the dramatic incident. The comrade whistled in admiration, recognizing the rescued beauty as a real celebrity and marveling at his friend's connections. Words of sincere gratitude, said the beauty, addressing the brave young man, so timely intervened in a dangerous situation. Alarm at the possible continuation of the harassment was expressed by the attentive girl, assuming that the manager would not leave the incident without consequences. Worries for her safety were brushed aside by a smiling Han Hao, assuring the rescued woman that she was ready to deal with her abuser at any new attempt. A trip to the police station to file a report was suggested by a prudent young man who wanted legal punishment for the disorderly manager. The pop star at first doubted the need for an official statement, but still agreed with the reasonable proposal of his defender. The length of the police formalities surprised the patient girl, who had not expected such a long bureaucratic procedure. The question of being able to repay the help was asked by a grateful Liu Ming, sincerely wanting to express her gratitude to her savior. The guy's hand was impulsively grabbed by the emotional star, emphasizing the seriousness of his intentions regarding gratitude. Ready for any form of appreciation, the girl expressed, showing a sincere interest in returning the favor. The unwillingness to remain in debt was emphasized by the celebrity, suggesting that she should take advantage of any opportunities available to her for gratitude. Han Hao took the time to think, taking his time to choose the appropriate form of return favor from the grateful beauty. The unexpected request to perform in a karaoke bar was voiced by a young man, surprising the star with the modesty and practicality of his request. The assumption of completely different desires of the savior flashed in the thoughts of the surprised girl, who did not expect such a business proposal. Doubts about the realism of his request were expressed by the modest guy, realizing the difference between the level of his establishment and his celebrity status. A smiling Liu Ming happily agreed, assuring that such help would be no problem for her. The girl mentioned her previous experience of performing at this establishment, reassuring her new acquaintance about her busy schedule. Han Hao decided to ask for the celebrity's autograph last, showing an unexpected fan side of his personality. The absence of a writing instrument puzzled the thoughtful girl, creating an amusing obstacle to a seemingly simple request. The pockets were ineffectually checked by the frustrated guy, not finding the right pen and sharing the annoyance of his new acquaintance. The joking suggestion to use lipstick came from the resourceful star, interested in the young man's attitude to such an unconventional solution. The promise to give a new lipstick to replace the used one was made by the magnanimous Han Hao, easily agreeing to the proposed option. The autograph, along with some cryptic numbers, was left by the star on the guy's clothes, bringing an element of intrigue to the simple formality. Strange figures at the bottom of the autograph were noticed by the attentive young man, not immediately realizing their meaning and purpose. A light kiss on the cheek was unexpectedly given by Lu Ming to her savior, adding an emotional emphasis to the formal thanks. The girl left her phone number for future contacts, explaining the meaning of the cryptic numbers and showing far-sighted care. The confidentiality of the contact was asked for by the cautious celebrity, emphasizing the importance of keeping their personal arrangement secret. Surprising the system caused the young man to become unusually excited, more so than when confronting an entire Scarlet Mother clan in the past. The excessive excitement of the lad was noticed by the shrewd girl, inquiring with genuine concern as to the cause of such a condition. A professional camera flashed nearby in the hands of an unknown man, drawing attention with its misplaced presence. The journalist lurking in the bushes greedily recorded every moment of the encounter, unaware of the consequences of his intrusion. The news feed was checked the next day by a surprised Han Hao, suddenly discovering something shocking to him. A scandalous headline about a singer spotted kissing in the street caught the young man's eye, making his heart sink. Moses, who was in the kitchen, noticed his friend's reaction and looked concerned, wondering why he was so excited. The awkward excuse of accidental startle was made up by the embarrassed boy, trying to hide the real reason for his confusion. Anxious thoughts of inevitably revealing the news in front of his girlfriend worried Han Hao, who realized the temporariness of his little secret. Questions about the girl's real feelings tormented the young man, who wondered why the removal of the spell did not change the relationship between them. Possible expiration of the magic suggested the system, explaining the lack of visible changes in the behavior of the rescued. The bitter realization of his own self-deception visited Han Hao, wondering about the reality of the girl's imaginary love for him. A meeting in a bar with a comrade was accompanied by doubts of the latter about the reality of the promised visit of a celebrity to their establishment. Zheng Yang expressed unwavering faith in his friend's abilities, confidently declaring the successful outcome of any endeavor he undertook. An unfamiliar male voice suddenly sounded in the receiver as the worried young man decided to dial the singer's number. Thoughts of kidnapping instantly filled Han Hao's head upon hearing the stranger's explanation of his status as a star producer. An anxious fellow asked a persistent question about the whereabouts of his interlocutor, promising to arrive immediately to resolve the situation. The request for a postponement of the speech was conveyed by the young man to his comrade, briefly explaining the situation of the kidnapping and the need for an urgent meeting. It was a pitiful sight to see the producer sitting upright on the pavement by the roadside when a panting Han Hao arrived on the scene. An apology for the disrupted performance came from a shabby-looking man, not even aware of the anxious visitor's priorities. The circumstances of what happened were asked to be told by the focused young man, ignoring the question about the performance and focusing on the missing girl. The road to the karaoke bar was blocked by an unknown car, from which a group of attackers jumped out, beating the producer and kidnapping the star. The wrecked automobile rendered the pursuit impossible, which the victim regretfully narrated, explaining his helplessness in the situation. Versions on the possible whereabouts of the kidnappers asked Han Hao, eager to begin the search for the missing girl sooner. The ringleader of the kidnappers is recognized by an observant producer, identifying him as Meng Ge, the owner of a martial arts center connected to the manager. The picture of what had happened was instantly formed in Han Hao's mind, realizing the motives behind the revenge of the manager who had not learned the past lesson. A resolute demand to show the way to the supposed place where the singer was kept was made by the young man, feeling the necessity of a serious conversation with the kidnappers. While traveling in the car, the young man decided to inquire about an important question that had been on his mind since the moment of their meeting. The producer's awareness of the manager's character was questioned by Han Hao, perplexed as to the reasons for such carelessness. The reason for the girl's solitary encounter with a dangerous man was demanded to be explained by the concerned guy. Not understanding such irresponsibility, Horror and outrage was expressed by the producer, explaining that the harassment case also caused him deep anger and resentment. The insidious plan to eliminate the producer was realized by the manager's subordinates, who called him to the office specifically to distract attention. Joy for the singer was expressed by a sincere man, noting the value of loyal friends like the determined young man. The photo of the kiss was mentioned by an observant producer, hinting at the celebrity's possible affection for her savior. Disbelief at what he heard was expressed by a startled Han Hao, wondering about the direct confirmation of his attraction to the famous girl. In a soothing tone, the experienced producer advised that the kissing incident should be explained as an expression of appreciation to a fan. Plans to explain the situation to fans decided to clarify the prudent guy, worried about the reputation of the singer. The journalist's indifference to the truth was noted by a cynical man, pointing to their ability to make up any kind of nonsense for the sake of sensationalism. Liu Ming's character has been perfectly studied by the producer over the many years of working together, understanding the characteristics of her personality. The reason for the lack of cries for help in the bathroom was realized by the shrewd Han Hao, appreciating the singer's independence and strength of character. The decision to speed up was made by the alarmed rescuers, realizing the criticality of every minute lost in this situation. The destination was indicated by a producer who knew the city, stopping the car in front of an unremarkable martial arts center building. Personal scores with the kidnappers were mentioned by a determined Han Hao, insisting on penetrating the enemy's lair on his own. The danger of harassing the producer was noted by a prudent young man, advising the man to stay in a safe place. Confidence in the successful outcome of the confrontation was expressed by the arrogant guy, hinting at severe punishment for the offenders. Appreciation for the bravery was expressed by the impressed producer, recognizing the bravery and determination of the young rescuer. The karate training took place inside the building, masking the true purpose of the people gathered there. The bandits perfected their fighting skills under the guise of athletes, preparing for future attacks on innocent citizens. The question about Meng Ge's identity sounded first from the mouth of Han Hao, who had entered the hall, drawing the attention of the trainees. The stranger's appearance at first went unnoticed by the focus coach, immersed in the process of instructing the students. The white-haired man turned around with annoyance, wondering about the identity of the uninvited guest and the purpose of his unexpected visit. Identifying the coach as the one Meng Ge was looking for, the confident young man demanded that the whereabouts of the kidnapped girl be revealed immediately. A look of utter incomprehension was portrayed by the wily coach, pretending ignorance of the subject of conversation or the person mentioned. The karate practitioners were whispering amongst themselves, barely containing their laughter at the mention of the missing girl. The threat of force was expressed by an irritated Han Hao, losing patience with his interlocutor's apparent unwillingness to cooperate. Doubt in the stranger's abilities was voiced by the cocky Meng Ge, not believing the seriousness of the threat from the young visitor. To his comrades, the trainer mockingly pointed out the audacity of a fry who dared to threaten a seasoned martial artist with a punch. His location and realization of the seriousness of the situation was questioned by a cocky coach trying to intimidate a defiant visitor. The suggestion to fight against the entire group at once was thrown by an impatient Han Hao, who was tired of idle talk and wanted action. With loud laughter, the karate players reacted to the audacious proposal, comparing the young man to naive action heroes detached from reality. The importance of black belt as the highest level of skill was emphasized by the coach, alluding to his own superior level of combat training. A demonstration of his abilities was given by the boastful Meng Ge, spectacularly breaking dishes with a single fist strike in front of the admiring audience. Active applause erupted from the subordinates, responding enthusiastically to their mentor's customary show of strength. Ostentatious modesty was demonstrated by the coach, waving away the students' admiration and calling the impressive stunt commonplace. Han Hao was disgusted by the coach's behavior, appearing unbearably vile and unworthy of a true master. The growing desire to strike the smug bandit was barely restrained by the patient young man, mindful of the priority task of locating the kidnapped girl. Patience left the guy after another dose of arrogance, causing him to defiantly punch an impressive hole in the wall with his fist. A real shock was experienced by the self-confident trainer when faced with an unexpected display of superhuman strength by an unassuming visitor. A hole in the hard floor was created by Han Hao with his next powerful punch, continuing to demonstrate his incredible capabilities. The subordinates were surprised by this demonstration, causing them to reconsider their initial assessment of the stranger. The ease with which the destructive actions were performed amazed those present before they even realized what was happening around them. In the most serious tone possible, the young man demanded to reveal the whereabouts of the hidden girl, showing absolute determination. A panicked flight was started by the terrified students, calling the stranger a monster and eager to leave the dangerous place as soon as possible. The coach's loneliness after the rats fled was noted by Han Hao, increasing the pressure on the last remaining opponent. The upstairs pantry was named by a trembling Menge as the girl's place of confinement, begging for no harm to come to him. The intention of dealing with the rascal on the way back was expressed by the hurrying fellow, hastening to free the captive as soon as possible. Thoughts of revenge for a ruined reputation filled the head of the wily coach, not going to let the offender go so easily. The mysterious flask was broken by a desperate Menge, pinning his last hopes on the contents of the strange vessel. The old man's figure emerged from the broken flask as the trainer frantically called for the destruction of the defiant opponent. The assumption of a collision with an immortal fighter flashed through Han Hao's mind, recognizing the legendary master from the stories. The toothless old man was noticed by the wary young man, watching his straightforward movement to launch an attack. The intrigued Han Hao stood motionless, deciding not to take any hasty action in the face of a new and unusual opponent. He managed to dodge the old man's palm at the last moment, when intuition made the guy make a saving move. The distance with the unknown opponent was prudently created by the cautious young man, taking a step back to better assess the situation. A puzzled Han Hao tried to determine the nature of the unusual blows, suspecting an illusion in the strange events taking place. The Immortal's technique for sealing the illusion was cited by Menge as the source of the boss's unusual abilities, proud of the uniqueness of the phenomenon. The shrewd young man received confirmation of his hunches, unmistakably identifying his opponent as an immortality seeker. The joy of being able to fight an equal opponent swept over Han Hao, ready to test his abilities in a serious battle. The main rule of combat about the advantage of the first strike was remembered by the experienced Han Hao, resolutely going on the offensive without delay. A fist was aggressively put forward by the determined young man, putting maximum strength into his planned attack against the unusual opponent. With a blocking motion, the illusion stopped the powerful blow, placing her palm exactly in front of the attacker's approaching fist. The puzzled guy took a few steps back, letting go of his hand and creating distance to reassess the situation. Bewilderment gripped Han Hao at the realization of his opponent's ability to neutralize the full force of his carefully calculated strike. The illusion gestured forward, inviting the puzzled young man to come forward, inviting him to attempt the attack again to continue the strange confrontation. Readiness for the next step was expressed by the fighter not backing down, making a decisive lunge and announcing the start of a new round. The repeated attack was again met by the prepared illusion, masterfully blocking the second strike with the same ease as the first. The reflection of the blow happened with the same efficiency, demonstrating the superiority of the mysterious technique over the young man's strength. The reason for such an easy neutralization of his attacks could not be understood by the confused guy, analyzing what was happening with increasing anxiety. Numbness engulfed Han Hao's arm after the repeated block, making him wonder about the source of the ghostly old man's incredible strength. The decision to use the technique of weightlifting was made by a resourceful young man who saw no other way to overcome the defense of an unusual opponent. The observant elder took a clear interest in the new tactics, watching closely the young fighter's preparations. Yellow energy saturated his fist with a focused Han Hao, preparing for an enhanced version of the previous attack. The palm of her hand was once again held out by the imperturbable illusion, maintaining her previous defensive stance in the face of the new threat. An instant collision occurred between the guy's energy fist and the mystical palm of the illusory opponent. The air around the impact site exploded with a blast wave from the powerful release of absorbed impact energy. Thrown back a few meters was the stunned young man, whose reinforced punch was once again completely neutralized. A confused Han Hao feverishly pondered over the strategy for further action, unable to find an effective way to counter the mysterious technique. Delighted instructions were given by the cowardly Menge to his illusory master, demanding the immediate destruction of the unwanted visitor. The superiority of the enemy's level was bitterly acknowledged by Han Hao, realizing the ineffectiveness of even his most powerful gravity-lifting technique. Soothing words were spoken by the system, explaining that the old man was still on a superhuman level, albeit at its peak. The question about the reasons for the ineffectiveness of the techniques was asked by a puzzled guy, seeking to understand the principle of the opponent's blocking technique. The alien symbiote shouted a warning of an impending attack, noticing the illusion's approach to its thoughtful host. So deeply immersed in analyzing the situation was the focused Han Hao that he missed the moment the illusory elder launched his attack. The deadly immortal killer fingers technique was applied by the illusion, directing the dangerous fingers towards the distracted fighter. The impossibility of dodging the swift blow was realized by the young man, seeing the inexorable approach of the deadly technique. An illusion began to dissipate right in front of the astonished guy, creating an incomprehensible twist at a critical moment in the battle. The time of the magic image came to an end at the most decisive moment, saving the unprepared Han Hao's defense from imminent defeat. Regret for the insufficient time was expressed by the frustrated old man, missing the opportunity to finish what he had started with a deadly attack. Incredible luck, realized the grateful young man, realizing how close he had come to the fatal end in this unequal confrontation. Achievement. The first battle of the Immortals and a reward of 80 points was given to the young man, ending the strange confrontation unexpectedly. Independence from the help of the system was emphasized by the self-assured Han Hao, claiming his ability to handle the situation on his own. Terror gripped Menge at the realization that the young opponent was also an immortality seeker, foreshadowing an imminent retribution. Fleeing was attempted by the terrified coach, anxious to leave the dangerous place as soon as possible and escape punishment. Bad luck befell the fleeing coward when he unexpectedly slipped on a random package in the middle of the hall. The head of the fall hit the hapless Menge so hard that foam came out of his mouth, demonstrating the seriousness of the injury. Han Hao expressed his bewilderment, unable to understand how his opponent managed to fall so ridiculously at the critical moment of the chase. Ceasing his musings and resuming his run, the determined young man chose to stop, reminding himself of the priority of rescuing his captive. Waiting to be rescued, suggested the young man in his thoughts of Lu Ming, imagining her languishing in confinement, awaiting his arrival. Laughter came from one of the rooms, catching the attention of the hurrying lad and indicating the direction of the search. The obnoxious steward speculated smugly about the fatefulness of his alliance with the captive, unaware of the savior's approach. The threat of constant pursuit was uttered by the possessed man, promising to find the girl anywhere in her supposed hiding place.
The ability to speak was denied to the captive beauty because of the gag, leaving her with only expressive glances for communication.
Obedience was demanded this time by the vile kidnapper, misinterpreting the expressive looks of the bound victim. The futility of hopes for salvation was emphasized by the cocky scoundrel, unaware of the close presence of said jerk from the karaoke bar. Han Hao's timely arrival commented on the futility of relying on the manager's problem-solving abilities, marking his unexpected appearance. Shock and disbelief were expressed by the man caught off guard, not realizing the possibility of such a sudden appearance of a stalker in his secret hideout. The warning about the supposedly formidable karateka downstairs was shouted by the terrified manager, trying to intimidate the uninvited guest. An impatient Han Hao delivered a powerful kick to the offender's head, ignoring the empty threats and cutting off further conversation. The intellectual abilities of the defeated villain were questioned by the winner, pointing out the obviousness of looking in the only possible place. The gag was carefully removed from the girl's lips by the caring rescuer, untying the ropes and worrying about her well-being. An apology for the long wait was uttered by the embarrassed young man, regretting the time the captive had spent in captivity because of his procrastination. Joy filled the waiting producer's heart at the sight of two figures walking out of the martial arts center building. The need for a hospital visit was explained by the attentive Han Hao, noticing the rescued girl's leg injury and concern for her health. The exaggeration of her injury was denied by the brave Lu Ming, trying to downplay the seriousness of the injury and not wanting to worry the others. Journalists once again took positions in the bushes, preparing cameras for another sensational photo with the celebrity. Lenses aimed unceremonious paparazzi at the touching scene, where the guy gently carried the traumatized singer in his arms. Arriving at the hospital, sincerely apologized to the singer for the trouble caused everyone, showing her natural modesty and care. Soothing words were spoken by the caring Han Hao, recommending the girl to focus on resting and recovering without worrying too much. The promise to perform at the bar was remembered by the responsible Liu Ming, confirming her intention to keep her word despite what had happened. Anxious thoughts of a possible future encounter with the real boss visited the brooding Han Hao, pondering on the rooftop the prospect of facing his terrible tricks. The agonizing question of the possible means of defeating a powerful adversary kept the pensive young man gazing out over the night city. A philosophical reflection on the relationship between level and ability was shared by the system, emphasizing the significant difference in skill with formal rank equality. The inquisitive Han Hao became interested in the ways of obtaining superpowered abilities, looking for an advantage for future clashes with serious opponents. The mysterious name Heaven and Earth Divide came from the mouth of a system offering the most powerful ability in its arsenal. Suspicions of high cost were expressed by the pragmatic young man, rightly assuming the need for significant expenditure of immortal points. The astronomical sum of 1 billion immortality points shocked Han Hao, seeming completely unattainable for a novice practitioner. Between the modest 110 points in the account and the required billion, there was an insurmountable gap, making the acquisition of equipment impossible. An alternative way to purchase individual techniques was offered by a resourceful system, opening up the possibility of partial access to powerful techniques. For a very affordable 100 points, the first tone of equipment capable of successfully countering the deadly killer fingers of the immortals was offered. Without hesitation, the enthusiastic lad made a purchase decision after hearing about the potential to defeat the enemy's fearsome machinery. An entry appeared in a mysterious book about the acquisition of new technology, materializing a deal between the young man and his strange symbiote. The direct penetration of evil spirits' instructions from all over the world was felt by Han Hao as the knowledge of the technique poured directly into his mind. The new owner of the powerful technique was impatient, eager to try out the acquisition in real combat. From the side of a neighboring house, a bystander watched with bewilderment as a strange fellow wandered across the roof in the middle of the night in an inexplicable agitation. Unnoticed by the keen practitioner, a whole night of training flew by as the first rays of the rising sun illuminated a tired but satisfied face. Upon entering the house, the greeting was thrown by an exhausted but satisfied Han Hao, who was satisfied with the night's training, unaware of the impending storm. The unaccustomed sight of a weeping Moitse greeted the young man returning home, instantly changing his mood from satisfied to anxious. Instead of a greeting, a cold silence was chosen by the offended girl, deliberately ignoring the presence of her friend who had entered. The perplexed Han Hao was puzzled by the strange reaction, mentally going over the possible reasons for his friend's unusual behavior. A curious boy's hand reached for the girl's tablet, eager to solve the mystery of the sudden change of mood. Among the trending news, sensational headlines about the young man's affair with the famous singer, backed by yesterday's photos, topped the list. Horror gripped Han Hao as he read the numerous articles about his alleged romance with Liu Ming, created by sensation-hungry journalists. An indignant question about the creator of the ridiculous fictions broke out from the annoyed guy, who had not suspected such consequences of the rescue operation. In the midst of thinking about the scandalous situation, the phone with an unfamiliar number suddenly rang, interrupting the flow of indignant thoughts. On the other end of the line was the anxious producer, Liu Ming, insistently inviting the young man to come as soon as possible on urgent business. The new problems with the singer were reported by an agitated man, hinting at the seriousness of the situation that requires immediate intervention. The reason for not calling the police was explained by the cautious producer, fearing the delicate situation would be aggravated by official intervention. In choosing a confidant to solve the problem, Han Hao was chosen by a confused man who saw no other reliable options for help. Upon entering the room, the shocking sight of the bound singer appeared before the astonished young man, instantly causing a wave of indignation. The intentionality of his actions was acknowledged by the producer, starting the story about the strange behavior of the ward since her return from the hospital. A worried guardian knocked at the door of the hospital room last night, unaware of the strange changes that awaited him inside. The unlocked door of the ward immediately attracted the attention of the anxious producer, seeming to him an unusual and disturbing sign. The inexplicable behavior of the beautiful girl was instantly noticed by a man who entered the room and whose experienced eye immediately detected something wrong. From a desperate attempt to jump out the window, the producer stopped his ward, barely managing to grab her at the last moment. With an indignant cry, the guardian tried to stop the singer's strange actions, not understanding the reasons for such suicidal behavior. The incoherent nonsense of intending to go somewhere was repeated frantically by Liu Ming, addressing an invisible interlocutor in the void. Never before had the bewildered producer observed such behavior, having to keep a constant eye on his ward striving for the window. The monotonous repetition of the phrase "I'm coming to you" was continued by the bound girl, being in some kind of trance-like state. The unusual situation was immediately appreciated by the perceptive Han Hao, sensing something supernatural behind the strange behavior. On the forehead of the singer noticed an attentive young man something unusual, requiring more detailed consideration. The black thread jutting out strangely appeared to be a mysterious object that attracted the observer's close attention. The nature of the strange phenomenon tried to determine the puzzled guy, scrutinizing the unusual anomaly. In a mental vision appeared before the young man a picture of some old woman holding a photograph of the singer in her hands. Numerous spells covered the photograph in the vision, hinting at a sinister ritual using the image. A sudden realization was shared by Han Hao, loudly announcing the curse placed on the singer as the cause of the strange behavior. A savvy young man called for a security camera check, suggesting they contact hotel security to inquire about the visitors. With intense scrutiny, the two anxious men, sitting in the hotel's surveillance room, studied the camera footage. Among the visitors was a suspicious old lady who had asked the celebrity for an autograph shortly before the incident. After receiving an autograph, the mysterious hag went to the second floor, which was clearly recorded by surveillance cameras. A determined Han Hao called the information he received sufficient, leaving all other matters to the producer's discretion. To action the brave lad moved, taking a bold step towards the dangerous unknown without hesitation. Intuitively felt the seeker of immortality the right way, approaching the door, behind which probably hid the source of the curse. Without further ado, the impatient young man opened the door with a powerful kick of his foot, not wanting to waste time on formalities. On the table in the room, the attentive Han Hao immediately noticed the very spells seen earlier in the strange vision. The question about the presence of anyone in the room rumbled through the seemingly empty room, breaking the ominous silence. From the shadows of the room came the squeaky voice of an old hag, calling the entrant a blind thief and accusing him of breaking plans. The boldness of entering the room of the Mother of Demons was noted by an elderly woman speaking out of a dark corner to meet the uninvited guest. A sarcastic comparison to an ordinary gypsy woman was thrown by the mocking Han Hao, unimpressed by the mysterious old woman's loud title. The unwillingness to waste energy on useless chatter was expressed by the woman, mentioning a certain Mr. Wang as the customer of her actions. The probable involvement of the said man in the whole affair was instantly guessed by the shrewd young man, connecting the disparate facts. The self-proclaimed Mother of Demons uttered a threat to send the insolent intruder to the other world, moving from words to action. The old woman's unexpected strike was defended by Han Hao, who reacted quickly, managing to block it with his trained fist. Astonishment at the unusual strength of his opponent overwhelmed the young man, realizing that before him was a creature far superior to an ordinary human. The old witch jumped back a few meters, creating distance to prepare her next attack against an unforeseen opponent. A great opportunity to try out a new technique was seen in the situation by an enthusiastic Han Hao, who was preparing for the real test. The summoning of evil spirits from all over the world as his new ability was announced by a young man ready for battle, taking a fighting stance. A warning against overconfidence sounded from the lips of the wrinkled old woman, clearly underestimating the young opponent. The enigmatic demon mother didn't even make it to the end of the warm-up, hinting at the much greater potential of her true capabilities. Ready for death, the shrill old woman demanded of the young man, moving to a determined attack against the uninvited guest. The difference between the current use of the technique and the previous training emphasized the assembled Han Hao, intending to put his energy into the technique. The system called its host's reckless decision idiotic, warning of the serious consequences of rash use of new technology. The energy overflowing palm was manipulated by the focused young man, concentrating all his power for the decisive strike. The immortality seeker turned the old woman into a real hurricane, twisting her body in the deadly vortex of his energy technique. The anomaly happening to her could not realize the shocked Mother of Demons, who had lost control of the situation in her own body. Ruthless pressure continued to be exerted by the determined Han Hao with his new ability, not intending to give up halfway to victory. The witch hit the wall with crushing force, thrown back by the powerful flow of energy at the climax of the attack. The depletion of energy reserves was felt by the exhausted guy, realizing the high cost of using such a powerful technique. A feeling of utter devastation swept over the young man after using a devastating technique that required a colossal expenditure of strength. The system explained the severe consequences of the inexperienced user's inexperience after a powerful energy surge by the lack of training. The babka that had fallen to the floor was watched anxiously by the exhausted Han Hao, worrying about the possible lethality of the collision. Concerns about the impossibility of interrogating a dead opponent were voiced by a pragmatic young man in need of important information about the origin of the curse. Mockingly, the Mother of Demons announced the death of only her copy, debunking the illusion of an easy victory for a cocky opponent. The decade of painstaking cultivation of the copy was emphasized by the enraged witch, demonstrating the value of the creature the young man had destroyed. The senselessness of the slashing screams was noted by the ironic Han Hao, pointing out the obvious vividness and preservation of the opponent's true body. To the point of cursing the singer, the impatient young man moved on, demanding an explanation of the motives for so maligning the innocent girl. The reluctance to disclose client information was expressed by the wily old woman, emphasizing the confidentiality of such a business relationship. The threat of reapplying the destructive technique was used by the persistent Han Hao, rejecting the possibility of bargaining in this situation. Wang Bancheng, the richest man in the city, was named by the frightened witch as the customer of the curse, unable to withstand the pressure and threats of the interrogator. The tragic story of the death of a rich man's son-in-law is told by a surrendered mother of demons, revealing the true background of mystical revenge. Outrage at the delirium of the situation was expressed by a shocked Han Hao, not believing in such irrational motives for attacking the singer. A growing disgust at what was happening was felt by the guy, promising not to leave the situation without proper intervention and retribution. The treacherous witch begged for mercy, suddenly transforming from a formidable mother of demons to a pathetic old woman with no choice. The tragedy of her life, full of the loss of loved ones and the daily struggle with poverty, was described by an old woman trying to elicit sympathy from the victor. The attentive young man listened to his grandmother's repentance with sudden interest, involuntarily penetrating the complexity of her life situation. The opposition in her heart, but the impossibility of rejection due to lack of choice, emphasized the witch, presenting herself as a victim of circumstance rather than a villain. The old hag pleaded for mercy, appealing to her age and the allegedly compelling circumstances of the crime. Hope flashed in the sly grandmother's eyes as Han Hao declared his complete understanding of the situation, causing her genuine joy. The shrewd young man noted ironically that he was not just a wretch drowning in sins with no possibility of salvation. Surprise reflected on the wrinkled face of the Mother of Demons, misinterpreting her opponent's words as a sign of mercy. With a merciless accusation of pitifulness and helplessness, Han Hao shattered the illusion of sympathy, condemning the attempt to justify killing a man with far-fetched reasons. The inadequacy of weakness as an excuse was emphasized by the angry young man, resenting the brazen request for clemency from the cold-blooded criminal. Boastfully confessed the Mother of Demons in the success of her ruse, temporarily sedated the vigilance of a clever but gullible guy. Slowly rising from the floor, the wily old woman prepared for another attack, using the momentary pause to regain her strength. The witch adopted a threatening stance, concentrating her demonic energy for a crushing blow to the cocky opponent. Suddenly, a massive chandelier ripped from the ceiling, interrupting the demon mother's preparations for the final attack. A hapless hag was crushed under the weight of the collapsed lamp, embodying a classic example of irony. At the fall of the chandelier, a puzzled Han Hao suspected the effect of someone else's trick, not understanding the source of such a timely intervention. The need to smear his hands fell away by itself when fate, in the face of chance, solved the problem with the insidious adversary. The young man called the epic finale such an unexpected end to the confrontation, not hiding his laughter at the absurdity of what was happening. Liu Ming, who had been freed from the curse, woke up in incomprehension, looking around confused and trying to comprehend the situation. Sincere joy was expressed by the producer and Han Hao, seeing the girl's normal state after the removal of the sinister charms. The puzzled singer inquired about the events that happened to her, discovering gaps in her own memory. A brief explanation of the spell-breaking and salvation was given by the humble young man, without going into frightening details. A shocking revelation to Liu Ming was Mr. Wang's true intentions behind the generous invitation to perform at the concert. Anger boiled up in the indignant girl, realizing now the suspicious generosity of the fee for an ordinary performance. The best option was suggested by the practical Han Hao to find some excuse for not speaking, avoiding a dangerous confrontation. Thoughtfully, the producer suggested the possibility of leaving the city, weighing all the risks of continuing to be dangerously close to a powerful enemy. A sudden call from the person under discussion interrupted the conversation, causing everyone to think about next steps. The assumption of Mr. Wang's ignorance was made by the cautious young man, who regarded the call as an attempt to probe the ground. The excuse about the singer's ill health was tried by the resourceful producer, answering the phone and trying to avoid the meeting. The insistent invitation to dinner came from an influential businessman who would not take no for an answer, even when the girl was ill. Doubt about the necessity of the dinner was expressed by the alarmed singer, feeling the danger of the proposal after the information received. With the shocking news of his presence in front of the hotel, the wily boss disarmed his opponents, depriving them of any further excuses. The bearded man warned of the immediate rise, finally cornering the victims with his insistence. Shock swept over the blonde producer, who had not expected such a rapid development and direct pressure. After the conversation ended, a concerned man reported an imminent visit from a dangerous guest waiting downstairs at the hotel. The obviousness of the pre-planned ambush was emphasized by the shrewd Han Hao, instantly assessing the hopelessness of the situation. A confused question about further actions asked the producer and the girl, not realizing how to get out of the situation. The lack of energy recovery was recognized by Han Hao, also expressing concern over the little-known facts about the mysterious lord. The need to change clothes came to the resourceful interlocutors, realizing the impossibility of meeting a serious guest in the current form. The young man gently pointed out the inappropriateness of receiving an important visitor in a nightgown, showing concern for the singer's reputation. A bright blush covered the cheeks of the embarrassed girl, hastily accepting the need to change such an intimate outfit. A set of change of clothes was requested by a prudent fellow, citing the deplorable state of his own closet after the battle. An insistent knock sounded outside the door, announcing the arrival of an unexpected and unwelcome visitor. Wang Benchen's authoritative voice announced his arrival, leaving the singer no chance for further delay. An unexpected picture appeared before the bewildered gaze of the gentleman when he finally gained access to the star's apartment. 3 figures instead of the expected one, a puzzled Wang discovered, seeing a producer, a singer, and an unfamiliar young man in front of him. A quite logical question about the identity of the attendants was asked by the surprised guest, clearly not expecting such a crowded meeting. As a producer and a personal guard named Han Hao introduced their companions to the girl, avoiding unnecessary explanations. Reluctant permission to travel together was given by the Lord, suggesting that all 3 follow him to his residence. The impressive number of guards was noticed by the alarmed singer, stepping out into the hallway and assessing the seriousness of the escort. With a soothing promise of protection, the plucky young man addressed the girl, trying to lessen her visible anxiety. An instant feeling of confidence and security was experienced by Lu Ming, knowing the incredible abilities of her new bodyguard. The vigilant Han Hao devoted himself to a thorough survey of his surroundings, noting all potential threats. A disturbing find was the sighting of a pistol in the pocket of one of the bodyguards, confirming the seriousness of the situation. The true proof of the owner's wealth was a luxurious white palace, impressive in its scale and splendor. The smug host invited the guests inside the majestic building, making a wide gesture towards the main entrance. Unexpectedly picked up the singer in his arms, resourceful young man, explaining his active concern for the health of the ailing star. A bodyguard categorically protested, emphasizing that the invitation was extended exclusively to the celebrity. By intervening in the dispute, Wang himself resolved the situation, generously allowing the young man to accompany his ward. The wary Han Hao wondered about the rogue's ulterior motives, trying to unravel the cunning master's true intentions. When the producer attempted to follow the others, there was an insurmountable obstacle in the form of a categorical refusal by security. The producer was left utterly bewildered, having to wait in the hallway with no access to the main meeting. The cordial host of the house casually invited the guests to sit down, displaying impeccable manners of hospitality. The imminent arrival of the main course was warned by an anticipating Wang, hinting at the coming culinary delights. The official part of the meeting began with a ceremonial tea party, following the traditional etiquette of receiving important guests. The rarity and uniqueness of the tea variety was boasted by the proud owner, emphasizing the exclusivity of his collection. Intercepting the girl's hand stopped her from drinking the cautious Hanhao, displaying the professional vigilance of a bodyguard. The young man explained his actions by the professional duty of pre-testing the drink, arousing the involuntary respect of those present. Through a special technique promised to detect any poisoning by the observant fellow, demonstrating the seriousness of his approach to his duties. The divine Hanhao tea struck a delightful flavor, fully matching the praise of the master of the house. The perfect balance of refreshing flavor and strength was noted by the genuinely surprised young man, recognizing the high quality of the drink. The instant pleasure was followed by an alarming realization of loss of vigilance as the lad discovered the strange effect of the tea on his mind. A reassurance that the tea was safe was conveyed by the young man to the anxious star, pretending that everything was perfectly fine. The bodyguard was approached by the insistent host, inviting him to join the tea party and stop the excessive ceremoniousness. The habit of standing while working was emphasized by the professional security guard, politely declining an offer to sit at the table. A sudden insight visited the wary Hanhao, who noticed the strangeness of addressing his host by his full name without prior introduction. Mr. Wang realized the unfortunate oversight, inadvertently giving away his awareness of the name of the supposedly unfamiliar bodyguard. A fragile cup shattered on the floor, suddenly falling out of someone's hands and breaking the tense silence of the room. A sudden malaise swept over Liu Ming, causing the girl to turn pale and sway in place from the sudden attack. With an anxious cry, a frightened Hanhao rushed to the singer, trying to bring her to her senses and not understanding the reasons for the deterioration. A cold-blooded confession about a specially imposed water conspiracy was made by the master of the palace, revealing his true intentions. The smug Wang went into a detailed explanation about the effects of the enchanted water, specifying that a normal person would faint from a single sip. With an impatient demand to get down to business, the master interrupted the protracted explanation, turning to a certain Master Q. The mysterious seal was retrieved by the master, who appeared, promising to deal with the impertinent young man immediately. A perplexed question about the intruder's plans was asked by a worried Hanhao, not understanding the meaning of what was happening around him. Everyone present began to teleport in an unknown direction, suddenly disappearing from the familiar space of the room. The palace's subterranean dungeon became the company's new location, immersing them in the ominous atmosphere of the secret room. At the sight of the unfamiliar place, the puzzled young man was completely confused, not understanding the reasons for his movement along with the others. The revelation of the true nature of the amulet was shared by the system, explaining that all the intimidating magic is actually a pacifier. The time for the main course was solemnly announced by the host, moving on to the main part of his sinister plan. The responsibility of doing the mysterious thing was taken by the master, preparing to begin some kind of ritual. The accusation of having no conscience and intending to sacrifice a living human being was hurled by the indignant Hanhao, recognizing the villain's true appearance. With an ironic rebuke, the rogue reminded him of the guy's past deeds, hinting at some backstory to their relationship. A categorical denial of previous encounters was expressed by the confused young man, demanding an end to slander and fabrications. To the question of the stolen pill and stone games, the wily boss moved on, sarcastically wondering about the lad's non-involvement in these events. In a momentary flash of comprehension, Hanhao connected all the threads of the puzzle, realizing that the main culprit of all the recent troubles stood before him. The determined intention to deal with old and new problems simultaneously was expressed by a determined young man preparing for the inevitable confrontation. An irritated master complained about the neglect of his person, demanding that his presence be given due consideration. With feigned regret, the mustachioed man predicted a quick death to his young opponent, boasting of his superiority. With a frank laugh, the fearless Hanhao reacted to the intimidation attempt, showing complete disregard for threats. Caution was urged by the cocky master, warning of the consequences of underestimating his combat abilities. The determined young man froze for a moment before striking, suddenly stopping at the very last moment of the attack. The wary young man looked around carefully for a hidden trap, fearing a sudden attack from the cunning old man. Master Q expressed his displeasure at the appearance of an extra person, reminding the boss of the original agreement on the girl only. The mercantile mercenary demanded extra pay for the extra work, not wanting to waste forces on an unintended enemy. With the impatient promise of a generous reward, the Lord tried to speed up the process, hurrying the master to begin the task. Growing annoyed and wanting to destroy everyone, the angry Han Hao spoke out, losing patience with the farce going on. The businesslike master began to fulfill his part of the bargain, urging those present to prepare for the coming action. A warning of the enemy's non-triviality was shared by the worried system, noticing something special about the enigmatic wizard. Instead of fear, even more excitement was felt by the belligerent fellow, only becoming more enraged by the potential danger. A threatening warning of imminent retribution for impertinent words was uttered by the irritated master, preparing to teach the insolent man a lesson. The confident Han Hao was on full alert, feeling absolutely no fear of the coming clash. The trained young man dodged his opponent's weapons with incredible ease, demonstrating excellent reaction and flexibility. The possible concealment of true power was thought about by a cautious fighter who did not believe in the primitive nature of the praised master's attacks. After a series of successful dodges, Han Hao landed a powerful kick to the stomach, moving from defense to a decisive attack. It was an absolute surprise to the self-confident old man to see such a lightning-fast turn of events, taking him by surprise. A mere boy was defeated by the praised master, falling under the weight of a powerful blow at the feet of the astonished customer. With ill-concealed concern, Mr. Wang inquired about his mercenary's condition as he watched his humiliating defeat. In a barely audible voice, the stunned master muttered a reassurance of his normality, trying to maintain the remnants of his dignity. A scornful comparison to a street con artist was thrown by the mocking Han Hao, emphasizing the discrepancy between his opponent's ambition and actual abilities. The young man called the hapless fighter an obvious laggard, not hiding his disappointment at the ease of defeating the praised master. The gentleman was approached with a mocking question by the triumphant victor, wondering about further plans after such an obvious deception. From his pocket, the discouraged master pulled out a mysterious seal, not about to give up after the first failed attempt. Shadow's cryptic words were spoken by the sorcerer, tossing up a strange piece of paper with unknown symbols. In front of the amazed spectators, the magical paper began to transform, taking the frightening shape of an unknown creature. With an intimidating roar, a real monster materialized, receiving a mental order from its creator to destroy the defiant young man. This was the first time Han Hao had ever encountered such a phenomenon, mentally questioning the nature of the creature that had appeared before him. The furious clash turned into a full-scale battle as the monster lunged at the stunned opponent. A determined counterattack was launched by the brave young man, aiming a powerful fist strike at the approaching creature. To the fighter's great surprise, his fist simply passed through the monster's body without causing it the slightest harm. The obscure creature burst into mocking laughter, enjoying the confusion and helplessness of his opponent. A huge palm reaching for his throat, the alarmed Han Hao Soi, realizing the deadly danger of the situation. At the last moment, the young man managed to dodge the deadly clap, demonstrating a great reaction in a critical situation. On the next attack, the fighter's leg also passed through the enemy's body, finally confirming the futility of physical attacks. The puzzled Han Hao did not understand why the demon was able to attack him while remaining invulnerable to retaliation. After careful analysis, the system determined the nature of the mysterious phenomenon, identifying it as a product of black magic. The wrath of a dead man turned out to be a mysterious creature with little attack power, but virtually indestructible by conventional methods. Ancient wisdom about battle strategy was recalled by the system, advising you to start with the ringleader if you want to defeat the brigands, or with the horse to defeat the rider. Han Hao was pensive, puzzled as to the whereabouts of the supposed ringleader in the current situation. A leading question about the presence of someone with the surname Wang was asked by the shrewd system, directing the host's thoughts in the right direction. A sudden insight was seized upon the young man, instantly putting all the pieces of the puzzle together into a coherent picture. The unsuccessful attacks continued with the persistent fighter, aiming fist blows at the demonic creature with enviable tenacity. Han Hao's fist passed through his opponent's ephemeral body once again, not harming him in the slightest. In vain, the young man called the creature's laughter, threatening to redirect the attack to its master at the impossibility of striking the spirit itself. Anxiety was felt by the demonic acolyte as he realized that his opponent had guessed the key weakness of the spell. With the determined intention of charging his fist at the Lord, the savvy Han Hao moved forward, changing his battle strategy. Prudence boasted the smug Van, hinting at a prearranged defense against such tactics. A demonic creature materialized in front of the master, becoming a human shield between the master and the enraged youth. The teleportation ability was pondered by the surprised Han Hao as he assessed the unusual strength of the creature opposing him. A blockage was experienced by the attacker's fist as the demonic essence successfully restrained the strike aimed at the host. A persistent fighter tried unsuccessfully to break through the ghostly body with no result. As he looked back with horror, the young man found the demonic creature bifurcating, creating a second copy for an additional attack. The second part of the split demon rushed towards the defenseless Lu Ming, posing a deadly threat to the captive girl. The criticality of the situation was realized by an alarmed Han Hao, realizing the need for immediate action to save the singer. Within seconds, the young man turned around, rushing to the girl's aid with as much speed as possible. The old adage of 2 birds with 1 stone was recalled by the mocking gentleman, foretelling the inevitable defeat of the divided attention of the enemy. Right above him, the ducked guy noticed a hovering demonic entity, like an ominous shadow looming over his head. A restraining embrace began to be cast by the creature, enveloping the victim's body and denying the ability to move. The second part of the demonic creature rushed towards the immobilized victim, preparing the final blow. A complete blockage of movements was experienced by the desperate Han Hao, who seemed to have exhausted all possibilities to counter. An unexpected smile lit up the face of the captive young man, defiantly challenging an opponent confident of victory. The resourceful fighter suddenly remembered the important forgotten item, mentally berating himself for his temporary absent-mindedness. From his pocket, a mysterious knife was retrieved in a lightning-fast movement, which Han Hao used to slit the creature restraining him. The gaze of a freed warrior stared forward, ready to continue the interrupted battle with a new weapon in hand. The terrifying sight of the approaching monster presented itself to the determined young man who did not waver in the face of mortal danger. With astonishing ease, the magic knife cut through the airy essence, demonstrating its supernatural efficiency. The true nature of the amazing weapon was revealed by the system, explaining its ability to shred almost any entity. A furious curse broke out from the angry Wang, accusing the lucky opponent of destroying the perennial demonic creature. The years of effort to cultivate the demon was emphasized by the annoyed master, heightening the drama of his loss. A formal declaration of real enmity was made by the defeated lord, recognizing the young man as worthy of his hatred. Unknown subordinates suddenly appeared from above, offering to take over the resolution of the conflict situation. The intrigued Han Hao lifted his head curiously, trying to get a closer look at the new participants in the unfolding drama. 3 mysterious heroes from the mountain appeared before the astonished young man, promising to teach the self-confident know-it-all a lesson and change the course of the confrontation. With a reminder of the large sum paid, the master accompanied his demand to the mercenaries, urging them to fulfill the task perfectly. The system made an important clarification, identifying the trio of strangers as immortality seekers like Han Hao himself. One of the newly arrived trio asked for permission to use his trademark fire skills, showing ostentatious respect for his employer. The young man was pleased to note the full recovery of his energy, allowing him to apply his newly acquired skills in the upcoming battle. Han Hao received an unexpected task from the system, to smash the enemy in one blow for a reward of 20 immortality points on success. The fiery opponent attacked swiftly, perplexed by the young man's frozen pose resembling a stone statue. A promise to try to make the best of it was made by the calm Han Hao as he prepared to show off his true martial prowess.
A focused fighter prepared for the application of the powerful new technique, concentrating energy for the decisive blow.
The fireman's flame-shrouded hand went to the young man's neck, ready to inflict a fatal burn upon contact. With an unexpected grab, Han Hao stopped the attacking limb, grabbing the flaming hand with his palm without any visible signs of pain. A crushing fist strike to the stomach was delivered by the lightning-fast young man, ending the short bout with a striking hold. The first opponent flew away for a considerable distance, falling victim to the incredible force of the blow of an unremarkable-looking guy. The remaining members of the trio called for retribution for their defeated brother, preparing to attack the victor with a combined effort. A full-bodied fellow, also wielding a fire elemental and promising immediate death to an impertinent opponent, entered the fray next. Firebombs began to be released by the second enemy, creating deadly projectiles of concentrated flame. Upon contact with the ground, small explosions from falling fire charges occurred, demonstrating the destructive potential of the attack. Han Hao's recoiling. Han Hao was surprised, noting the unusual slowness of the bombs, making it easy to track their trajectory. The tallest of the brothers called for a joint attack, suggesting that they coordinate to be more effective. The decision to use the evil spirit guidance technique was made by an enthusiastic young man, ready to demonstrate the full power of the new technique. Wise advice to take your time was given by the prudent system, reminding you of the lurking gentleman who had not yet revealed his cards. At the sight of the boss, the judicious Han Hao agreed with the recommendation, deciding to save the powerful technique for last. While he was pondering, an unexpected event caused the young man to stir, snapping him out of his pensive state. A wary fighter was caught in the ring of encirclement as the two brothers took up positions in front and behind, blocking off avenues of retreat. The ambush nature of the maneuver was instantly recognized by the experienced Han Hao, realizing the need to make the right tactical decision. The fireball rushed toward the young man sandwiched between the opponents, threatening to incinerate him on a direct hit. With graceful ease, the nimble fighter jumped up, avoiding the dangerous projectile and mockingly commenting on the primitiveness of the attack. In a ridiculous coincidence, the second brother was struck by the first brother's fireball as the dodging Han Hao cleared the path of the projectile. On turning back, the lad's amazement was unbounded when he saw the unexpected result of his simple maneuver. On the ground lay the defeated full brother, pitifully questioning the reasons for such treatment from his own ally. Han Hao called Han Hao's actions foolish, emphasizing their own culpability in the friendly fire that occurred. The last surviving brother decided to use a secret fire technique, recognizing the necessity of such a step. Before he could finish his high-flown speech about secret techniques, the tall opponent was struck down by a sudden blow from an impatient young man who preferred actions to verbose statements. With a crushing leg kick, the young man sent his opponent flying several meters away, showing impressive strength. With a mocking shout, Han Hao wondered at his opponent's naivety, truly believing that he would be allowed to complete a long spell. A pensive fighter stood in the middle of the prison space, realizing that of all the opponents, only the main boss remained. The tension of the situation was clearly troubling Wang Banqian as he watched the rapid defeat of his mercenaries. Suddenly, the defeated master woke up, perplexed about the time of loss of consciousness and trying to restore the chronology of events. The hapless mercenary tried to reassure his master with a soothing assurance of a minor misunderstanding, promising to deal with the impertinent young man immediately. To the discussion of extra pay for the complexity of the task, suggested to return to the self-confident master, not realizing the gravity of his position. The boss met the mercenary's words with silent attention, not rushing to answer and assessing the situation in his own way. The decision to help deal with the annoying boy was announced by Van, clearly meaning something different than his listener had imagined. With irony, Han Hao commented on the unfairness of the upcoming bout, noting the numerical advantage of the opponents. The strangling of his recent mercenary was started by the enraged boss, suddenly changing the direction of aggression to the stunned master. On the inappropriateness of trading under the current circumstances, a furious Van growled, showing his true attitude toward the mercenary services. The threat of retribution with his life was shouted by the boss, releasing the panting master to the ground with a dismissive gesture. A shocked young man watched the shocking scene, promising to make the cruel gentleman regret his actions. Wang made a frank confession, explaining the decision not to let the young man out alive since the unique item was discovered in his possession. The future change of ownership of the immortal fighter was foreshadowed by a cocky boss, clearly intent on appropriating the legendary weapon. A strong objection was raised by Han Hao about the right to determine the fate of a weapon, emphasizing the legal ownership of a valuable artifact. The determined young man moved to a swift attack, aiming a powerful fist strike at the belly of his overconfident opponent. Disappointment in the attacker's abilities was expressed by the Lord, easily blocking the blow and commenting derisively on its effectiveness. A threatening promise to demonstrate real strength was uttered by Wang, preparing for his own attack against the defiant young man. The painful arm twisting was started by the brutal boss, using an effective technique against the trapped opponent. The stalwart Han Hao gritted his teeth in unbearable pain, refusing to scream or beg for mercy under the torture. The young man's arm was twisted into an unnatural position by the excellent body control possessed by the experienced master. Shock flickered across his opponent's face as he realized the lack of expected effect of his torturous technique. Breaking free from his grasp, the nimble Han Hao jumped back, creating a safe distance between himself and his dangerous opponent. The young man derisively criticized the enemy's combat abilities, calling them ridiculous and unworthy of serious attention. The observant boy noticed a distinct trembling and fear in his opponent, despite his self-confidence. The prudent young man doubted the correctness of the decision to engage in direct confrontation, assessing the potential risks of the current situation. The inevitability of defeat was foreshadowed by the boss, confidently claiming knowledge of the reasons for the future outcome of the confrontation. Lack of weakness was boasted by the arrogant gentleman, indicating a fundamental advantage over a vulnerable opponent. The magical power began to be used by Wang, directing streams of energy across the ground to prepare an unknown attack. The puzzled Han Hao froze in utter bewilderment, watching the strange energy sprawl across the ground and trying to figure out his opponent's intentions. A powerful earthquake suddenly started in the enclosed room, causing large rocks to fall from the ceiling onto the heads of those present. The sarcastic question about the intention to arrange a joint burial was asked by the shrewd Han Hao, instantly assessing the danger of the situation. An ominous warning of the enemy's soul death was answered by the confident young man, displaying equanimity in the face of danger. The previously mentioned weaknesses were recalled by the wily lord, hinting at a prepared trap for a careless opponent. A sudden epiphany was seized by the guy. Realizing the true meaning of the words about weakness, it was about a defenseless girl held hostage. Han Hao let out an indignant exclamation at the meanness of a lord willing to use an innocent victim to achieve his goals. Without any sign of consciousness, Lu Ming continued to sit helplessly under the looming death threat of falling debris. The need to save the girl was realized by the noble young man, noticing the huge stone about to fall on her fragile figure. With a swift run, Han Hao rushed toward the danger spot, trying to get ahead of the massive boulder falling, threatening the singer's life. A huge chunk of the ceiling collapsed to the ground with a deafening rumble, raising a cloud of dust and hiding what was happening behind a veil of stone chips. Wang Bensheng felt triumphant confidence, believing that the pile of collapsed stones had buried the daring young man along with the girl forever. A self-satisfied remark about the considerable energy expenditure, yet successful completion of the affair, was made by the gentleman enjoying a supposed victory. The search for the legendary immortal fighter was turned to the thoughts of the smug boss, who considered the case almost complete. As they approached the pile of stones, the puzzled Van noticed their strange movement, contrary to the laws of physics and common sense. The protective energy dome was created by the resourceful Han Hao, using his supernatural abilities to counter the deadly danger. The force of the weightlifting was activated by the nimble young man, ensuring the safety of not only himself, but also the defenseless girl next to him. With a contemptuous remark, the fellow addressed the astonished opponent, calling him as destroyed as before. In utter bewilderment, exclaimed the shocked gentleman about the impossibility of surviving such a devastating collapse. With only one hand, the mighty Han Hao held a huge boulder, demonstrating incredible physical strength and endurance. Wang Benchen was in a state of shock, not understanding the source of such incredible power displayed by his young opponent. With a powerful throw, the young man aimed the held boulder straight toward the stunned lord, turning defense into attack. In panic, the confused boss rushed around, not knowing where to hide from the deadly projectile flying in his direction. Thanks to his agility, the lord was able to bounce off the trajectory of the throw, avoiding a direct hit from the massive stone. With a mocking question about the naive hope of hitting him with such a weak throw, the cocky Wang turned, not realizing his opponent's real plan. With a nonchalant reminder of the spare options available, the cold-blooded Han Hao replied, hinting for the attack to continue. A reuse of the ability to lift heavy weights was resorted to by an ingenious young man, demonstrating its dual nature, to make heavy things light and light things heavy. With the poetic name Flower Rain of the Celestial Maiden, the Seeker of Immortality labeled his spell, giving mysticism to what was happening. The puzzled gentleman was in complete bewilderment, not understanding the essence of the inexplicable phenomena taking place before his eyes. Van was mesmerized by the mysterious sight of the strange glowing pebbles floating in the air, not realizing their true purpose. With contrived disdain, the Lord commented on the futility of his opponent's efforts, masking his growing unease. An arrogant statement about the futility of potential hits was made by the boss, assuring his invulnerability to even the odd hovering rock. Van returned to continuing to fend off the debris falling from the ceiling, not noticing the young man's preparation for the final attack. A sudden discovery was made by the puzzled gentleman, noticing the unnatural heaviness of the small stones, obviously disproportionate to their modest size. In a hail of countless blows, tiny but incredibly heavy projectiles rained down on Van, creating an invisible press effect. Under the weight of the unnatural pressure, the self-righteous boss's legs gave out, forcing him humiliatingly to his knees. A furious curse broke out from the defeated gentleman, accusing the young man of an incomprehensible and insidious influence. A joking explanation about his own gravity and voluntary bowing was given by an ironic Han Hao, enjoying his opponent's confusion. An insulted objection about the insignificance of pebbles was shouted by the humiliated boss, refusing to recognize the seriousness of his situation. The young man surprised his opponent with an unexpected compliment, recognizing his ability to withstand the first wave of attack. With a cryptic hint, Han Hao warned Han Hao to continue the demonstration of his abilities, making it clear that what he had seen was only the beginning. Another massive cobblestone was hurled by a determined fighter using the last stone projectile held in his hands. An alarming realization of the impossibility of dodging swept over the gentleman, realizing the critical speed of the approaching stone. Thanks to magical weighting, the stone has acquired a crushing power, capable of throwing the enemy back several meters on impact. With a deafening speed, the huge projectile raced down, dragging the unlucky gentleman's body along with it after the collision. The colossal amount of energy concentrated in the enchanted stone provided the strongest impact against the wall for the one caught under its influence. A hole in the sturdy wall was punctured by an incredibly powerful blow, demonstrating the true power of the magically weighted projectile. With a mocking question about the impressions of the attack, a satisfied Han Hao inquired, observing the effectiveness of his technique. Blood flowed from the mouth of the exhausted lord, whose stamina had reached its limit after a series of devastating impacts. Sincere surprise was expressed by the guy, noting the impressive resilience of his opponent, still retaining consciousness after such powerful blows. An important truth was called to mind by the stubborn Wang, gathering the last of his strength to continue the confrontation. An ominous promise to never forgive or let go alive was wheezed by the enraged boss, showing an indomitable will even in defeat. The mysterious glowing red leaf was used by the cunning gentleman, activating some unknown magical item. The possible use of teleportation was guessed by the attentive Han Hao, anticipating the enemy's imminent disappearance from the battlefield. By random teleportation, the wounded boss did indeed escape, temporarily becoming unavailable for pursuit and detection. After the disappearance of the enemy, the devoted young man immediately took care of his friend, shifting his attention into rescuing the injured woman. Through an infusion of his own energy, the caring Han Hao tried to bring the girl back to consciousness, using his abilities to heal. Liu Ming slowly began to open her eyes, gradually returning from oblivion to the real world under the influence of the healing energy. The first words of the freed girl were anxious questions about the whereabouts and condition of her brave rescuer. The young man smiled reassuringly, hiding his own fatigue. With deep gratitude, Liu Ming spoke words of appreciation, noting the guy's constant role in saving her from various dangers. The embarrassed girl thanked her savior for his heroism, struggling to find the words to express her feelings. The grateful singer reached for the unexpected kiss, wanting to express her gratitude in a more emotional way. Gently pulling away, reminded the judicious Han Hao of the more pressing problem of finding a way out of confinement, postponing emotional displays for a more appropriate time. The look of resentment on the girl's face completely escaped the attention of the focused young man, who didn't notice the way her cheeks puffed up like a dumpling. With a soothing promise of imminent release, Han Hao tried to cheer up the distraught singer, confidently foreshadowing the end of their forced confinement. With a confused question of lostness, the worried Liu Ming responded, looking around the unfamiliar underground corridors with undisguised anxiety. The girl was anxious to find a possible way out, not hiding the anxiety in her trembling voice and pleading look. A perplexed objection was raised by the young man about the very possibility of getting lost, showing confidence in his own orientation. Around the corner ahead, Han Hao promised to discover the long-awaited exit, confidently pointing the direction of travel to his confused companion. Filled with hope, the fugitives looked beyond the turn, eager to find there the way to freedom. Instead of open space, a mysterious door was revealed before them, silently blocking the path to salvation. Through a clumsy joke of deception, the embarrassed young man tried to smooth over the awkwardness, masking the error in navigation with contrived humor. A closer look at the door revealed a strange design feature, the absence of the usual handle and the inability to simply open it. The annoyed guy tested the strength of the barrier with a powerful kick of his foot, noting its unusual strength and immobility. An optimistic smile accompanied the promise to deal with the obstacle as Han Hao confidently smiled, not wanting to show concern in front of his companion. Despite the potential exhaustion, the young man was ready to use a special technique just to ensure the long-awaited exit from the dungeon. A small instruction plate was pointed out by the attentive Lu Ming, pointing to the button needed to activate the mechanism. Sincere astonishment swept over the guy, already prepared to demonstrate impressive strength instead of simply pressing the detected button. Creaking sand sprinkled as the ancient door opened, testifying to the long years in which no one had disturbed the peace of this place. The travelers entered the unknown room with understandable wariness, preparing for possible new dangers and traps. An unexpected encounter with two strangers greeting their arrival took the fugitives by surprise, creating a new mystery. Due to the insufficient light, the puzzled Han Hao could not immediately distinguish the people present, peering into the semi-darkness and calling out to the invisible interlocutors. The two elderly brothers declared the area a restricted area of Wang's domain, demanding an explanation for trespassing under threat of indefinite detention. The long service in guarding the mysterious place was emphasized by the second old man, at the same time hinting at the special status of the guests who had earned the rite of passage. Instantly assessing the situation, the resourceful Han Hao impersonated the girl's assistant, deciding to support the old men's mistaken assumption of serving Mr. Wang. The Lord's convincing confirmation of the dispatch was supplemented by one of the brothers with a clarifying question about the reasons for Wang's own absence. A feverish search for a plausible excuse was launched by the clever young man, trying to explain the strange errand in the absence of his master. Through the story of the sudden attack on the Lord, Han Hao explained his mission of notification, improvising with enviable equanimity. A distinct distrust was expressed by the experienced old men, doubting the possibility of any threat that could disturb the peace of the outside world. A complex story about a powerful adversary named Han Hao was composed by a resourceful lad, describing him as an invincible warrior that even his three helper brothers couldn't handle. The decades-long guarding of the facility was emphasized by the suspicious masters, finding the whole situation highly questionable and discussing the need to get rid of the strange visitors. Amidst the old men's conversation, the attentive Han Hao happened to hear the mention of the mysterious energy pill, instantly correcting his legend. Deftly playing along with what he had heard, the young man stated his instructions to check the said pill, suggesting that the distrustful old men personally verify the information with the Lord. A threatening warning of the dire consequences of deception was voiced by the stern guards, agreeing to carry out the order only if it was authenticated. The best solution was for the distrustful old men to see the dubious guests off, keeping their guard up in case of a trick. A worried Liu Ming expressed her worries about a favorable outcome, quietly inquiring of her companion about the likelihood of a successful conclusion to their adventure. The guards led the visitors down a long corridor to massive red doors that mysteriously loomed at the end of the path. To activate the opening mechanism, the wizards put their palms to the special panels, triggering the ancient magical lock. Behind the open casements appeared before the astonished eyes a special rack, obviously intended for storing a valuable artifact. There was a mysterious pill of primordial energy, surrounded by protective charms and symbols, completely intact. A mysterious tablet shone with yellow light, carefully guarded and maintained by special devices on the counter. A strange sense of familiarity was experienced by the puzzled Han Hao as he looked at the artifact, trying to remember where he might have seen something similar. With an unexpected address to the supposedly present, Mr. Wang was puzzled by one of the guest masters, testing their reactions to the clever trap. The boy and girl turned around in shock, searching in vain for a glimpse of the said gentleman and giving away their deception with his careless movement. At the sight of the empty space behind them, the hapless visitors realized the cunning of the old man, who used a primitive but effective trick. With a triumphant smile, the master announced his suspicions, sensing from the start the falsity in the behavior of the uninvited guests. The unnaturalness of the reaction to the gentleman's appearance was emphasized by the shrewd old man, pointing out the obvious signs of deception. With chagrin, Han Hao realized his mistaken facial expression, giving the guards decisive proof of their deception. The vigilant guards were called upon to reveal the true purpose of the visit, no longer hiding their distrust and readiness for decisive action. The clumsy excuse of accidental delusion was attempted by the unmasked young man, realizing the futility of further pretense. The old men were particularly indignant at the use of their master's name and the attempt to abuse their confidence, which they did not fail to note. To end the idle chatter, an angry guard called out, offering the uninvited guests a taste of the power of his fist. With unexpected fluidity, the old man began to swing, making the movement so slow that it seemed almost imperceptible. It was hard to imagine the destructive power of such a slow strike, causing observers to be skeptical of its effectiveness. A barely noticeable movement was made by the elderly master, as if he was performing a slow-motion dance instead of a martial attack. A mocking question of understanding who was to be fought was thrown by the cocky Han Hao, underestimating the elderly opponent's fighting ability. A huge dent was left by the same slow palm in the sturdy wall nearby, showing the truly intimidating strength of the supposed old man. With a joking excuse of a slight slip due to a long-time lack of practice, the master accompanied his impressive display of power, warning of more accurate strikes to come. A second brother, unable to stand idly by at the sight of the confrontation beginning, offered to join the joint attack. Like a lightning bolt, the old man's strike struck the neck of the unprepared young man, aiming to immobilize him instantly. An anxious Han Hao felt a strange stiffness in his movements as he received information from the system about the paralysis spell cast on him. Until removed by the caster or killed, the magical effect would be in effect, as the system explained to its immobilized host. Due to the opponent's superiority in level, the young man could not resist the spell, the first time he had encountered magic of such power. With a fierce warning, Han Hao tried to stop the rogue, begging him not to touch the defenseless girl despite his own powerlessness. The ruthless old man grabbed the singer by her fragile throat, making a cynical remark about her beauty. Complete indifference to the victim's identity was expressed by the cruel guardian, promising to kill the girl regardless of her fame or talent. An agonizing gasp was experienced by Lu Ming as the old man's merciless fingers clenched on her delicate neck, cutting off her air supply. A desperate scream burst from the chest of the paralyzed young man, demanding that the gasping girl be released immediately. Another old man appeared in front of the immobilized Han Hao, preparing to deliver a crushing blow with his mystic palm. Overwhelmed with rage, the young man promised harsh retribution, warning of the consequences of their cruel actions. Dark blue energy began to glow from the palm of the focused guy, concentrating the last of his strength for the confrontation. Despite the imposed paralysis, the determined young man managed to activate his energy, preparing for the decisive clash. The powerful energy blast threw the second old man in the opposite direction as the opposing forces clashed in a devastating confrontation. Thanks to the first guard's sudden distraction, the grip on the girl's throat loosened, giving her a precious chance for a breath of air. Han Hao called such treatment of an innocent girl unforgivable, lightning fast, moving into a swift counterattack. A crushing blow with his elbow struck the enraged young man right in the face of the singer's tormentor, putting all the accumulated rage. With such incredible force, his elbow came down on his opponent's face that his features began to warp under the powerful impact. The defeated tormentor flew back against the opposite wall, falling victim to his own self-confidence and underestimation of his opponent. About the singer's possible injuries, a concerned Han Hao asked worriedly, temporarily distracted from the defeated enemies. With a mocking remark about the unfulfillability of dreams of escape, one of the masters interrupted the fugitive's brief relief. The wily guardian proceeded to activate some mechanism, pressing a mysterious brick into the wall and starting an unknown process. Han Hao realized with horror what was happening, realizing that the beginning collapse would soon bury them alive in the underground labyrinth. Immediate escape was urged by the young man, pointing to the closing door and the need to hurry to avoid the death trap. At the very last moment, the fugitives managed to jump out of the collapsing passage, avoiding the terrible fate of being buried alive. At the sight of the completely collapsed exit, a temporary despair gripped the fugitives as they realized the impasse of the situation. The restless question of eternal confinement was shared by the anxious Liu Ming, seeing no other way to escape from the dungeon. Unexpected gratitude to the earthquake was expressed by the optimistic Han Hao, discovering a new opportunity for salvation. Sunlight streamed through the gap in the ceiling, giving the resourceful young man an idea of what to do next. Gently picking the girl up in his arms, Han Hao advised her to hold on tighter, preparing for the decisive dash for freedom. After so many trials, the exhausted fugitives finally had a chance to get out of the cursed underground labyrinth. A deafening explosion was heard by the anxious producer waiting outside, startled by the sudden rumble from underground. The troubled man was in complete bewilderment, agonizing over the incredible events taking place inside. Through the billowing smoke, the alarm producer saw two human figures emerging from the breach. On closer inspection, the man recognized his ward singer and her invariable savior, covered with dust and soot. An overjoyed producer rushed towards the escapees, expressing his sincere joy at their safe return against all odds. A practiced Han Hao called for the singer's quick evacuation to safety in an effort to ensure her immediate rest and recovery. Professional concern about the artist's ligaments was expressed by an attentive man, suggesting that possible damage be diagnosed immediately. The caring producer took his ward to a secluded place to take proper care of her health away from prying eyes. In seclusion, the curious Han Hao turned to his system to inquire about the nature of the extracted pill, holding the mysterious trophy. A detailed explanation was provided by the alien symbiote, describing the rare artifact as a means of moving to the next level with an added chance of achieving a state of insight. With a second pill of the same kind, the chances of achieving mystical insight are greatly increased, and when combined with a magic tree, become almost guaranteed. A sudden insight visited Han Hao, who remembered the identical pill in the wallet he had once found, explaining the artifact's sense of familiarity. The system noted with surprise the opponent's lack of understanding of the true value of the artifact, presumably using it only as a decorative element. Sincere joy was expressed by the guy, realizing the usefulness of the loot and confirming the actual value of his trophy. After dramatic events, the unusual trio left the sinister estate, eager to return to the familiar world as soon as possible. The distinctive click of the camera resounded again from the nearby bushes, giving away the presence of an intrusive observer. With a threatening U-turn, the enraged Han Hao reacted to the sound, questioning the identity of the insolent peeper. Behind the suspicious bushes, the curious travelers discovered the source of the disturbance, peering there with the whole company. A nervous journalist spoke of the strange coincidence, reminding the guy of the earlier meeting in the coffee shop in trying to make a false connection. Without much conversation, a furious Han Hao struck a decisive blow, interrupting the excuses of the annoying paparazzi. The young man accused the unscrupulous journalist of stalking, photographing, and spreading lies, pinpointing his misdeeds. With sincere apologies, the battered man addressed his victims, offering to publicly retract previous publications to clear their reputations. A special condition for such a service was dared by the bold press representative, despite his precarious position. With a furious death threat, the indignant Han Hao reacted to the journalist's insolence, not wanting to hear about any additional conditions. Patience and a little story about himself was called for by the startled reporter, trying to soften the aggressive attitude of the angry young man. His identity as Shobudui was revealed by a cautious journalist, mentioning a single simple demand in return for cooperation. With an impatient call to speed up, the irritated fellow turned to the slow-witted Shobudui, who mysteriously offered to follow him for further explanation. Barely containing his excitement, the journalist shared his observations, admitting to deliberately tracking the guy for exclusive news on the rising star. A surprisingly simple deal was put forward by Shobudui, one interview in return for a complete halt to the spread of false rumors in the press. The pragmatic Han Hao balanced between doubt and calculation, weighing all the possible benefits of a potential collaboration with a media personality. An enterprising young man informed the journalist about an upcoming appearance on the channel in a few days, and he persistently recommended attending the event to strengthen contacts. His companions were impressed by the guy's diplomatic skills, watching the transformation of enemies into allies with undisguised admiration. On the other side of the phone line, the news of the release of the members of the Scarlet Mother clan, who had supposedly renounced returning to this city for good, rang out. With quiet steps, a tired Han Hao entered the house, catching his childhood friend in an unusually calm frame of mind. Instead of the usual tears, Moitze greeted her returning friend with a low-key greeting, masking her recent emotional state. The long-awaited clearing of his name on the news was inquired about by an overjoyed young man, mentioning the journalist's retraction of previous lies. Han Hao teasingly suggested his girlfriend's secret fanaticism towards Shobudui, playfully displaying his familiarity with the media persona. Behind the feigned resentment at her friend's long absence, Mutzik concealed the true cause of the upset, rebuking him for having fun with new acquaintances. The caring Han Hao was reminded of his friend's approaching birthday, mentally starting to go through the options of a special gift for a special person. The sensitive young man looked at his friend with a probing gaze, wondering about her upset over his interaction with the celebrity. Into the abyss of painful comparison with the famous singer plunged the insecure Mohise, agonizing over her insignificance next to the bright star. The possibility of introducing her friend to Liu Ming was mentioned by an understanding Han Hao, setting up a potential meeting in the coming days to cheer up the distraught girl. In the middle of a busy shopping mall, the famous Liu Ming was having a conversation with a producer, getting information about the upcoming expansion of the company at the expense of her savior's fan friends. About the best restaurant in town, casually inquired about the hospitable singer, expressing a sincere willingness to make new acquaintances. With warmth in her voice, the girl recalled her boyfriend's concern during the dramatic kidnapping, never ceasing to marvel at his selfless bravery. Slightly worried, Han Hao introduced his childhood friend to the famous singer, finally organizing their long-awaited meeting. A pleasant surprise lit up Liu Ming's face at the sight of her constant savior, completely not expecting such a quick new encounter. With undisguised pride, told the guy about his girlfriend's longtime admiration for the talent of the singer, emphasizing the sincere devotion to her work. Embarrassed and awestruck, Moitse was confused when she met her idol, confessing that she was completely speechless with excitement. The possibility of a shopping trip was casually mentioned by the tactful Han Hao, skillfully diffusing the tense atmosphere of their first acquaintance. Unexpectedly, the singer showed benevolence towards her new acquaintance, sincerely inviting her to join the shopping. Between elation and disbelief, a stunned Moitse balanced, happily accepting the star company's invitation and experiencing one of the best moments of her life. Taking turns trying on exquisite outfits, the talented singer shone in a luxurious dress, attracting the admiring glances of others with her impeccable sense of style. The impression of her outfit was coquettishly inquired about by the confident Liu Ming, sincerely appreciating her new friend's opinion of her choice. With unanimous approval of the singer's outfit, emphasizing the importance of one's own taste when choosing clothes, carefully Liu Ming watched the young man's reaction, trying to catch his true impression of the fitting. A fashion-experienced singer reached out to the boyfriend's shy friend, offering her help in choosing appropriate outfits. Friendly promised the celebrity to update the style of a new acquaintance, not often indulging in shopping trips. The financial side of shopping is taken care of by the generous Han Hao, insisting on paying for all purchases with his credit card. Reminded of the upcoming evening arrangement, the guy cautiously inquired to the singer, hoping for a confirmation of the arrangement. Without letting the young man finish his question, the prudent Liu Ming assured him that she was ready to fulfill what she had promised without any problems. Shyly, an embarrassed Moitse peeked out of the fitting room, gradually gaining the courage to show off her new look. The expression on the face of the startled Han Hao, seeing his friend in such an unusual role for the first time, changed beyond recognition. In an unusual, exquisite dress and a completely new style, appeared before the young man, his childhood friend, causing genuine admiration. The mouth of the shocked fellow opened in amazement, unable to hide his delight at such a striking change. Gradually building up, the number of purchases exceeded all reasonable limits, forming a mountain of boxes that could no longer be carried. The tactful singer began to calm down her worried friend, explaining the fictional nature of the scandalous news and emphasizing the displeasure of both of them with the situation. About the planned evening performance in a karaoke bar reminded the caring star to his new acquaintance, inviting her to definitely attend the event. The flattered Mojise agreed with undisguised joy, promising to come to the performance of her idol. By the end of the shopping spree, the company naturally came to a close, having bought enough outfits for everyone involved. Despite the welcome, felt superfluous, shy friend of the guy, not understanding why such a celebrity pays her so much attention. Under the sound of incendiary music in the evening, karaoke bar, young people were having fun, dancing and singing along to their favorite tunes. From the stage, Liu Ming thanked all the guests who came, announcing a small planned program for the special occasion. The singer told the public about meeting the beautiful fan, revealing a secret about her birthday today. A special greeting from the stage was addressed by the celebrity to an embarrassed Mojika, making her the heroine of the evening to everyone's delight. The stunned girl was in a state of utter disbelief, not realizing whether everything that was happening really applied to her. A huge birthday cake began to be wheeled onto the stage, inviting the birthday girl to join in the ceremony of celebration. Reality turned into a fairy tale dream for the shocked Han Hao, watching the fulfillment of his secret plan. The energetic Zhang Yang invited everyone present to sing a congratulatory song together, creating an atmosphere of general merriment. The chorus sounded the traditional tune, Happy Birthday, uniting the voices of all present in a single greeting. The prearranged outfit for the special occasion was announced by a thoughtful fellow, adding another nice surprise to the festivities. With an unexpected request to cancel her restaurant reservation, Liu Ming surprised her assistant, abruptly changing her previous plans. With shrewd wisdom, the singer realized the true feelings of the guy, seeing his genuine crush on his childhood friend. The happy unity of this couple was noticed by a sensitive star, deciding not to interfere in such a sincere relationship with his presence. The two precious pills were clutched in his hands by the pensive Han Hao, pondering the possibility of breaking through to a new stage of development when consuming them. At any minute, a dangerous opponent could appear, which the young man in his current form had no chance of defeating without serious reinforcement. The mysterious boss seemed particularly invincible, making procrastination in development completely unacceptable under the current circumstances. Without hesitation, the brave seeker of immortality decided to take both pills at the same time, taking a conscious risk for the sake of quick results. Immediately after taking the pills, the determined young man began to practice intensely to move to a new level of strength. A feeling of unbearable heat, as if from a red-hot frying pan, engulfed Han Hao's entire body, signaling the beginning of the transformation. Through real maddening pain the guy's exhausted body was going through, undergoing an excruciating process of internal reorganization. Under the weight of the unbearable sensations, the young man bowed his head down, barely coping with the intensity of the changes taking place. With mocking reproach, the system inquired about the reason for the silence, provoking the ward to continue the agonizing process. To its own amazement, the observing system discovered that the guy had not given up at all, but had reached a rare state of insight. Sincere disbelief was expressed by the surprised essence of his master's giftedness, meeting such a phenomenal talent for the first time. The sweating young man was in a state of extreme exhaustion, gradually accepting pain as a necessary part of the transformation. As morning came, the exhausted practitioner took a deep cleansing breath, ending a long night of agonizing transformation. At the first exhalation, a cloud of black soot escaped from the young man's lungs, symbolizing the removal of all internal impurities. An inexpressible feeling of lightness swept over Han Hao's renewed body, bringing a pleasant sense of freedom after the agonizing transformation. According to the system's explanation, the black soot was nothing more than the impurities excreted by advanced technology from the body. With some surprise, the young man noted a marked improvement in his appearance, becoming much more attractive after the transformation. A sudden ringing of the phone interrupted the guy's musings as Zhang Yang's name popped up on the screen with an obviously urgent matter. The disturbing news of Wang Bancheng's mysterious disappearance was reported by a worried interlocutor, mentioning the complete lack of information about his fate. The sale of the missing uncle's property by his nephew was told to Zhang Yang by his nephew, receiving a promise from Han Hao that he would arrive soon for the proceedings. The young man rushed to the nearest street, hoping to catch a cab to the desired meeting place. Some strange girl suddenly started vying for the same cab, creating a competitive situation. Through excuses about the heavy rush, the girl suddenly recognized her rival, remembering with surprise the previous encounter. In reciprocal recognition, Han Hao remembered this special girl who had once heroically saved a child on the road. In a remarkable coincidence, both strangers were headed to the same karaoke bar, making a trip together a logical decision. The inquisitive young man turned to his companion with a delicate question, confessing his ignorance even of her name after the memorable meeting. Having respectfully introduced herself as Chuzheng, the sociable girl expressed her joy at the opportunity to meet an interesting interlocutor. The purpose of the visit to the karaoke bar was inquired about by a curious Han Hao, trying to maintain a casual conversation in the cab. With some mystery, the girl mentioned the need to find a certain person there, hoping for a successful outcome of the search. When approaching the karaoke bar, the attentive fellow travelers noticed a banner still hanging from yesterday, which had not been removed by the establishment staff. With undisguised disdain, Chuzheng commented on the low quality of the banner, considering it humiliating to the famous Liu Ming. Han Hao, who happened to be the designer of the criticized banner and had not expected such an evaluation, was in an extremely awkward position. The hurrying girl apologized briefly to the embarrassed guy as she said goodbye, explaining the need to rush urgently to her business. In the interior of the establishment, Han Hao suddenly noticed his familiar singer waiting for his appearance with obvious impatience. With genuine surprise, the young man asked the reason for her presence, to which the girl admitted that she was purposefully waiting for him. Without a special occasion, just wanted to meet a celebrity with an interesting young man, showing a clear sympathy for an unusual acquaintance. About the imminent departure from the city informed the singer to his savior, wishing to say goodbye in a dignified manner before parting. Hanhao was sympathetic to the necessity of touring for stars of her caliber, showing awareness of the specifics of show business. Like a whirlwind, a determined Shujing burst into the room, triumphantly announcing the successful completion of her quest. With an unexpected address, the sister shocked the newcomer to everyone present, instantly changing the dynamics of the meeting. The puzzled Hanhao froze in utter bewilderment, trying to comprehend the strange kinship between the two recent strangers. With increasing amazement, the young man realized the incredible fact of sisterhood between such different girls, so casually met by him. She categorically forbade Liu Ming to call herself sister, to which she received a bitter rebuke for refusing to recognize the obvious kinship. The discrepancy in surnames caused logical bewilderment to the astute Hanhao, calling into question the claimed kinship between the girls. During the emotional explanation, the family drama surfaced with the estranged father taking his youngest daughter and determined to catch up on his success. Without hope of forgiveness, the repentant father sought only to take care of his eldest daughter, showing belated responsibility for past mistakes. With bitterness and resentment, Liu Ming spoke out about the pointlessness of the late care, adamantly refusing to see the father who abandoned her and her mother years ago. With an ironic comment, the system noted the girl's obvious talent for composing melodramatic stories, adding a humorous element to a tense situation. Without holding back her emotions, Chujing reminded Chojing of the warnings regarding the problems with Mr. Wang's son, expressing concern for her sister's safety after her departure. An attentive Hanhao inquired after his motives for coming, learning of the mission to protect his sister on behalf of his worried father. The sensible young man appealed to common sense, emphasizing the absence of his sister's guilt in his father's misdeeds and the senselessness of transferring negativity on her. As a compromise, the diplomatic Hanhao suggested that the sisters travel together, noting the younger one's good training for the role of protector. After some hesitation, the pragmatic Liu Ming agreed to the reasonable proposal, recognizing its benefit to all concerned. The girls were sincerely grateful to the guy's ability to put an end to the family conflict, appreciating his diplomatic skills. At parting, the friendly sisters invited the young man to visit their town, promising to show him all the sights as a thank you. With warm wishes of all good things, the girls said goodbye to the unusual acquaintance, hoping for new meetings in the future. Sincere joy at the resolution of the conflict was experienced by a satisfied Hanhao, who appreciated the harmonious conclusion of such a tangled situation. The pleasant prospect of a visit to their city was thought of by the inquisitive young man, seeing in it a chance to diversify the familiar surroundings. For a mysterious purpose, someone pointed out a certain spot in the paper document to the guy, drawing his attention to an important detail. Zhang Yang approached his friend with a business proposal, noticing the convenient location of all the establishments on the same street as their karaoke bar and suggesting a merger into a retail chain. The enterprising interlocutor spoke enthusiastically of a great future in case of a successful buyout, painting the bright prospects of the proposed deal. His companion asked Hanhao to take care of the parking lot, promising to wait for him outside to continue an important conversation. Suddenly, a white car caught the young man's attention, rushing at an alarming speed straight at an elderly man crossing the road. Greatly unfortunately, the collision could not be averted when a speeding car mercilessly hit the defenseless old man. The squeal of brakes broke the silence of the street as the driver finally decided to stop his deadly crew after the incident. A familiar insolent major jumped out of the car, immediately bombarding the victim with rude insults instead of showing concern. Shocking threats were made by the irresponsible driver, accusing the victim of pretending and promising to finish what he started at the scene. Hanhao intervened with righteous indignation, pointing to the breakneck speed as the direct cause of the collision and holding the daredevil responsible. The aggressive major responded with a contemptuous demand to fuck off, refusing to recognize an outsider's right to interfere with the situation. The arrogant young man began to boast of his high status, introducing himself as Wang Baoyu and using his name to intimidate the witness. Hanhao noted with weary frustration the repetitiveness of such situations, wondering why such freaks came his way with enviable regularity. A crowd of excited witnesses quickly gathered around the scene, actively discussing the horrific hit-and-run situation of the elderly man. The necessity of alternative methods of influence was realized by a judicious young man who understood the inexpediency of a fistfight in a public street. As a solution, the system offered a nightmare scroll capable of plunging anyone into an extremely horrific illusion when properly applied. Without hesitation, Han Hao decided to purchase this magical item, intending to immediately use it on the arrogant major. At the center of the horrifying illusion was a suddenly brazen driver, seeing a monster in front of him, ready to tear him apart at any moment. A frightened Wang Baoyu broke out into a frantic scream, begging the creature invisible to others not to approach him and giving away the effects of magic. In complete bewilderment, the gathered crowd watched the blonde's suddenly change behavior, not understanding the reasons for his strange reaction. To pitiful pleas for mercy went the recently formidable major, completely broken by horrifying visions of magical origin. The puzzled spectators began to talk among themselves, trying to understand the reason for such a radical change in the behavior of the arrogant young man. A caring Han Hao rushed to the injured grandfather's aid, reassuringly informing him of the ambulance he had called for medical support. With a belated appearance, Zhang Yang expressed his indignation at the behavior of majors displaying such an irresponsible attitude towards others. The last row was occupied by friends after arriving at the auction, when all the best seats had already been allocated to more significant bidders. The principle of allocation of seats according to the amount of capital was explained by an experienced comrade, explaining their modest location by the limited cash. Among those who had arrived at the event, the very same Major Wang Baoyu had unexpectedly appeared, apparently recovered from his recent magical effects. With his usual arrogance, the obnoxious fellow inquired about the method of infiltration of such scum into a prestigious event. Han Hao ironically noted the offender's prompt change of pants after the recent incident, hinting at the effects of magical influence. The irritated major erupted in an indignant threat, demanding that he shut his mouth and predicting a lid for repeating impertinent remarks. An unexpected revelation to those present was the brash young man's status as the owner of a rival financial group and one of the richest men in the room. Han Hao commented on the situation with ironic admiration, calling his opponent a level 80 major with a dose of derision. The energetic host moved on to the next lot, announcing a jewelry store with a starting price of 1 million. About the real value of the lot, Zhang Yang whispered to his friend, estimating the store to be at least 20 million even with the sale. The first to enter the bidding was the cocky major, raising the bid to almost 2 million with undisguised confidence. Without delay, a determined Han Hao joined the auction battle, offering 3.5 million for the coveted lot. With obvious displeasure, Wang Baoyu reacted, instantly raising the offer to 4 million to maintain the lead. Up to 5 million sharply raised the bet brave guy, showing determination to go all the way in this confrontation. Bewildered spectators of the auction began to whisper among themselves, wondering about the reasons for such a rapid doubling of the price. The price soared to an incredible 17 million after several rounds of fierce bidding, astonishing even the highest bidders. Surprised comments spread throughout the room about the insane inflated price, regarded by many as a real spit in the soul of common sense. With stubborn determination, the major raised the bid to 17.5 million, clearly determined to take the lot at any cost. The rich heir looked scornfully at his persistent opponent, mentally comparing him to a restless bug. On the verge of uttering a $30 million bet, the prudent Han Hao stopped, changing his mind at the last moment and letting his opponent win. With a belated realization of his own financial trap, the shocked major froze, realizing what exorbitant spending he had agreed to. Han Hao turned to his opponent with a sarcastic compliment, noting his quick math and friendship with arithmetic. With impotent rage, the losing blonde boiled over, hurling insults at the cunning manipulator. The next lot was announced by the nonchalant host, presenting a house with a plot of land that exceeded the value of the structure itself. In a quiet conversation among themselves, the friends evaluated the prospects of the investment, determining the maximum reasonable price of no more than 30 million. The unlimited raise step was thought about by the pragmatic Han Hao, seeing it as an interesting opportunity to continue playing with a major. Up to 36 million, the arrogant rich man, clearly overpaying for the property out of principle. The vain Wang Baoyu chased after the psychological victory, hoping to impress everyone present with a display of his boundless wealth. With a minimal increase, the cunning Han Hao responded, adding just 1 yuan to his opponent's offer in graceful trolling. The annoyed major dramatically increased the bet by 1 million, trying to discourage the mocker from continuing the contest. Han Hao continued his game in the same pattern, again raising the price by only 1 token yuan with obvious pleasure. With mathematical precision, the situation was repeated after each offer of the rich man, when the fellow invariably added only 1 unit to the sum named. The infuriated major had reached the limit of his patience, unable to restrain his shouting about the pointlessness of continuing this taunting game. Han Hao turned to his opponent with mocking praise, noting his front-row status and generosity in overpaying the extra millions. Throughout the auction room, there was a wave of lively discussion of an unusual guy showing unprecedented audacity in the face of the financial elite. A bar with a starting price of 10 million, presented by the presenter as an attractive investment object, came on the bidding queue. The shrewd Han Hao evaluated this lot as an excellent option, immediately offering 11 million and entering a new round of bidding. Suspicious whispers spread through the room about the possible planted nature of the persistent contestant so single-mindedly pursuing his interests. The enraged major spoke up with obvious irritation, refusing to step on the same rake a second time under the influence of deliberate provocation. Due to the lack of other willing bidders, the announcer announced the sale of the lot for 11 million, solidifying the unexpected victory of the cunning strategist. Many of those present were completely bewildered, mentally reproaching themselves for their indecision at such a favorable purchase. With polite gratitude for the honor, the humble Han Hao accepted the victory, barely restraining a triumphant smile. Up to an astronomical amount of 58 million soared bids on subsequent lots, reflecting the increased excitement of the auction participants. The puzzled rich men were talking among themselves, noting the boy's strange silence during several trades and wondering about his future intentions. To his own satisfaction, Han Hao noted the accurate execution of the envisioned scenario after a strategically important bar purchase. Due to the complete exhaustion of financial resources after the successful acquisition, the young man was temporarily unable to continue bidding. Behind Han Hao's back, an interested question suddenly sounded as to why he had stopped raising the plaque, drawing his attention. To his great surprise, the young man found Mr. Li himself in front of him, supposedly having accidentally dropped by the auction during a walk. The debt to his granddaughter's savior was mentioned by the venerable master, hinting at a willingness to provide financial support and gratitude.
In a state of deep shock plunged the appearance of a respected old man, many participants of the auction, not expecting the presence of such a legendary personality.
In terms of ownership, the Li family was second to no one in the hall, compensating for a possible lack of liquidity with extensive tangible assets. With growing uneasiness, the major realized the unexpected acquaintance of his opponent with Mr. Li himself, significantly changing the balance of power. An energetic host proceeded to introduce the next lot, announcing a winery valued at 30 million as the object of the bidding. The knowledgeable Zhang Yang made an important clarification, emphasizing the winery's monopoly position in the market and the surprising rarity of its appearance at auction. An enterprising friend continued to ponder a potential strategic alliance with the karaoke bar, seeing it as an extremely valuable business decision. Up to an unprecedented amount of 180 million raised the price of gambling participants, demonstrating exceptional interest in the lot. Han Hao pondered feverishly, unable to compete with such astronomical sums of money in search of a way out of the financial impasse. A generous offer to pay for the purchase was made by the magnanimous Mr. Li, urging the young man to boldly raise the price if interested in the lot. There was quite a commotion among the bidders when everyone realized the unprecedented situation of personal financing from Mr. Li himself. The unfairness of such an arrangement was resented by the enraged Wang Baoyu, seeing it as an unfair advantage for his opponent. Because of arrogant underestimation of the elderly gentleman's financial capabilities, the major decided to go for broke, considering the old man incapable of large deals. Toward 300 million, Wang Baoyu, confident of victory, raised the bet, heading to the bank to confirm his solvency. Complete silence reigned in the shocked hall as everyone present realized the magnitude of the sentence that had just been spoken. Despite his inner struggle with greed, the self-confident major was convinced that his record bet was unrivaled. With an unexpected laugh, Han Hao expressed his gratitude to the gentleman for the honor, preparing for his next move in this financial game. Without hesitation, Han Hao put forward a counteroffer of 400 million, decisively outmaneuvering his opponent in the auction battle. A wave of indignation swept through the hall at such an impressive sum, raising doubts about the normality of what was happening. The young man delicately indicated his position, refusing to up the ante when a more generous offer appeared. Zhang Yang admiringly remarked about his friend's shameless boldness, recognizing his superiority and boldness over all the participants. The major was deeply shocked at the inadequacy of the sum named, which far exceeded reasonable limits. The veins in his opponent's forehead were veined with uncontrollable rage, physically giving away the extent of his outrage. An overexcited Wang Baoyu suddenly fainted, forcing those present to call for medical help. Sincerely thanked Han Hao Mr. Li for the opportunity to make such a significant acquisition. The financial interests of the master were assured by the prudent young man, promising a permanent share in the business. In a straightforward manner, the elderly gentleman noted his transformation into a shareholder due to the financial support provided. The financial side of the issue was fully taken care of by a generous investor, instructing lawyers to prepare the documents. Mentally, Han Hao noted the fortunate coincidence, realizing the initial lack of interest in this item. From a position of common sense, a friend pointed out the huge amount spent for the sake of status demonstration. The exact amount of overpayment of 100 million was outlined by Zhang Yang, emphasizing its irrationality. Fully aware of the financial implications, the guy recognized the need to compensate the master for his generosity. Han Hao was counting on a successful return on investment after the winery came under their ownership. The young man philosophically remarked on the value of friendship as the main motive for such acts. The image of a bright future was shared by an optimistic entrepreneur, seeing it coming in every detail. A focused Han Hao caught himself concentrating on calculating the turnover, getting his first taste of real business. The newly minted boss realized with satisfaction his changed status, anticipating the increase in profits. When addressed, the student immediately corrected the interlocutor proud entrepreneur, emphasizing the new title. An alarming warning sounded on the phone about strange individuals gathering information near the bar. A deferential subordinate entered the office, wanting to introduce an important person to the boss for his safety. A personal bodyguard was introduced to Han Hao to maintain an image befitting his position. Inwardly, the young man agreed with the necessity of such a status attribute, despite some awkwardness. Han Hao called the guard's appearance timely in light of the suspicious activity around the business. Professionally, the bodyguard promised to investigate and provide all the necessary information. Moizi's temporary evacuation was thought of by an anxious Han Hao to ensure her safety from a possible threat. Han Hao pondered over his newly mastered technique of instructing evil spirits, doubting its effectiveness against a powerful boss. The possibility of testing a new ability was suggested by the system, mentioning the availability of a special prop when there were insufficient points to acquire it. The existence of the perfect pill for a solo mission was informed by the system to its host, linking its receipt to the completion of the mission. The essence of the upcoming challenge was to defeat the strongest opponent, for which the guy would receive a valuable energy recovery pill. The determined Han Hao resolutely set about the task immediately, preparing to get down to business without delay. Unexpectedly, a mysterious haze began to form around the young man, signaling the activation of a special mode. Han Hao froze in a state of anticipation after activating the task, preparing for the upcoming test of his strength. Right in front of him found the guy materialize the main opponent, a formidable boss in full battle readiness. The dangerous old man prepared himself for the crushing damage, taking a fighting stance before the decisive battle. An important difference from the last meeting was noticed by the attentive young man. Now his opponent was in a fully material form. The two opponents leapt towards each other at the same time, signaling the beginning of an uncompromising fight. The rivals came to the minimum distance of convergence, almost touching at the climax of the trajectory. Despite the lack of strength gains, the resolute Han Hao remained confident, not doubting his ability to overpower his opponent. The tactically minded young man thought about the strategy of provoking the boss to use the deadly killing finger technique. The success of the entire plan depended on personal ability to provoke the use of a special technique, as the system explained to its ward. The progress of the superhuman level of development was pointed out by an excited Han Hao, anticipating a new balance of power in the upcoming battle. The young man launched a swift attack, swinging to strike at his formidable opponent. With his palm, the old man easily repelled the attacking movement, showing excellent reaction and defense techniques. The persistent Han Hao made a repeated attempt, trying to break through the defense of the experienced martial artist. With casual ease, the old man blocked this blow as well, using minimal energy to effectively defend himself. The decision to change tactics was made by the persistent young man, switching from punching with his hands to attacking with his foot for a change. Han Hao took a decisive step forward, preparing a powerful leg kick to overcome his opponent's defense. Many different attacks were unleashed by the indefatigable guy, facing consistently successful blocking of each of them. The gradual progress in pressuring his opponent was noted by the attentive Han Hao, sensing the approaching turning point in the battle. With the old man's good stamina, the clear advantage in energy reserves remained on the young fighter's side. The waiting power was activated by the resourceful young man to amplify a fist strike that was still blocked by the experienced fighter. The opponent moved to using his trademark killer finger ability, finally resorting to his trump trick. Han Hao felt an inner joy as he achieved the main goal of the provocation and forced his opponent to reveal his deadly arsenal. His own energy began to concentrate in his hand as the determined fellow prepared to demonstrate his counter technique. Killing fingers pointed the master at his young opponent, preparing to deliver the decisive blow in the climax of the fight. After a colossal energy blast, when the two techniques collided, the exhausted Han Hao lost the ability to move, reaching the limit of his abilities. Much stronger than expected was the killer finger technique, taking the young man by surprise with its power. A powerful stream of energy was released by the retreating Han Hao towards the old man, mobilizing all his resources. Thanks to the incredible amount of energy invested, the guy managed to throw his opponent backwards, changing the balance of power. The young fighter thought of his incredible luck, realizing the critical proximity to defeat in this confrontation. Despite the difficulty, Han Hao rightly considered himself the victor in this situation, managing to take down his formidable opponent. A few days later, the bodyguard showed up at his employer's house, reporting that he had received important information to pass on. After handing over the mysterious box, the faithful guardian suddenly collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness in front of his astonished master. In utter shock, Han Hao rushed to the fallen man, anxiously questioning what had happened and the reasons for such a condition. Before passing out, the bodyguard managed to mention the need to check the contents of the mysterious box. Upon examining the contents, the young man was clearly shocked to discover something completely unexpected inside. A severed human hand lay in a box, creating a sinister and repulsive sight. The terrible cruelty of the sender was evidenced by the contents, which were supplemented by some written message. The enclosed letter reported the provocation of a subordinate whose severed hand was presented as compensation. Instantly, Han Hao realized which subordinate he was referring to, realizing his boss's awareness of the presence of the dagger. The intrepid young man recognized the clear threat in the message he received, but had absolutely no fear of the sender. The next morning, Han Hao decided to give the boss the opportunity to find him himself if he really wanted to. A pensive stroll through the neighborhood was spent by the pensive guy, thinking through possible scenarios of events. Unexpectedly, a deadly arrow flew towards the strolling young man, disturbing the peaceful atmosphere of the day. The characteristic sound of the hidden weapon caught Han Hao's trained hearing, instantly putting him on alert. An impressive evasive maneuver was demonstrated by the nimble young man, intercepting the flying arrow directly with his teeth. The puzzled Han Hao looked at the unusual weapon with curiosity, trying to determine its origin. From the nearest bushes, an unfamiliar man addressed the lad, expressing surprise at his unusual abilities. The stranger noted with undisguised admiration the young man's agility, clearly impressed by the interception he had seen. The strange man's teeth were particularly yellow and dirty, causing the observant Han Hao to involuntarily cringe. Horrified, the lad realized the nature of the caught object, which turned out not to be an arrow, but a toothpick previously used by the man. Han Hao turned to the stranger with a defiant challenge, curious about his willingness to take a direct hit from an experienced fighter. The owner of the yellow teeth showed absolute fearlessness, denying any cause for concern. The smug stranger declared the complete safety of any blow to his person, provoking the young man to attack. Mutual extreme disgust was suddenly realized by both interlocutors, feeling an intuitive antipathy for each other. On behalf of the boss, a strange messenger delivered a demand to return the weapons under threat of death if he refused. The end of the conversation was hinted at by Han Hao, expressing his hope that all messages from the stranger had been exhausted. With a slow step, the guy began to approach the interlocutor, stating his desire to ask him a certain question. Han Hao grabbed his unwelcome guest by the elbow, moving from words to more decisive action. The purpose of the concealed weapon was inquired about with a sarcastic tone by the determined young man, ironically hinting at the peculiar sincerity of the enemy's boss. Swinging threateningly, the young warrior sent a defiant message through the messenger, expressing doubt that the ringleader had enough courage. With remarkable ease, the fearless fighter tackled the enemy, mercilessly sealing his opponent's face into the concrete wall of the nearest building. Reflecting on yesterday's incident led the determined Han Hao to conclude that the boss now definitely understood the seriousness of his attitude. On entering his own dwelling, the attentive young man discovered an unusual emptiness and absence of light, instantly sensing something amiss. A mysterious box on the floor caught the eye of the observant boy, strikingly reminiscent of the ominous package he had received earlier.
Thoughts of the arrogant boss's dangerous games visited the puzzled young man, suspecting a new attempt at manipulation.
The mysterious object was in the hands of a fearless warrior, mentally preparing for the most unfavorable scenario of events. After opening the mysterious package, the astonished Han Hao was shocked by the terrifying contents found inside the sinister object. Extreme indignation at the moral character of the opposing boss was expressed by the indignant young man, mentally using unflattering epithets. An anxious young man rushed forward immediately, realizing the critical importance of every passing second in a dangerous situation. A letter discovered in a box about bombs in all corners of the karaoke bar made the terrified guy realize the beginning of an ominous countdown. Only 3 minutes remained before the establishment and surrounding area were completely destroyed, according to a disturbing message to the owner. Running outside, the worried young man began urging others to heed the warnings and leave the danger zone immediately. Attempts to save innocent people were made by an agitated Han Hao, warning of a hidden bomb ready to explode at any moment. The distrustful passers-by perceived the troubled young man as a strange madman, not understanding the reasons for his unusual behavior. The seriousness of his warnings was repeatedly emphasized by the persistent young man, convincing doubters that there was no element of jest. Curious passers-by watched with interest, puzzled about the reasons for the rapid accumulation of people around the establishment. A desperate young man began physically pushing the assembled backward, emphatically warning of imminent danger. The version about an unusual advertising campaign due to problems with customers was put forward by misunderstanding gawkers watching the owner's actions. Patience completely lost, drastic measures were taken by a determined Han Hao, raising his leg to demonstrate his abilities. With a powerful blow on the ground, the determined young man caused a huge crack to appear, thus demonstrating the seriousness of the danger. There was absolute silence among those present. None of the shocked witnesses knew how to react to the incredible sight. Shocked bystanders began to whisper among themselves, calling the unusual guy a weird freak and advising him to leave the place. The elapse of time led to a tremendous explosion, confirming the veracity of all the warnings of the worried young man. His hopes of averting disaster were not realized, causing the disappointed young man to turn around with an expression of extreme anger on his face. Screams about the reality of the threat were accompanied by the fleeing of frightened people rushing to leave the dangerous area as soon as possible. The blazing, majestic karaoke bar building spewed thick puffs of black soot into the clear sky, marking total destruction. The abundance of trees growing around them caused concern to the attentive Han Hao, anticipating the disastrously rapid spread of the fire. During the fire, an attentive young man noticed a mother and her young child desperately crying for help in a building engulfed in flames. The threatening beam was ready to collapse on the unfortunates at any moment, posing a deadly danger to the defenseless victims. Unwilling to let tragedy strike, a determined Han Hao rushed to the scene in an effort to stop the burning object from falling. The young man urged the terrified woman to evacuate immediately, insisting that she leave the dangerous area without delay. With sincere gratitude, the woman accepted the help, quickly leaving the dangerous place together with a small child in her arms. The growing flames were unsettling for the young man, hoping for the absence of other people in the fire-engulfed building. A strange sound nearby suddenly caught the sensitive young man's attention, making him wary amidst the chaos of the fire. The man crushed by the beam was discovered by an attentive Han Hao, who noticed the victim's desperate attempts to attract the attention of rescuers. The stranger begged for rescue, expressing fear of imminent death and hope for help from a random passerby. The compassionate young man decided to act swiftly, realizing the value of every second to save the victim's life. The falling structures of the building were spotted by an alarmed rescuer, rushing to the stranded man despite the danger. The joy at the appearance of a potential rescuer overwhelmed the victim, who watched hopefully as help approached. The terrible tragedy happened suddenly. A burning tree fell on the unfortunate man, instantly changing the situation for the worse. The stranger's death happened in front of the shocked Han Hao's eyes, leaving a heavy imprint in the soul of the unwilling witness. The rescue attempt was made by an indefatigable fellow, endeavoring to lift the heavy object that had crushed the victim to the ground. Terrible burns covered the hands of the selfless rescuer, experiencing excruciating pain from contact with the red-hot objects. The stubborn young man did not think of surrendering, continuing his struggle with the ominous rack blocking the path to human salvation. After returning, a shocking sight appeared before the shocked Han Hao's eyes, causing genuine surprise and horror. Helplessly, the young man watched the man burning alive, realizing the complete impossibility of doing anything about the situation. The realization of the wrongness of what was happening pierced the consciousness of the young man, who perceived the death of a human being as something unnatural and unacceptable. The inadequacy of even outstanding talents to save human life was bitterly realized by the disappointed young man. The strength of the significant gave hope to the brave rescuer to be able to help the victim, but the reality was harsher than expected. Sneaky and horrible tricks were used by the insidious adversary, using the lowest methods of fighting against innocent people. The question of the reasons for the attack on civilians was asked by a puzzled young man who did not understand the motives for planting the devastating bomb. All around, doomed people were burning alive under the scrutinizing gaze of a shocked observer, powerless to change the tragic course of events. The pleas for help reached the young man's ears, intensifying his feelings of guilt and powerlessness in the face of inexorable disaster. Accusations of lack of salvation were heard by the sufferer in the voices of the dying, who held a bystander responsible for their fate. The abrupt awakening ended the nightmare of the exhausted Han Hao, opening his eyes with a sense of deep shock at what he had seen in his dream. The realization of the unreality of what was happening came to the awakened young man, realizing the illusory nature of the horrific experience of the fire. The fire had died down by this point, leaving behind the charred ruins of the once thriving establishment. The decision to change tactics was made by an angry young man, abandoning his previous restraint after the insidious actions of his opponent. A determined Han Hao headed to the mountain manor, meeting a wary reception from the staff surprised by what they saw. An important meeting with the head of the institution was announced by a determined visitor, emphasizing the urgency of the upcoming conversation on important matters. A subordinate who was trying to stop an uninvited guest entering the territory of the protected object received an unexpected blow. Anger overwhelmed the determined young man, for whom entering forbidden territory presented no difficulty. A serious young man, determined to have an uncompromising conversation with an old adversary, advanced with mad determination. A strange sense of tracking occurred to the attentive Han Hao, sensing an invisible presence in the surrounding forest as he traveled. The unnecessary glances were distinctly felt by the sensitive young man, despite the supposed desolation and silence of this secluded place. Tactical options were pondered by the prudent young man as he approached the decisive meeting with the powerful gentleman. The disturbing realization of being trapped came to the lad, noticing the cyclical nature of his movement through the estate grounds. Real laughter erupted nearby, accompanied by explanations about falling into a monkey formation from which it is impossible to escape. The alarmed young man tried to determine the source of the voice, calling out to the lurking adversary and demanding to be shown. The invisible interlocutor called Han Hao's actions foolish, revealing his location and offering a look at the final confrontation. From behind the trees came again a sinister laughter, accompanied by assurances of complete control of the sound by an unknown adversary. Disbelief at what was happening swept over the puzzled boy, realizing the fact that he had fallen into a skillfully created magical trap. The resourceful young man decided to check the situation by hitting the nearest tree, trying to find a way out of the invisible trap. After the impact, the young man assumed the illusory nature of the surrounding trees, beginning to realize the nature of the strange formation. Small pebbles from the ground were picked up by the savvy Han Hao, preparing for a simple but effective experiment to test reality. Experimental throws were made by a methodical fellow, endeavoring to determine which objects around were illusion and which were real. The passage of stones through some trees was noticed by an observant young man, confirming his theory about the partial, illusory nature of the surroundings. Only part of the trees appeared to be ghostly, as the attentive Han Hao concluded as he continued to analyze the properties of the magic trap. The reality of the grass beneath his feet was confirmed as he explored, giving the resourceful lad new information to plan his escape. The chaos technique was decided to be used by the resourceful young man, remembering the effectiveness of this method in destroying hostile insects. With fiery retaliation, the enraged Han Hao decided to respond, planning to repay his opponent in the same coin, a devastating fire. Flames began to spread from the hand of a determined young man, putting into action his audacious plan to counter the trap. Instantly, the grass caught fire, creating the first element of the intended fire counterattack against the magical monkey formation. The fire was spreading rapidly to the indignant cries of the trap's unseen creator, demanding that the destructive actions cease. A strange breach formed in space, spotted by the attentive young man as a potential path to release. Being able to pass through the discovered teleport encouraged the resourceful Han Hao, who regarded it as successfully overcoming the enemy's magic. The complaining exclamations of the unknown man were heard by the sensitive young man, picking up on the discontent over the resulting fire and destruction. The robe-clad stranger expressed extreme indignation at the destruction of a carefully crafted magical arrangement by the efforts of an audacious intruder. Patience finally left the enraged Han Hao, instantly jumping up to deliver a crushing blow to the offender. A powerful kick was delivered by the enraged young man, sending his opponent into a long flight a considerable distance from the scene of the fight. The ruthless warrior sent his enemy into the very epicenter of the raging fire, dooming the treacherous magician to a horrible fiery death. The main opponent was defeated by the decisive actions of the fearless Han Hao, who did not spare the creator of the insidious magic trap. Angry appeals to an old enemy rang out from an enraged young man, demanding the immediate appearance of the boss to pay for what he had done. Without a shadow of underestimation, the emerging boss treated the young opponent, expressing unexpected respect for his fighting qualities. The unprecedented insolence was announced by the elderly master, emphasizing that no one had ever dared to behave in such a manner in his domain before. The tardy pleas for mercy were noted by the ruthless Han Hao, making him realize the inevitability of his old adversary's impending punishment. Indignation at the unheard-of arrogance was expressed by the loyal subordinates surrounding the old man, who were perplexed as to the reasons for such insolent behavior. An experienced master saw a valuable pedagogical opportunity in the situation, instructing his students to demonstrate to the insolent man the difference in strength. The dedicated students enthusiastically accepted the assignment, confident in their ability to easily deal with the defiant troublemaker. 3 unrivaled techniques were boasted by the young students who rushed to the attack, determined to punish the offender. The confident Han Hao met these threats with outright derision, considering the situation nothing more than a comical performance. With a deadly leg kick, the first student tried to hit his opponent, arrogantly relying on the effectiveness of his favorite technique. Without apparent effort, the nimble young man intercepted the attacking limb, commenting on his opponent's excessive slowness at the critical moment. The unexpected outcome of the bout shocked the overconfident student, unable to realize the possibility of such a lightning-fast attack intercept. A determined young man grabbed hard at his intercepted leg, preparing for a powerful counterattack on his hapless opponent. Against the ground, the enraged Han Hao slammed his opponent with incredible force, displaying a significant superiority in physical power. Complete shock was experienced by the defeated opponent, realizing the swiftness of his crushing defeat in a matter of seconds of combat. A temporary retreat for recuperation was ordered by the prudent master to his ragged apprentice, assessing the criticality of the situation. Indecision was shown by the second student, who had originally rushed to attack, but suddenly stopped in the face of a formidable opponent. The advantage of a single chance was not lost on the quick youngster, immediately going on the offensive against his new opponent. The target of the second disciple's head grab was determined by the resourceful Han Hao, anticipating a quick victory in an unequal fight. Grabbing his opponent by the head, the triumphant young fighter noted the fatal tardiness of his doomed opponent's defensive reaction. Against the asphalt, the ruthless warrior slammed the second disciple's head with tremendous force, using the same effective technique as before. The dominant Han Hao easily defeated his second opponent with incredible ease, showing tremendous superiority in fighting skills. The realization of the only remaining opponent came to the attentive young man, focusing his gaze on the old martial arts master. Total annihilation was threatened by the infuriated old man, promising a defeat so crushing that not even remains would be preserved for burial. With the return of threats, the fearless Han Hao reacted, showing a complete lack of fear in front of the renowned martial technique master. A deadly battle was called for by the enraged boss, intent on ending the life of the brazen trespasser of his domain today. The determined lad prepared himself, rushing towards his formidable opponent for the final bout. Mutual blocking of punches began the confrontation between the two masters, showing the highest level of fighting skill in the bout. The identity of the technique of the real opponent with the previously defeated copy was noted by the astute Han Hao, analyzing the old man's fighting style. Surprise beyond belief swept over the seasoned master, feeling as if his opponent was anticipating his every next combat move with precision. With a powerful fist strike, the determined young man struck the old man, using the moment of confusion to strike effectively. The underutilization of his capabilities was stated by the proud boss, warning of the upcoming difficulties in continuing the fight. The seasoned master moved to his trademark deadly finger technique, activating his crowning technique of killing immortals at a crucial moment. The impressive energy of the original boss was finally felt by the attentive Han Hao, gauging the true power of his opponent in the decisive confrontation. Maxing out all the accumulated energy of the evil spirit's admonition, the determined young man chose to respond, mobilizing his last reserves. Determination absolute read in the eyes of a determined guy, ready to end this protracted confrontation forever, here and now. Serious preparation for a deadly battle was demonstrated by an experienced old man about to realize his full combat potential. A grand collision of two powerful energy flows occurred at the epicenter of the battle, illuminating the space with red and yellow flashes. The exhausted Han Hao showed incredible stamina, managing to resist the attack at the cost of completely using up his energy reserve. The hope of finally eliminating the dreaded foe was felt by the optimistic young man, believing in the success of his ultimate attack. The unexpected voice of an old opponent was heard by a surprised Han Hao, realizing the continuation of a dangerous fight against all expectations. Recognizing the young fighter's strength, the astonished master expressed it, noting his opponent's unexpected trump card and his ability to withstand the powerful attack. Additional combat resources were announced by the enraged man as he prepared to demonstrate even more deadly techniques. The shocked Han Hao was truly shocked, unable to believe his eyes at the sight of the incredible abilities of his battle-hardened opponent. The Phoenix Rebirth technique was activated by an experienced old man, instantly recovering his strength after using this unique technique. A new level of excellence was achieved by the Daji master, greatly strengthened after effectively utilizing the Phoenix Rebirth. The return of the immortal fighter was demanded by the cocky boss, promising a painless death if the weapon was voluntarily surrendered. The lack of energy resources was recognized by the honest Han Hao, stating a temporary inability to continue active resistance. The existence of the energy recovery pill was hinted at by the resourceful young man, saving the decisive trump card until the critical moment. Shocked beyond belief, the stunned boss reacted, not believing that his opponent had the rarest vitality restoration artifact. The origin of the high-level artifact was pondered by the puzzled old man, perplexed as to the reason for the neutralization of his strongest technique. The aversion to others' superiority was noted by the astute Han Hao, mockingly inquiring about ways to overcome the current power imbalance. Life Magic Enhanced was called the key to victory by the old master, rejecting the need for a quick end to a protracted fight. A lightning attack was launched by the enraged boss, swiftly jumping up and swinging to deliver a crushing blow. The nimble Han Hao barely dodged the deadly kick, avoiding direct contact with his opponent's powerful limb at the last moment. Jumping back, an analytical approach was applied by the savvy young man, trying to identify patterns in the actions of a dangerous opponent. The increased speed and strength of the enemy was noted by the observant Han Hao, realizing the significant strengthening of the enemy after using the special technique. The threat to destroy the estate by fire was made by a resourceful young man trying to psychologically influence the owner of the burning estate. Indifference to the fate of individual possessions was demonstrated by the cold-blooded master, emphasizing the insignificance of material losses. The threat was reported to friends at a karaoke bar by a violent old man, revealing the hostage-taking after the establishment was bombed. The order of burial as the only difference in the fate of the opponents was indicated by the cocky boss revealing the true extent of his plan. A mad rage was experienced by the shocked young man, realizing the depth of his enemy's baseness and the true face of this ruthless scoundrel. The urgent need to hurry was realized by the alarmed young man, not knowing the true intentions of the insidious adversary, but assuming the worst. The enemy's verbosity was deemed unnecessary by the impatient Han Hao, deciding to quickly apply the evil spirit's guidance to end the protracted battle. Regarding the repeated use of one technique, The experienced master was surprised, perplexed by the inexhaustible energy resources of the young opponent. The dodgy old man decided to use an identical tactic, activating his signature immortal killing finger technique to counter the attack. The young man's excessive strength was noted with alarm by the cautious master, doubting his ability to withstand the coming energy blast. To avoid a direct collision, the master leapt forward, watching the ever-increasing flow of seeping enemy energy. The inquisitive Han Hao wondered about the reasons for the increased power of his own technique, sensing the unusual strengthening of a familiar battle technique. The resonance of the anger with the technique used was indicated by the system as the cause of the amplification, clarifying the situation for the puzzled user. The satisfaction of the explanation received was experienced by the understanding young man, estimating the unexpected discovery as a positive factor in the battle. The enemy's escape attempt was noticed by the awakened Han Hao, instantly switching from thinking to pursuing the retreating enemy. Demands to stop were shouted by the pursuing young man, rapidly reducing the distance between himself and his fleeing opponent. In amazement at the incredible stamina of his pursuer, the master turned around, believing his opponent's energy reserves to be completely depleted. An unexpected stop was made by the pursued old man, addressing the young man who was catching up with him with a sudden suggestion to stop the chase. The friends at the karaoke bar were reminded of their friends by the insidious adversary, playing on the young man's concern for the fate of his subordinates and hostages. With genuine fear, the worried Han Hao turned around, fearing to see the worst-case scenario for his loved ones. The group of people let out of the house was seen by the attentive young man, instantly recognizing among them the familiar silhouettes of persons important to him. Among the captives were the young man's schoolmate, his loyal bodyguard, and other important people he knew. The loyalty of his servants was emphasized by the cold-blooded master, offering the young man a difficult choice between pursuing and rescuing his held friends. Without hesitation, the resolute Han Hao chose to save his friends, realizing the lack of other options in the current critical situation. The order to kill the prisoners immediately was given by the retreating master to his subordinates, in an effort to make things as difficult as possible for his pursuer. The executive servants immediately took up arms, promising to fulfill the assigned task of eliminating the helpless captives. Their involvement in planting the bomb was guessed by an enraged Han Hao, realizing the extent of the crime against innocent visitors. Astonishment indescribable froze on the face of the hesitant subordinate, whose second delay proved to be a fatal mistake. A crushing knee strike to the face was delivered by the impetuous young man, crashing into the bewildered opponent with incredible speed. The reason for his anger was shouted by an enraged Han Hao, accusing the criminals of abusing innocent people and threatening the lives of his friends. With astonishing ease, the powerful young man dealt with all the opposing subordinates of the villain, demonstrating his superiority. The well-deserved achievement, Kill to Stay Alive, was earned by a successful fighter due to his decisive actions with a reward of 50 points. The release of the captive friends was immediately accomplished by the caring Han Hao, untying the ropes holding them after defeating the guards. The rescued hostages and their liberator hurried out of the blazing building, noting the need to leave the dangerous area as soon as possible. The temporary disappearance of the main enemy was reported by an attentive young man, expressing confidence that the fugitive's location would soon be calculated. Valuable information about the position of the fleeing enemy was offered by the obliging system, ready to share coordinates for continued pursuit. Instant teleportation directly to the enemy offered a practical system, ready to immediately send its master to his destination. Mr. Lee was attacked by the ruthless boss, mockingly noting the helplessness of his once powerful opponent. The grinning old man was reminded of the long-ago equal strength, emphasizing his opponent's inability to progress over the long years that had passed. Boundless anger swept over the honorable Mr. Lee, unable to bear the insulting taunts of his longtime foe. The angry elder launched a decisive attack, unwilling to tolerate the arrogance of his arrogant opponent any longer. The insidious villain turned to the attacker with a mocking question, hinting at a misunderstanding of the true balance of power. With a careless movement of his hand, the powerful villain repelled the attack, demonstrating his colossal superiority over his former rival. Thrown far back, Mr. Lee hit the wall with force, unable to withstand the might of his longtime opponent. Blood flowed from the corner of the mouth of the heavily breathing elder, giving away the severity of the injuries sustained after the blow. The noise of what was going on attracted the attention of a concerned granddaughter, who ran outside to find out the cause of the mess. The confusion of the situation was reflected on Xiaoshuang and Mojika's faces as they tried to figure out the conflict together. A warning of danger was shouted by the injured grandfather, begging the girls to leave the deadly confrontation area immediately. A peculiar good fortune was gloatingly remarked upon by a ruthless adversary, commenting on the timely arrival of a granddaughter to bid farewell to a dying relative. The vicious wretch prepared for the fatal blow, swinging to send his weakened foe on his final journey. Han Hao's unexpected appearance was accompanied by an angry appeal to the old villain to pay attention only to him. Genuine surprise was reflected on the old man's face. Unable to understand how the young opponent was able to appear in this place, the timely intervention allowed the brave young man to protect the respected Mr. Li from imminent death in an unequal battle. The cautious boss retreated to a safe distance, realizing the change in the situation was not in his favor after the arrival of a new participant. A concerned Han Hao inquired about his injured friend's well-being, assessing the severity of the old man's injuries. Gratitude for the rescue was expressed by the grateful master, assuring the young protector of the relative well-being of his fortune. A promise to deal with the abuser was made by the confident young man, urging the aggrieved old man not to worry about further developments. The lightning-fast capture of her childhood friend was accomplished by an insidious scoundrel, taking advantage of the temporary distraction of the young man's conversation. An indignant cry broke out from the worried Han Hao, demanding that the innocent girl be left alone immediately. The demands of meeting in 3 days at his manor were made by the cunning boss, promising not to harm the hostage until the conditions were met. A deadly battle was offered by a seasoned warrior as a final resolution to a long-standing conflict on his own turf. Impatience seized the enraged young man, rushing forward with the intention of immediately stopping the dastardly kidnapper of the innocent girl. The teleportation skill was used by the dodgy opponent, instantly disappearing with the captive from the pursuer's sight. A bewilderment of utter bewilderment swept over the bewildered Han Hao, unable to understand how the disappearance of an enemy with a hostage could have happened so suddenly. The loss of patience of his longtime adversary was discussed by the wise gentleman, analyzing the reasons for such radical actions of his former associate. The story of the long-standing conflict was told by an experienced elder, recounting the former equality of power and the subsequent madness of his opponent. The intervention of the Eastern Alliance was mentioned by a knowledgeable master, explaining the circumstances of their common enemy's recovery from defeat. A promise to reveal the secrets of the Eastern Alliance was later made by a prudent gentleman, focusing on the main fact that a special pill had been stolen. The reason for the appointment was explained by an informed elder, linking it to a stolen instant soul awareness enhancement pill. The anxious Han Hao was in deep thought, pondering the possibility of the old man reaching a new level in his response. The significant difference in levels was emphasized by the omniscient system, indicating the obviousness of the upcoming power imbalance in the decisive battle. A categorical ban on the use of the tablet was responded to by the security system, unwilling to allow such a radical action on the part of the user. The lack of the unshakable mountain skill was noted by an informed assistant, indicating an incomplete mastery of House's latest technique. The fundamental importance of the human level as the lowest but most important stage was warned by a wise system advising to avoid rashness. The question about the methods of mastering a complex skill interested the inquisitive young man, assessing the possible degree of difficulty of the upcoming training. The missed opportunity at taking the restorative pill was recalled by the analytical system, regretting the unused chance of learning a new skill. Inaction as an unacceptable option was rejected by a determined Han Hao, realizing the need for active steps to prepare for the coming battle. The practice of energy circulation was chosen by a determined young man who saw it as the best way to prepare for a decisive confrontation. To the recollection of the state of illumination turned the concentrated young man, trying to recover the valuable experience of former accomplishments. The 3-day continuous circulation was recalled by the observation system, noting the fortitude and stamina of his charge during the training. The lack of visible results after persistent training stated the objective assistant, not hiding the disappointing facts from the user. The day of the decisive meeting came suddenly for the prepared young man, who realized the need to arrive on the spot before making further decisions. Across the mountain manor, a wary Han Hao carefully looked around, trying to detect his dangerous opponent in the surrounding space. A strange sensation gripped the sensitive young man upon arriving at the appointed place, causing an intuitive uneasiness as to what was happening. A surprising calmness was noticed in himself by the puzzled young man, pondering the possible connection between this state and the local concentration of power. The prudent Han Hao decided to practice energy suddenly, making judicious use of the available time before the decisive battle. A sarcastic question about the purpose of the visit was addressed by the shrewd system, inquiring about the true intentions of its user. The awakened young man suddenly snapped out of his meditative state, returning to the awareness of his surroundings. Memories of being on top of the mountain surfaced in the disoriented Han Hao's mind, trying to connect the previous events to the current events. The strongest wind was felt on his body by the awakened young man, noting the unusual intensity of the natural phenomenon. The puzzled young man thought about the strange things going on, not finding a logical explanation for the unusual phenomena observed. The immobility of even the smallest rocks was noticed by the observant Han Hao, marveling at the paradoxical disparity between the strength of the wind and the static nature of the objects. The fierce gusts almost knocked the stalwart young man off his feet, while the surrounding rocks remained perfectly still, as if embedded in the ground. The increase in size of the nearest rock was noticed by the shocked young man, unable to believe his eyes at the sight of such an incredible phenomenon. The confused Han Hao felt completely helpless in the face of the inexplicable changes happening to the surrounding objects right before his eyes. The threat of crushing from the sprawling rock was felt by the anxious young man as he watched the incredible enlargement of the rock. Disbelief in his own eyes was felt by the shocked young man who had witnessed clearly impossible transformations in the real world. In the growing mountain, the perceptive Han Hao recognized the mysterious, unshakable mountain, realizing the connection of the vision to the technique being studied. The illusory nature of what was happening was revealed later, when it turned out that all the transformations took place exclusively in the mind of the meditating young man. The crafty boss stealthily approached the practitioner, taking advantage of the young man's deep concentration during the meditation exercise. The astonished system marveled at the incredible achievement of his ward, hardly believing in the young man's successful mastery of the most complex skill. The young opponent's immobility was noticed by the attentive boss, suspecting a deliberate provocation on the part of the unusually calm young man. The cautious master decided to refrain from hasty conclusions, preferring to carefully assess the situation before active actions. A sudden change of mood was experienced by the cocky old man, dismissing the need to be wary of his young opponent and swinging in decisively. With a swift interception, the attentive Han Hao stopped his opponent's hand, showing incredible reaction and precision of movement. Shock beyond belief swept over the astonished old man, not understanding the mechanism of so clearly intercepting his attacking limb. The inevitability of his opponent's death was announced by the ruthless young man, emphasizing the finality of the impending outcome of the long-standing conflict. The anxious master took a few steps back, instinctively increasing his distance in the face of the unexpected threat. Deep changes in his opponent were sensed by the anxious boss, noting inexplicable transformations in his previously familiar opponent. The energy sheath around the young man's body was noticed by the attentive old man, visually registering the unusual phenomenon of the force aura. Doubts about his own perception were experienced by the uncertain master, assuming the far-fetchedness of his fears with his opponent's level unchanged. With a question of willingness to part with his life, the mocking Han Hao turned to his enemy, showing absolute confidence in victory. The arrogant opponent, confident in the sufficiency of a single blow to decisively defeat the inexperienced young man, called the situation ridiculous. A challenge for 3 strikes was thrown by the fearless young man, clearly indicating his intention to stand his ground against the self-assured master's attacks. The victory conditions were outlined by a confident Han Hao, promising to admit defeat if he retreated in the face of his opponent's triple attack. The angry master boiled with rage, condemning the arrogance of the arrogant youngster and promising immediate death to his insolent opponent. With an ease unbelievable, the nimble young man set up the first palm strike, demonstrating a striking defensive technique against an experienced fighter. Soul awareness called his new level of perception to the astute Han Hao, noting the need to respect his opponent's power. Deep in confusion, the retreating opponent plunged, not believing it possible to block even his not-so-strongest blow. The enraged boss began to concentrate energy in his hands to strengthen the attack. Warning that he would not be able to definition of loser was used by the ruthless young man, indicating the deplorable outcome of the boastful statements of a self-confident opponent. A soul wound was inflicted by the cruel words on the proud old man, unable to accept such a humiliating definition of his identity. The breakthrough pill reward for the ability unshakable as a mountain was reported by the satisfied system, encouraging his ward's achievements. A new assignment to eliminate a dangerous enemy for the greater good was given to a successful young man as he continued to develop his combat mission. Hearing the possible options from his young opponent, immense astonishment was reflected on the face of the astonished old man, watching the incredible sight before his wide-open eyes. The house technique began to be used by the focused Han Hao, surrounding himself with visible streams of concentrated energy substance. The need to seize the opportunity was realized by the experienced master, deciding to strike with his special technique to prevent trouble. The maximum level of technique circulation was activated by a prudent opponent, unwilling to yield in an energy confrontation. An anxious premonition of the enemy's level rising swept over the wary old man, forcing him to act quickly and decisively. A categorical refusal to allow a level increase was expressed by the implacable master, preparing his fingers to use a special deadly technique. The energy in his fingers was concentrated by the experienced boss, preparing to deliver his signature deadly finger strike without delay. The abrupt opening of his eyes showed a focused Han Hao, returning from his meditative state to the martial reality. In the flow of a special state was a detached young man, for whom the outside world had completely lost any significance. The determined boss rushed forward to deliver the fatal blow, eager to outpace the transformation of his young opponent. A premonition of extreme difficulty visited the attentive Han Hao, assessing the strength and determination of his approaching opponent. Blocking the attack was provided by the resourceful young man, activating the technique of admonishing evil spirits at the critical moment of the confrontation. A colossal red explosion occurred at the epicenter of the clash between the two powerful techniques, illuminating the surroundings with a bright light. The exhausted Han Hao staggered from the aftermath of the incredible collision, feeling the tremendous energy drain after using the powerful technique. Congratulations on moving to a new soul level was received by the surprised young man from the system, rewarding him with extra achievement points. The nature of his own insight was finally understood by the enlightened young man, realizing the deep processes of transformation of his soul. The bleeding opponent was seen by the victorious Han Hao, watching the old master coughing up blood after the decisive strike. The ruthless young man did not feel the slightest regret, considering his vicious opponent deserving of such a sad fate. Aggression indomitable continued to simmer in the soul of the emotional young man who retained a burning hatred for his defeated enemy. The demand to immediately reveal the whereabouts of the kidnapped friend was made by an agitated Han Hao, worried about the fate of a loved one. With a sinister laugh, the dying boss replied, offering to play another deadly game to solve the mystery of the girl's whereabouts. The dying man's terrible qualities were noted by the shrewd young man, marveling at his adversary's ability to remain a villain even at the threshold of death. A concerned Han Hao inquired from the system about the possibility of tracking the captive, receiving a negative response due to technical limitations. The blocking formation was used by the cunning dying master, allowing the girl to pick a spot before brutally burying her there. The possibility of detection at close approach to the formation suggested an attentive system, giving hope for the rescue of the missing girl. His opponent's throat was clenched by an enraged Han Hao, demanding immediate answers from the gasping fiend in the face of imminent death. An immediate answer as to the captive's whereabouts was demanded by the infuriated young man as he continued to hold the throat of his gasping opponent. Total ignorance was asserted by the wheezing old man, admitting his defeat in his inability to stand up to the enraged victor. Fury, unbelievable rage gripped the enraged Han Hao, promising to force the sneaky creep to reveal the truth by any means available. The willingness to take the captive to the grave with him was expressed by the implacable adversary, recognizing the inevitability of his imminent death at the hands of the young man. The sudden suicide was committed by a desperate old man, preferring voluntary departure to keeping the secret about the kidnapped girl's whereabouts. A shocking sight appeared before the shocked Han Hao as blood splattered on his face after his enemy's unexpected last action. The question of the old man's strange actions was asked by the puzzled young man, not understanding the method of accomplishing such a rapid self-destruction. The reverse energy circulation was used by the dodgy master, instantly destroying his own body with this suicidal technique. A satisfied Han Hao was rewarded for completing the task, earning 50 immortality points from the satisfied system. The curse of a terrible curse was the suicide of an enemy for a disturbed young man who had lost his only source of information about his kidnapped friend. A desperate Han Hao began a frantic run, feverishly pondering the possible whereabouts of the girl so important to him. A panting young man found himself in the mall, receiving a disappointing confirmation from the system that there were no meaningful traces. The version about the restaurant visited together was put forward by an inventive young man, going over the significant meeting places for the girl. The mansion they lived in was considered as an option by the methodical Han Hao, eager not to miss any possible locations. Toward the library headed the thoughts of the searching young man as he continued to recall all the places his kidnapped friend could have been. The question of principle was asked by the bewildered young man, trying to figure out where the missing girl might end up. The places that had made a special impression on the girl were recalled by a focused Han Hao, trying to think from the kidnapper's perspective. A lovely memory suddenly surfaced in the thoughtful young man's mind of time spent together, observing beautiful scenery. The dream of living among scenic vistas was mentioned then by the delighted Moitzi, sharing her intimate plans for the future. High real estate prices were noted in that conversation by the practical Han Hao, involuntarily memorizing this important detail of the conversation. A decisive memory of a trip to the mountains visited the excited young man, determining the necessity of immediate departure for that place. With extraordinary ease, the determined young man teleported to the supposed location of his kidnapped girlfriend. The long-awaited sensation of the captive's breathing was registered by the sensitive system, confirming the correctness of the chosen direction of search. A hopeful Han Hao rushed at top speed, mentally reassuring his friend with the promise of a speedy release from captivity. A panting young man came running into the forest clearing, receiving confirmation from the system of the target's proximity and the need to accelerate. From the excessive haste, the inattentive Han Hao didn't notice the obstacle, slamming his face into the invisible barrier with force. Down on the ground fell a knockdown young man, trying to comprehend the nature of the unexpected obstacle in his path. A confused young man hit the magical barrier, revealing an insurmountable barrier between himself and the target of his search. A puzzled Han Hao was interested in the nature of the strange obstacle, puzzled as to how such a defense could appear on the path. The initial level of protection characterized the barrier by the experienced system, assessing the difficulty of the barrier as quite surmountable. The nature of the concentration at the heart of the defense was noted by the analytical assistant, pointing out a key feature of the magical barrier. The single-point attack strategy was suggested by a wise system explaining the principle of weakening other areas in a focused strike. After the pinpoint strike, the disappearance of the entire barrier was predicted by the knowledgeable Han Hao, preparing to apply the necessary technique to overcome the obstacle. A determined young man began a determined attack on the magical barrier, focusing on overcoming the last obstacle to the goal. The glowing spot of the barrier was indicated by the attentive system as the weak area most vulnerable to targeting. Up jumped the athletic Han Hao, preparing to deliver a precise strike at the identified vulnerability of the protective barrier. Once struck, the weak spot disappeared to the surprise of the persistent young man, forcing him to search for new points of exposure. A repeated fist attack was made by the stubborn young man, unwilling to give up in the face of such a difficult obstacle. With a careful landing on the ground, the nimble Han Hao completed his maneuver, preparing to assess the results of the attempt. Excessive slowness was warned about by his ward's system, noting the rapid disappearance of the weakness until the moment of impact. The dependence of the size of the vulnerable area on the strength of the impact was explained by the wise assistant, pointing out the inverse relationship with the rate of disappearance. The determined young man adopted a special stance to maximize his strength, preparing for his next, more powerful attempt. An insanely powerful fist strike was delivered by the strong Han Hao, putting all available energy into this decisive attack. A new weakness showed up too high for the frustrated young man with no way to reach the vulnerable area. A strategy of continuous strikes to a single point suggested a practical system waiting for a breach to appear in a suitable location for penetration. The perplexed Han Hao expressed his perplexity at the belated advice, proceeding to implement the proposed tactic of continuous strikes. Countless fist attacks were launched by the persistent young man, methodically impacting the magic barrier without a break. With tears in her eyes, the imprisoned Moitzi lay unaware of her near salvation from such a horrible imprisonment. The strange sound was disturbed by the awakening girl trying to figure out the source of the unusual noise nearby. The selfless Han Hao smashed his hands to bloody abrasions as he continued to attack the barrier despite the physical pain. Focused young man paid no attention to the wounds, persisting in striking blow after blow at the unruly obstacle. Thoughts of saving his dear friend gave incredible strength to the devoted Han Hao, making the pain from his wounds completely insignificant. Closest to the previous ones, a new weak spot appeared, instilling hope in the heart of the persistent rescuer for early success. The confidence of impending success swept over the enthusiastic young man, sensing the approach of the long-awaited breakthrough through the stubborn barrier. The magical barrier shattered into small shards after a precise hit on the weak point, opening the way to rescue the captive. Right underfoot was the kidnapped girlfriend, according to the system, demanding that the young man start digging up the ground immediately. With his bare hands, the desperate rescuer began digging into the ground, ignoring the additional damage to his already traumatized limbs. Closer and closer, the strange sound drew closer and closer to the imprisoned Mojika, evoking mixed feelings of fear and timid hope. The long-awaited brightness was seen by the exhausted girl, whose eyes filled with tears of gratitude at the sight of approaching salvation. Han Hao's familiar face was seen by an overjoyed Mojika, feeling incredibly happy at the appearance of her dearest person. The freed girl threw herself into the arms of her rescuer, letting loose tears of relief after surviving the nightmarish ordeal. Sincere apologies were offered by the remorseful young man, holding himself responsible for the occurrence of such terrible trouble to his friend. From all guilt, the grateful Moitse absolved her savior, convincing him of the total absence of any responsibility. Deep gratitude was expressed by the rescued girl, noting the young man's constant willingness to come to the rescue in any situation. The injured hands were noticed by the caring Moitse, anxiously questioning the severity of the injuries sustained during the rescue. The importance of the injuries was downplayed by the humble Han Hao, not wanting to bother his newly rescued friend with his minor problems. A tender kiss was awarded by the grateful girl to her hero, expressing her incredible gratitude for such incredible devotion. The embarrassed young man plunged into a state of deep shock, blushing brightly at the unexpected display of affection. The soothing effect of the kiss was felt by the agitated Han. Of correcting possible misunderstandings were implied by the mighty old man, hinting at methods of influencing recalcitrant opponents. The Lord's unquestionable superiority and strength was recognized by the respectful Han Hao, expressing sincere admiration for his elder patron's might. The need to lay low was emphasized by the prudent master, explaining that there was no widespread news of the boss's death. Full understanding of the instructions was expressed by the attentive young man, showing his willingness to follow the wise advice of his experienced mentor. In the privacy of his home, the interested Han Hao scrutinized the stolen weapon, pondering the secrets of the mysterious item. An experimental scratch was made by a curious young man on the artifact under study, eager to test the properties of the unusual blade. From the unexpected pain, the surprised Han Hao threw the knife away, feeling unpleasant sensations after making contact with the mysterious object. The randomness of what had happened was noted by the confused young man, who had not expected such a reaction from the strange weapon. The abnormal behavior of the knife was noticed by an alarmed young man observing the inexplicable movements of the thrown object. The lack of a fall caused a bewildered Han Hao to try to understand the reason for the violation of the laws of physics. A self-murder attempt was made by the animated weapon, moving towards the shocked owner with clearly aggressive intentions. The oddities of the foolish weapon perplexed the irritated young man, especially amazed at its unexpected ability to fly on its own. Intent to kill was suspected by the frightened Han Hao, not understanding the mechanism of animating an inanimate object and its aggressive actions. A swift weapon passed through the young man's body in just a second, demonstrating the supernatural properties of the magical artifact. A finger was sliced off by the merciless blade at the unfortunate young man, causing not only physical pain, but also psychological shock. The injured Han Hao cried out in unbearable pain, cursing the incomprehensible incident and trying to comprehend what had just happened. The mysterious weapon calmly landed on the ground after performing its cruel act, as if it had completed its planned action. The mysterious weapon suddenly shattered into small pieces a second after falling, turning into a pile of useless shards. Complete bewilderment seized the bewildered young man, who noticed something extremely strange among the consequences of the inexplicable accident. The severed finger next to the shards was discovered by a shocked Han Hao, realizing with horror the reality of the injury that had occurred. A strange energy from the severed body part was felt by the sensitive young man, noting the unusual glow of the severed finger. The patience of the exhausted young man, who began to bleed from his nose and mouth from overexertion, had reached its critical limit. An exhausted Han Hao collapsed unconscious on the floor, unable to withstand the combined effects of physical pain and emotional stress. After a brief period of unconsciousness, the disoriented young man woke up, trying to realize what had happened to him. Doubts about the reality of what had happened visited the bewildered young man, who suggested that it could have all been just a nightmare. The surprised Han Hao examined his uninjured hand in disbelief, finding an entire finger in its original place despite his memories. The broken state of the knife and the absence of a severed finger was noticed by the attentive young man, adding to the confusion of perception. The hidden secret of the weapon was pondered by the puzzled young man, trying to understand the true nature of the mysterious artifact. With a sudden cry, the alarm system intervened, insisting that absolutely nothing unusual had happened. Further questions were emphatically warned against by the emotional assistant, demanding a complete halt to the discussion of the strange incident. The pointlessness of continuing questioning was realized by the prudent Han Hao, deciding to focus on perfecting his combat techniques. The large number of accumulated immortality points was noted by the thoughtful young man, pondering the most effective ways to utilize them. A whopping 1,000 points had been spent on acquiring the evil spirit's guidance, greatly reducing the accumulated reserve. The unusual qualities of the acquired techniques were noticed by the young man, who had been practicing all night, noting their drastic difference from previous techniques. Unexpected thoughts of his friend Moika visited the distracted Han Hao, breaking his concentration on martial practices. The memorable kiss caused the embarrassed young man to realize the change in his relationship with his longtime girlfriend. The attentive girl inquired about the plans for the outing, noticing her friend's preparations for the upcoming trip. Lu Ming's call and the problems in her city were reported by the outspoken Han Hao, explaining the need for his urgent departure. The request to say hello was made by the friendly Mojis, showing a warm regard for a mutual acquaintance, despite the events that had transpired. The strange behavior of the young man since the memorable day was noted by the shrewd girl, noticing inexplicable changes in his usual mood. A possible cause of distress was suggested by the caring Moitsu, trying to unravel the reason for her close friend's unusual condition. In the plane cabin, the prudent Han Hao realized his mistake, realizing the failure of buying tickets at the last minute. Only premium economy class with unbearable crowding was available for the late passenger, creating additional discomfort. The accidental touching of a neighbor caused a violent reaction from the angry girl, who immediately accused the young man of indecent behavior. The stranger accused the stunned travel companion of spreading vile hands, publicly expressing her indignation at the supposed molestation. The reason for not wanting to fly economy, inquiring about the essence of the incident on board. The kinship between the captain and the scandalous passenger was revealed unexpectedly when the girl mentioned running away from home. It was the privileged chinner who complained about economy class and asked to be transferred to another, ignoring standard airline rules. The difficulty of fulfilling such a request was shared by an experienced uncle, assessing the difficulty of moving passengers on a packed flight. An alternative demand was made by the adamant girl, insisting that the bully be removed if she could not move herself. The captain invited the innocent young man to calmly discuss the matter, trying to find a compromise in the situation. The young man was met with insulting shouts by an irritated man, reminding him of the high status of the restless female passenger. The girl's grandfather's acquaintance with W's boss is mentioned by the cocky commander, receiving an unexpected invitation to meet in person. A fearless Han Hao made a shocking confession to killing Boss Wu, leaning closer to his interlocutor to relay classified information. The terrified captain threatened instant reprisal, regarding what he heard as a defiant challenge to powerful forces. A phone call was hurriedly made by an alarmed man, reporting an encounter with an imposter claiming to have eliminated the famous boss. Confirmation of the boss's death was received by the shocked commander, realizing the veracity of the unassuming young passenger's statement. The frightened man apologized profusely, citing a temporary blackout and asking for a generous pardon. The order to be silent was received by the surprised niece from her uncle, who had suddenly changed his tone of communication after the mysterious call. A tired Han Hao pondered on the delirium of the ongoing concert, not understanding the necessity of such a theatrical performance. The friend was immediately contacted by the young man who had landed the possible problems that had happened to his acquaintance. The alarmed young man recalled the earlier threats, suggesting that they might be repeated in the current situation. The locked doors of the establishment were discovered by a suspicious Han Hao, increasing concern for the well-being of those inside. Determined action was taken by the impatient young man, kicking in the doors with a powerful kick of his foot to gain entry into the closed room. The strange strangers were noticed inside the cafe by the attentive Han Hao, instantly assessing the potential danger of the new situation. The playful role of a regular visitor was assumed by the wily Han Hao, politely ordering a cup of coffee from the wary strangers. A rude demand to leave the premises was made by serious people, resenting the sudden appearance of an uninvited guest. In a friendly manner, the judicious young man addressed the aggressive interlocutors. Noting the modesty of his request, the stranger's head problems were brought up by the men in business suits, emphasizing his ignorance of their high status. The agile Han Hao made a lightning-fast approach to the armed opponent, instantly reacting to the appearance of the weapon. With a gun at his throat, the recent aggressor found himself with a gun at his throat as the determined young man repeated his request for a cup of coffee. With a frightened apology, the rest of those present reacted, suddenly realizing the seriousness of the strange visitor's intentions. From fear of unnecessary movement, the stunned men froze in place, not knowing how to react to the rapid change in the situation. A confident Han Hao intercepted the weapon in his hands, showing complete control over what was happening in the cafe. The cowardice of those present was scorned by the bold young man, perplexed at the folly of their initial behavior. A rhetorical question about the ease of granting a modest request was asked by the sensible Han Hao, emphasizing the absurdity of the conflict. A covert attempt to get a gun was made by one of the men, hoping to change the balance of power in a tense situation. The caution came from the attentive young man, hinting at the uncertain amount of ammunition needed to end a potential conflict. An unfamiliar girl intervened with a sudden appearance, criticizing the way her subordinates treated the establishment's customer. A puzzled Han Hao expressed his confusion about the identity of the interlocutor, not realizing who was interfering in the tense situation. With her name, Feng Xinzi introduced herself as an attractive girl, apologizing for any inconvenience the unfriendly staff might have caused. A nonchalant young man reacted sarcastically to the manageress's belated appearance, noting the unusual way of receiving guests. The ineptitude of her subordinates in recognizing gifted visitors was noted by the diplomatic manager, trying to smooth over the unpleasant incident. A curious Feng asked to introduce herself, inquiring about the name and background of the unusual guest, receiving an immediate response. The local boss's family ties to Wu's boss were mentioned by the cautious girl, hoping to impress the determined stranger. The brotherly relationship between the two influential persons was pointed out by the cunning manager, counting on the psychological effect of this information. A skeptical Han Hao, unimpressed by the attempted intimidation, spoke up with doubt about the existence of brothers at Boss Wu's side. The startled girl froze in bewilderment, realizing the ineffectiveness of the usual tactics of psychological pressure on an unusual visitor. A purposeful young man inquired about meeting Liu Ming, mentioning the fame of this famous person among the locals. The romantic connection with the wanted girl was emphasized by the resourceful Han Hao, citing newspaper articles and asking for a meeting. Complete ignorance of the person under discussion was expressed by the evasive manager, trying to avoid a direct answer to an uncomfortable question. The angry young man grabbed his insincere interlocutor by the neck, losing patience with fruitless attempts to get the information he needed. The modesty of his request to see the girl was reminded by Han Hao's insistence, emphasizing the lack of supernatural demands. The frightened manager warned of the fatal consequences of loose-handedness, mentioning the inevitable payback for such actions. The straightforward Han Hao inquired about meeting Boss Wu, turning to the startled manageress with a worried question. A fatal acquaintance in death was mentioned by a ruthless young man, describing the last moments of a powerful boss's life in his arms. The gasping girl was finally let go by the merciful Han Hao, completing the physical impact after transmitting the key information. The unprecedented pressure was voiced by a shocked manager who had never before experienced such discomfort and fear. The shocking news of her boss's death hits the impressionable girl, causing deep shock and reconsideration of the situation. A shiver gripped the anxious Feng, recalling her earlier premonitions of impending momentous changes and events. The inevitable need to take the young man to Liu Ming was realized by the surrendered manager, realizing the lack of other reasonable options. A subdued girl led the visitor behind her, explaining the whereabouts of the prisoners sought in the establishment's kitchen. A silent attendant led the group to their destination, announcing the arrival of the long-awaited guests at the right place. Tied up on the floor were Liu Ming and her producer, lying helplessly awaiting their uncertain fate. A caring young man greeted the captives with a soothing smile, promising a complete restoration of order through his presence. The need to pass on some words was mentioned by the diplomatic Han Hao when addressing Miss Shinzi with an important message. The call to double-think any hostile action was expressed by the prudent young man, emphasizing independence from family conflicts. The confused girl agreed with full understanding, accepting the powerful stranger's unequivocal warning without objection. From the unfortunate cafeteria came out a joyful group of liberated people, satisfied with and reminding him of the guest's invaluable help. A softened father apologized and explained, admitting to misperceptions and intense concern for his daughters. The willingness to get help in the new situation was hinted at by the cunning man, counting on the assistance of the powerful young man. An instant interest in the nature of the assistance required was shown by the curious Han Hao, eager to know the details of the proposed cooperation. The threat of annihilation from the third most powerful man in the city was told by an alarmed man, explaining the seriousness of the impending danger. Firm confidence in the safety of the family was expressed by the determined young man, promising complete protection from any threats during his stay. The desire to personally verify the guest's abilities was expressed by the incredulous man, hinting at the need for a practical test. Confusion as to his master's intentions swept over the puzzled Han Hao, not understanding the true meaning of the words spoken. An unexpected palm attack was made by the cautious father, directing the blow towards the young guest for verification. With surprising ease, the prepared young man blocked the unexpected blow, displaying excellent fighting skills. Shocked outrage was expressed by the agitated daughters, not understanding their father's aggressive behavior toward the dear guest. The need to check the reliability of a potential protector was realized by a prudent patriarch who was concerned about the safety of his family. The impressed man expressed admiration for the good defense, noting the numbness in his arm and acknowledging the underestimation of the young man's abilities. A satisfied father invited the serious conversation inside the house, pointing out the need to discuss important topics in private. The seriousness of the girl's father's character was reflected upon by the observant Han Hao, noting the strictness and thoroughness of the head of the family. Sun Shui's rearrival was reported by an anxious subordinate, addressing the patriarch with the unpleasant news. Clear displeasure with another visit of an annoying suitor was expressed by an irritated daughter, tired of the intrusive attention. The uninvited guest's long-standing crush on Zhang was revealed by her informed father, explaining the reason for the persistent suitor's regular visits. The tragic fate of the stranger's 3 previous wives was mentioned by a concerned Zhang, suspecting the suitor of perverted tendencies. The desire to keep his daughter out of danger was expressed by a caring father, emphasizing the need for a decisive deal with a troublesome suitor. The suggestion to go out and personally assess the situation was made by the enterprising Han Hao, not wanting to waste time on fruitless discussions. The guest's cultivation abilities were mentioned by the confident young man, guaranteeing safety when he and his uncle went out to meet together. Caution was requested by the concerned girls, expressing concern for the safety of the men coming out. A strange blonde man inquired about the whereabouts of the owner's daughter, greeting the men who came out, demanding an explanation. With a crazed stare, the obsessive admirer interrogated the current location of the object of his obsession, ignoring those present. A firm refusal and request to leave was expressed by the adamant father, explaining his daughter's unwillingness to see the persistent suitor. The arrogant challenger erupted in indignation, questioning his interlocutor's right to speak for all members of the family. The sarcastic Han Hao reacted with feigned surprise, commenting on his friend's arbitrary decision to be responsible for everyone present. The aggressive threat was shouted by the enraged blonde, promising to punish the offender for the upset of his failed rendezvous with the girl. A peace-loving father called for a reasonable solution to the problem in an attempt to prevent an impending physical conflict between the men. Blackmailed and hinting at a connection to a powerful boss, a perverted admirer responds by promising help in exchange for his daughter's company. With a sudden appearance, a new unknown male intervened, emphasizing the insignificance of the father of the family without outside protection. A daring challenge to repeat the threats was made by the bold Han Hao to the surprised Sun Shui, showing a complete lack of fear of his opponent. Resentment at the chain dog's insolence was expressed by an angry Sun Shui, finding it unacceptable to be in their own existence. A threatening promise to return was thrown by the retreating opponents, refusing to consider the incident as finally concluded. At the conclusion of the conflict, the judicious fellow offered to go back inside, eager to leave the street after the unpleasant encounter. The suspicion of deliberate mercy was voiced by a shrewd father, confident of such actions. The brave Han Hao expressed his willingness to try, arguing his decision with the opportunity to see the situation with his own eyes. The promise of protection was recalled by a responsible young man, reaffirming the seriousness of his intentions regarding the safety of his family. Instantly, an alarmed young man rushed toward the danger zone, insisting that the girls return home as a precaution. A cautious Han Hao approached the luxurious hotel of impressive size, assessing the scale and wealth of the hotel complex. Once inside the building, the analytical approach to the situation was applied by a calculating guy, trying to correctly assess the situation. Heading to the administration office, the need for an important meeting with Mr. Sun was announced by a purposeful young man, emphasizing the significance of the upcoming conversation. A second's wait was requested by an obliging employee, promising to escort the visitor immediately to the requested person. A receptionist led the guest through the grand corridors of the hotel, demonstrating the luxury and splendor of the prestigious establishment. An alert guide knocked on the study door, alerting the host to the arrival of an unexpected visitor. Having achieved his goal, the calculating Han Hao lightningly disarmed the accompanying worker, getting rid of the unwanted witness for the potential alliance. As a representative of the Chu family, the diplomatic Han Hao introduced himself, hinting at the possibility of a successful confrontation if they joined forces. Awareness of the Chu family's problems was shown by the shrewd grandfather, suspecting the guest of trying to use his resources. A masterful reading of the true intentions was surprised by the discouraged fellow, who had not expected such an astute analysis of the situation. A strange sound came from the other side of the room, catching the wary young man's attention, causing him to listen. The guy's reaction was responded to by a loud laugh from the unknown observer, giving away his presence in the room. The old man who had uncovered the deception called for an end to the hiding, confessing to having been watching the guest since his appearance. An intense astonishment swept over the puzzled Han Hao, pondering the identity of the mysterious observer. Among the figures coming out, the young man was unpleasantly surprised to find one of his main enemies, Wang Banqing. The unexpectedness of the imminent encounter was emphasized by the sarcastic opponent, showing feigned surprise at the new encounter. The pre-planned conspiracy was guessed by the shrewd fellow, realizing the reason for the unhindered admission to the influential old man's office. The question of long acquaintance with the enemy was addressed by the puzzled Han Hao to the master of the cabinet, realizing the treacherous game. Doubt as to the profitableness of cooperating with scoundrels was expressed by the disappointed young man, turning to the old man with reproach. The Sun family's failure to stand up to the boss was mentioned by a smug Wang, emphasizing the illogicality of potential help. The value of the offer received was noted by the calculating old man, confessing a long-standing urgent need for just such assistance. A curious Han Hao asked about the subject, trying to clarify the nature of the mysterious transaction. The birth of his only son by his 89-year-old wife was narrated by an outspoken old man, citing the child as his only reason for living. The cultivation talent is possessed by the son of an influential elder who is on the verge of a breakthrough due to the promised enhancement tool. The promise to join Van was made by a devoted father, willing to make any sacrifice for the welfare of his offspring. Regarding the specific terms of the deal, the pragmatic young man inquired, eager to find out the details of the suspicious agreement. The only condition of gratitude for the visit was reported by the wily old man, revealing the true intentions of the host who had lured the guest. The death of the uninvited visitor was desired above all by the evil Wang, who did not conceal his bloodthirsty intentions from his would-be victim. A sudden attack was launched by the treacherous old man, rushing towards the unprepared lad to deliver a fatal blow. The elder's hand heading towards his face was noticed by the attentive Han Hao, in time to react to his opponent's lightning-fast movement. Barely having time to react, a defensive block was put up by the nimble young man, preventing a direct hit from the attacking limb. The fatality of striking in the absence of defense was pondered by the shocked Han Hao, realizing the deadliness of the elderly opponent's attack. The joy at the arrival of the long-awaited victim was expressed by a gloating Wang Banqian, confessing his long wait for this moment. The need for intensity control was recalled by the prudent young man in an effort to conserve energy resources for a protracted confrontation. A dazzling yellow beam burst out from the energy of Han Hao's attacker, displaying the young warrior's impressive combat capabilities. The unconventionality of his opponent was realized by the surprised old man, reconsidering his initial assessment of the daring young man's abilities. The strategically minded Wang decided to resort to a joint attack, realizing the advantage of numerical superiority in the battle. Sunya's strength, comparable to the boss's level, was appreciated by the analytical Han Hao, recognizing the difficulty of facing two powerful opponents at the same time. The unexpected reassessment of the situation was realized by the alarmed young man, who had not anticipated such a serious development. Discussing further tactics, the grateful daughter Zheng expressed gratitude for the family's help, warning of the inevitability of a future confrontation with enemies. The deliberate insulting of the old man for later proceedings was reported by the outspoken Han Hao, revealing his strategic plan. The complete order of his condition was emphasized by the confident fellow, assuring those around him that there was no cause for concern. The slight fatigue after a busy day was acknowledged by a sincere Han Hao, pointing out the need for a brief rest. From the unbearable pain after the powerful blow, the scarred young man continued to suffer, feeling the lingering echoes of the trauma he had suffered. A new task card offered an inspirational system, celebrating the user's resilience when experiencing heavy damage. For the mission to be a complete success, the old man and Wang Banchen must be defeated to make the enemies beg for forgiveness. The prudent Han Hao pondered on the inevitability of a future clash with the united enemies as he prepared for the challenge ahead. The source of such a powerful tool in the enemy was of interest to an inquisitive young man, trying to unravel the origin of the unusual power. A huge difference in level was felt by the realistic Han Hao, deciding to train intensely before the imminent confrontation. After a sleepless night of training, a surprising lack of sleepiness marked the energetic young man, feeling an unusual burst of energy. Attention was drawn to one of the sisters of the family, who noticed the premature awakening of an unusual guest. The athletic Zheng was doing her morning stretching, greeting the early observer with undisguised surprise. The curious Han Hao inquired about the reasons for such early exercise, receiving a simple explanation about personal preference. To end the casual conversation, the embarrassed fellow called, recognizing the superficial nature of his question. A long-standing interest in the strange visitor was expressed by an observant girl, pointing out the stranger's appearance in the yard. The unusual deep shock was experienced by the astonished fellow as he watched the incredible ease of blocking his powerful punch. The strange cluster of yellow energy was noticed by a puzzled Yun, bewildered as he observed the unusual phenomenon around his opponent. With a reassuring plea not to be afraid, the father of the family approached the young defender, confident of the reinforcement to come. The familial enhancement technique was activated by a skilled master, promising a significant increase in his ally's combat potential. The brightest yellow light illuminated all around under the influence of the powerful technique, creating an impressive sight. A stream of energy rushed straight to the boy, imbuing every cell of his receptive body with healing power. The purest energy was felt by the delighted Han Hao, perceiving the incredible stream flowing through his corporeal shell. The growing power was felt by the transformed young man, feeling the energy flow through every particle of his being. The arrogant Ouyang Yun mockingly laughed at the extra strength, deeming such an enhancement insufficient for victory. A frustrated Han Hao called for an end to the meaningless chatter, expressing his weariness of his opponent's presumptuous speeches. A veritable whirlwind of yellow energy swirled around the concentrated young man, displaying the incredible power of the renewed abilities. In the history of the Great Wastelands, such a colossal accumulation of energy had never been seen in any of the warriors. A curious opponent took a sincere interest in the new phenomenon, expecting a demonstration of something truly extraordinary. A dazzling beam of yellow energy rushed towards the opponent, released by the concentrated will of the transformed young man. The astonished Han Hao watched the results of his actions with unbelievable amazement, amazed at the magnitude of the power displayed. The amazing blocking of a powerful blow with his own energy was demonstrated by an unperturbed opponent, not showing the slightest sign of tension. About the young man's lack of strength, the mocking Ouyang sarcastically remarked, expressing genuine surprise at the lad's ability to defeat his brother. The enraged Han Hao reacted with full aggression, assuring his opponent that the demonstration of his true strength hadn't even begun yet. With a swift rush at the enemy, with his arm out, the brave young man attempted to attack, again encountering impenetrable blocking. A cautious Han Hao jumped back to create a safe distance, assessing the difficulty of penetrating the defense of an experienced opponent. The trained young man used his landed foot as support, stabilizing the position for later action. A puzzled Han Hao pondered over the reasons for easily blocking the strongest strike, trying to understand the nature of his opponent's incredible defense. A significant gulf in force levels was mentioned by the confident Yuan, recognizing some strengthening of the enemy while maintaining overall superiority. The tired cat-and-mouse game was expressed by the impatient enemy, applying a powerful palm force to deliver a decisive blow to the young man. A protective energy dome attempted to be created by the desperate Han Hao, seeking to resist the immense force of the collision and cushion the inevitable blow. Increasing concern for her friend gripped an anxious Zhang, worrying about the consequences of a dangerous confrontation for the young protector. Only after waking up, a sleepy Lu Ming ran out with a bewilderment about what was happening, trying to understand the reasons for the morning noise. The sudden appearance of a bitter enemy and the brave confrontation of a friend was told by an informed sister, explaining the gist of what was happening. Maddening worry for the lad overwhelmed the caring Liu Ming, who regretted the young man's rash intervention in the dangerous confrontation. After the smoke cleared, Han Hao's absence was noticed by anxious observers, fearing the worst outcome of the fierce battle. The guy's presumed death prematurely thought to the cocky Yuan, however quickly realizing the strangeness of the situation. Behind the protective barrier shield was found a lad alive and unharmed, who had managed to survive thanks to a timely defense. With a cocky challenge, the fearless Han Hao inquired about the limits of his opponent's capabilities, displaying an ostentatious confidence. The impossibility of survival after such a blow was pondered by the surprised opponent, suggesting a significant weakening of his own forces. The unfinished business with the Chu family was emphasized by the persistent Yuan, acknowledging the enemy's strengthening but refusing to consider the conflict exhausted. The need for further improvement was realized by the astute Han Hao, realizing the insufficiency of the current level to defeat a strong enemy. With a sudden disappearance from sight, the confrontation was ended by the mysterious man teleporting off in an unknown direction. The exhausted young man collapsed to his knees immediately after finishing the hardest battle, feeling tremendous physical and energy fatigue. Blood flowed out of his mouth from the exhausted Han Hao, who was experiencing such extreme physical strain in battle for the first time. With anxiety, the worried girls rushed to the injured man, anxious to render the necessary assistance after the dangerous confrontation. The condition and need for medical attention was inquired about by caring friends, assessing the seriousness of the injuries. The assurances were in perfect order, expressed by the stalwart Han Hao, regretting only the trouble he had caused his anxious friends. The frightened girls shared about the experience of fearing for the young man's life, confessing serious fears of a fatal outcome. The impressed girlfriends expressed admiration for the guy's strength, noting his ability to chase away the insolent Yun, despite the difference in experience. The golden pill and his opponent's unexpected strength were pondered by the surprised Han Hao, recognizing the fallacy of assuming the boss's unrivaled strength. The risk of losing your head in an attempt to help someone else's family emphasized the judicious system, warning of the serious consequences of rash actions. The prospect of making the family his own through union with the girls was suggested by a practical system, advising good thought to be given to such a tempting possibility. Categorical disagreement with such foolishness was expressed by the faithful young man, recalling the existence of his girlfriend and rejecting the unworthy proposal. To clear his thoughts, a pensive Han Hao decided to walk down the street, needing some fresh air after the intense confrontation. As his presence was detected, a persistent Han Hao immediately rushed after the fleeing man, demanding that he stop and explain the reasons for the unauthorized surveillance.
The real chase began between the two figures moving swiftly through the streets of the city block.
After half an hour's pursuit, the surprised lad noted the unusual fitness of the fugitive, marveling at the stranger's endurance. A sudden stop was made by the mysterious stranger, ending his long sprint and turning toward his pursuer. About the mother's money, the halted fugitive suddenly inquired, assuming the mercenary character of the pursuit. A confused Han Hao, puzzled by the mention of some money and the unknown man's mother, expressed his complete misunderstanding of the topic of conversation. Running away from home and hiding from his mother was confessed by an outspoken stranger who suspected the stalker of being in the service of his parent. The situation was labeled as a simple misunderstanding by the judicious Han Hao, seeking to resolve the controversy peacefully. Threatening serious trouble and introducing himself as Fu Jia, Fu Tianyu's son, was voiced by a red-faced young man showing off his status. The intention to return and sue ASEAN was shared by an aggrieved Fu Jia in an attempt to intimidate a random stalker. The possible connection of Asian to Mr. Lee's references was thought about by the reminiscing Han Hao, realizing the extent of the mysterious organization's influence. His father's leadership and his opponent's obscurity as pawns on the path of cultivation was emphasized by the arrogant Fu Jia, disparaging his interlocutor. Doubting the assertion of his status as a mere pawn, a stricken Han Hao expressed his doubts, disagreeing with the disparaging assessment. The offer to call himself elder brother if he won was made by a confident Han Hao, hinting at the upcoming power competition. Unproblematically agreeing to the terms was expressed by the self-assured Fu Ji, categorically denying the possibility of his opponent winning the contest. With a cheeky smile, the enthusiastic Han Hao called out to watch and learn, preparing to demonstrate the real level of his skill. A lightning-fast disappearance from his seat was demonstrated by the impetuous young man, finding himself next to his opponent in a split second. A hail of countless blows rained down on his opponent's head by the impetuous Han Hao, turning his hands into a blur of lightning-fast attack. Equality of power was demonstrated by the agile opponents, skillfully parrying each other's lunges without revealing a clear advantage. A safe distance was created by the prudent young man, jumping back to regroup and analyze the combat situation. Analyzing what was happening, the attentive Han Hao noted with surprise the unexpected ability of a random opponent to keep an even fight. The misjudgment was acknowledged by an impressed Fu Jia, promising to array young man's attention, alerting him to the magnitude of the impending attack. Smiling arrogantly, the cocky Fu Jia prepared to deliver his crowning blow, having no doubt of its crushing effect. All the concentrated energy from the attacker's fist burst out in a directed stream, rushing straight into the opponent's defense block. The skill was incredible, demonstrated by the calm Han Hao, repelling a seemingly irresistible blow with minimal effort. Utter amazement swept over the shocked opponent, unable to believe that his strongest attack had been successfully repelled. Surprised, the impressed Han Hao, who had not expected such serious resistance from a random opponent, recognized the strength of his opponent's strike. Diplomatically acknowledging his opponent's strength, the tactful young man still emphasized his minimal superiority, recalling his older brother's title. The proud Fu Jia stubbornly refused to admit defeat, ignoring the obvious outcome of an equal duel with a stranger. Ironically combining the titles Son of the Asian Leader, Older Brother, and Weakling, the shrewd Han Hao hinted at a prospective alliance. The Eternal Brotherhood was proposed by an enthusiastic lad, eager to cement a budding alliance between strong warriors. The strategically minded young man suggested a joint fight against common enemies, seeing in his new acquaintance a valuable comrade in arms. The principle of mutual alliance against common enemies was outlined by the wise Han Hao in formulating the basis of their potential partnership. The puzzled Fu Jia reacted, not understanding the implication of the cryptic words of his new acquaintance and possible associate. The recent clash with the township foes was mentioned by the outspoken Han Hao, emphasizing the relative ease of the victory won. The main opponents were named by name by the straightforward young man, not hiding his current conflicts from his potential ally. The power of uniting against a common enemy was emphasized by the confident fellow, contrasting it with the possible individual failure of each. Mutual aid was offered by the cunning Fu Jia, deftly moving from the position of a defeated man to that of a begging ally. Embarrassed that the cautious lad confessed to insulting a certain important person, hoping for support from his newfound older brother. The first of the city's three invincible masters was the enemy of the alarmed Fu Jia, posing a serious threat to the inexperienced youths. The magnitude of the problems was realized by the worried Han Hao, calculating the cumulative number of powerful enemies of their unusual alliance. Inquisitively inquiring about the invincible old man's strength, the interested young man gathered information to assess the potential threat. The nature of the insult inflicted interested the tactful Han Hao, trying to determine the seriousness of the conflict with the ancient master. Rumors of the old man's excessive affection for his granddaughter were confirmed by an embarrassed Fu Jia, explaining the reason for the master's displeasure with their relationship. The story of his falling in love with the beautiful girl was emotionally told by the romantic young man, complaining about the elder's categorical unwillingness to see them together. The futility of helping in such a situation was stated by the realistic Han Hao, advising him to simply accept the inevitable fate of a romantic in love. Arriving at Sunya's hotel, the determined fellow shared his plans to talk to the owner, confessing his current dislike for his elderly opponent. With the claim that his son had been kidnapped, the irritated old man greeted the visitors, wondering at the audacity of discussing any terms after such an act. Years of experience would be enough to eliminate the youngster, the old master remarked threateningly, recalling the deal with Wang Bancheng. The safety of the kidnapped son was assured by the diplomatic Han Hao, eager to reassure the worried father regarding the offspring's well-being. The willingness to go to any lengths for his son was expressed by the devoted Sun Shui, emphasizing the lack of disagreement while respecting the heir's safety. An alternative proposal, not inferior to the valuable pill, was put forward by a resourceful young man, taking advantage of the absence of a rival ally. The cautious grandfather reacted incredulously, conditioning the return of his son and the delivery of the elixir to continue a meaningful conversation. An additional question about Yun's visit yesterday was asked by a curious fellow, wondering about the possible start of a fight between the potential allies. The lack of cooperation with the said character was emphasized by the reserved old man, refusing to comment on the situation due to lack of information. Partial fulfillment of the arrangement was promised by the pragmatic Han Hao on condition of future non-cooperation with the common enemy. A solemn pledge not to enter into an alliance with the enemy was made by the judicious Mr. Sun, conditioning it on the complete safety of his offspring. The threat of personal reprisal at the slightest harm to his son was uttered by a determined father, making clear the seriousness of his intentions to protect his heir. The old man's verbosity was noted by the impatient Fujia, suggesting that his elder brother deal with him using the advantage of holding a hostage. An evening walk had the young men thinking about the need to survey the area, given the likelihood of night action by the enemy. Past combat experience against a superior opponent was shared by the outspoken Han Hao, admitting to difficulties even with help. An inquisitive interest in his younger brother's skill was shown by the attentive young man, eager to understand the mechanism of an effective technique. The technical principle of releasing, compressing, and exploding true energy was explained by the knowledgeable Fujia. Respect for his older brother's strength was expressed by the humble young man, while noting the insignificance of the demonstrated release of immense potential. The effectiveness of using less true energy to achieve greater strength was emphasized by the experienced Fujia, sharing valuable martial experience. Practical training of the new ability was decided to begin by the determined Han Hao, eager to learn a promising technique to strengthen his combat arsenal. Instead of the usual actions, focusing on rotating the energy around your hand was advised by an experienced mentor. A thunderous explosion marked the incredible success of the young student, who earned the sincere admiration of a shocked observer, amazed by the instant mastery of a complex technique. The two-step process of releasing true energy and the subsequent feeling of change was realized by the astute Han Hao, rejoicing at the opportunity to add a new and effective technique to his combat arsenal. 3 days later, coming to the early awakening of the head of the household, the attentive young man was surprised, noting the unusual time of activity of the master of the house. The lull in Wan Yun's activities for several days caused growing concern to the prudent Han Hao, who sensed something amiss in such behavior from his opponent. With a sudden appearance, an excited subordinate interrupted the conversation, reporting an incident of critical importance. The Chu family's formation stone has undergone destruction, the panting messenger reported, relaying the sad news to the host and his guest. Puzzlement at the possibility of undetected intrusion was expressed by the startled Han Hao, pointing to Fuji's absence and the inevitability of the intruder being detected when he appeared. The actual fact was the destruction of an important stone, the distraught messenger confirmed, leaving no hope that the information was erroneous. The inability to continue using the enhancement ability was stated by the distressed father as he assessed the extent of the damage done to the family's combat power. Pondering over the methods of destroying the stone, suspicions on Wan Yun were voiced by a speculative fellow, perplexed as to the means of committing such a daring diversion. Thoughts of a possible traitor within the house were studiously avoided by the cautious head of the household, unwilling to allow such a devastating suggestion. The inevitability of the human factor in what happened was emphasized by the logical Han Hao. An intriguing idea decided to share a resourceful young man, hinting at a possible way to resolve the situation. With an impatient question about the time of the enemy's arrival, the curious Fu Ji interrupted his musings. With a reminder of the tasks ahead, the attentive Han Hao addressed his younger brother. The discrepancy between the former reluctance to fight and the present enthusiasm was noted by the shrewd young man, seeing the strange change in the mood of his ally. The desire to see a true master in battle was expressed by an enthusiastic friend, anticipating the thrill of a high-level confrontation. A caution against underestimating a dangerous opponent was voiced by the cautious Han Hao, trying to cool the inexperienced companion's over-enthusiasm. The approaching enemy was sensed by the wary lad as night fell, activating his internal sensors to detect danger. The puzzled Fuji was surprised at the method of determining the proximity of the enemy, admiring his older brother's sensitivity. The necessity of going into battle alone was emphasized by a determined Han Hao, insisting that his younger brother stay safely in hiding. An unexpected agreement with the proposed idea was expressed by the malleable Fuji, surprising his usually argumentative comrade. The pretender accompanied the parting with a sly smile, revealing his true intentions immediately after the gullible companion left. Stepping outside, the vigilant Han Hao instantly spotted his opponent, displaying keen perception in the night darkness. A question about solitary status greeted the young man with a wary Yuan, checking for any possible allies the enemy might have. Late in the day, the lack of other defenders was explained by the savvy lad, mentioning his reluctance to make noise and wake the sleeping occupants of the house. The lack of help as a guarantee of failure was emphasized by the overconfident opponent, anticipating an easy victory over the lone defender. Knowledge of the purpose of the visit was shown by the shrewd Han Hao, categorically denying the possibility of the enemy obtaining Old Sun's son. A smug laugh greeted the arrogant Yang's bold statement, pointing out that the young man had no right to decide such matters. A fighting stance was adopted by the ready-to-fight Han Hao, challenging his opponent to test his strength against a determined defender. Peaceful sleep was enjoyed by the family's two daughters, unaware of the looming threat outside the walls of the house. The head of the household fell into a deep sleep, unaware of the dramatic events outside. The decision to walk around the house was made by Fuji, who was left alone using his unexpected discretion. The door to the unknown room was cautiously opened by a curious young man, embarking on his own secret mission. A demonstration of the new skill was offered by a confident Han Hao, preparing to surprise his opponent with an unexpected technique. A piercing scream from the house suddenly reached the street, interrupting the tense confrontation between the rivals. Surprised, the worried Han Hao turned around, trying to understand the source and cause of the disturbing sound. With a smile, the enigmatic Yang responded to the boy's concern, intrigued by the unexpected turn of events. Curiosity as to what was going on inside tried to be piqued by the cunning adversary watching the young man's reaction. The explanation for the sound was the consternation of Sun Shuai's guards, suggested the imperturbable Han Hao, remaining strikingly calm. Doubt in the guy's confidence was expressed by the wary opponent, sensing a catch in his opponent's reaction. Suspicions about the family's new ally crept into the worried Yuan's mind, explaining the young man's unusual calmness. With a promise of clarification soon, the enigmatic Han Hao replied, suggesting that his opponent wait a bit. The unexpected appearance behind his back was shown by the agile Fuji, surprising him with his sudden presence. A beaten subordinate enemy was brought in by a resourceful younger brother, displaying the trophy of his secret mission. The attentive Han Hao recognized the prisoner as the former visitor, assessing the effectiveness of his companion's actions. Pride in teamwork filled the hearts of the young fighters, enjoying the results of their coordinated actions. The order to look after Sunya's son was given by the prudent Han Hao to his younger brother before he left. The concern about the neglected hostage was voiced by the wily Yuan, trying to sow doubts in the heart of the enemy. Assurances of the prisoner's change of location were given by the resourceful Fuji, demonstrating the team's foresight. A hint at the possible presence of a spy near the hostage was dropped by the wily Yuan, testing the reaction of his opponents. Suspicions of a rat in the family visited the attentive young man, making him think it was necessary to investigate. Absolute confidence in his younger brother's innocence was expressed by the gullible Han Hao, rejecting the possibility of betrayal. With a laugh, the sly Fuji supported his elder brother's confidence, suggesting that they focus on winning together. The amazement at the similarity of the young men's behavior was expressed by the startled opponent, comparing them to drops of water. The impatient Fuji made a swift kicking attack, wanting to strike the first blow in the battle that had begun. Deftly, the experienced opponent intercepted the attacker's leg, using the young man's impulsiveness against himself. An estimate of the junior opponent's strength equal to the previous one was made by the attentive Yuan, adjusting his tactics. A warning against impulsiveness was expressed by a condescending opponent, demonstrating the consequences of rash action. A determined Han Hao made his presence known, unwilling to remain in the shadows of what was happening. A powerful fist strike on the ground was delivered by the energetic young man, causing the surface to crack from the force of the impact. With an easy leap backward, the agile opponent avoided direct impact, dodging the dangerous hold. Surprise at the rapid increase in the lad's strength was seized upon by the puzzled Wan, not understanding the nature of the change. A sudden insight visited the shrewd adversary, helping him to realize the transformation that had occurred to the young man. With an enthusiastic shout, the impressed Fuji greeted his elder brother's new welcome with a shout, expressing his sincere admiration. A satisfied Han Hao felt pride in the successful application of the technique, rejoicing in the effectiveness of the new strike. The decision not to underestimate his opponents was made by the wise Wan, recognizing the difficulty of facing two strong warriors. The promise of a real fight soon was given by the retreating enemy, postponing the end of the conflict to the future. Instant disappearance was demonstrated by the mysterious Ouyang, vaporizing without a trace as if he had never existed. The puzzled Fuji expressed his confusion as to the identity of the hidden enemy, marveling at such an easy retreat. Concerned, the worried father of the family came running in, inquiring about the welfare of the two young defenders. An alarmed man tried to find out the cause of the noise, referring to the suspicious sounds heard. A brief account of the enemy's visit and successful confrontation was given by the confident lads, reassuring the head of the house. Suspicions of the strange motives for the visit arose in the brooding Han Hao, searching for logic in his opponent's actions. Concern for Sun Shuai's safety was expressed by a prudent young man, suggesting that he check the hostage's place of detention. Instant understanding was demonstrated by the savvy man, inviting the boys to follow him to the holding area. The teleported Wan had set up a covert surveillance of what was going on, choosing a quiet position to follow. An enigmatic smile was shown by the patient opponent, waiting for some anticipated events to unfold. Confidently, the unsuspecting father continued to lead the company, heading towards the set goal. The strange seal stuck to the sole of Fuji's shoe went unnoticed by the hurrying group. The messenger from Wan Yang was received by a wary Wang Banshan, handing the old man a proposal for a meeting. The refusal to meet was expressed by a wise old man, realizing the true goals of the potential interlocutor.
Curious Wang took an interest in the young man's visit yesterday, questioning the old man about the contents of the conversation.
The ultimate honesty was shown by the straightforward old man, admitting to asking only for his son's return. The refusal to work against Wang Yi emphasized the principled master, waiting for his son's early return. A guess as to the reason for Wang Yi's personal appearance was made by the astute head of Qiu, sharing his thoughts. The story of the attempted kidnapping of the daughters was revealed to interested listeners from the mouth of a concerned father. Accusations of maiming his man and demands for obedience were voiced by the angry head of the household. Surprise at such a petty cause of conflict was expressed by a startled Han Hao, who had expected a more serious backstory. The illogicality of the motive for kidnapping the daughter in order to take over the family was noted by the puzzled guy trying to find a connection. The independent Fuji expressed his admiration for the freedom to make his own decisions, enjoying the absence of paternal control. Thoughts of a long absence from home visited the contented young man, who preferred new adventures to routine duties. The friendly conversation was interrupted by a piercing scream, causing the conversationalists to become wary and stop talking. Perplexed and worried, the alarmed boys decided to immediately check out the source of the disturbing sound. The man lying on the ground was discovered by the young men who ran up, trying to understand the reason for his strange condition. The butler with blackened lips and eyes was seen by the startled defenders, realizing the unnaturalness of what was happening. The butler's rotten clothes were noticed by the attentive young man, determining the unnatural origin of the ominous stains. The guess of the butler's spying activities was shouted out by a shocked Fuji, linking the clues into a coherent picture. The distribution of tasks was done by a determined Han Hao, sending his younger brother to check on the hostage while he himself went about neutralizing the poison. The special skill of poison extraction was applied by a skillful young man while giving emergency treatment to a poisoned butler. Literally before his eyes, the man revived and began to harden thanks to the effective actions of an experienced healer. Alarm cries reached the ears of the sensitive Han Hao, disrupting the healing process and demanding immediate attention. A worried young man rushed over to his younger brother, demanding an explanation of what was happening. The scary picture was discovered by the arriving Fuji, The old man's son was already lying breathless on the floor when he appeared. An irreparable tragedy has occurred. Sun Shuai's heir has died, which completely changes the balance of power in the conflict. The versions of the murder and Wang Banqing's involvement were discussed by the puzzled young men, trying to understand the mechanism of the crime. A mysterious someone attempted to discreetly remove himself, pondering the consequences of his fateful act. The return to the waking butler was made by concerned investigators, hoping to gain important clues. Specific questions about recent memories were asked by the business Han Hao, getting to the point of the interrogation. The story of going to the bar on a day off was told by the recovering butler, reconstructing the events in his memory. The meeting with a beautiful stranger who offered to have a drink together was remembered by a naive man who agreed without much thought. The absence of the spy and the use of poison through Shinzi was realized by the shrewd Han Hao, reconstructing the true picture of what had happened. A satisfied Wan Yun expressed his gratitude to his executive ward, assessing the quality of the mission accomplished. Mutual appreciation for the praise was expressed by the flattered girl, accepting her mentor's approval. The desire to team up with Sun Zhenfei was voiced by the strategically minded man, noting the commonality of their goals. A fist slammed on the table with an angry Mr. Sun, expressing his fury at the tragic news he had received. The terrible news of his son's death was received by his grief-stricken father, who could not accept the loss of his heir. The testimony against the Chu family butler was provided by the wily Mr. Wang, claiming to have seen the murder with his own eyes. The vow to kill everyone involved in the death of his son was made by a grief-stricken father, eager to avenge his loss. A huge crowd of bodyguards was summoned by a determined Mr. Sun, preparing to order bloody retribution. The call to shed blood in memory of his son was thrown by the militant patriarch, mobilizing his fighting forces. Unanimous support was shouted by the loyal bodyguards, promising to fulfill the will of the grieving master. An unexpected question about the desirability of what was happening was asked by the shrewd old man, addressing an unknown interlocutor. Wan Yun turned out to be a mysterious listener who denied understanding the meaning of the accusatory question. An additional clarification the suspicious Sun Zhenfei decided to make, preparing an insidious trap for his interlocutor. The twofold saving of his son was mentioned by the defensive Wan, denying involvement in the death of the old master's heir. The indignation of doubting his sincerity was expressed by the offended Wan, showing righteous indignation. The mass arrival of the armed mob at the Chu family was accompanied by the summoning of the head of the house personally by Mr. Sunday. Surprised by the purpose of the trek and the upcoming fight, Han Hao, who was listening to the shouting, did not understand the sudden development. Puzzlement over the reasons for the visit was expressed by the worried hosts, demanding an explanation for the unexpected intrusion. The demand to bury the family together with his son was made by an angry old man, citing Wang Banqing's testimony. The suspicion of suspiciously rapid news dissemination was voiced by an observant fellow, hinting at possible manipulation. A secret satisfaction of a job well done was felt by the smug Wang Banqing as he watched the conflict unfold. The attacker's lack of reason to kill in brains was emphasized by the straightforward Fuji, trying to appeal to common sense. The butler's murder of his son was cited as an argument by the cunning Wan Yun, demanding an answer to the accusation of the crime. The suspicious awareness of the enemy was noted by the astute Han Hao, explaining the true nature of the poisoned butler's actions. The demand for proof of his own guilt was made by a dodgy opponent trying to shift the burden of proof to the prosecutors. A coincidence favorable to the enemy was pointed out by the logical young man, citing circumstantial evidence of the enemy's involvement. The Chu family's lack of motive was recognized by the judicious old man Sun, realizing the benefit of killing for Wan in seizing control. The unexpected shrewdness of those present was realized by the alarmed Wan, who had not expected his plans to be revealed so quickly. A promise to study the case and avoid hasty conclusions was made by the wise old man, showing his willingness to investigate fairly. An impressed Fuji expressed his admiration for the reasonableness of the decision, approving of the balanced approach to the situation. The accusation of breach of contract was shouted by the contradictory old man, recalling the canceled deal with Wang Banqing. The prematurity of the praise was realized by the disappointed Fuji as he watched the unexpected turn in the old man's behavior. The strangeness of the old man's behavior was noted by the puzzled Wang Banqing, unable to understand his ally's contradictory logic. The sentence of death for the entire Hu family was handed down by the adamant son, unwilling to back down from bloody retribution. A confident Han Hao made a decisive interruption to the speech, urging everyone to stop and end the conflict. An invitation to look in a certain direction was made by a mysterious young man, preparing a dramatic turn of events. The summoning of his uncle, the head of the family, was carried out by the strategically minded Han Hao, preparing an unexpected surprise. Confusion about the need to exit was experienced by the confused uncle, not immediately realizing his role. Dissatisfaction with the theatrical performance was expressed by the impatient son, not understanding the purpose of such actions. Immense surprise swept over the stern old man after what he saw, completely changing his perception of the situation. The shocked father, who had not expected such a turn of events, saw his son alive and well. The astonished Fuji, himself unaware of the preservation of the life of the presumed dead man, received a huge shock. The impossibility of what was happening was realized by the astonished Wan, finding no explanation for the observed miracle. A tremendous shock was experienced by the arrogant Wang Buncheng, who claimed personal witness to the death of the now living young man. The lad's father's amazement was unbounded when he saw his living and unharmed offspring. The fulfillment of the agreement was emphasized by a satisfied Han Hao, pointing out that there was no reason to attack after the heir returned. The truth in the lad's words was acknowledged by a thoughtful son, realizing the fairness of the arguments. Han Hao noted to himself with satisfaction as he watched the perfect realization of the plan. The supposed death of the old man's son came in handy for the Chu family, creating the necessary tactical effect. Chronologically, let's go back a little bit to when Han Hao had the brilliant idea of countering enemies. The suggestion to change Shuang's place of confinement was made by a prudent young man, emphasizing the importance of secrecy, especially from servants. The puzzled head of the family did not immediately understand the plan, wondering about the boy's suspicions about possible spies. The butler, as a likely informant for the enemy, was pointed out by the astute Han Hao, explaining the quick disclosure of the captive's location. The worried father was in shock, clarifying the young man's intentions regarding the alleged spy. A strategically minded fellow spoke out against immediately exposing the conspirators, suggesting patrolling with Fuji's guards. The purpose of such actions was trying to be understood by the confused head of the family, demanding explanations of the confusing plan. A joint tactic with his friend to stop the enemy was outlined by the cunning Han Hao, predicting a second attempt by Yuan with direct action through the butler. Worries about the consequences of revealing the plan were expressed by the cautious head of the Chu family, doubting the reliability of the strategy. The irrelevance of the disclosure was emphasized by the confident fellow, pointing to the enemy's main goal, the use of son's son for greater gain. Wan's indifference to the captive's life was noted by the young man's analytical mind, emphasizing the enemy's true desire for the family's cooperation. The need to allow the spy to kill Shuai was justified by the wily strategist, anticipating the enemy's reluctance to take direct action through his agent. Shaking his head incredulously, Chief Q expressed his doubts about the enemy's plan, emphasizing the insurmountability of confronting the two families. The patient Han Hao responded soothingly, explaining the existence of additional steps in the plan and suggesting that he visit Sun Shuai immediately. The determined conspirators have come to the previously kidnapped son, preparing a key element of their cunning plan. An angry captive began to shout fiercely, demanding release and threatening the influence of his powerful father. A momentary smack on the head was given to the noisy son, accompanied by a demand that he stop yelling and being outraged. The captive's talkativeness was angrily noted by the irritated Han Hao, expressing his displeasure at the behavior of the arrogant heir. A mysterious young man approached the head of the family for a pillow, without yet explaining the purpose of the strange request. Future insight into his actions was promised by the mysterious Han Hao as he prepared to demonstrate an unusual use for an ordinary item. With the help of a simple pillow, the ingenious fellow intended to create an exact clone of his son, causing amazement to the witnesses. The amazed father could not believe his own eyes as he watched the mysterious magic used by the unusual guest. An ordinary pillow was transformed into an exact replica of the prisoner, causing disbelief even among the direct witnesses of the incredible transformation. The magical nature of the character seal was explained by the patient Han Hao, pointing out the ability to change appearance, but keep the copy immobile. The origin of the amazing thing was of interest to the amazed man, who could not imagine the possibility of obtaining such an unusual artifact. A contract with the gods explained the receipt of the magic item to the mysterious guy, adding mystery to his unusual persona. Threatened with removal by lightning for divulging information about himself, the zealous system passed on, demanding strict confidentiality. Evasively, the cautious fellow explained the artifact's origin, mentioning the great man and assuring that there was no cause for concern. Hoping for help in locating the real and fake Sun Shui was expressed by the prudent Han Hao, emphasizing the need for complete secrecy in the operation. The availability of the fake captive for detection by the enemy was highlighted by the strategically minded young man, asking to take himself to the real and his friend to the fake. A schematic explanation of the positions was given by the methodical Han Hao. Point A, the original location; B, the location of the fake; C, the secret hideout of the genuine captive. The deliberate disclosure of the fake's location disturbed an attentive father trying to understand the logic behind such a risky move. The misunderstanding of the main purpose of the whole play was expressed by the confused head of the family, needing further clarification of a complex plan. A detailed explanation of the impact of hiding a son on the Sun family's actions was provided by the patient Han Hao, pointing out the controversy that Wan's move would cause. Once the fact of the heir's life is clarified, hostilities from his father will cease, emphasized the confident young man, completing the explanation of the plan. The genius of the original plan to help their family was appreciated by the delighted father, expressing his gratitude for such a thoughtful strategy. Hope for the successful implementation of the plan was expressed by the optimistic head, anticipating a positive outcome of the complex combination. The possibility of re-establishing friendly relations with the man who sought revenge for his son was appreciated by a thoughtful Han Hao, analyzing the prospects. Mentally, the young man went back to the moment the imaginary body was discovered, remembering his genuine reaction of surprise and regret. A mental apology to his friend was accompanied by an explanation of the need to provide proof of death for Wang Bansheng, who was watching. All the information gathered was shared by the honest Han Hao in front of the attentively listening old man, revealing the cards of his cunning game. Suddenly realizing there was no reason for the war against the Chu family, the dumbfounded old man quickly changed his stance in light of the new facts. To the oblivion of former wrongs, the reconciled master urged, making the only condition the return of his living son. Han Hao, who had achieved the desired result, smiled with satisfaction, noting that it was in perfect accordance with his expectations. Interest in the true organizer of the assassination attempt on his son is piqued by the suspicious head son, beginning his own investigation. In his defense, the dodgy Yuan cited the fact of only passing on the sad news, denying any accusations of involvement. The advice to contact a regular informant was hinted at by the cunning man, redirecting suspicion to another figure. Suddenly, a dagger stabbed into the old man's back, catching everyone present by surprise at the sudden attack. The sneaky rat turned out to be the treacherous Wang Bansheng, who attacked the defenseless head of the Sun family without the slightest warning. The absolute lack of regret was read in the eyes of a killer who had clearly planned this atrocity long before the present moment. The strange inconsistency of Wang Yun's actions was analyzed by the astute Han Hao, recalling Liu Ming's kidnapping and linking it to the man who wanted to bury the girl with his son. The reason for the villain's appearance in town, who had come for a specific purpose related to the unfortunate girl, became obvious. Wang Bansheng and Wang Yun's original collusion became obvious to everyone present, revealing the true picture of the conspiracy. The loyal subordinates froze in shock, indignantly questioning the audacity of the attack on their esteemed boss. Without further ado, the ruthless Wang Bansheng massacred the protesting bodyguards using the deadly force of his arm. The magical soul absorption ability was used by the insidious Wan, ruthlessly siphoning off the life energy of defenseless victims. The devastated bodyguards became living zombies, losing not only their strength but also the remnants of their humanity. Emaciated bodies fell to the ground, deprived of life energy stolen by the ruthless vampire. The enjoyment of the absorbed energy of innocent victims was expressed by the smug villain, reveling in his destructive power. The distribution of the remaining opponents was handled by the pragmatic Wang Bansheng, allocating a significant portion of the work to an ally. The bitter realization of betrayal and secret collusion with Wan dawned on the dying old man's son, who realized years of manipulation. 20 years of sealing the bulk of the energy explained his departure by a seasoned master threatening to unseal the ancient power. Regret for what he had done was called for by the proud old man, promising to restore the former power once the seal of the sealed energy was broken. A battle stance was adopted by the determined warrior, beginning the process of unleashing his latent power to confront the traitors. The similarities to Boss Wu's technique were noted by the observant Han Hao, recognizing the characteristics of the powerful technique. With blood from his mouth, the old man's body reacted to his attempt to use the ancient technique, indicating unforeseen complications. The widespread knowledge of the secret and the advanced preparation of the gift was revealed by the smug Wang Banshan, explaining the reason for the enemy's failure. At the peak of the energy rotation, a cunning surprise specifically designed for this critical moment was about to activate. A sudden realization about the poisoned tea came to the shocked head of the Sun family, who remembered the traitor's ominous gift. With his outstretched hand, the insatiable Ouyang continued to gather energy, expressing surprise at the unexpected turn of events in his favor. The greedy fiend took the precious energy with special pleasure, savoring every drop of stolen life force. The main culprit of their problems was named by the irritated Wan as young Han Hao, who was constantly putting sticks in the wheels of their plans. A frightened Sun Shuai made a desperate plea to his father to stop the madness, trying to save his parent from making a fatal mistake. Immediate flight was called for by a loving father of his prized son, realizing the inevitability of his own defeat. The last call to seize the opportunity for salvation were the parting words of a dying master, thinking of the good of the heir. The inexhaustible flow of powerful energy continued to gorge on the greedy Ouyang, sensing the growing strength within him. The renewed villain appeared in transformed form, expressing genuine enjoyment of his new powerful state. The real shock was experienced by the shocked Han Hao as he watched the unbelievable sight of the enemy leader's transformation. An anxious young man, realizing the magnitude of the looming threat, called for the immediate evacuation of Father Q and the boys. Leaving for a safe place, special care was asked for by the wise man, addressing Han Hao and Fuji. Wan, who was intoxicated with might, could not get used to the new energy, stunned by the scale of the power he had received. The experimental strike was decided by a curious villain, wanting to test the effectiveness of his enhanced state. An energy arm emerged from the ground intimidatingly, swiftly heading towards its intended victims with murderous intent. The gray stream of concentrated energy moved incredibly fast, threatening to destroy everything in its deadly path. Luckily, the deadly danger was avoided by the two friends by timely applying their saving abilities at the critical moment. The unsurpassed power of the final stage soul realization level shocked the two youths, exchanging impressions of the incredible sight. Fear naturally gripped the tense friends, facing an opponent of such high caliber for the first time. The calculating Wang Banshan made a reminder of the terms of the treaty, emphasizing the necessity of a living Lu Ming and a dead Han Hao. The categorical condition for getting what he wanted was the strict traitor's exact fulfillment of his demands without compromise. Confidence in easily defeating a soul creation level novice expressed to the arrogant Ouyang, promising to remember the arrangement. Resolutely rushing forward, the brave Han death. The bold advice to turn the threat to himself was given by the defiant Fuji, showing a complete lack of fear. The brave young man rushed forward, intending to use the powerful ability he had received from his father for a decisive strike. The strongest energy strike was received by the approaching Fuji, thrown back by the incredible force before he even made his own attack. The mighty Yuan, for whom the young men's attacks seemed like child's play, was completely indifferent to the blows dealt. Passing the baton to his elder brother, the brave Fuji shouted out, urging Han Hao to take advantage of the momentum created to attack. The patient Han Hao waited for the right moment, preparing to rush forward in a decisive attack on his main opponent. Gratitude for holding off the enemy and buying time was expressed by the grateful young man, appreciating the selflessness of his named brother. The mysterious amulet in the young man's hands interested the alarmed opponent, who suspected careful preparation for this moment. The source of the amulet was named by the cunning Han Hao as the uncle, mockingly inquiring about the enemy's self-confidence after destroying the family's protection stone. Countless bolts of lightning directly from the sky rained down on the enemy powerful youth, unleashing the full power of the mysterious artifact. The energy cage trapped the helpless Ouyang, unable to act under the onslaught of heavenly discharges. Excruciating pain was experienced by the suffering Yuan, whose veins clearly showed on his face from the unbearable strain. Distrustful amazement swept over Wang Banshan, unable to understand how the youths had managed to suppress such a powerful opponent. The demand to reveal the plans for the Chu family was made by a triumphant Han Hao, taking advantage of the temporary advantage. Outrage at the underestimation of his abilities was expressed by an angry Wan, resenting the arrogance of his young opponents. A seemingly powerful enemy who has lost control of the situation has fallen into a hopeless trap. The energy around him began to gather concentrated Wan, forming a huge protective ball of incredible power.
The accumulated energy reacted with a powerful backflip, throwing the two unprepared guys a considerable distance away.
The unexpected turn of events took the overconfident young men by surprise, not anticipating such a powerful counterattack. The bitter realization of successfully freeing the enemy from the energy cage came to the frustrated friends, losing their tactical advantage. The power of the blast wave stunned the impressionable Wang Bunchen, who felt the power of the released energy even at a distance. Confirmation of his own assumptions about the kid's incomparability with Wan was satisfactorily noted by the smug observer. The unperturbed standing opponent was seen by the shocked Fuji and Han Hao, who had not expected such a quick recovery of the enemy. The implacable anger was expressed by an enraged Wan, who would not tolerate such treatment of his powerful person. The threat of total annihilation was uttered by the infuriated enemy, promising such total destruction that not even bodies would be left for burial. Shocked incomprehension of what was happening was reflected on the faces of the startled guys, losing the thread of control over the situation. The transformation of the enemy, with the appearance of a huge spirit the size of a house, was watched by the shocked youths, unable to believe their own eyes. The energy spirit showed an aggressive disposition, ready to immediately attack the frightened opponents. The friends, impressed by the creature's size, took an instinctive step back, realizing the enormity of the threat. A farewell to life was offered by the ruthless Yuan, ready to unleash the full might of his giant spirit upon the defenseless young men. Disbelief at the reality of what was happening continued as the shocked Fuji and Han Hao watched the incredible sight. The approaching strike of the energy giant was noticed by the doomed youths, realizing the inevitability of colliding with the incredible power. Feverish musings on a way to dodge the blow visited the friends standing in a daze, looking for a last-minute escape. Inexorably, the crushing blow caught up with its targets, forcing the staggered guys to keep on their feet from the last strength. The spiritual attack continued with the energy giant's exposed arm, not giving the opponents a second's respite. With painful screams, the young men struck by the blow reacted, feeling the full power of the incredibly strong attack. A veritable whirlwind with multiple tornadoes formed at the collision site, demonstrating the magnitude of the forces released. The impressive display of the Allies' strength was eagerly awaited by the anticipating Wang Banchen, savoring the spectacle. The satisfied confidence at the end of the annoying boy was experienced by the gloating observer, marveling at the power he saw. The request to grab him tightly was shouted out by the resourceful Fuji to his older brother, plotting a desperate rescue plan. The older comrade obeyed unquestioningly, instantly grabbing his younger brother's hand, trusting his experience in a critical situation. With their combined efforts, the determined friends were able to resist the murderous energy, supporting each other in the moment of danger. The protective dome with a protection spell activated the prepared Fuji, using his father's last gift to save him. Alarming cracks began to cover the fragile dome, testifying to the short-lived nature of the defense in the face of such a powerful attack. Disbelief in their eyes was experienced by the shocked youths as the protective barrier finally disappeared, leaving them defenseless against the enemy. The ease of victory was satisfyingly noted by the relaxed Wan, who hadn't even put in a significant portion of his efforts to defeat his opponents. Unstoppable determination was shown by the ruthless enemy as he continued to use tremendous spiritual power against the exhausted youths. Two exhausted boys lay motionless on the shattered rocks, seemingly completely exhausted after the deadly attack. With one hand, the wounded Han Hao barely lifted himself up, showing incredible resilience and refusing to admit defeat. The younger brother also showed perseverance, making desperate attempts to stand up despite his injuries. The sturdiness of the young men was admired by the haughty Yuan, sarcastically wondering about the duration of their heroic resistance. Despite the numerous abrasions, the determined lads felt ready to continue the fight, not intending to surrender to the enemy. The futility of all attempts at resistance was emphasized by a complacent opponent, urging the realization of the inevitability of defeat. A new deadly attack was orchestrated by the ruthless Ouyang, continuing to use the huge spiritual being against the stubborn youths. A huge palm moved straight towards them, which the startled boys saw in front of them, realizing the scale of the impending threat. The bewildered friends were overcome with terror and helplessness. Not knowing how to resist such a colossal force, a sudden insight visited the resourceful Han Hao, who at the last moment came up with a possible solution to the deadly problem. The eyes of the attentive Fu Ji reflected a silent understanding of his friend's intent, instantly grasping the essence of the idea. The flawless Mountain Fist decided to simultaneously apply the synchronized friends, combining forces at a critical moment. Maximum synchronization of movements was demonstrated by the coordinated fighters, doubling the effectiveness of their combined strike. The huge palm was able to be struck with an incredible joint strike by the united youths, showing the effectiveness of teamwork. Maximum confidence looked determined friends, preparing to act more effectively next time. The annoyed Wan expressed clear displeasure at what was happening, not expecting such stubborn resistance from seemingly defeated opponents. The astonished Wang Banshan couldn't believe his eyes, who thought that such a confrontation with spiritual power was impossible. As if true brothers in spirit, the two lads showed themselves, working in amazing unity even in a moment of mortal danger. With the perfect coordination of the two fearless young men, it was possible to successfully strike a huge spiritual force. An impatient annoyance was expressed by the enraged Wan, comparing his opponents to stinking bugs and demanding their immediate death. To send the stubborn youths on their last journey without delay, the infuriated opponent decided to use the strongest attack possible. With incredible speed, the energy spirit rushed towards the exhausted guys, making a lightning-fast swing with its huge hand. The aftermath of the successful attack by the daring opponents was sought to be removed by the focused Ouyang, busily repairing his damaged spirit arm. The friend's energy reserve worried the caring Han Hao, receiving a confident, positive response from the stalwart companion. Off to the side made a tactical retreat by the prudent young men, allowing the giant palm to sweep past the target. The approaching end was realized by the realistic guys, realizing that the technique used corresponded to the spirit activation level. The unusual glow of one finger was suddenly noticed by a surprised Han Hao, not understanding the nature of the strange phenomenon. The size of a house, the huge palm was rapidly approaching the frozen youths, awaiting an imminent collision with the colossal force. The opponent's strength was recognized as honestly underestimated by the system, doubting his master's ability to handle even two people with such a powerful blow. For specific instructions and an end to the chatter, a desperate Han Hao impatiently called out, demanding immediate practical advice. A saving grace in a desperate situation was offered by a clever system, hinting at a debt of 10,000 points for invaluable help. The question about further actions with the finger interested the puzzled guy, not understanding the strange changes taking place. A bright light filled the mysterious finger in the young man's hand, creating an inexplicable glow of an incomprehensible nature. A huge energy palm was crushingly pressed to the ground, delivering a mighty blow to its intended target. A triumphant Wan burst out laughing maliciously, celebrating the long-awaited massacre of the annoying youths. The daring opponents got what they deserved, according to a jubilant Wang Banshan, rejoicing in their supposed demise. A miserable existence ends all those who underestimate his strength, the smug Ouyang pondered, reveling in the supposed victory. An insanely amazing sight suddenly appeared before the eyes of the cocky opponent, completely changing the situation. With the effort of one hand, the incredible Han Hao was able to hold back the powerful strike of his huge palm, displaying inhuman strength. Without the slightest tension, the mysteriously changed young man held the colossal weight, as if he did not feel the monstrous pressure. The impossibility of what was happening even in theory was shouted by the shocked opponent, not believing his eyes at the sight of the incredible spectacle. In an astonishing way, the amazing fellow held back the attack, causing the astonished Wang Banshan to lose confidence. The younger brother was in a state of deep shock as he watched the incredible abilities of his transformed comrade. The baffled Han Hao had not expected such a display of strength from himself, realizing with surprise his own survivability. The yellow light glowing hand was perplexed by the stunned young man, trying to understand the nature of the changes happening to him. The lost 10,000 immortality points were regretted by the greedy system, recognizing the effectiveness of the mysterious transformation. The autonomous control of the finger puzzled a confused Han Hao, not understanding the strange processes happening to his limb. A bright yellow light emanated from the young man's hand, attracting the attention of all observers with an extraordinary glow. The transformed Han Hao's pupils began to blaze with energetic flames, intensifying the impression of his mystical transformation. The powerful blast completely incinerated the attacking palm in a matter of seconds, shattering into energy particles. The sun began to peek through the dissipating clouds and smoke, symbolically marking a turning point in the fierce battle. With one crushing blow, the marvelous warrior blew the enemy reception to splinters, causing his younger brother to be shocked. Along with the glow of the finger, the mysterious power that had apparently been used only once for a decisive strike also disappeared. A simple coincidence with the depletion of the enemy's energy explained the incredible phenomenon by the rationalist system, avoiding mystical interpretations. Never before had Yuan, who was in great shock, seen such a phenomenon, losing his composure at the incredible sight. The possibility of such an incredible event was wondered at by the shocked opponent, finding no logical explanation for the phenomenon that had occurred. Every last drop of the mighty creature's energy disappeared, leaving not even a trace of its former colossal power. Right on top of the two guys rushed Yuan, unwilling to give up despite the obvious depletion of energy resources. The energy-deprived opponent's scheme interested the wary Fuji, not understanding the logic behind such a desperate move. The ability to turn light into heavy was utilized by the resourceful Han Hao, swinging his leg in for a decisive strike. The caring young man shielded his younger brother from the approaching foe, preparing to launch a defensive counterstrike. With a crushing kick, the resolute Han Hao struck Yuan, causing his enemy to squirm in unbearable pain. The opponent flew back a few meters from the crushing force of the strike, demonstrating the power of the young man's attack. A worried Wang Bencheng approached his defeated colleague, inquiring about his condition after the crushing defeat. Not even a suitable answer could be found by the shocked Ouyang, stunned by the unexpected turn of events. The unfulfilled promise of help in eliminating the fellow was recalled by a disappointed Wang, expressing grievances against an ineffectual ally. A furious Yuan grabbed the annoying Wang by the throat, losing patience with his former companion's constant rebukes. Immediate release was demanded by a frightened Wang Banchen, who had not expected such an aggressive reaction from an ally. The impossibility of obtaining the valuable artifact if killed was threatened by the cunning captive trying to save his life by blackmail. It was only wasted energy that the pragmatic Ouyang was worried about, judging the current situation in terms of losses. Family traps set up around the house, the cocky Wang Banchen boasted, hoping for extra protection. Completely sucked out his soul and life energy by the ruthless vampire, leaving his former ally no chance. The astonished lads, who had not expected such a turn of events, watched in amazement at the betrayal of the team players. His comrade was framed by the treacherous Yuan, mercilessly killing a recent ally without the slightest hesitation or regret. Because of extreme anger, the unstable villain committed treason, showing the true nature of his dark character. A pragmatic Han Hao called for a simultaneous attack on the exhausted enemy, suggesting that they take advantage of the favorable moment. With an insanely aggressive expression and evil eyes, the fierce opponent flew forward, ready for one last desperate attack. Two brave lads rushed towards the danger, resolutely accepting the challenge of a furious and dangerous enemy. The irreconcilable opponents were rapidly approaching the inevitable clash, shortening the distance before the decisive blow. A huge explosion shook the surroundings as powerful energy streams met, marking the climax of the epic battle. Unconsciously lay the defeated Yuan, finally defeated by the combined efforts of the two fearless youths. For the fulfillment of the super trial received a well-deserved reward. Satisfied guy, successfully completing the most difficult mission. 200 immortality points and a promotion to the middle stage were the recognition of a young hero who had overcome incredible difficulties. The mysterious glow of the finger was again inquired about by the inquisitive lad, reminding the system of the answer not received earlier. From sheer powerlessness, the exhausted Fuji simply fell to the ground, completely exhausted from the hardest battle. During the blackout, the young man dreamed of his friend Moitza, reproaching him for not understanding her feelings from the beginning. About possible happiness in another place and time spoke the mysterious girl from the dream, saying goodbye to the hero forever. With a desperate cry, the frightened Han Hao opened his eyes, begging the vision not to leave him so suddenly. Two caring sisters were seen before him by the awakened young man, relieved to see his return to consciousness. With a joke about sleeping well and feeling better, the courageous Han Hao responded, hiding the true severity of the experience. The need for a good rest was reminded by the caring Liu Ming, emphasizing her concern for the hero's condition. With a grateful smile, the exhausted lad agreed, recognizing the wisdom of the advice and the need for recuperation. A pensive Hanhao pondered the transience of time as night fell, marveling at the speed of events that had passed. The determined young man made a firm resolve to definitely return, defining for himself the most important future goal. His younger brother walked into the room unexpectedly, appearing at the most opportune moment for an important conversation. The recovered Hanhao was in perfect order, wondering the reason for the unexpected visitor's agitated state. An important find from Wang Banqing's pocket was shown to the excited Fuji, a map leading to some valuable item. Before his death, the deceased gentleman mentioned something about the Yu family, providing an important clue to inquisitive researchers. The reason for the Ku family's persecution could be this mysterious artifact that the persistent Wan was striving for. The intriguing map was held thoughtfully in Han Hao's hands, assessing the potential significance of the discovery made. The place on the map was right under their feet, much to the surprise of the head of the Chu family, who was unaware of the existence of such a relic. The elderly head of the family had only heard about the ancestral house built on this site, confessing his limited knowledge. Regarding the prominent persons in the family, the inquisitive lad inquired, receiving a vague answer from the uninformed host. An impatient Fuji called for immediate excavation, eager to uncover the secret of the mysterious treasure as soon as possible. The deep hole was dug by enthusiastic treasure hunters, hoping to discover a priceless treasure under the layer of earth. At first glance, nothing was found by the disappointed explorers peering into the dark void of the excavated pit. A persistent Fuji stumbled into some rock, continuing his excavation despite the seeming futility. The attentive young man examined the found object in detail, trying to determine its true nature. Brick rather than stone was the object discovered, suggesting a man-made structure underground. The intention to go down with his brother was announced by a determined Han Hao, eager to personally investigate the mysterious find. With a smile on his face, the optimism-charged guy announced the descent, ready for adventure without delay. A puzzled Fuji reacted in surprise at the brotherly definition, trying to stop his impulsive comrade. Without hesitation or regret, the fearless Han Hao jumped down, ignoring the warnings of his more cautious companion. The void beneath the specified spot was belatedly alerted by the worried Fuji, trying in vain to prevent a reckless jump. With indignation, cried out the timeliness of this information to the falling fellow, regretting the haste of his own actions. A careless Han Hao fell under the ground, disappearing from the sight of the anxious observers. The unusually quick landing on his feet surprised the faller himself, avoiding the expected dire consequences. The explorers found themselves inside the mysterious cave, noting with surprise the unexpectedly low drop height. The need to pre-check for poisons before descending was recalled by the cautious Fuji, criticizing his comrade's hasty action. The well-read young man named books as the source of his knowledge, emphasizing the importance of theoretical preparation before such studies. The discovered place did not resemble an ordinary grave or tomb at all, surprising the researchers with its unusualness. Somewhere here lurked an item that their adversary was eager to obtain by any means necessary, drawing the attention of the young seekers. The surprised Han Hao couldn't even imagine that a simple intention to help had turned into such a grand adventure. A firm decision to confess his feelings to his girlfriend was made by a romantic young man planning an important conversation after his return. A strange pressure in the surrounding tunnel was felt by the wary lads, listening carefully to the changes around them. A sense of downward movement was experienced by the anxious searchers as they tried to understand the changes happening to them. The stopping of the downward movement was not immediately noticed by the disoriented young men, who continued to experience the illusion of descent. In a completely different place, the confused guys suddenly found themselves, realizing the complete change in their surroundings. With the walls of the well surrounding them, the captives were trapped in an insidious trap, frantically searching for a way to escape the trap. Insanely high above their heads was the only exit that seemed completely unattainable to the trapped explorers. The situation was carefully analyzed by the trapped young men, realizing the height of their descent from the upper passage. The strange inconsistency in the brightness of the passage above was pointed out by the observant Han Hao, suspecting the unobvious difficulty of their position. A mysterious circle underfoot, resembling a magical arrangement, caught the attention of an attentive explorer looking to unravel a trap. With such unusual tricks in his life, has not yet faced the surprised younger brother, recognizing the uniqueness of the situation. The purpose of the trap to protect the elixir was guessed by the astute Han Hao, warning of possible doom without finding a way out. Treating the foolish formation lightly, the cocky Fuji promised to deal with it without assessing the seriousness of the obstacle. The brave lad charged his fist to strike the barrier, preparing to demonstrate his strength against the ancient defense. With great force, a determined young man struck the unshakable wall, hoping to break through to freedom. The powerful punch was completely ineffective, bringing the hapless fighter only painful sensations instead of the desired breakthrough. The only way out of the trap looked unattainably high, forcing a worried Han Hao to look for alternative solutions to the problem. The confident younger brother believed in his abilities, refusing to accept the hopelessness of the situation without more attempts. A determined young man began climbing the steep wall, using his arm strength to overcome the vertical obstacle. All available forces were applied by the persistent climber, striving to overcome the impregnable obstacle on the way to freedom. The stubborn Fuji adamantly refused to give up, working intently to get out of the stone prison. All attempts were fruitless when the hapless climber slipped off the smooth surface of the impregnable wall. With an ironic remark about the plan not working, the observant Han Hao turned to his disappointed comrade, assessing the results. The enterprising young man decided to make his own attempt, not wanting to remain a passive observer of other people's efforts. His special power of turning heavy into light was applied to his legs by the resourceful Han Hao as he prepared for a high jump. With words of encouragement in faith and success, an enthusiastic younger brother encouraged his older comrade, creating a positive attitude. The experienced Han Hao began to push off from the wall, using his feet to create the necessary support and movement. Consistently moving from wall to wall, an agile young man was climbing to the upper exit, demonstrating acrobatic skills. At the critical moment, one of the hapless climber's feet slipped on the slippery surface, disrupting a complex maneuver. The excessive slipperiness of the surface was realized too late by the falling Han Hao, losing his hard-gained altitude. A young man who had lost his balance collapsed heavily on his back, completing an unsuccessful attempt with a possible hidden meaning, hinting at an unobvious way to escape the ancestors' treacherous trap. The cosmogonic ideas of the ancient sages, who claimed a round sky and a square earth, were recalled to the well-read lad at a critical moment. An astute researcher noted that the square at the top symbolizes the land from which they came down, contradicting the usual logic of modern man. The circle underfoot, representing the heavens according to ancient beliefs, could serve as a true exit, requiring an inverted body position for activation. Determined to test an unusual hypothesis, the intrepid searchers prepared for an experiment that could be the key to freeing themselves from stone captivity. Some absurdity was felt by the embarrassed lads assuming the upside-down position on their hands, but the desperate situation demanded unconventional solutions. The instantaneous reaction of the ancient mechanism followed the synchronized action of the resourceful young men as the surrounding space came into motion. The water rushing in from nowhere rapidly filled the mysterious trap, completely changing the perception of the space around the astonished explorers. The astounding success of the unusual solution caused the savvy guys to marvel at suddenly finding themselves in a completely different place. The secret vault of ancient treasures opened to the eyes of the shocked searchers, exceeding the most daring expectations of the risky expedition. Pointing to an ancient chest, the shrewd young man suggested that this was the vault that held the mysterious treasure of their quest. A cautious step forward was taken by curious researchers, overcoming the awe of the ancient relic discovered. The subterranean pestling method, designed to saturate the elixir with enough energy, was identified by the knowledgeable young man by its distinctive characteristics. Decisively approaching the treasure, the impatient Fuji dared to pry open the ancient artifact, unaware of the possible consequences. Powerful streams of dazzling yellow energy instantly filled the mysterious room, reacting to the touch of the ancient relic. An invisible force mercilessly threw the careless guy back against the wall, demonstrating the protective properties of the disturbed artifact. An anxious uneasiness swept over the worried Han Hao as he watched his friend's motionless body and wondered about the nature of the strange phenomenon. The worried young man's attention was drawn to the mysterious glow of his finger, once again displaying inexplicable properties at the moment of danger. An unexpected voice behind him calmed the tense hero, reporting his comrade's temporary dizziness after the powerful energy blast. The puzzled young man opened his mouth, trying to realize the sudden appearance of the mysterious interlocutor in the ancient treasure vault. The bewilderment was reflected on the face of the confused Han Hao, mentally going over possible explanations for the strange presence in the secret room. With undisguised surprise, the young man inquired about the method of overcoming the ancient trap, which seemed impassable to an outsider. The familiar notes in his voice gave away the system, ironically noting the lack of proper joy at the long-awaited meeting with his ward. The impossibility of normal travel and limited time of existence in the material world was explained by the mysterious being answering questions. Admiration for the crystal clarity of the surrounding energy was expressed by the mysterious guest, drawing the young man's attention to the uniqueness of the place. The enigmatic finger of the astonished fellow showed strange autonomy again, moving quite independently of the will of its bewildered owner. An agonizing cry of pain escaped the anguished young man, accompanied by hasty apologies and promises not to touch the mysterious artifact. A condescending forgiveness with a rebuke of disrespect for elders was granted by the mysterious being, magnanimously turning a blind eye to the inexperienced hero's transgression. The injured Han Hao expressed his just indignation at the uncontrolled force, emphasizing the agony of the resulting energy impact. Curiosity about the nature of said energy was expressed by an interested young man, wanting more information about the mysterious phenomenon. Extensive knowledge was demonstrated by the omniscient system in explaining the release of a colossal amount of spiritual energy from an open vessel. The exceptional purity of the energy of heaven and earth absorbed by the ancient elixir was emphasized by the wise being, assessing the rarity of the find. Centuries of saturation of the mystical elixir with the purest energy of the universe provided the owner with a guaranteed increase in a whole level of development. The presence of protective formations set up by the prudent creator did not prevent one from enjoying the unique properties of the precious artifact. A practical suggestion to take the valuable find was made by an enterprising fellow, fearing a second energy blast when the cauldron was open. A caution about the undesirability of attracting outsider treasure seekers with the smell of the elixir was expressed by a judicious system assessing the risks. An important mention of a side effect of direct application of the elixir added a mysterious creature avoiding withholding critical information. An exclamation of indignation escaped the shocked Han Hao, who realized the catch in the tempting offer to use a powerful ancient artifact. A direct question about wanting to take the elixir, despite the dangers revealed, was asked by the Dasan, was expressed by the insistent Han Hao, refusing to accept further evasions of the system. A swift lightning bolt, as if descending from heaven, suddenly struck the surprised fellow at the moment of his insistence. Recognition of the prematurity of revealing the secret came from the lips of the enigmatic interlocutor, forced to reveal the information being withheld. The ancient legend of the mighty creator of the universe was told by the system, telling of the transformation of his breath into wind in clouds. The transformation of the great creator's limbs into the four corners of the world and the famous mountains and blood into rivers was described by a mysterious entity. A skeptical reminder of the common knowledge of this legend came from the mouth of a young freethinker, unimpressed by the beginning of the story. The continuation of the legend of the creator's soul that gave rise to the seekers of immortality was revealed by the system, moving on to the most important revelation. The special purpose of the creator's severed finger was explained by an unseen interlocutor, pointing out its role in confronting demons. A startling revelation about the legacy of the Earth's creator came upon a stunned young man realizing his true purpose. The change in the original plan for the lengthy training was explained by the system being forced to reveal the secret ahead of schedule. The ability to use an activated finger reported a mysterious assistant, opening access to the oldest forces of the universe. A warning about the difficulty of controlling a powerful gift was expressed by the system, pointing out the constant absorption of life energy. Sending advice to gradually master the information received was given by the system in response to the apparent disbelief of the doubting young man. A desperate attempt to stop the story of the underground discovery caused a real shock to the head of the family, who first learned about the hidden treasure. A magnanimous acknowledgement of the right of discovery to the intrepid searchers was made by the noble host, offering to dispose of the treasure as he saw fit. A delicate question about the possibility of a special favor was asked by an embarrassed Han Hao, addressing one of the family's beautiful daughters. The unexpected offer to become his girlfriend came from the lips of an excited young man, carefully observing the reaction of his interlocutor. A sincere smile lit up the face of the surprised Lu Ming, completely not expecting to hear such a question from a shy guest. The shocking news of the boss's murder was brought by a panting subordinate who burst into the restaurant manager's office with the tragic news. Righteous indignation at the impunity of such a crime was expressed by the infuriated manager, demanding justice. Strange shouts from the street attracted the attention of a puzzled company trying to determine the source of the unusual noise on their property. A joint decision to check the cause of the disturbance was made by the alarmed interlocutors, heading towards the site of the suspicious noise. An incredible sight appeared before the astonished observers, causing them to freeze in utter amazement at what they saw. Han Hao and Lu Ming's unexpected appearance on the scene attracted the attention of everyone present, who instantly fell silent. The explanation about self-defense against annoying bodyguards was given by an unflappable guy. The pretend not to engage in a real relationship was given by the confused young man, explaining the nature of his request. Realizing the lack of bad intentions in the strange offer came to the judicious Lu Ming, finding no reason to refuse. Concerned about possible retaliation against their family, the prudent girl asked, worried about the consequences of the bold plan. Soothing assurances of redirecting all blame solely to himself were given by the prudent Han Hao, protecting the family's reputation. Sincere apologies for the inconvenience were expressed by the conscientious fellow, regretting the involvement of an innocent girl in a dangerous game. An unexpectedly flirtatious no-objection answer came out of the cute girl's mouth, causing embarrassment to her new boyfriend. A slight misunderstanding of the hint was reflected on the face of the puzzled young man, who received an explanation of the joking nature of the enigmatic phrase.
The successful resolution of all the problems in the city was noted by satisfied Han Hao, summarizing his challenging mission in the place.
The realization of the need to return to his hometown visited the determined young man, who remembered his childhood friend who was waiting for him. An excruciating headache was felt by the waking Fuji, who was struggling to regain consciousness after experiencing the underground adventure. Temporary disorientation gripped the awakened younger brother as he tried to recall the sequence of events in the mysterious dungeon. Sincere joy at the awakening of the named brother was expressed by the caring Han Hao, who watched his comrade's recovery with relief. Fragmentary memories of the mysterious cauldron remained in the mind of the awakened young man, who had lost most of his memories. A strange sense of personal growth and elevation was noted by a pensive Fuji, analyzing the changes in his own state. The length of time he had been unconscious was of interest to the awakened young man, looking around the unfamiliar surroundings in confusion. 2 full days the young man spent in unconsciousness. Such was the answer he received from a friend who was carefully on duty nearby. Fuja anxiously remembered about the banquet in honor of the elder's 80th birthday. Today's important event was almost missed by the careless young man. Meeting with the girl Shushu gave a special significance to the upcoming celebration. A pre-prepared gift was waiting for its charming recipient. The older comrade's hand was clutched tightly by the agitated boy, whose eyes read a persistent plea for help. The younger brother needed support in the upcoming ordeal of facing the formidable, invincible elder, and he looked at Han Hao with a pleading gaze. The absence of the invitation letter became an unpleasant discovery for friends. The only way out seemed to be to steal the document from the parents of the hapless young man. The categorical inadmissibility of his return being discovered by his mother was emphasized by Fuja. Running away from home could have serious consequences. About the reason for such a strong fear of his parents' mother, the puzzled Han Hao inquired, his friend's unusual anxiety arousing genuine curiosity. An impressionable young man called his mother the cruelest and most horrible person he had ever met, the tremor in his voice betraying his genuine apprehension. In the shape of a majestic yin-yang was a huge room for the ceremony. The scale of the structure was amazing to the arriving guests. The need to remain unnoticed was emphasized by Fujia sneaking around, the young men hiding around the corner of the building, avoiding prying eyes. A servant unexpectedly approached the hiding young men, the question about the invited classmates and their meals taking the hapless conspirators by surprise. The injunction to inform his mother of his return was shouted by the irritated lad, the obviousness of his secretive behavior seeming to elude the incomprehensible maid. A formidable parent had been away since morning, the younger brother realized with relief. The direction to the mother's bedroom to find the invitation letter was pointed out by Fuja. The breathless searchers approached the door of the coveted room. The critical moment of their secret expedition had come inevitably. An impenetrable darkness enveloped the mysterious room. The difficult orientation in space troubled the cautious visitors to the strange room. The sensation of a multitude of gazes directed on all sides swept over the superstitious young men, the unsettling feeling of an unseen presence growing stronger with every passing second. The mother room held monster-like collectibles, the strange silhouettes of monsters guessed in the impenetrable darkness. The long-awaited light switch was finally discovered by the groping friends. The relief on their faces was replaced by the anticipation of solving the mystery. Astonishment swept over Han Hao at the sight revealed, the unexpected contents of the room startling the impressionable young man. Instead of scary monsters, a variety of toys were found. Years of collecting have produced an impressive toy collection. The younger brother entrusted his companion with guard duty at the entrance. Fujia went deep into his mother's domain in search of the necessary document. The old woman's disorder was carelessly mentioned by the looking fellow. Behind his back at that moment, someone silently approached the ajar doors. The insulting nickname slumbering old woman angered the woman who had suddenly appeared, the icy tone of her voice causing the hapless explorers to freeze. A pale Fujia realized the inevitability of meeting his mother, the catastrophe before the inevitable confession of guilt. The delinquent son, carrying heavy buckets of water as instructed by his stern mother, was punished. Not just in his hands but on his outstretched limbs, Fujia held the filled containers. This agonizing posture made the ordeal even more difficult. Recent adventures. The reason for returning to the house and the purpose of the visit demanded an explanation from the shrewd woman, gazing intently into the faces of the unexpected guests. The desire to attend the invincible elder's evening banquet was shouted out by the impatient Fujia, stopping his agonizing exercise with buckets of water. Dugomin's granddaughter, as the true reason for the visit, was guessed by the shrewd mother, asking a direct question to her embarrassed son. Confident confirmation of the conjecture was given by the young man in love, not concealing the true motives of his passionate desire to attend the solemn event. A hypothetical ban on attending the banquet was suggested for consideration by the wily Manju, testing her son's resolve in achieving her desired goal. Ready to beg on his knees, a resolute Fujia expressed his determination, showing the steadfastness of his intention to obtain permission at all costs. The question of willingness to neglect honor and dignity for the sake of a girl was asked by a strict mother, testing the seriousness of her impulsive son's feelings. The nobility of sacrifices for the sake of the beloved person was emphasized by a romantic young man who saw nothing shameful in such a display of sincere feelings. The unprecedented event. A feigned retreat was made by the wily mother, ostensibly recognizing the unimportance of her unspoken message and leaving the young men in painful ignorance. A strict warning not to spoil the evening with inappropriate antics was received by the troubled son, along with a long-awaited invitation letter from a prudent parent. Confidence in the favorable outcome of the venture was felt by the enthusiastic friends with two necessary attributes, an invitation and a gift for the special guest. Curiosity about the mysterious special event mentioned by his mother was expressed by an intrigued Han Hao, pondering the possible surprises of the upcoming evening. A romantic indifference to everything except meeting his beloved sounded in the reply of a young man in love, for whom the other aspects of the event seemed unimportant. Arrival at the destination was noted by a wary Fujia, reminding his companion to avoid attracting undue attention. The moment to begin a long-delayed endeavor came for the determined young man, inwardly preparing himself for the important events to come. The huge crowd of people stunned the impressionable Han Hao as they stepped inside the luxurious hall with numerous guests. The high status of the invincible elder explained the presence of such influential persons at the event, according to a whisper of a knowledgeable friend. The formal procedure of presenting letters of invitation was required by the attentive guards, scrutinizing each arriving guest. A green-haired woman took an interest in the lonely young man, inquiring as to the reason for his appearance without parental accompaniment. A convincing story about his parents' busyness was presented by the resourceful Fujia, explaining his solitary appearance at an important event in their place. An indulgent woman made a permissive gesture with her hand, reluctantly allowing the young people into the solemn gathering of important people. There was a sudden change in the expression of her eyes as the mysterious usher noticed something that caught her close attention among the guests. Among the arrivals was Mr. Duan, whose appearance caused the green-haired beauty to noticeably cheer up. A cheerful greeting came from the lips of the revitalized woman, who received in return a polite bow from an elegant man in a fine suit. A remark of contempt for their humble personages was made by the shrewd Han Hao, addressing his more experienced comrade. And important information about the green-haired woman's identity was revealed by the knowledgeable Fujia, calling her the second daughter of the invincible elder Dugu Hu. The identification of the man as Duan Fai of the Chimera organization was made by the informed young man, showing unexpected awareness. An inquisitive Han Hao took an immediate interest in the unknown organization, demanding more information from his more knowledgeable comrade. A leading question about the activities of the Eastern Alliance, of which his father was a member, was asked meaningfully by a friend, setting the stage for an important explanation. The function of controlling and monitoring immortality seekers was performed by the Eastern Alliance, protecting ordinary people from possible harm from powerful practitioners. In opposition to the Noble Alliance, the Chimera organization was created, founded by 8 great masters and constantly causing problems for their opponents. His limited knowledge of and lack of interest in work affairs was recognized by the outspoken Fu Jia, who clearly preferred other topics of conversation. The only desire of a guy in love was a long-awaited meeting with his favorite girl, for the sake of which he overcame many obstacles. The languid wait for what seemed like an eternity was fruitless, causing growing anxiety among the impatient young men. Suddenly, an elderly voice drew everyone's attention to the center of the hall, where the long-awaited host of the celebration appeared. The invincible elder expressed his gratitude to the guests for their presence at the banquet, majestically addressing the gathered audience with a welcoming speech. The daughter's instruction to fill her glass to the brim was given by an overbearing father preparing to make a solemn toast before the attentive, listening guests. The grateful host of the party expressed his gratitude to everyone for the honor by his presence, displaying impeccable manners of hospitality. Astonishment at the youthful appearance of the 80-year-old Jubilee was whispered by the amazed young men watching the energetic old man. A toast to the health of those present was proclaimed by an enthusiastic Duguming, raising a glass of strong drink in front of the hushed guests. A confident sip of scalding alcohol was taken by the mighty elder, demonstrating the strength of health in spite of his venerable age. A strange reaction was shown by the attentive daughter, watching her father's every move with inexplicable tension. A wary Han Hao heard the words about the talented youths who had come to the feast today from the lips of the honorable host. The absence of an heir and the early loss of his eldest daughter was mentioned by the octogenarian. Intention to settle the issue of his granddaughter's wedding was announced by a determined grandfather, using the solemn occasion for an important family affair. Shock swept over the pale Fu Jia as he realized that it was about his beloved, who had suddenly become the object of marriage plans. The realization of the true meaning of the special plan mentioned by the friend's mother came to the shrewd Han Hao at this tense moment. Tears showed in the eyes of the shocked young man who could not believe in the betrayal of the girl who had promised to tie her fate to him. The charge of intrigue was brought against the vile old man by the enraged Fu Jia, refusing to believe in his beloved's willing consent. The judicious Han Hao made an attempt to calm his agitated friend, reminding him of his promise to refrain from scandal. The story of the death of the girl's mother and the subsequent strict upbringing in the urchin's mittens was told by a knowledgeable young man to his companion. The suggestion to try his luck at matchmaking was put forward by the resourceful Han Hao, recalling the status of his friend's father in the Eastern Alliance. The absurdity of participating in the selection of suitors for his own girl was emphasized by the indignant Fu Jia, categorically rejecting such an option. The conversation about the enviable fate of the future husband of the elder's granddaughter's granddaughter was overheard by the lurking friends, sensing the growing tension of the situation. The patronage leaving him with each new word. A remark about the challenger's apparent exaggeration of their merits was made by the astute Han Hao, trying to distract his upset friend. A desperate Fu Jia made the unexpected decision to stand up and address everyone present, drawing everyone's attention to himself. The declaration of true mutual love between him and the elder's granddaughter came from the mouth of the intrepid young man in front of a hushed audience. An ironic greeting to the next challenger was uttered by the imperturbable old man, showing complete calmness in the face of surprise. The seriousness of the relationship with the girl was emphasized by a determined Fu Jia, urging the others not to even try to take his beloved away from him. The mention of a special gift prepared for the girl's birthday was made by an excited fellow addressing the stern gentleman. A scornful remark about the doting mother-lover was made by a mocking Duan Fei, advising the young man to return home to continue his amusement. Curiosity about the promised antique gift was shown by the intrigued elder, who did not hide his keen interest in the mysterious present. Modest doubts about whether the gift would be liked were expressed by the worried boy, emphasizing the diligence in choosing the present. A mysterious glow began to emanate from the ajar box, attracting the attention of the breathless onlookers with its mysterious radiance. A bright yellow light illuminated the space around the precious object, causing those present to squint at the intense glow. The authentic royal dragon horn was recognized by the shocked guests, unable to believe their eyes at the sight of the legendary rarity. The astonished attendees whispered among themselves about a priceless remedy that was extracted only once a century at great risk. Dugu Ming, who had never seen such a rare and valuable treasure in his long life, could not believe his eyes. The immense value of the item was pointed out by a confident Duan, emphasizing the obvious value of his gift to everyone present. The father's plans to find a groom for his granddaughter at the longevity banquet were announced by the host's daughter, carefully watching her interlocutor's reaction. The need to get her father's approval to marry her niece was explained by a calculating woman, revealing all the terms to the potential groom. Early loss of the ability to have children was identified by the speaker as the main reason for the father's lack of a much-desired son. Surprise at the unknown side of the old man's character was expressed by the puzzled fellow, discovering new facets of the host's personality. The King Dragonhorn's property of briefly regaining the power of youth was mentioned by the knowledgeable Dugu Hu, looking meaningfully at the listener. Realization of the value of the gift to the girl's father illuminated the savvy young man, mentally connecting all the details of the information he had heard. After receiving the precious gift, the satisfied man recognized its perfection, not hiding his sincere admiration for the rare treasure. The intention to take the value to a secluded place was expressed by the prudent daughter, caring about the safety of the rare artifact received by her father. The accusation of being a fake, no different from folk medicine, shouted out the angry Fujia, trying to discredit the impressive gift. Smug Duan accused the young man of envy, condescendingly looking at the frustrated competitor with poorly concealed superiority. A determined lad announced the presence of his own gift, promising to surprise those present with an equally impressive present. Skeptical remarks about the impossibility of surpassing the royal dragonhorn they had seen were made by the incredulous guests looking among themselves. Interest in the unknown gift was expressed by the surprised old man, offering the young man to demonstrate the mysterious contents of the package.
The deliberate prolongation of the moment was created by the cunning Fuji, rustling the package to build up intrigue among the waiting audience.
The puzzling combination of poverty fund and self-massage machine was presented by a resourceful young man watching the reaction of the embarrassed host. The high recommendation from his own father was emphasized by the cunning Fujia, trying to give weight to the strange gift with an authoritative opinion. The mocking Duan only laughed in response, not taking seriously his opponent's pathetic attempt to impress him with his present. Real laughter flowed from all the guests present, unable to hide their amusement at the sight of the ridiculous gift, such a contrast to the previous treasure. Furious indignation was expressed by the infuriated fellow, asserting the superiority of his practical gift over useless folk medicine. The silent girl, who was becoming an unwilling prize in the unfolding contest of contenders, watched the event with an attentive gaze. A swift movement was made by the girl, spotted by a stranger's gaze among the assembled guests at the celebration. The identity of the mysterious watcher was instantly recognized by the attentive Han Hao upon meeting her eyes. Defending her lover, a determined Shushu spoke up, forbidding those present to mock his sincere gift. A deep sadness read in the beautiful eyes of the distraught girl, betraying the strength of her emotional distress. The reason for appearing against orders was demanded by the irritated Du Guomin, glaring at the disobedient granddaughter. The refusal of outside help in choosing a groom was expressed by the excited granddaughter, stating her long-standing decision. Fuja was named the only chosen one by the girl in love, openly confessing her feelings in front of the public. The timing of the affair was attempted by a puzzled old man who was unaware of the young couple's secret relationship. The little one's interference with the carefully laid plans caused the frustrated Duguhu to be visibly annoyed. The timely appearance of the girl resolving the problem was noted with relief by the shrewd Han Hao, who had been observing the scene. Malicious motives were attributed to the girl by the ill-tongued guests, accusing her of wanting to infiltrate someone else's family. The moral ugliness of the assembled people was noted to himself by the indignant fellow who happened to hear the unjust accusations. A clever intervention was made by Duguhu, reminding her niece of her grandfather's care in raising the orphan girl. A valuable gift from Chimera was mentioned by the calculating woman, hinting at the ingratitude of the capricious granddaughter. The misunderstanding of her words was hastily refuted by the embarrassed granddaughter, caught off guard by the insidious accusation. The old man's daughter insisted on considering the proposed marriage, continuing to press the confused girl. The nearness of his own end was manipulated by the cunning old man, calling his granddaughter's consent the only way to make him happy. The unbearable heartache was barely contained by the unfortunate girl, ready to cry from the cruel pressure. The masterful manipulation was admired by the cynical Duan as he watched the masterful pressure on the delicate strings of the young soul. The uselessness of a lowbrow aphrodisiac was suddenly noted by someone's harsh voice, which broke the oppressive atmosphere of the event. The search for the impertinent author of the disrespectful remark was started by the outraged guests, looking around indignantly. Han Hao calmly acknowledged the authorship of the provocative phrase, marveling at the general admiration for the obvious, in his opinion, piffle. The intrusion of an unfamiliar young man into an elite gathering caused the guests to stare in amazement, frozen in anticipation of conflict. Fuji's companion was instantly recognized by the observant Duguhu, drawing the attention of those present to the uninvited guest. Not understanding the situation and defending a worthless friend was blamed on an enraged Duan who had lost his temper. The pointlessness of the evidence was emphasized by the calm Han Hao, hinting at the all-too-familiar true value of the gift. The narrow-mindedness of his opponent and the futility of arguing with him was noted by the irritated young man, who could find no more valid arguments. A mysterious pouch was pulled out of his pocket by the resourceful Han Hao, extracting a mysterious cauldron from there. A momentary interest in the contents of the strange object was shown by an intrigued Duan, gazing intently into the cauldron. A satisfied smile could not be restrained by the confident young man, realizing the undoubted superiority of his gift over all others. The bright energy burst forth from the open cauldron, illuminating the room with a dazzling glow of extraordinary power. Astonishment swept over the guests present, who had never before encountered such a mysterious phenomenon. The invigorating effect of the scent alone was noted by the startled Dugu Ming, feeling a surge of energy from approaching the source. Confidence in the guest's realization of the value of the item was expressed by a satisfied Han Hao, looking at the effect produced. The mystical pill of heaven and earth energy was presented by the triumphant young man, calling out the true name of the rarest treasure. A glowing object the size of a walnut rested in the young man's hands, attracting the mesmerized gazes of everyone present. An incredulous sneer was expressed by the confused Duan as he tried to discredit the amazing find in front of the gathering. An excited old man made an impatient dash forward, anxiously inquiring about the authenticity of the legendary treasure. The absolute authenticity of the powerful bubbling energy was confirmed by the honest fellow, pointing out the impossibility of faking such power. The stunned old man made a delighted statement about the possibility of having not one, but 200 sons. The warning not to rush was gladly expressed by the judicious Han Hao, hinting at a preliminary familiarization with the subject. An important condition for the possible gift of the jewel was outlined by the cunning young man, attracting the attention of the eager old man. The willingness to give up property or eliminate someone was expressed by an impatient Dugu Ming, suggesting the seriousness of the demands. A simple request to allow the union of friend and granddaughter was voiced by the noble Han Hao, demanding non-interference in their relationship. The surprise at the only and so modest condition was reflected on the face of the astonished man, who had expected much more. A gradual discussion of the effects of the pill was suggested by the cautious young man, planning to advance the negotiations step by step. Full consent to all the conditions put forward was hastily expressed by the delighted old man, who was ready to do anything for the sake of possessing the treasure. Tears of gratitude showed in the eyes of the heartbroken Fuja, realizing his friend's sacrifice for his happiness. A strong embrace was given to the named brother by the excited young man, proclaiming a lifelong debt of gratitude for his support. The grateful young man expressed his sincere gratitude for the inestimable gift of fate, finding no words to describe his feelings. Distrusting the selfless sacrifice of a valuable treasure, the suspicious Duan remembered the difficulty of extracting it. An attempt to stop the festive mood was made by an irate man, preventing the happy resolution of the newlywed situation. The silliness of joking about the quality of the gift was noted by the irritated young man, reminding him of his superiority in presenting the gift. Outrage was expressed by an agitated Fuji, declaring the authenticity of his feelings with the girl against his rival's brazen claims. The healing power of Shu's tears, which can heal wounds, was mentioned by the Willy Duan, alluding to the ignorance of the supposed lover. An impressed Han Hao expressed his admiration for the present gift, ironically noting the ability to restore life mana. A surprised question about the source of the knowledge about granddaughter's gift was asked by the wary old man, scrutinizing the speaker. An anxious Duguhu realized the approaching dangerous consequences, noticing the unforeseen turn of events. The accusation of having a vested interest in the girl's special gift was shouted out by an angry Fujia, demanding a confession of true intentions. The perfidy of the Chimera organization weaving intrigue behind his back angered the offended Dugu Min, noting their dishonesty. An insulting remark about having to go blind to marry an ugly granddaughter was made by a naked Duan, dropping his masks. A shocking threat about possible ways to leave the room was uttered by the enraged man, hinting at dismembering the insolent man. Good preparation for the visit was emphasized by the cocky kid announcing his intention to steal the girl away at any cost. A strange seal of dark purple color began to appear around the sinister figure, surrounding it with a mystical glow. The presence of the powerful formation was noted by the alarmed guests, realizing the seriousness of the bold alien's preliminary preparations. A mysterious purple slime began to appear in the corners of the spacious room, slowly spreading around the perimeter of the hall. The complete covering of the walls of the room with a strange substance took place in front of the startled guests, changing the space.
The sealed doors and windows were discovered by the stricken people, suddenly realizing the impossibility of leaving the sinister trap.
The inability to leave the room was announced by a triumphant Duan Fei, enjoying the growing panic among the captured victims. Indignant cries for reasons for the confinement rang out among the startled guests, who did not understand the motives for such aggressive action. A stern warning of the consequences of such insolence in his own home was issued by an angry Dugu Ming, threatening the uninvited guest. The angry old man had predicted a fatal outcome for the impudent man, and he was not about to allow such disorderly behavior in his domain. A sudden halt in movement was made by the owner of the house, who was surprised at something, expressing obvious confusion on his face. The painful fall to his knees was demonstrated by the suffering elder, screaming from the sudden unbearable pain in his body. A mocking remark about premature kneeling was made by a gloating Duan as he watched the agony of his defeated opponent. Poisoning was realized by the stricken man, perplexed as to the possible source of the poison in his constant extreme caution. Her own daughter turns out to be a poisoner, explaining her tactics to deceive an exceptionally attentive and vigilant father. A tasteless substance activated by rotating energy, the devious Duguhu added to her father's glass, revealing her plan. Disbelief at the betrayal of his beloved daughter was expressed by the shocked father, unable to accept such a horrible reality. The long-awaiedness of this day was emphasized by the smiling girl, admitting to years of impatient waiting for this moment. The knowledge of the father's desire for only a son and his infertility was used by the calculating daughter to explain her long-standing resentment. The long-awaited moment of acquiring the royal dragon and the fulfillment of a cherished dream has come for the patient intruder. An overwhelming heaviness and struggle to retain consciousness was experienced by the weakened old man suffering from insidious poisoning. A bitter curse against his own daughter was uttered by a dying grandfather who realized the depth of her betrayal. Complete incomprehension of the nonsense going on was expressed by a puzzled Han Hao, watching the strange family squabble. The fake concern for moving her father to another room was shown by the hypocritical daughter, hiding her true motives. The confusion of the devilishness that suddenly occurred in the hall was experienced by the confused Duan, losing the thread of events. The call to reflect on their actions turned to her aunt excited Shushu, trying to reach the conscience of a relative. The cruel intention to silence the interfering people was expressed by the ruthless Duan, revealing his true nature. Bewilderment at hearing the phrase arose in the shocked guests trying to understand the meaning of the threatening words. Outrage at the inappropriate jokes was expressed by the arrogant guest, reminding of his important status in society. The purple goo began a strange movement, peeling off the walls and taking on a new and frightening shape.
The demand for immediate release was shouted by the self-righteous man, unaware of the approaching mortal danger.
The violet substance made a lightning-fast transformation into a deadly dagger, taking the life of the careless screamer. Shocked exclamations of incomprehension broke out from the shocked observers who had witnessed the murder. Disbelief at such a rapid loss of life swept over the startled guests. Realizing the mortal danger of the situation, the demand to stop the killings was shouted by an outraged Han Hao, trying to stop the carnage that had begun. Deadly purple daggers reached for the defenseless lad, threatening to pierce him at any moment. The ominous warning of the equal value of all lives to him was made by the cold-blooded Duan, who did not discriminate between victims. A frightening array of deadly daggers formed in the air, giving the impression of an imminent mass execution. A call for caution was uttered by the prudent Han Hao, realizing the deadly danger of the sharp objects surrounding them. Strongly concerned for his beloved's safety, the anxious Fu Jia hoped to keep her out of danger. The call for immediate escape was voiced by terrified guests eager to leave the deadly room. The tragic deaths from the countless daggers that emerged from the walls were met by the unfortunate people rushing towards the exit. The gloating satisfaction of perfectly executing a devious plan was felt by the triumphant Duan as he watched the carnage. Unexpected surprise swept over the smug villain, noticing something unusual in the chaos going on around him. The resourceful Han Hao used a special power to create a defense block, avoiding deadly blows from sharp objects. Fatherly strength was applied by the determined Fu Jia, saving his beloved from imminent death at a critical moment. A boastful statement of invincibility in the formation was made by a complacent opponent, recognizing the high level of the young men. A false promise not to harm the girl was made by the conniving villain, addressing the guy protecting her. The demand to hand over the girl amicably was made by the insistent Duan, who planned to leave the place with her today. An indignant cry of unfulfilled dreams burst out from the angry Fu Jia, ready to defend his beloved to the end. The skillful Han Hao masterfully broke the deadly spears into small pieces using his special technique. The determined young man took an unexpected swing to attack his opponent's back, choosing the right moment to strike. A strange sound from the back caught the attention of a wary Duan, who at first didn't notice the approaching threat. A timely reaction with the creation of a defense block was demonstrated by an experienced opponent using purple liquid. Concern for his beloved was expressed by the worried Fu Jia, urging the girl to take care of herself in a dangerous situation. The willingness to immediately help his older brother was proclaimed by the determined young man, rushing to support him in the hard fight. The brave friends launched a concerted attack from different sides, trying to overcome the dangerous enemy by joint efforts. Worried for her lover's fate, the gentle girl pleaded with him to use the utmost caution in battle. The disbelief of what was happening at his own banquet was demonstrated by Du Guming going mad. Shocked by the betrayal, a feigned concern for her father's condition was expressed by the conniving daughter, observing signs of his madness after the poisoning. The charge of treachery as the cause of insanity was hurled by the angry man, addressing the treacherous heiress. Desperate attempts to utilize the blocked energy were made by the struggling old man, trying to overcome the effects of the poison. With a powerful energy jolt, the enraged father pushed his betrayed daughter away, using his last strength to retaliate. From the force of the blow, the stunned granddaughter, who had accidentally been hit by her grandfather's attack, fell to the ground. The immediate need to save his beloved was realized by the anxious Fu Jia, rushing to the injured girl. A puzzled Duan expressed surprise at the old man's self-harm, not understanding the logic of harming his own family. A powerful energy blast was predicted by a knowledgeable opponent, warning of the possible complete depletion of the elder's life force. A dying man made a desperate attempt to clear the poison from his meridians, spewing out the energy he had accumulated over decades. A sad prediction about the last hour of life after such an energy release was made by an experienced observer assessing the situation. Tense anticipation of the old man's next actions gripped the wary young men, who did not understand his further intentions.
Invisible from the exertion, the pupils of the exhausted elder became invisible, once again mobilizing the remnants of his energy to attack.
An impressive wave of energy beam was released by the resolute Du Guming, directing all the power at the traitors. A shocking daze swept over Duan and the old man's daughter, who had not expected such a powerful counterattack from the dying man. A beam of energy hurtling straight towards them was seen by the terrified traitors as they tried to realize the magnitude of the impending danger. Concern for the safety of the precious pouch was expressed by a worried Han Hao, fearing its damage in the energy chaos. The powerful energy chose an unpredictable direction, striking targets completely unplanned by the elder with its impact. The agile Duan managed to dodge the deadly beam, showing impressive reaction speed at the critical moment. An unfortunate fate befalls the uncooperative daughter. completely caught in the murderous fire of an angry father. The last words before death were uttered by the mortally wounded woman, falling to the ground from the powerful blow she received. The accusation of insanity was thrown by the shocked Duan, unable to understand how a father could attack his own daughter with such force. A wise remark about the cramped land for the two of them was made by the dying Duguming, addressed to a representative of the Chimera organization. The impossibility of the task was realized by the pragmatic guy, deciding not to leave empty-handed from a dangerous situation. An arrogant promise to temporarily spare the dogs' lives was made by the retreating villain, disguising defeat as an act of mercy. An indignant demand to repeat the insulting words was voiced by an angry Fujia, unwilling to endure such humiliation. A sudden appearance of a red clump of energy occurred in front of the surprised young man, diverting his attention away from his opponent. The instant disappearance was made by a cunning opponent, using the distraction created to organize a successful escape. The chagrin of escaping an enemy who had thought things out too well was felt by the disappointed young men who had missed out on a dangerous villain. An anxious Han Hao shouted out an unexpected warning, urging his comrade to be careful in a dangerous situation. The bewildered young man, who suddenly felt someone's hand clutching his throat, experienced the incomprehension of danger. The unexpected attack was made by the granddaughter's enraged grandfather, attacking the defenseless young man from behind. A furious threat of total annihilation was uttered by the distraught old man, accusing those present of trampling his family's name. An attempt to calm the aggressor was made by the judicious Han Hao, pointing out the innocence of his strangled friend in what was happening. A determined fist was prepared to defend his comrade by the brave young man, preparing to stop the invincible old man at any cost. A bright flash of energy lit up the room, drawing the attention of the confused participants in the dramatic scene with its appearance. The search for a way to help his friend was interrupted for the astonished guy watching the flight of a dazzling energy arrow. A precision hit on the enraged grandfather knocked the aggressor to the ground, abruptly interrupting his deadly attack. General bewilderment was caused by a mysterious intervention that felled the powerful old man to the floor of the room with a single blow. The sudden appearance of Fujia's mother explained the mystery as the elegant Mengzhu from the hallway apologized for the disturbance. The completion of the task was marked by the enigmatic old Fu announcing his intention to leave the scene of the dramatic events. The shocking picture of numerous corpses was seen by Manju, who entered the room, assessing the magnitude of the tragedy that had occurred. The tardiness of her arrival was realized by the anxious woman, realizing the need for an earlier intervention in the situation. A surprise question about his mother's sudden appearance was asked by a puzzled boy who was not expecting her presence at the event. Concern about Duguming's condition was expressed by the attentive Han Hao, asking the system for clarification on what was happening. The diagnosis of the residual energy eruption was made by the omniscient system, commenting on the unusual condition of the afflicted elder. The direct exit of subtle lights from the body was observed by the shocked witnesses, mesmerized by the unusual energy process. Absorbing the old man's last life energy was produced by the young man's mysterious finger, sucking the power out of the dying man. The fundamental nature of the energy and talent of this world was explained by the system, linking their origin to the host body. Unlocking talents and abilities was noted by an invisible assistant, indicating their unknown use prior to activation. The timeliness of his appearance was emphasized by the relieved mother of a friend, pondering the possible sad consequences of delay. An anxious question about the whereabouts of his beloved was shouted out by the anxious Fujia, searching with his eyes for the girl dear to his heart. Gratitude for attempting to save her son was expressed by an appreciative mother addressing her offspring's brave friend. The honor of becoming godson was offered by an impressed woman, noting the young man's good relationship with her son. A promise of help in any future problems was given by the powerful patroness, offering to simply call on her if needed. A quiet apology was heard by the surprised boy, turning around at the sound of the voice behind him in the tense silence. The confession of temporarily losing his mind and doing stupid things was made by a shamed Duguming, repenting his actions. Assurance of his granddaughter's well-being and the inevitable retribution of the Chimera organization was given by the soothed young man to the remorseful old man. A firm promise that the criminals would not get away with the atrocity came from the mouth of a determined young man. Gratitude for caring for his beloved granddaughter was expressed by the dying old man, entrusting his dearest to a worthy young man. The need to bring people in to resolve the remaining issues was realized by the tired participants in the dramatic events of the banquet. An inner realization of the need to return to his hometown came to a pensive Han Hao, completing a difficult mission. The request to call any time was made by an attached younger brother who did not want to lose touch with a named relative. A sincere smile was given by the touched boy, promising an obligatory meeting in the future to his newfound brother.